On the planet Blue Star, in the land of Hua, this nation appears to be split into two distinct realms. A small portion, faded and pallid, resembles a desolate graveyard, reeking of death with not a single sign of life, while the larger expanse retains its vibrant hues, bustling with throngs of people in the city center. From above, this scene unfolds like a colorful canvas, gradually losing its brilliance. In a central square, suddenly, a hurried pedestrian found himself enveloped by a white halo at his feet, his face contorted with terror as he exclaimed, "No, don't choose me, please!" In the next moment, his frantic cries were abruptly silenced as he vanished into the white circle. The surrounding onlookers recoiled in panic, swiftly clearing the area, each fearful of being tainted by that ominous glow. None dared to intervene when the halo appeared, for they were powerless to act. All they could do was watch, for who could predict if the next chosen one would be among themselves? Fate lay in the hands of the unknown, the shadow of death ever looming, hope eternally just out of reach. They could see no future, only silently praying for their fellow kin who had been chosen, and for themselves, who might yet face the same fate. Sushi felt a disconcerting heaviness in his head, as if a great weight pressed down upon his eyelids. Faint sounds of commotion echoed in the distance, though their clarity eluded him. What was that noise? As his mind gradually cleared, Sushi suddenly opened his eyes, breaking free from that paralyzing state, and quickly sat upright. He surveyed his surroundings, bewildered by the unfamiliar room before him, his expression one of utter confusion. He distinctly remembered perishing at his workstation due to an all-nighter. Where was he now? Before he could ponder for long, a surge of memories not his own flooded his mind. Having read numerous novels in his past life, Sushi immediately realized he had traversed into another realm. From the memories, he learned that this was a planet named Blue Star, remarkably similar to his original world. With one notable distinction: a year prior, a cataclysm had swept across the globe. An app called Divine Hunt had infiltrated every electronic device with an insistent, almost tyrannical force. This game randomly selected players from various nations to broadcast their struggle for survival. When a player failed a quest, a portion of their country's provincial capital would succumb to contamination. Conversely, if a player succeeded, the pollution would recede. The extent of contamination and subsequent purification depended on the difficulty of the quests. The original host of this body was an orphan who had also met an untimely demise, succumbing to a heart palpitation from watching live streams late into the night. Now, having unwittingly inherited this body, Sushi found himself fortuitously chosen by the game. Currently, the provincial capitals of Hua were, to varying degrees, tainted, though the nation still held on. However, should he perish in the game, it would be his true end. Who could say if he would ever have the chance to traverse realms again? Even contemplating the possibility seemed remote. Clinging to a shred of hope, he silently called for the system several times, only to be met with silence, leaving him engulfed in despair. Other protagonists had systems or extraordinary abilities upon their rebirth. Why did fate deal him a hand devoid of any such gifts? In the shadows, sparse comments drifted across the screen. What's happening? Why is he just sitting there? Hurry up and search for clues. Perhaps he's too stunned to move. Newcomers are always dull. Let's watch the pros instead. Every day, someone was chosen to enter the game, spawning thousands of new streams alongside countless veteran players, meaning the traffic for a newcomer's broadcast was meager. As Sushi remained motionless, many viewers lost patience, departing, leaving only a handful behind to witness his next move. After some time spent in frustration, Sushi gradually came to accept the reality that not only had he traversed realms, but he was also without any special abilities. Regardless, now that he had been granted a second chance at life, he would strive to live on, no matter the challenges ahead. Sushi understood that every action of his was being broadcast live, yet in the face of life and death, such concerns seemed trivial. Finally, he discerned the source of the incessant noise that had lingered since his awakening. It appeared to emanate from the television in the living room. The Divine Hunt game lacked conventional titles and descriptions for its quests, with a background, clues, death rules, and methods of completion, all requiring players to explore and discover for themselves. This was a major reason for the high mortality rate among players. Without a safety net to rely on, Sushi dared not act recklessly, fearful of squandering the precious life he had just regained. He quietly descended from the bed and approached the bedroom door, pressing his ear against the panel to listen for sounds outside. It's moving. Look at that technique. This newcomer is quite cautious. The few remaining viewers were on the verge of giving up when they, unexpectedly, witnessed movement just as they were about to leave, rekindling their interest and prompting them to stay and watch the newcomer's next actions. After listening for a while, Sushi heard nothing but the indistinct sounds of the television. Clenching the doorknob, he found himself hesitating. To say he felt no fear would be a lie. Though he enjoyed horror films and novels, the reality of his situation was vastly different. Ultimately, he steeled himself and gently turned the knob. As the door creaked open, the television abruptly fell silent, and Sushi froze in his tracks. Wow, you got me all tense. Why was there no warning for this high-energy moment? Who gives warnings in a live broadcast? Looks like a fool.jpg. Contrary to his expectations, no ghastly visage leapt forth. Peering through the ajar door, Sushi anxiously scanned the surroundings, yet apart from his own increasingly thunderous heartbeat, all remained eerily quiet. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without any signs of disturbance, long enough for the comments in the live stream to flood with impatience, Sushi could no longer resist and stepped outside. The opposite bedroom door was tightly shut, and Sushi held his breath, treading lightly as he ventured further, finally grasping the layout of the house. It was an approximately 80-square-meter, two-bedroom apartment, likely built many years prior. The yellowing wallpaper had begun to peel, revealing ancient stone bricks beneath, while cracks in the corners resembled a spider's web, and the warm yellow light illuminated the dust particles floating in the air. For the moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, as his line of sight revealed no signs of other occupants. Chapter 2. Birthday curse. Death had occurred. To the left lay the living room, its balcony tightly shrouded by curtains. The television across from the sofa remained dark, showing no signs of having been turned on. A plate of peanuts and a disarray of liquor bottles adorned the coffee table. Above the television, a wall clock ticked rhythmically, indicating the time as 8:04 p.m. To the right was the kitchen, where a dining table was laden with an array of sumptuous dishes and an exquisitely designed birthday cake. Sushi approached the table and gazed down, noticing 9 extinguished candles atop the cake. 9 candles, perhaps signifying a 9th birthday. The appearance of the birthday cake stirred the audience's excitement, prompting a flurry of speculations. However, this scenario is rather peculiar. Not a single NPC has been encountered thus far. Indeed, it feels somewhat unnervingly calm. Perhaps it's a relatively easy scenario. This newcomer is rather fortunate. What lay before him was not the anticipated eerie scene, but rather an ordinary apartment. It was undeniable that Sushi felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, just as he intended to continue searching for further clues. A sudden creaking sound emerged from behind him. Sushi's body froze, paralyzed with fear, as his heart, which had gradually returned to a normal rhythm, began to race once again. What was that sound? Had the bizarre begun to manifest? Surely, there could not be something unspeakable lurking at his back. Having consumed a plethora of horror tropes, Sushi was startled to the point of his legs turning to jelly. Yet, the sound was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it had appeared. Had he not been aware of his surroundings, Sushi might have dismissed it as a mere figment of his imagination. However, he was no naive protagonist, foolishly believing in mere hallucinations. He was convinced that something had indeed materialized. Too frightened to open my eyes. Initially, I thought this scenario was overly tranquil. Now, I find a continued calmness quite preferable. The sound resembled something being stuck. Protective barrage. Eerie retreat. Since Sushi exited the bedroom, a few more viewers had trickled in, all sharing in the trepidation of the moment. Sushi strained to catch a glimpse over his shoulder, but regrettably, he saw nothing. Trembling, he reached behind him, feeling around aimlessly, relieved to find nothing cold and lifeless. Although, to be honest, watching this newcomer feel around in thin air is somewhat amusing. His expression of relief is a bit theatrical. I too wear that face when I explore beneath my covers at night. What benefit do you gain from making me laugh? Stop feeling around. There's nothing there. Just air, you silly darling. Having confirmed that there was indeed nothing behind him, Sushi finally relaxed his tensed muscles. Swallowing hard, he slowly turned around, mentally preparing himself for the sight of something terrifying. Yet, as he fully faced the room, he found himself momentarily stunned. For within his line of sight, there were no discernible anomalies. Everything appeared unchanged, as if nothing had transpired at all. Wiping the clammy sweat from his palms, Sushi endeavored to compose himself. He understood that succumbing to panic was futile in this terrifying game of survival. Only by maintaining his composure could he grasp a slender chance of survival. With this thought in mind, Sushi cautiously approached the coffee table, scanning the surroundings for the source of the unsettling sound. At that moment, a familiar noise echoed above him. Instinctively, he looked up, only to see the loose ceiling fan plummeting directly towards him. Ah, my precious elixir. Unexpectedly, this newcomer seemed rather steady, yet he perished so swiftly. Let us move on to the next live stream. Amidst the frantically scrolling comments, Sushi could only watch in horror as the massive fan bore down upon him. His heart momentarily froze, and his body felt as though it were immobilized, leaving him unable to react. It was not until a sharp pain coursed through his forehead, and darkness obscured his vision, that he realized the ominous sound had indeed emanated from the fan. Startled, Sushi jolted upright, gasping for breath. However, he found himself momentarily stunned at the sight of the room before him. Familiar furnishings greeted his gaze. What was happening? Hadn't he just been struck down by the fan? The lingering ache on his forehead confirmed that it was no mere dream. What is wrong with this newcomer? Is he having a nightmare? He looks utterly terrified and incredulous. Hey, why don't you check where he is now? Typically, novice players, barring a few with exceptional mental fortitude, experience some degree of panic at the outset. Thus, the audience readily accepted Sushi's expression of terror as entirely normal. Frantically examining his body for injuries, he discovered none. Feeling the warmth of his own skin, Sushi finally accepted the reality that he was indeed alive. Or perhaps he had truly died, only to return to the very beginning? A sense of disorientation washed over him. The memory of being struck and the subsequent moment of death sent a shiver through him. In his previous life, death had come unexpectedly, leaving him no time for contemplation or emotion. Now, he understood that witnessing one's own demise evokes an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. Moreover, why had he resurrected after ostensibly dying? His heart continued to race, refusing to settle. Supporting his weakened body, Sushi began to scrutinize the room he found himself in, deliberately ignoring the indistinct sounds of the television outside. Although the walls bore signs of wear, the room appeared somewhat better maintained than the exterior, with brighter lighting. The bedding was adorned with cartoon characters, and a variety of toys cluttered the cabinet. Opposite the bed stood a desk, piled high with books, while a blue backpack hung limply from a chair. The walls were decorated with several red paper certificates, and nestled in the corner lay a small soccer ball. Turning his head, he noticed a picture frame on the bedside table. The photograph depicted a family of 3, yet eerily, their faces were blurred. Undoubtedly, this was the bedroom of the child among them. As the barrage of comments streamed by, a palpable sense of excitement filled the air. Look, he has begun to seek clues. Why do this family of 3 appear so faceless, as if obscured by a mosaic, hiding from the world? Be careful upstairs. They might hear you and crawl through the network cable into your home. Bring it on. I'll take them down one by one. Wow, Gigi is truly formidable. Oh no, this live stream has been invaded by the Gigi monster. Due to Sushi's brief absence, many viewers remained in the live stream. In Chapter 3, titled Birthday Curse, Sushi found himself inexplicably back at the beginning, unsure if he would be granted another chance after the next death. His demise had been so abrupt that he could not even fathom what death rule he had triggered. To claim that he felt no panic would be a falsehood. The joy of being resurrected was far overshadowed by his dread of an unknown death. What if he were to die again? He could not ensure that he would be afforded another opportunity to restart. Acknowledging that this death had cast a significant shadow over him, he hesitated to wander freely and decided to search the children's bedroom. After a brief search, he discovered an art book hidden beneath a pillow. The illustrations within were largely innocent, depicting the whimsical imaginings of a child. Yet a chill coursed through his spine when he beheld the final doodle. At its center was a grotesquely grinning red-faced man, and in the upper right corner, a stick figure was depicted hanging. At the bottom, a childish inscription read, "Daddy works hard, Mommy will be back soon." The entire artwork was disconcerting and discordant. This drawing is terrifying. Did a child really create this? What does this mean? I find it somewhat incomprehensible. Let me guess, that hanging figure might be the mother. Perhaps she committed suicide. And the father is deceiving the child by saying she will return, when in reality, she is never coming back. A distinguished observer has appeared upstairs. Wow. Please accept my admiration. Although Sushi could not see the comments, his thoughts aligned closely with them. He recalled the birthday cake on the dining table, which must have been for this child's 9th birthday. However, he had yet to connect these clues to the overarching narrative of the scenario. After stowing the art book away, Sushi surveyed his surroundings and rummaged through a disordered desk, uncovering an assignment notebook bearing the name Tong Binbin. At last, he had learned the child's name. This newcomer is quite impressive, gathering so much information so swiftly. Compared to the seasoned players, he still has a long way to go. For a newcomer to maintain such a mindset is commendable. Every veteran was once a novice. The comments erupted into a cacophony, with some praising Sushi's potential while others dismissed his actions as unremarkable. Unbeknownst to him, the bedroom had been thoroughly searched, yielding no further useful information. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to venture out and explore further, a nagging unease stirred within him, recalling the inexplicable nature of his previous death. The taste of death is undeniably unpleasant, and he has no desire to experience it again. However, remaining confined to the room is not a viable option. Sushi does not believe that the scenario would allow him to evade reality indefinitely. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely opened the bedroom door, and as expected, the television's sound vanished at the same timely moment as before. Glancing down at his slightly trembling hands, Sushi managed a bitter smile. Indeed, the body's reactions betray one's true state. He was far from the calm demeanor he projected. At worst, he could keep a distance from the ceiling fan. He reassured himself silently. Everything was just as it had been during the first encounter, without a hint of change, save for the clock's hands now pointing to 8:18. This was quite normal, as he had spent considerable time searching the room. The living room was not a place he wished to approach for the time being. His gaze swept across the area and settled on the distant front door. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Sushi hurried toward the door. He opened it effortlessly, only to be met not by a narrow corridor, but by an abyss of darkness. The impenetrable blackness loomed like a ravenous beast, and the longer he stared, the more dread enveloped his heart. Despite having anticipated this, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Every time there are newcomers with foolish hopes. Quite normal. I would want to try it myself before giving up. By the way, is there truly not a single NPC in this scenario? It doesn't seem particularly dangerous. It appears rather straightforward. Indeed, this newcomer is quite fortunate. You are underestimating this game. These scenarios only differ in their levels of difficulty. This time, Sushi heard no unsettling sounds. The ceiling fan above the coffee table remained steadfast, showing no signs of descending. Nevertheless, he had no intention of approaching it. Aimlessly, he turned his focus to the kitchen. The only unexplored areas left were the kitchen, the master bedroom, and the bathroom. Compared to the potentially inhabited master bedroom or the bathroom, notorious for supernatural occurrences, the kitchen appeared to be the safer option. Sushi cautiously navigated around the dining table and entered the kitchen with deliberate care. He was well aware that any lapse in attention could lead to his demise. The kitchen was impeccably clean, with knives and dishes neatly arranged in the cabinets, and even the trash can contained a freshly replaced garbage bag. With great caution, he opened the refrigerator, revealing only a tightly sealed stew pot. After some inner deliberation, he decided to lift the lid, the cold handle causing his fingertips to instinctively recoil. As the lid was removed, a pungent stench assaulted his senses before he could discern what lay inside. Goodness, that odor was reminiscent of decayed flesh, boiled and left to rot until maggots emerged, making Sushi retch uncontrollably several times. Hastily, he replaced the lid and shut the refrigerator door, taking a long moment before he felt he could breathe again. Is it really that foul? Fortunately, I can't smell it through the screen, haha. Did any of you discern what was being stewed inside? It appeared to be meat, though its exact nature remained unclear, presenting a rather unsettling sight. I must say, the dozen or so viewers in the live stream were quite intrigued by this instance. There were no overt supernatural assaults, nor any particularly eerie elements. The scene was almost too mundane to qualify as a game scenario. Yet, it was precisely this ordinariness that instilled an unsettling sense of wrongness in them. Having regained his composure, Sushi was preparing to continue his search for clues when a sudden chopping sound erupted from behind him. No way. Again. He glanced over his shoulder, but much like the previous incident with the ceiling fan, he saw nothing, as if the noise had materialized from thin air. The familiar scene replayed itself, and the dread of being crushed washed over him once more, cold sweat trickling down his back. he struggled to maintain his composure, feigning ignorance as he slowly exited the kitchen. He hadn't forgotten how he had perished before. Perhaps it had been due to turning back. However, just as Sushi stepped out of the kitchen, believing he had finally evaded death, his vision abruptly spun a full 360 degrees. His gaze ultimately settled upon a headless corpse before him. While Sushi's perspective was obscured, the viewers in the stream observed everything with clarity. It was as though an invisible blade had severed his head the moment this novice player exited the kitchen, without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 4. Birthday Curse. He died again. Sushi tore himself from the darkness, gasping for breath, his hands frantically exploring his neck until he confirmed his head was intact. He halted, though his trembling body betrayed that he had not yet calmed. The experience of dying once more had nearly shattered his remaining sanity. From the initial joy of being revived to the panic of being thrust into a survival game. And now facing death twice in succession, the fear of never escaping death loomed over him, snapping the taut nerves he had maintained throughout. What is up with this newcomer? Is he going to go insane from fear? Perhaps it's not unheard of for rookie players to lose their wits before even starting. Another one driven mad. How boring. I'm leaving. The barrage of comments in the chat did little to sway Sushi. At that moment, he was consumed by a deep-seated resentment. Why? Why had he been transported to this world? Why must he endure death repeatedly? Was the purpose of his crossing into this realm merely to face endless demise? It would have been far better to have succumbed to a sudden death initially, sparing him this torment of anxiously awaiting his next demise. Perhaps the fear born from losing his sanity had begun to wane, replaced instead by an intense fury. This rage, fueled to its zenith, ignited a spark of courage within him, a surging tide of fervor rushing through his mind. He flung open the door with a forceful motion, the door slamming against the wall with a resounding crash. Sushi paid no heed to whether the noise would awaken or attract any ominous entities. Indeed, he almost welcomed the prospect of encountering something to unleash his pent-up anger upon. Let me celebrate your birthday. Let me serve you cake. Let them all feast on excrement. Sushi violently obliterated the dishes and birthday cake on the table, transforming the floor into a chaotic mess before he toppled the coffee table, sending several empty bottles crashing to the ground in a shattering cacophony akin to that of the scattered plates. If only he possessed an axe, he would have relished the thought of cleaving the armchairs in twain. Come on, smash it. If you dare, go ahead and crush me. Sushi, bellowing at the ceiling fan, was oblivious to the chaos he was unleashing, inadvertently triggering something. Suddenly, the television flickered twice, and an all-too-familiar din erupted. Judging by the images displayed, it appeared to be a nonsensical animated show. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Even with the television blaring, the clarity of the knocking remained undiminished. To be fair, watching this newcomer lose their sanity is rather exhilarating. Honestly, compared to the timid, repressed old players, the boldness of a newcomer is indeed more entertaining. Let us be real, bold. Are you sure you don't mean brainless? Are none of you paying attention to this inexplicable knocking? I have a premonition. This newcomer is about to meet their demise. Having grown weary of the struggles of other players, occasionally observing a deranged player provided a welcome distraction, and thus, the livestream room was graced with the presence of dozens, all eagerly witnessing the newcomer's descent into madness while anticipating their fate. No one believed this newcomer could survive. After all, losing caution in a dungeon would eventually lead even the most seasoned players to calamity, as predicted by the barrage of comments. Sushi had completely surrendered to despair. He was indifferent to who or what awaited him outside that door, and without hesitation, he flung it open. Outside stood an empty void, yet a murmur of casual conversation materialized in his ears, much like the previous eerie sounds. However, devoid of reason, Sushi paid it no heed, striding boldly into the unknown beyond the threshold. What a pity, that must have been a new clue. What is the point? This person is doomed regardless. Whether there is a clue or not is irrelevant. Under the watchful eyes of the audience in the live stream, Sushi resembled a prey willingly walking into a trap, gradually being consumed by a monstrous darkness. Upon awakening for the fourth time, Sushi sat up with a blank expression. After venting his pent-up emotions, his reason had tenuously returned. The sensation of being engulfed by darkness was no more favorable than being crushed by a ceiling fan or having his head severed. After sprinting several dozen meters through an interminable void, his consciousness began to wane, as if countless invisible insects were gnawing at his soul. the chilling awareness of his own impending oblivion sending shivers down his spine. And once again, he found himself reborn at the very beginning. This was the third occurrence. Did each of his deaths return him to the start? Yet how many times could he endure this cycle of death and rebirth? Sushi exhaled softly, knowing that he was unlikely to reach any useful conclusion at this moment. Perhaps this cycle of death and rebirth serves as his unique advantage in this journey. Even though he remains uncertain about the number of times he can utilize this ability, it is undeniable that, apart from the agony of dying, this power is indeed invaluable at present. It could even be regarded as his sole advantage in overcoming the challenges ahead. After all, he does not believe that merely traversing into this realm has rendered him more astute. In such survival games, even the most intelligent individuals may not endure until the end. He must leverage this advantage of uncertain resurrection to seek out clues and ultimately complete this quest. Naturally, it would be ideal to avoid death altogether. For if he were to perish without the chance of rebirth, it would be truly over. Having consoled himself in this manner, Sushi accepted the reality of possessing a rather peculiar ability and began to contemplate how to navigate through this scenario. Currently, only two unexplored areas remained, the master bedroom and the bathroom. After some deliberation, Sushi resolved to investigate the master bedroom first. There was no choice. Both in films, novels, and horror games, bathrooms were notorious for being perilous zones, and he was reluctant to step into one until absolutely necessary. Even though he could resurrect, it was still preferable to minimize unnecessary deaths. With a swift leap from the bed, he opened the door and stepped outside, soon pausing before the door to the master bedroom. Doesn't it seem that this newcomer has a remarkably clear objective? Has he made some discovery? Why doesn't he thoroughly search the original bedroom? There might be crucial clues there. This newcomer appears rather reckless. Sushi certainly had no intention of re-exploring the children's room. He had already scoured it thoroughly during his last visit, uncovering only two useful clues, making it unnecessary to squander more time. Standing before the master bedroom door, he refrained from opening it immediately. Instead, he leaned closer to the door, straining to detect any sounds from within. The television had ceased its noise as soon as he exited, and though the absence of auditory distractions persisted, he still heard nothing. During his previous escapade, even after demolishing the living room and dining area, no one had emerged. Perhaps the master bedroom was empty as well? With this thought in mind, Sushi grasped the doorknob and, steeling himself, twisted it. However, it felt as though it had been locked from the inside, resisting his efforts to turn it. Sushi, it appears I must first explore the bathroom. Chapter 5. Birthday curse again and again. Death strikes. I thought the expression on this newcomer's face indicated something significant inside. With such fervent actions, only to discover the door is locked. How amusing. The audience, witnessing this newcomer's cautious approach and serious demeanor, initially assumed he had discerned some perilous but essential clue within the master bedroom, causing his hesitation. However, they were taken aback when he failed to even unlock the door. Unaware of the comments, Sushi stood before the bathroom door, steeling himself mentally before slowly pushing it open. Inside, akin to the kitchen, it was impeccably clean, as if it had been meticulously tidied up. Sushi hesitated to step inside, fearing that the moment he took a single step forward, the door would slam shut behind him, and a ghostly visage or hand would leap from the mirror or toilet to ambush him. Standing at the doorway, he cautiously surveyed the interior, finding nothing conspicuously amiss. Just as he grappled with the decision of whether to enter and investigate further, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled the knock that had preceded his demise the last time. That knock had been absent in the previous two instances. Compared to the unknown restroom, this was a known new clue. Sushi's eyes brightened, and for a moment, he felt a pang of regret for having forgotten it. He then began to diligently recall the circumstances surrounding that knock. He remembered that after he had overturned the coffee table and tossed the cushions from the sofa, he had inadvertently activated the remote control, causing the television to turn on. In his agitated state, he hadn't paid much attention to the screen. He only remembered that it appeared to be an animated show. Shortly thereafter, the knock had echoed, prompting him to open the door, after which he was swallowed by darkness. Thus, the moment of the knock likely coincided with the television being switched on. Sushi immediately turned and made his way to the living room. Not hearing any unusual sounds from the ceiling fan, he frequently glanced upward to check for any looseness while swiftly retrieving the remote from behind the sofa cushions. After taking a few steps back to ensure he would not be struck if the fan suddenly fell, He used the remote to turn on the nearby television. The screen flickered twice before, indeed, an animated show began to play. Sushi watched for a while, but ultimately found himself unable to comprehend it. Feeling a sense of helplessness. Even if the animation contained clues, they seemed beyond his grasp. He simply could not understand it. At least, he failed to grasp how a knight could be battling a dragon to save a princess one moment, only to be followed by a dog endowed with superpowers set to save the world the next. It was as if a multitude of fairy tales were jumbled together in the animation, chaotic and disjointed. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the anticipated knock resounded. Why can't I comprehend this? Is there anyone here who can analyze this newcomer's actions? I find myself quite bewildered. Is this animated show a hodgepodge? Yet, I must admit, after watching for a bit, it is rather intriguing. To those above, is this animated show significant? Did you notice the birthday cake on the dining table? I believe that may also be a clue. Am I the only one curious about this newcomer's leaps in logic? Awakening and heading straight for the master bedroom. Finding it locked and then rushing to the restroom. Suddenly discovering something and returning to turn on the television. All while keeping an eye on the ceiling fan as if afraid it might fall. It seems he possesses some clues. Yet I followed his perspective throughout and saw nothing particularly significant. Have I overlooked something? Agreed. I did not observe any noteworthy clues either. Are you all overthinking this? Perhaps this newcomer is simply acting on impulse. Having watched seasoned players with logic and planning, returning to this live stream feels refreshing. Utterly unpredictable. Perhaps this is a hidden expert. Such incomprehensible maneuvers have surfaced before. Indeed, I too suspect he could be a master. Reminiscent of that newcomer who emerged unexpectedly a fortnight ago. What was their name again? I have also been particularly attentive to this matter. Chung-Su. I too have taken note of him. Indeed, it is he. The audience in the live stream remained oblivious to Sushi's extraordinary ability to be reborn after death, thus perceiving her actions as rather inexplicable. However, a select few among them suspected that this newcomer might possess hidden talents. As the knocking grew more pronounced, Sushi recognized that merely opening the door posed no real danger, and without hesitation, she swung it wide open. The barrage of comments erupted in chaos. Did she really just open it so effortlessly? Come on, at least take a glance through the peephole. I believe it. This person is either a master or exceptionally clever. I choose clever. Clever one. Humph. Since you all have chosen clever, I shall join you in that choice. Word spread quickly about this audacious and peculiar newcomer who remained vibrantly alive, attracting many viewers, which in turn ignited a flurry of activity in the comments. As the door opened, a casual conversation unfolded. What's going on? I can hear the commotion from your place. It's quite frequent, it seems. One might think you two are competing to see who can shout the loudest. I truly apologize, Aunt Wong. I couldn't help but have a few words with the child's father. Constantly arguing is no solution. If there are issues, the couple should communicate better. As the old saying goes, those who quarrel in bed make up by morning. Don't you agree? Oh dear, what happened to your forehead? Did Tong Guoyang hit you? Not at all. I was just so angry earlier that I turned around without watching where I was going and bumped into the wall. Ouch, that looks painful. Is Bin Bin watching television? The volume seems rather high. Yes, he finished his homework, and since today is his birthday, I rewarded him with some cartoons. But really, Aunt Wong, it's nothing serious. We can talk more later without disturbing you. You're off to buy groceries, aren't you? Hurry, or all the good items will be snatched up. All right, I'll be on my way. Just keep the noise down, will you? It doesn't sound good from outside. Rest assured, Aunt Wong. No sooner had her words settled than silence enveloped the area outside. After waiting a moment without any further sounds and feeling a chill seeping into the room, Sushi promptly closed the door once more. The audience, having absorbed this exchange, began to analyze it through their comments. This is quite disjointed. What is the story? It sounds like this woman is a victim of domestic violence. The neighbor heard the commotion and came to inquire, but the woman lied, claiming her forehead injury was from hitting the wall. That theory from upstairs seems plausible. Indeed, it certainly sounds evident. So, the birthday cake on the dining table was intended for that child named Bin Bin? Absolutely. She mentioned her child's birthday today. But what exactly is the situation in this scenario? Domestic violence alongside a birthday. What could be the connection? Aside from this segment of dialogue, there exist no other clues. Even the arrival of the esteemed figure proves to be quite challenging. Unlike the audience in the live broadcast who lack the remaining clues, Sushi, having perished several times, immediately recalled the eerie doodle hidden beneath the pillow in the children's bedroom after hearing this conversation. He strode purposefully toward the guest room, intent on retrieving that drawing. However, upon pushing open the door to the guest room, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an unyielding wave of weakness, leading him to lose consciousness. Chapter 6. Birthday Curse. The cycle of death for the 5th time. Sushi sat up, helplessly rubbing his temples. He was uncertain what had caused his demise this time. Nevertheless, the death was less agonizing. He merely felt a moment of weakness before he succumbed. Since he had respawned, Sushi chose not to dwell on the past, reaching beneath his pillow to extract the sketchbook, flipping to the page featuring the doodle. He had harbored a vague suspicion in his mind, which became increasingly clear in light of the conversation at the door. On the day of Tong Binbin's 9th birthday, Tong Guoyong, known as Tong's father, had violently assaulted Tong's mother. Coupled with the disarray of liquor bottles on the coffee table, it was highly probable that the violence stemmed from drunkenness. The fearsome red-faced man depicted in the drawing likely represented Tong's father in a drunken rage. The words uttered by Aunt Wong in the dialogue included every now and then and every day, suggesting that this domestic violence was not a singular occurrence. It was conceivable that Tong's mother, having endured prolonged abuse, succumbed to despair and took her own life. Thus, the stick figure hanging next to the red-faced man might very well symbolize her. The annotations at the bottom, which spoke in the voice of the child, led Sushi to surmise that Tong's mother likely used phrases about her father's hard work to placate Tong Binbin after each incident of abuse. After her passing, Tong's father may have offered the child empty reassurances that mother would soon return. Sushi felt that he had adeptly linked all the clues discovered thus far, and the background of the scenario appeared largely consistent with his earlier conjectures. Nonetheless, while the background had been deduced, the conditions for completion remained elusive. Despite having grasped the background and clues, he found himself still shrouded in mystery regarding the means of clearing the scenario. Presently, the scenario seemed to revolve around two pivotal themes: domestic violence and birthdays. The violence transpired during the birthday celebration, and it was highly likely that Tong Binbin's birthday was abruptly interrupted. Was the solution to ensure the birthday celebration was completed? Sushi's excitement surged as if he had finally unraveled the riddle. He had never felt so astute. Without hesitation, he set to work. In the eyes of the newly arrived viewers in the live stream, they witnessed this novice player casually extracting a sketchbook from beneath his pillow, revealing an unmistakably significant drawing. Before he became entranced by the image, after a considerable period of contemplation, he seemed to have a revelation, his face lighting up with enthusiasm as he dashed out of the bedroom towards the dining table in search of something. Am I still dreaming? Can someone tell me what this newcomer is up to? Perhaps he is searching for clues? Unsure if it's a JPG, do not tell me that he discerned the truth from merely a painting. It is indeed possible, yet he appears remarkably familiar with this house. Could it truly be his home? Perhaps, indeed. What is his intention? Typically, a newcomer ought to observe their surroundings and cautiously seek clues. Yet this individual seems to disregard conventional logic. Is he perhaps anticipating a birthday celebration? After searching for quite some time, Sushi finally discovered a lighter within a cabinet. Upon igniting 9 candles, he began to follow the customary birthday rituals, closing his eyes to make a wish before extinguishing the flames. Initially, he hesitated to make a wish, considering it was not his birthday, and who would know whether he wished or not. However, he pondered the possibility that wishing might be part of the game's progression and that it could discern whether he had made a wish. After all, it merely required a moment of his time. Thus, he mimicked a wish that Tong Binbin might have, desiring a peaceful home. After making his wish, Sushi blew out the candles in one breath, anticipating a notification of completion. Instead, he was once again engulfed by a familiar sensation of weakness, ultimately losing consciousness once more, leaving the viewers in the live stream perplexed. Initially, they had believed this newcomer had quickly discovered a clue, thinking he was a promising talent. Yet, his aimless staring at the clue, followed by his irrational act of lighting candles for a birthday celebration, culminated in his inexplicable demise. They were left with an abundance of unanswered questions. Upon awakening for the 6th time, Sushi had grown considerably more composed. He leisurely crossed his legs, preparing to reflect on his experiences. His first death occurred when he heard an unusual sound from the living room ceiling fan and approached it, only to be struck down suddenly. His second demise took place in the kitchen, where he heard chopping sounds and, upon turning to exit, lost his head. The third death stemmed from a fit of madness, as he fled the house only to be consumed by the encroaching darkness. The fourth was the result of his desire to retrieve an art book from the guest room. As he opened the door, he felt a wave of weakness before perishing. The fifth instance was the same as the fourth, resulting from his wish to celebrate his birthday, leading to a similar sensation of weakness and subsequent death. Aside from the third death, which bore no significance, the fourth and fifth deaths were identical in nature. Although the first and second deaths differed, they appeared to share a connection. With this realization, Sushi began to formulate a clearer understanding. Both the first and second deaths were triggered by strange sounds, with the first prompting him to turn back, while the second resulted in an immediate about-face. Thus, one of the rules for survival seemed to be that one must not turn back or pivot. As for the reason behind the fourth and fifth deaths being due to weakness, he found himself at a temporary loss. Having thought he had gathered sufficient clues, he now recognized that he had inadvertently overlooked the source of the strange sounds and the tightly locked master bedroom. Sushi could not help but let out a sigh. Even after extinguishing the candle for the fifth time and meeting his demise, he remained convinced that the method to clear the game must be somehow intertwined with the concept of a birthday. Perhaps he was still lacking certain conditions that rendered the birthday process incomplete. Yet, what could he possibly be missing? In this moment of uncertainty, Sushi pondered for a considerable time, but found himself at an impasse. Ultimately resigning to the idea of retrieving the illustrated book from beneath his pillow and stepping out of the bedroom once more. It was only at this fifth attempt that he realized, upon exiting the guest room, the bedroom door would close behind him. In his previous attempts, it likely had shut as well, but he had paid little attention to such details. After all, once he stepped outside, re-entry was not an option, and it was far better to carry out all valuable clues with him. Daring not to sit on the sofa, despite knowing that the ceiling fan had nearly struck him due to his reaction to a peculiar sound, he still harbored a fear of the fan, apprehensive of another potential mishap. Thus, he opted for a seat at the dining table instead, at a loss for how to break the deadlock. Sushi found his thoughts wandering towards the birthday cake on the table. This game, Divine Hunt, was undeniably challenging. Had he not possessed the ability to be reborn after death, his first demise at the hands of the ceiling fan would have been irrevocable. He did not believe that fate would grant him a second chance to traverse this realm. Even after dying 5 times, he remained utterly confounded by this scenario. He shuddered to think how players without resurrection abilities managed to navigate such harrowing levels. However, it was precisely for this reason that those who survived must surely possess considerable skill and should not be underestimated. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, Sushi suddenly experienced a familiar sensation of weakness. Well, here we go again, time to die? Before losing consciousness, his gaze fell upon the wall clock. Suddenly, a realization struck him, but alas, darkness awaited him. This time, the live stream attracted very few viewers. As Sushi's behavior, sitting cross-legged in contemplation and then staring blankly at the dining table, appeared to them as an acceptance of defeat, simply waiting for death. Hardly anyone wished to witness such a despondent display from a novice player, and eventually, only 2 or 3 remained, ultimately departing without witnessing any twist, only to be met with a black screen. Chapter 7. Birthday Curse. This time, he did not die. For the 7th time, Sushi calmly retrieved the illustrated book from beneath his pillow and exited the bedroom. This time, he first glanced at the wall clock in the living room, which indicated the time as 8:01. He patiently awaited the movement of the second hand. He had only observed the time during his first and second attempts, neglecting it thereafter. Now, he could only conduct a test. As the minute hand approached precisely 8:05, the ceiling fan emitted a creaking sound as anticipated. Apart from the first time he had heard this noise, during the second attempt he had wasted considerable time searching the guest room. In the third, he had been too frantic, shouting and smashing things to hear it, while in the fourth, he had awoken and rushed directly to the master bedroom. The fifth and sixth attempts were even less relevant, as he had awakened and immediately begun organizing his thoughts, missing the crucial clue of the ceiling fan's peculiar sound at a specific time entirely. Though at first glance this clue appears to be of little significance, Sushi does not believe that the scenario would incorporate meaningless conditions. There must be deeper hints concealed within its seemingly futile aspects. For instance, if peculiar sounds manifest only at specific times, does that not imply that it is precisely during those moments that he may uncover more profound leads? However, where could these clues be, and how should he seek them? Sushi pondered intently, considering what angles he might have overlooked. As time steadily ticked away, his anxiety mounted, fearing that the hidden clues would become obsolete once the moment had passed. Surely, he could not afford to take his own life once more for this endeavor. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the sketchbook in his hands, a novel perspective, previously unimagined, suddenly illuminated his mind. It appears that this scenario predominantly revolves around the theme of Mother Tong's tragic suicide by hanging after being subjected to domestic violence by Father Tong on her son Tong Binbin's 9th birthday. However, upon further reflection, it seems that the true focal character of this narrative may indeed be Tong Binbin himself. If successfully completing a full birthday celebration serves as the correct pathway to resolution, then it stands to reason that the entirety of this scenario might be orchestrated by Tong Binbin. One piece of evidence supporting this hypothesis is that he awakens each time in Tong Binbin's bedroom. The scenario may be designed to immerse him in Tong Binbin's perspective. Sushi was uncertain if his conjecture was accurate, yet he embraced the notion of bold assumptions coupled with cautious verification. Yet another question arises. What constitutes truly embodying Tong Binbin? Considering Tong Binbin's age and height, Sushi felt a spark of inspiration. He refrained from approaching the ceiling fan. Instead, he bent down and peered upward through the gap between his legs. This way, he would not be considered to have turned around or looked back. However, upon doing so, he was met with an overwhelming shock. A man's corpse hung from the ceiling fan, eyes bulging, a gaping wound on his head, and his face smeared with congealed blood, presenting a most harrowing sight. Witnessing a corpse so directly left Sushi stunned, his hands and feet growing cold. Fortunately, having experienced death numerous times himself, he managed to steady his emotions despite the lingering discomfort. As he regained his composure, he suddenly realized, could his earlier assumptions have been entirely misguided? The stick figure depicted in the doodle was not representative of Mother Tong, but rather of Father Tong? What the hell? Could they really show me a corpse right after entering? The healing potion upon entry. Someone tell me how this newcomer knew there was a sketchbook under the pillow. He didn't even glance in that direction before effortlessly retrieving it. No. First explain how he seems to possess prophetic knowledge about the ceiling fan's abnormalities. It's as if he was waiting for the fan to make a sound. Didn't you just mention prophetic knowledge? Is that really the crux of the matter? The key point is how he knew that this particular position would allow him to see the corpse. Perhaps only from this angle is there a certain perspective? But why is he so adept at it? If Sushi were able to see the barrage of comments, he might explain that it is not the posture itself that offers a unique perspective, but rather that he cannot turn around or shift his position, making this view the most convenient. As for his proficiency, is there really any question? It is, of course, due to his numerous encounters with death. At present, Sushi is curious about the implications of the hanging figure being none other than Father Tong. What then does the accompanying text signify? And what roles do Mother Tong and Tong Binbin play in this narrative? Until now, he had always regarded Mother Tong as a victim in piecing together the backdrop of this scenario. However, he has now discerned the unusual reason behind the fan. Yet the body suspended from it is not the victim he had presumed. Sushi straightens up, catching a glimpse of the fan behind him, which is now devoid of the corpse. Indeed, his earlier deductions were correct. At this particular moment, special means can unveil deeper clues. Yet, the threads he had previously untangled have once again become ensnared in confusion. With a heavy heart, Sushi switches on the television. Beneath the cover of the animated show's sounds, the knocking at the door reverberates as expected. Sushi initially intended to eavesdrop on the conversation between Aunt Wang and Mother Tong to discern any overlooked details. However, just as he prepared to open the door, his steps came to an abrupt halt. The knocking would only lead to that conversation upon his opening of the door. Might the impenetrable master bedroom also require a knock before someone lets him in? Startled by his own speculation, Sushi felt a chill run down his spine. Yet the more he pondered, the more sense it seemed. Thus, he resolved to give it a try. After all, if the door opens, it would be a significant gain. And if it remains shut, he would not suffer any loss. Why doesn't he just open the door? How many fools are eating upstairs? Don't they fear the king of hell won't accept them for opening doors at will? Why not pay attention to this animated show? Many clues are often concealed within these televisions in various scenarios. What is he doing? Why knock? Can't he just walk in? Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Sushi approached the master bedroom, took a deep breath, and gently rapped on the door. After a tense wait, no one appeared to answer. Sushi furrowed his brow, wondering if he had erred in his assumptions, and instinctively grasped the doorknob, twisting it. creaking. Unlike before, this time the handle turned effortlessly. After his initial surprise, Sushi felt a wave of exhilaration. It seemed his hypothesis was indeed correct. Entering required a knock. Thus, the reason for his inexplicable demise when he had previously re-entered the guest room to retrieve the drawing book was simply that he had not knocked. Having comprehended the reason behind his fourth death, Sushi raised his hand and pushed open the door. As the door cracked open, a pungent stench assaulted his senses, far more acrid than the odor emanating from a neglected kitchen refrigerator, leaving Sushi's throat parched and his breath thick, almost suffocating him. Chapter 8. Birthday Remembrance. What is that on the bed? A corpse that has been dead for who knows how many days. Are you blind? This newcomer appears quite overwhelmed by the stench of decay. You upstairs, go find a long-dead corpse to smell and you'll understand. It's truly unbearable. Was something amiss? Amidst the banter of the bullet screen, Sushi tightly covered his mouth and nose, suppressing the overwhelming nausea as he approached the large bed in the center of the room. Had it been the version of himself who had just entered the dungeon, he would likely have fled in terror or perhaps succumbed to weakness and collapsed on the floor. However, his psychological resilience had noticeably strengthened. He could now observe the body, decayed beyond recognition, with a degree of composure. Although the features were indistinguishable, the prominently swollen ligature marks around the neck left no doubt. It was indeed the true corpse of Father Tong. A large wedding photograph hung on the wall opposite the bed, the faces of the couple obscured as if blurred by a pixelation effect. The pressing question now was not just the discovery of Father Tong, but rather the whereabouts of Mother Tong and Tong Binbin. The rules were clear. First, one could not look back or turn around. Second, one must knock before opening a door. The strange noise from the ceiling fan had been investigated, leaving only the enigmatic sound of chopping from the kitchen unresolved. With a burgeoning resolve, Sushi felt an urgent desire to vacate the master bedroom, yet he sensed the foul odor was beginning to permeate his senses. He hastily exited the master bedroom, closing the door behind him, and breathed a sigh of relief as he made his way to the kitchen. Standing in front of the refrigerator, it was no surprise when the sound of chopping soon echoed from behind him. Drawing from his previous experience, Sushi instinctively bent down to peer through the gap between his legs, for it seemed only from Tong Binbin's perspective could the true scene be revealed. The past unfolded before him once more. A boy of around 8 or 9 stood on a stool, expressionless, wielding a boning knife as he chopped meat on the cutting board, murmuring softly, "So hungry, so very hungry." The imagery of the meat within the refrigerator, coupled with the absence of Mother Tong, prompted Sushi to swallow hard, conjuring a nauseating hypothesis. Surely, the meat in the refrigerator could not possibly belong to Mother Tong. Had Tong Binbin butchered his mother and partaken of her flesh? The stench emanating from the meat was indeed peculiar. A shiver coursed through him as he cautiously straightened. Unwilling to turn around directly, he retreated from the kitchen instead. With Tong Binbin's figure vanishing, the chopping sounds ceased, and normalcy returned to the kitchen. Sushi sank into a chair beside the dining table, leaning against the backrest as he endeavored to piece together all the fragments of clues and thoughts. The information was disparate and chaotic, compelling him to sort through it methodically. First, there was the bizarre doodle found beneath the pillow, a grotesque depiction featuring a red-faced, menacing man symbolizing the abusive alcoholic Father Tong, alongside a stick figure hanging, representing Father Tong's demise at the hands of the ceiling fan in the living room. Next was the dialogue between Aunt Wong and Mother Tong at the entrance. Aunt Wong had mentioned hearing the couple's disputes repeatedly and had pointed out the injury on Mother Tong's forehead, suspecting she had been struck by Father Tong, a claim Mother Tong had deftly denied. Sushi mulled over this exchange repeatedly, sensing an underlying disquiet. Later, Aunt Wong mentioned the excessively loud television, to which Mother Tong replied that Tong Binbin was watching cartoons, quickly dismissing Aunt Wong. Initially, he paid little heed to this exchange, but upon reflection, he pondered whether the loud television was concealing something. Numerous clues indicated that Father Tong harbored tendencies towards alcoholism and domestic violence, leading him to perceive Mother Tong as the more vulnerable party, often excluding her from his thoughts. What if it was, in fact, Mother Tong who had killed Father Tong? This would elucidate many inconsistencies. Let us speculate boldly. That day marked Tong Binbin's 9th birthday. Yet the couple found themselves embroiled in an argument that escalated into a physical altercation. Ultimately, Mother Tong either accidentally or perhaps intentionally ended Father Tong's life. subsequently hanging him from the ceiling fan. This act could be interpreted as an attempt by Mother Tong to stage the scene as one of suicide. Young Tong Binbin witnessed all of this, and, coupled with the accompanying text, it is likely that Mother Tong offered a perfunctory reassurance to Binbin, claiming that his father was merely exhausted from work and needed a rest. She then told her son she would step out for a moment, likely intending to flee after committing the crime. Next, there was the image of Tong Binbin chopping meat in the kitchen. Yet, Sushi still harbored doubts. Was the meat being chopped by Binbin truly that of Mother Tong? If it were, then Mother Tong's body must have been found, albeit dismembered and stewed. He could not fathom why Tong Binbin would kill Mother Tong, or how he managed to do so. Leaving one lingering question: where had Tong Binbin gone? Was he dead? If so, where was his body? The background of this scenario was pieced together. Yet Sushi still felt that his earlier reasoning was sound. A birthday must be celebrated, but he had not fully immersed himself in the perspective of a child. Upon seeing the bodies of Father Tong and the suspected remains of Mother Tong, Sushi finally grasped what he had overlooked. What significance does one's birthday hold if not shared with family? Father, mother, and I. He considered himself quite the genius, entirely forgetting that this conclusion stemmed from 6 previous deaths. Battling the nauseating stench and the urge to vomit, Sushi removed the corpse from the bedroom along with the pot of frozen meat from the refrigerator, placing them on the chairs beside the dining table. After shaking off the goosebumps that had risen on his skin, he began to repeat the previous process. However, to Sushi's astonishment, the familiar sense of weakness returned after he extinguished the candles. This marked his 8th demise. It was maddening. Sushi tugged at his hair in frustration. What was still amiss? What had he overlooked? Puzzled, he racked his brain once more. Once again, he had succumbed to weakness, 4 out of 7 times. This had been the cause of his demise. Was there some underlying significance? Intuitively, he sensed that this detail was crucial. Upon reflection, he realized that the sensation of weakness resembled that of prolonged hunger, debilitating fatigue, and a darkening vision. Although he had met his end many times in this scenario, he concluded that there were fundamentally 3 distinct causes of death. The first was being struck by the ceiling fan, and indeed, Father Tong had been hanged from it. Secondly, he met his demise by beheading, while Mother Tong was dismembered into pieces. Thirdly, there was the possibility of dying from weakness. Sushi speculated. Could this be the cause of Tong Binbin's death? In the kitchen, he heard the faint whispers of Tong Binbin murmuring about hunger. It was likely that he succumbed to starvation. He began to grasp what was missing from the birthday proceedings. Eager to validate his theory, Sushi hurriedly climbed out of bed. This time, he disregarded the clues that had lost their significance to him, and instead made his way directly to the master bedroom. Chapter 9. Birthday Curse. Completion of the quest. The viewers in the live stream watched in bewilderment as this newcomer first tugged at his hair in frustration, then swiftly exited the bedroom and knocked on the door of the opposite room. He emerged carrying a corpse, then dashed to the kitchen, retrieving a pot from the fridge. He seated himself at the dining table, lighting 9 candles on the cake, and after fervently making a wish, he blew out the candles and began to eat the cake. As the barrage of questions filled the screen, a radiant light signifying the completion of the quest flashed. The live stream fell silent, and in the next moment, the screen overflowed with question marks. The dense cluster of question marks revealed the audience's restlessness. Is this it? Did we complete the quest? After a prolonged silence, someone finally voiced the question lingering in the hearts of all viewers. With the prior experience of the pot of stewed meat haunting him, Sushi dared not contemplate whether the cake contained something equally repulsive. Thus, he only scooped a small portion of the cream from the edge. When he bravely took a bite, he had yet to savor the flavor when he noticed a shift around him. The chairs that once held the corpses of Father and Mother Tong now hosted 2 indistinct figures, while a child's silhouette emerged in his own seat. Though their faces remained obscured, he could sense their smiles. The harmonious sounds of a birthday song filled his ears, culminating in the words, "Son, happy 9th birthday." Quest completed. In a flash of white light beneath his feet, Sushi had yet to comprehend the transition before him, as a new scene unfolded. Sushi found himself involuntarily widening his eyes, one hand slowly pressing against his chest where his heart raced uncontrollably, gazing incredulously at the spectacle before him. He beheld a magnificent staircase, radiant with golden light, each step towering above him like the spine of a colossal dragon, winding endlessly towards the horizon, seemingly infinite. The overwhelming presence of the giant structure induced dizziness, and he instinctively reached for his phone to capture this divine and awe-inspiring scene. However, as his hand met only air, he was jolted awake from his reverie. He was not in the realm of reality. As the initial shock of the monumental staircase subsided, Sushi surveyed his surroundings. Realizing he stood on one of the steps, with an expanse before and behind him, and no boundaries to the left or right. He felt an eerie sense that this void was illuminated solely by the golden glow emanating from the massive staircase. Otherwise, darkness awaited him. After measuring his height against the towering steps, Sushi realized that ascending them was beyond his capability. In comparison to this boundless expanse, he felt like a mere speck of dust, insignificant and trivial. Fortunately, Sushi did not remain in despair for long. A few pieces of information began to materialize in his mind. He learned that this was indeed the player space of the Divine Hunt game. Within this realm, players are free from hunger, fatigue, and all negative sensations, as if their physical functions were momentarily suspended. Should one sustain injuries within the instance, even losing limbs, as long as there is a breath of life, returning to this space would trigger automatic healing. Though the colossal staircase appeared endless to the naked eye, it was, in fact, composed of a specific number of steps, 999 in total. Players could ascend by conquering instances. Reaching the final tier would not only liberate them from the Divine Hunt game, but also grant them the opportunity to make a wish, any wish, which the game would fulfill. The number of steps was determined by the difficulty of the instances. The harder the instance, the more steps one could ascend upon completion. Conversely, easier instances yielded fewer steps. After perusing this information, Sushi could not help but stroke his chin, pondering the rather meager rewards of the game. After players fought tooth and nail to scale 990 layers, they were limited to a single wish. Surely, 3 wishes would be more fitting. He murmured quietly, lifting his gaze to the towering staircase, contemplating that it was likely quite challenging for anyone to reach the summit. Having already experienced one instance, he found that it had been extraordinarily formidable. He had perished a total of 8 times. 8 times. He had nearly grown accustomed to dying. As for other players lacking special abilities, they fared even worse, with a near-zero margin for error. Reflecting on his own capabilities, Sushi sighed softly. He was uncertain how many more times he could utilize his resurrection ability. There were 3 possibilities regarding this skill. First, it might have a total number of uses, and he had already expended 8. Second, it could have a predetermined number of uses per instance, resetting in the next one, based on his previous experience. He could die at least 8 times within a single instance. Third, he might have unlimited usage without any restrictions. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly prefer the third option. The second would suffice as well. The first scenario would be quite dire, compelling him to exercise caution to avoid unnecessary deaths. For now, his task was to patiently await the commencement of the next instance. Of course, he could choose to enter an instance early if he wished. Yet, having just endured the first instance, he felt a subtle weariness linger in his mind, despite his body feeling no fatigue. Sushi preferred to use this interlude to rest thoroughly. Filled with curiosity about this space, he began to survey his surroundings, focusing intently on the steps beneath him. The steps below seemed to plunge into an unfathomable abyss, a sight that would undoubtedly weaken the knees of anyone afflicted with acrophobia. Sushi tentatively mimicked the motion of descending the staircase, taking a single step forward. His intention was not genuinely to descend, but rather to extend his foot to ascertain whether any barrier might impede his progress. After all, this flight of stairs was significantly higher than any ordinary one. Devoid of any means to secure himself, he certainly did not wish to meet an inexplicable demise. A fall that resulted in injury was equally unacceptable. Just as Sushi extended his foot, a radiant barrier of golden light obstructed his advance. After thorough verification from various angles, he discerned that his movements were confined solely to the step upon which he stood. Glancing left and right without perceiving any discernible difference, he reluctantly opted for one side, preparing to venture forth. After all, idly waiting was hardly productive. A stroll might yield unforeseen discoveries. However, unbeknownst to Sushi, as he explored this peculiar space, the reality outside erupted in chaos due to the activation of his first instance. Chapter 10. How did he know this would lead to victory? Blue Star Huahua. Within an upscale residential complex, Ji-Yong was a gaming streamer, renowned for broadcasting a myriad of horror games across various platforms, subsequently editing and posting recorded footage on a particular site as reference guides for novice players. With over 5 million followers, He was indeed a prominent figure in the streaming community. Since the advent of the Divine Hunter game on Blue Star, Ji Yong had been diligently monitoring various instances daily. He would watch several streams from both seasoned and novice players, selecting the most captivating broadcasts for editing and sharing on his account. Occasionally, even live streaming those players' sessions to accompany his fans in viewing. With the emergence of a real survival game in the physical world, particularly one as exhilarating as a live broadcast, the allure of online horror games had diminished significantly. Ji Yang's actions served a dual purpose: to sustain his account while simultaneously fostering a collective understanding of different types of instances among himself and his followers. The selection of players for the Divine Hunter game was entirely arbitrary, leaving no guarantee that the next chosen individual would not be oneself. Thus, amassing experience from a variety of streams became their sole preparatory measure, ensuring that when the time came for selection, they would not be left in a state of disarray and might even evade the traps of similar scenarios within the instances. Ji Yong was not alone in this endeavor. Shortly after the Divine Hunter game made its debut, the authorities swiftly responded by implementing a series of relevant policies. For instance, local television stations launched analysis channels dedicated to instances, hosted daily by a carefully curated selection of professionals from various fields. Likewise, educational institutions across different age groups established new curricula specifically designed to train students in coping with instances. The authorities could not predict which citizens would be selected each day, but hoped that through these measures, the knowledge imparted would aid those chosen in their survival. Not to mention, the success rates of these instances directly influenced the levels of pollution in reality. On that day, Ji Yong habitually navigated the classification page of the Divine Hunt app, casually selecting a live stream from the new player category. The newcomer appeared to be quite young, and it was uncertain whether he had graduated from university. A twinge of regret flickered within Ji Yong, albeit briefly, for he had even witnessed high school students being drawn into the game. This game, after all, does not concern itself with the player's age. According to official statistics, the youngest selected player was merely 13, while the oldest was 56. Whether this age range will change in the future remains a mystery. What intrigued Ji Yong, however, was the newcomer's demeanor upon awakening. Rather than exhibiting the usual fear, vigilance, or apprehension that accompanies the abrupt transition into an unfamiliar environment, he appeared remarkably composed. The only emotion that surfaced was a persistent irritation etched across his face, as though being thrust into the game's realm had left him particularly vexed. Ji Yong initially questioned his own perception, as the newcomer's previously lackadaisical attitude suddenly shifted to one of focused curiosity, prompting Ji Yong to observe this seemingly extraordinary individual. Even seasoned players, having traversed numerous scenarios, typically display only a modicum more composure than a novice. Few exhibit the utter indifference demonstrated by this newcomer. Such a demeanor could either signify a carefree spirit or an inherent confidence. Although the Divine Hunt game had been established for a year now, with players daily unraveling the bizarre and perilous nature of its scenarios through various live streams, there were still those who fancied themselves invincible, exhibiting an exaggerated bravado. Ji Yong remained uncertain of which category this newcomer belonged to, though his subconscious leaned toward the first. This lack of concern was something even the prominent figures on the recommendation list could not replicate. Yet, the subsequent actions of the newcomer left Ji Yong in a state of utter bewilderment. He watched, wide-eyed, as the seemingly carefree newcomer raked his fingers through his hair, evidently venting his frustration over being chosen. Suddenly, he seemed to realize that mere venting was futile. Ji Yong anticipated that the newcomer would prepare to meticulously observe the scenario and devise a strategy for success. Instead, the newcomer strode out of the bedroom straight to the master bedroom across the hall, knocking politely on the door before, to Ji Yang's astonishment, rudely hoisting the indistinct corpse from the bed and plopping it onto a chair beside the dining table. Ji Yong, as if this was not enough, he then watched in disbelief as the newcomer dashed into the kitchen, skillfully retrieving a suspicious-looking pot from the refrigerator and placing it next to the corpse. Ji Yong. When the newcomer calmly sat opposite the dining table, lit candles for a cake with an air of reverence, made a wish, extinguished the candles, and then began to eat the cake, Ji Yong was utterly flabbergasted. The moment the notification of success illuminated the newcomer in radiant white light, Ji Yong was left in a state of shock. He suspected he had stumbled upon a fraudulent live stream. How could anyone possibly clear a scenario so nonchalantly? The silence in the live stream was soon shattered by a torrent of question marks, forcing Ji Yong to abandon his self-deception. He abruptly rose from the ergonomic chair, swiftly clicking to follow a player just before the live stream faded to black after the bright light illuminated the screen. He had truly witnessed someone completing a dungeon in less than 3 minutes. It was no illusion. In a moment of bewilderment, Ji Yong trembled as he scrolled through his list of followed accounts. His list, typically populated by a few renowned players and promising newcomers, had gained a new addition today. As he scrolled to the very bottom, the name Sushi caught his eye. Shaking, he clicked on the avatar, and indeed, the livestream record revealed only one session, confirming the player as a novice. With a duration of 2 minutes and 48 seconds, he was not mistaken. Ji Yong remained silent, engrossed in replaying the recording. That evening at 8 o'clock, a clip from a certain platform soared to trending status. It went viral. The comments read, "Am I still dreaming? Someone slapped me awake. So what if it's a fluke? 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Haha. My eyesight must be failing even more. How did he know? How did he know that this method would lead to victory? Incredible. I declare this is the true master. Is there anyone who can analyze this dungeon? There are already numerous related videos on this platform. You can search for them." Ji Yong meticulously monitored the comments below the trending post. Indeed, the video was his own edit. He could not be the only one astounded. The virality of this video was entirely within his expectations. In a brief period, the name Sushi dominated headlines across various platforms, even attracting the attention of the authorities. Netizens nationwide were universally discussing this emergent player. Completing a dungeon in under 3 minutes as a newcomer was not merely a record. It bordered on the miraculous. Ji Yong also watched several analysis videos of that livestream, finding that only a few provided insightful commentary, while most were mere conjectures. The newcomer's rapid success left little room for clues within the livestream, forcing analysts to speculate based solely on the player's actions. As for how Sushi managed to complete the dungeon without gathering any clues, perhaps he possessed an innate understanding of the dungeon's essence? Players who can see through the intricacies of a dungeon are not unheard of, even if they were previously rare. Ji Yong had resolved that he would be the first viewer for every future livestream of this newcomer. Chapter 11. Road to Terror, betting on whether this newcomer is truly a master or merely fortunate. Sushi opened his eyes to find himself in a different environment, signaling that he had entered the second dungeon. Rather than feeling apprehensive about this new challenge, he felt a sense of relief. He had grown weary of the monotony within the player's space. Realizing that the stairs had no end, he chose to abandon his pursuit. It was futile and exhausting. Devoid of any entertainment, with no need for sustenance and devoid of sleepiness, he found himself so utterly bored that he even began counting the stone steps. Fortunately, just as he could no longer endure this void and contemplated prematurely entering the next instance, a familiar white light enveloped him. Curiously, Sushi raised his eyes to survey his surroundings. He appeared to be in a desolate wilderness. The sky as dark and thick as if it had been drenched in ink, devoid of any starlight, while a dense fog enveloped the area, revealing what seemed to be something swirling within it upon closer inspection. The oppressive atmosphere sent shivers down Sushi's arms, and a sense of trepidation gripped his heart. However, he was not alone in this instance. 3 others accompanied him. One was a middle-aged man with a beer belly. Another was a young fellow wearing glasses and a white t-shirt, and the last was a young woman clad in a denim skirt. As Sushi observed them, the trio reciprocated with their own scrutiny. Ultimately, it was the middle-aged man who broke the silence and introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Tan Xingyun. This is my second instance." With the first introduction, the remaining individuals followed suit in turn. The young man in the white t-shirt was next, adjusting his glasses nervously as he introduced himself. I am Li Kong, also a second-time participant." The young woman in the denim skirt followed. "I am Su Xiaomon, likewise a second-time participant." Finally, it was Sushi's turn, and he echoed the introductions of the previous 3. "I am Sushi, participating for the second time." It seemed they were all experiencing their second instance, a thought that resonated collectively among them. Wait. Is this the Sushi who completed a solo instance in just 2 minutes and 48 seconds? How dare they call out his name? Such disrespect for the Great One. Doge emoji. Step aside. Let me be the first to pay homage. This instance has an eerie atmosphere. I came here out of admiration. I hope this person isn't merely relying on luck. What kind of luck allows one to clear an instance in under 3 minutes? That's absurd. Isn't luck a form of skill? At least I lack such fortune. I can't even get a decent draw. Laughing out loud, I've yet to encounter any double or triple yellow cards. The conversation has derailed, since everyone is debating. Let us place a bet on whether this newcomer is truly formidable or merely lucky. I bet a pack of spicy strips. The prowess of sushi is beyond doubt. So he's already a deity? Then I bet a pack of sunflower seeds. If this person truly relies on skill, I shall feast on sunflower seeds. Due to Ji Yang's edited video going viral and trending, it sparked a widespread sensation online. While not everyone in the nation was aware, at the very least, daily followers of the Divine Hunt game took note of Sushi. Consequently, when Sushi began his live stream, the majority of viewers either stumbled upon the stream themselves or were ushered in by friends, family, or links from other streamers. It could be said that the number of viewers in Sushi's live stream reached an unprecedented height, and their engagement rivaled that of seasoned players who were well established on the leaderboards, even surpassing many. After all, everyone understood the significance of that 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Curiosity piqued. One wonders whether a novice could complete a dungeon in less than 3 minutes through sheer skill or mere fortune. After following Sushi, Ji Yang meticulously monitored the newcomer's account. Typically, a player's dungeon cooldown lasts about 7 days. Yet he was uncertain if this novice would opt for an early run. Thus, even during meals or bathroom breaks, he kept his phone close at hand, fearing he might miss any notification of a live stream. As soon as Sushi began broadcasting, he eagerly clicked to join. Naturally, he took note of the lively debates in the comments. Although he refrained from participating, his own curiosity heightened his anticipation for the dungeon. He silently hoped to witness the birth of a miracle. Unbeknownst to Sushi, the impact of his first dungeon run was monumental. He merely sought to bypass redundant steps in his search for clues, inadvertently misleading those in the real world. Now that everyone has introduced themselves, let us see if we possess anything that signifies our identities, spoke Tin Xingyun in a relaxed tone, which, despite its authoritative undertone, did not irk the other three. Sushi contemplated briefly, realizing that during his previous dungeon, he had never thought to check for any clues on his person. Indeed, he was still too inexperienced and would need to learn from such experiences in the future. The group rummaged through their belongings, ultimately producing only a small amount of cash from their pockets. What good are these bills? They're useless, muttered Li Kong. Sushi scrutinized the stack of notes in his hand, noticing they were of a design unfamiliar to him, totaling approximately 1,000. Just then, Su Xiaomon pointed toward a direction and raised her voice, exclaiming, "Look over there, a car?" The others followed her gaze, discovering a patch of land free from the white mist, where a black sedan was parked. As they approached, the car's full form became visible. Why is there no insignia on this vehicle? Li Kong scratched his head, noting the absence of a license plate. The road ahead is the only path devoid of mist. We must drive this car along it, Su Xiaomon conjectured uncertainly. I agree, Tan Xingyun affirmed her hypothesis, then volunteered, let me drive. I'm accustomed to driving a taxi, so my skills are fairly proficient. Li Kong and Su Xiaomon had no objections, both hesitant to vouch for their own driving abilities. Sushi, who had been silent since his introduction, merely nodded in agreement. I observed the three engaging actively in discussion. Why does Sushi remain aloof? Perhaps the expert has his own considerations? Perhaps he wishes to maintain his facade until the end. Do not harbor excessive expectations. I perceive nothing particularly remarkable about him. A facade? He is likely merely a novice. Regardless of your opinions, as long as the record of 2 minutes and 48 seconds persists, my perception of him will remain unshaken. Sushi, however, refrained from speaking for reasons less complex. He simply preferred to diminish his presence and maintain a low profile. Chapter 12. Roadside Terror. The most concealed power broker. After deliberation among the four, it was decided that Tan Xing would drive the vehicle, as he usually earns his living as a taxi driver. Su Xiaomon, being the sole female in the group, occupied the passenger seat, while Sushi and Li Kong settled into the back. Do remember to fasten your seatbelts, Tan Xing reminded after inspecting the vehicle for any issues and finding none. As Sushi secured his seatbelt, a pair of hands appeared before him, holding several packets of snacks. Upon looking up, he noticed it was Su Xiaomon. She offered a shy smile and explained to the two in the back, I found these in the glove compartment. They might be useful if we get hungry on the road. Thank you, Li Kong replied bashfully as he accepted the snacks. Sushi also graciously accepted, saying, all right. Thank you. Seeing both had taken the snacks, Su Xiaomon turned back to her seat. Tan Xing then announced, I'm ready to set off. Let us proceed along this sole road ahead. The comments from the audience were rife with discussion, some expressing disappointment, noting that thus far, Sushi had not exhibited any standout qualities. Even Li Kong seemed more animated. Yet, the atmosphere among the group remained amiable. Unlike many players in other scenarios where tension prevails, most instances demand cooperation, and those unable to manage their tempers often meet an early demise. Sushi's reticence was neither an act of aloofness nor a lack of opinion. Rather, he preferred to voice his thoughts internally. In the presence of strangers, he naturally spoke less, a condition often referred to as social anxiety. Moreover, he believed that had it not been for his ability to resurrect after death, he would be made a fool in these game scenarios. Just refer to the first instance for evidence. Therefore, in this second instance, upon encountering seemingly reliable teammates, he resolved to silently follow their lead, mindful that possessing unique abilities did not grant him the right to act recklessly within the game. After all, what if he faced death too frequently and could not survive? Embracing the philosophy of survival at all costs, Sushi listened attentively to the casual banter of the trio. Not long after their journey commenced, they spotted a shop by the roadside. Shall we stop to take a look? Tan Xing slowed the vehicle, inquiring of his companions. Let us check it out. It might hold some clues, came the response. After all, we currently possess no information at all. Su Xiaomon pondered for a moment and suggested. What are your thoughts? Tan Xingyun then nodded towards the two individuals in the back seat. Li Kong appeared hesitant, preferring to continue their journey. The sudden appearance of a shop in the desolate wilderness struck him as peculiar. All right, let's stop and take a look, unexpectedly voiced Su Shi, who was typically quite reserved. Oh, has this person finally decided to speak? Having spoken after 2 minutes and 48 seconds, it seems this shop holds some significance. What on earth is that term from upstairs? There can be many prominent figures, yet 2 minutes and 48 seconds is uniquely global. How representative. As soon as I mentioned it, you all knew whom I was referring to. Seeing Su Shi's support for the stop, Li Kong reluctantly nodded. His expression one of resignation. For reasons unbeknownst to him, despite Tin Xingyun and Su Xiaomon's composed demeanor throughout their journey, his gaze kept drifting towards Su Shi, who sat beside him. There was something distinctly intriguing about this young man, who, despite the apparent steadiness of the others, seemed untroubled by the precariousness of their situation. Li Kang's instincts had always served him well. He sensed that perhaps this young man was the most enigmatic figure within their group, more so than the elder and the woman in a denim skirt. Unbeknownst to Su Shi, his companions were musing over him. He himself was unaware that, despite reminding himself not to act recklessly due to his abilities, thinking that if he could survive once, he could do so again, his subconscious had found a certain comfort in knowing he had explicit assurances. Thus, he appeared more relaxed compared to the other players. Soon, Tan Xingyun brought the vehicle to a halt in front of the shop. The four disembarked and began to observe the exterior of the establishment. The wooden structure was modest in size and bore the marks of age, with signs of insect damage evident in places. Is this a shop selling funeral supplies? Li Kong gasped quietly. Peering through the open door, they could see the interior filled with wreaths, flower baskets, and various paper offerings typically used in funerals, crowding the already confined space. The emergence of a shop in such a desolate area was eerie enough, but discovering it to be a funeral parlor heightened their unease. A chilling breeze swept through, causing the group to shiver involuntarily. Perhaps we should go, Su Xiaomon suggested, rubbing her chilly arms. However, before she could finish her slow utterance, hurried footsteps echoed from within the establishment. The wooden floorboards creaked ominously under the weight, each sound resonating like a drumbeat in their hearts. Li Kong nearly jumped in fright. Tan Xingyun quickly retreated a few steps, preparing to call for a hasty retreat should the situation turn dire. Sushi felt his heart leap into his throat. After all, he had yet to encounter a living NPC in the previous dungeon. As the crowd braced themselves in anticipation, a figure materialized before the four. Welcome, esteemed guests. What can I assist you with today? Contrary to the eerie expectations of Su Shi and his companions, the figure that emerged was not a grotesque specter, but rather a diminutive old man. He bore no terrifying visage nor a raspy voice. Instead, his kindly face radiated warmth as he greeted the patrons outside with genuine enthusiasm. The four exchanged glances, each hesitant to respond. Perceiving their underlying wariness, the old man chuckled amiably. It seems you are headed to the funeral home. Am I correct? Just a bit further ahead lies Dowie Highway. Funeral home? Tan Xingyun adjusted his beer belly, cautiously inquiring, "How do you know we are bound for a funeral home?" The old man's expression remained unchanged as he noted the guest's lack of interest in purchases. He leisurely continued, "The only destination accessible via Daoi Highway is indeed a funeral home, which operates solely from midnight to 4 in the morning. You wouldn't venture out here at such a late hour for a mere visit to an old man like me, would you?" His implication was clear. The road ahead led to but one destination, and given their nocturnal arrival, there could be no other purpose for their presence. The four felt a surge of excitement, astonished that they had so effortlessly garnered a definitive clue. Exchanging glances, Tan Xingyun was eager to extract further information when he noticed the old man's demeanor abruptly shift to one of foreboding. Squinting his eyes, the old man ominously remarked, "It appears that you are not well acquainted with Daoi Highway." The old man's sudden change in expression startled them all. Su Xiaoman and Li Kong instinctively took a step back. Tan Xingyun forced a smile and asked, "This is indeed our first visit. What is the lore surrounding this highway?" Their initial apprehension had become evident, and rather than feign ignorance, they decided it would be more prudent to acknowledge their unfamiliarity, hoping to elicit further insights from the old man. The old man's gaze swept across their faces, his tone laden with implication. "In our region, Daoi Highway is often referred to as the road to the underworld. It is said that those who traverse this highway frequently vanish without a trace, while a scant few who manage to return emerge quite mad. There was once a young adventurer, enticed by tales of this highway's peculiarities, who entered with live-streaming equipment, eager to uncover the truth. Yet, the moment he set foot on the road, all his electronic devices ceased to function, and he was never seen again." Seeing the effect of his words on the group, the old man smiled with satisfaction before abruptly altering his tone. "Of course, all of this is merely hearsay. I cannot attest to its veracity. This road has existed for quite some time without refurbishment, which may account for its rough condition and the frequent accidents, perhaps giving rise to such legends over time. If the guests feel uneasy, they might as well purchase some paper money to keep in the car, should they encounter anything strange on the road. Scattering a handful of paper money could ensure their safety." Sushi exhaled softly, her previously tense demeanor easing slightly. The old man possessed quite the storytelling prowess. His eerie expression coupled with an uncanny tone significantly heightened the credibility of his tales. The other three shared similar sentiments. "Let us deliberate," Tan Xingyun suggested to the old man. "Damn, look at how convincingly the old man narrates. It seems he is merely peddling his wares. Who knows? I was drenched in cold sweat. I usually fearlessly watch horror films, yet these seemingly mundane rumors have truly unsettled me. Perhaps it's because movies are fictitious. But in these scenarios, they may hold a kernel of truth. So should we procure the old man's paper money?" The quartet within the scenario continued their discussion. They huddled together, and Tan Xingyun was the first to voice, "At least we now know our destination is the funeral home at the end of Daoi Highway." No one opposed this. The old man's hint was rather apparent. "What are your thoughts on those rumors?" Su Xiaoman inquired softly, her complexion somewhat pale, yet she maintained her composure. Tan Xingyun expressed his perspective. "In the real world, I would adopt a better safe than sorry approach, but within this game scenario, I can only assert that those rumors must possess some merit." Essentially, he implied that the rumors were likely true. Li Kong, with a mournful expression, was not particularly brave. Even before entering the highway, he had begun to feel apprehensive. However, having already gone through one scenario, he understood that fear served no purpose. Evasion only led to demise within the narrative. Thus, he cast a furtive glance at the old man standing beside the floral wreath, patiently observing their discussion, and timidly inquired, "Should we buy the old man's paper money?" After posing the question, Li Kong turned his hopeful gaze towards the youth beside him. Sushi, unexpectedly the subject of his anticipation, responded with confusion, "Why are you looking at me?" If Li Kong could hear her question, he would undoubtedly reply, "Because I believe you are a hidden powerhouse." Why did this young man glance at 248 first? Goodness, you have genuinely adopted that title. Let us not digress. That expression suggests that if 248 encourages him to purchase, he will, but if not, he won't. Indeed, logically, the ever-leading beer-bellied uncle should be more reliable. Even the cowgirl would suffice. Perhaps that is the allure of 248? Foolishness. The other players within the scenario cannot perceive this information. Truth be told, Sushi was also uncertain whether to buy. They had paper currency granted by the scenario, but should it be utilized here? I believe we should buy a little. No need to overindulge, just a few notes to carry with us. If we truly encounter something, as the old man suggested, it could safeguard our well-being. After a lengthy pause, Tan Xingyun finally spoke. In reality, carrying paper money seems rather inauspicious. However, within the confines of the dungeon, one cannot rely on conventional beliefs. These paper notes may very well serve as vital items. I believe it is prudent to exercise caution, as we cannot ascertain whether that old man is deliberately deceiving us. For instance, he may claim it ensures safety, yet it could actually invite calamity. Thus, it would be wise to purchase sparingly. Su Xiaomon expressed her conjecture. Sushi nodded in agreement. They could not afford to miss out on potentially useful items. If they were indeed tools, they might not have the opportunity to acquire them later. Conversely, should they turn out to be harbingers of disaster, they could simply discard them. The amount of money spent would be minimal, and they would not have to worry about insufficient funds in the future. After some deliberation, they collectively decided that each would procure approximately 20 pieces to keep on hand, a neither excessive nor insufficient precaution. Upon hearing their decision, the old man sighed and shook his head, remarking, "The road is long. That may not suffice." Yet, he did not elaborate further. After completing the transaction, he ambled back into the shop, muttering, "May the old man wish all patrons safe travels. I look forward to your next visit." The four remaining individuals watched as his figure faded behind the shelves. Li Kong glanced around, scratching his head. That old man's last remark seemed to carry a deeper meaning. He was not alone in this sentiment. The other three had picked up on it as well. Never mind, let us continue. Tan Xingyun frowned slightly, but resolved to move forward. Buying 20 each is indeed a rather cautious approach. Indeed. The uncle and the young lady in the cowboy skirts seem reliable. They haven't spoken a word in 2 minutes and 48 seconds. I wonder what that young man is anticipating. Seriously, can't we just take a moment to observe? We've only just begun the dungeon. And here you are, tripping over yourselves. In the live stream, some viewers grew weary of the incessant bickering and sarcastic comments, finally unable to contain their voices. Exactly. It seems like a grave sin for them to remain silent. Perhaps this newcomer's first dungeon was so stunning that it raised everyone's expectations. Let us take a moment. There's no rush. After this outburst, the atmosphere in the chatroom noticeably lightened. Chapter 14. Road of Terror revisited Su. She was unaware that his live stream was garnering significant attention, nor did he realize that his silence was drawing some sardonic remarks. Leaning against the back seat, he mused that the beginning of this dungeon appeared relatively benign, as he had yet to encounter any overtly lethal rules, unlike the previous dungeon where he met his demise within mere minutes. Of course, it was also possible that a greater threat loomed ahead. Everyone fasten your seatbelts. We're setting off, Tan Xingyun announced, starting the vehicle. As they drove onward, the scenery outside the window gradually receded. In truth, there was little to see. The areas beyond the road were shrouded in thick fog, obscuring any view of what lay within. Staring too long, Sushi found himself fighting off a wave of drowsiness. Awakened by this sudden fatigue, he realized he had been gazing at the white mist for quite some time. Shaken by the thought, he quickly turned away, refraining from looking out the window again. He had just been contemplating the absence of the death rule when, in a moment of distraction, he nearly fell victim to it. A strong premonition surged within him. Had he lingered for just a couple more seconds, he might not have awakened. Sushi, muttering curses under his breath, turned to glance at his companions in the vehicle. The driver, Tan Xingyun, was intensely focused on the road ahead, occasionally adjusting the steering wheel, while the co-driver, Su Xiaomon, quietly offered reminders about the road conditions. Meanwhile, Li Kong had already indulged in some snacks. Noticing Sushi's gaze upon him, Li Kong felt a twinge of embarrassment and attempted to scratch his head, but the snack bag in his hand hindered his movement. Instead, he awkwardly smiled and explained, "I tend to eat when I'm nervous." He quickly offered the snacks to Sushi. "Would you like some?" Sushi politely declined the offer, realizing he was the only one idly staring at the fog, nearly leading to his demise. Feeling dejected, Sushi decided to close his eyes and rest. Avoiding any further distractions, did Sushi discover something? Oh, why isn't he calling out 2 minutes and 48 seconds anymore? It's too long. It takes effort every time. He was gazing out the window for quite a while, and when he returned to reality, his expression was rather grim. Could there be danger outside? Then why didn't he inform the others? Why did he just close his eyes? Perhaps he found it inconvenient to mention? It seemed he had scanned everyone before relaxing, suggesting he noticed nothing unusual. That is possible. Maybe if he had spoken up, the others would have been more alert, potentially leading to danger. Some scenarios have employed such tactics. Despite the barrage of comments criticizing Sushi's silence, his reputation as a speedrun specialist kept him under scrutiny. Thus, any slight deviation from his usual demeanor prompted viewers to dissect the underlying significance. It could be said that Sushi's understated nature, contrary to their expectations of flamboyance, only intensified their focus on his every move, even magnifying the meanings behind those actions. That must be Daoi Highway up ahead. Su Xiumon's voice suddenly broke the tension in the car. Sushi promptly opened his eyes and, alongside Li Kong, who had also paused his snacking, turned to peer through the windshield. Just ahead stood a signpost clearly indicating Daoi Highway. Indeed, it seems so. Prepare yourselves. We are about to enter. Tan Xingyun's tone carried a weight of tension. Su Xiumon gripped her seatbelt tightly, her fingertips turning pale. Li Kong clutched his snack bag, swallowing nervously. Sushi also adjusted his posture, bracing himself for any unforeseen circumstances. I'm feeling so anxious just watching. I'll teach you a trick. Cover your eyes with your hand and peek through your fingers. Does that really help? Not at all. That's exactly what I did. The comments at least managed to lighten the atmosphere with humor. While the four in the scenario had no choice but to endure their fear of the unknown as they ventured onto this road rumored to lead to the underworld. This road is quite bumpy, Tan Xingyun remarked shortly after they entered the highway. Sushi felt a wave of nausea wash over him, exacerbated by his pre-existing motion sickness. The sight of numerous graves lining the roadside sent a shiver down his spine. As he struggled to suppress the rising bile in his throat, he heard Li Kong shout nearby, swiftly moving to press closely against him. Turning to gaze out the window, he was startled to see an overwhelming array of tomb mounds, each adorned with scattered joss paper and burning incense, as if a ritual of remembrance was underway. As if to validate Sushi's apprehension, a crowd suddenly materialized in front of the once desolate graves, their varied attire and unsettling smiles lending an eerie atmosphere. They all fixated their gaze upon the conspicuous black sedan that traversed the road. With each passing moment, the shadows encroached ever closer. Do we really have to continue? Su Xiumon, her complexion pale, inquired, her fear of the densely packed tombs and spectral figures overwhelming her. Of course we must proceed, Tan Xingyun replied, already decelerating the vehicle as he observed the multitude of graves, cold sweat trickling down his palms. Despite the trepidation gripping her, Su Xiumon endeavored to maintain coherence in her thoughts. But look at all the scattered joss paper in front of those graves. Didn't we purchase some from the funeral parlor? Shouldn't we use it here? It was evident that the phantoms were drawing nearer with each passing moment, and Su Xiumon's reasoning prompted the others to ponder. You make a valid point. Let us cast the joss paper out the window and see if it helps, Tan Xingyun soon concurred. Su Shi and Li Kong readily agreed, while the other three took turns tossing the paper out into the night. The good news was that the joss paper did manage to slow the advance of the apparitions. The bad news was that they lacked sufficient paper to escape the graveyard's ominous grasp. No hope left. It's over. Don't be so certain. Until the last moment, no one knows if we will find a way out. I thought this newcomer Sushi was remarkable. It seems the first instance truly relies on luck. Sigh, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Contrary to the pessimistic comments, Tan Xingyun appeared determined to fight back. Gritting his teeth, he declared, hold on tight. I'll see if I can break through. Despair etched on their faces. Su Xiumon and Li Kong were filled with dread, unwilling to meet their end just yet. Sushi clenched his fists, acutely aware of the encroaching specters, realizing their escape was futile. The second instance was destined to conclude in failure. As consciousness began to fade, Sushi resignedly thought, very well, let us start anew. Chapter 15. The Haunting on the Highway. What did Sushi truly perceive? Upon reopening his eyes, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. The four individuals found themselves gathered in front of the funeral home, engaged in a discussion regarding the information conveyed by the elderly man moments earlier. What was amiss? Surprisingly, this particular copy had not reverted to its original state. Should we purchase the paper money from that old man? Noticing Li Kang's gaze upon him, as if seeking his opinion, Sushi blurted out, "Buy?" This resolute tone left the other three and the viewers momentarily taken aback. Tan Xingyun quickly regained his composure and tentatively inquired, Brother Su, have you discovered something? Su Xiumon, equally curious, turned her attention to Su Shi and added her perspective. I think we should buy a little, but not too much, as we cannot ascertain the true purpose of this paper money. What if that old man is deliberately deceiving us? Li Kong was more straightforward. He had always held a peculiar impression of Su Shi, and when Su Shi suggested a purchase, he simply agreed. Oh, finally speaking at 2 minutes and 48 seconds. I'm curious, doesn't it get tiring to use such long titles every time? To be honest, it does get a bit exhausting. I won't do it anymore. So what exactly has he discovered? He seems quite confident. I have no idea. Su Shi momentarily suppressed his various speculations regarding his own abilities. Observing the eager faces of his companions awaiting his response, he found himself at a loss for how to explain. He couldn't very well reveal that they had died once before and were now experiencing a second rebirth, could he? Ultimately, Su Shi could only vaguely state, the more paper money, the better, we will need it later. The three were left perplexed by his words. Once more, Tan Xingyan probed. Is it that you've uncovered some clues that are difficult for you to share with us? This reasoning seemed plausible. In fact, it wasn't entirely inaccurate. With this stepping stone, Su Shi simply nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to him, he was exhibiting an excessive calmness. Compared to the 8 deaths he had endured in the first copy, he no longer perceived dying once or twice as a significant issue. This tranquil demeanor, however, inadvertently drew the attention of the other 3 and the online viewers. Tan Xingyan scrutinized the young man named Su Shi once more. After the self-introduction, this individual had said very little, rendering his presence within the group minimal, which had led to Tan Xingyan subconsciously overlooking him. Yet now, upon re-evaluation, he was struck by a revelation, finally realizing what he had missed. The young man was remarkably composed. No, that wasn't quite right. Both he and the woman in the cowboy skirt were also calm, as they understood that to navigate these copies successfully, one must first maintain composure. Yet, they could not avoid experiencing anxiety and fear as negative emotions. This young man, however, was different. Rather than being calm, he seemed utterly unperturbed, as though he were certain that this copy posed no threat to him. Su Xiaoman shared a similar sentiment. Meanwhile, Li Kong felt his previous suspicions had indeed been validated. This youth, who appeared to be of a similar age, was certainly not ordinary. What is happening? Why does the atmosphere among these individuals suddenly feel so strange? It seems that the 3 individuals are quite displeased with Su Shi for having discovered a clue yet refraining from sharing it with them. However, I sense that their feelings lean more towards peculiarity rather than discontent. So, is it true that Su Shi cannot disclose the clue he has found? Surely, you cannot genuinely believe that. It is evident that this newcomer possesses knowledge yet is reluctant to provide an explanation. I believe the beer-bellied uncle has also noticed this, which is why he offered both parties a way out. The analysis above is quite astute. Oh, it is merely a superficial study of psychology. Moreover, have you all noticed that even the relatively composed uncle and the cowgirl exhibit signs of fear when confronted with certain situations? Such as the moment the funeral homeowner appeared, they instinctively recoiled into defensive postures, while Su Shi remained steadfast, his expression merely growing more solemn, betraying no signs of trepidation whatsoever. Goodness, we have encountered a master of detail analysis. Viewed in this light, it is clear that his success in the first instance was not purely by chance. While others remained silent amidst the tension, I suspect he was intentionally keeping a low profile, subtly commanding the situation. Observe how, at a crucial moment, he seized the reins of the conversation. After all this discourse, what exactly has Su Shi discerned? Could someone elucidate? The previous instance left me utterly bewildered, and it appears this one is no different. Thus, it is evident that his ability to swiftly navigate solo instances stems from his prowess. Unbeknownst to Su Shi, through his inadvertent finesse in understanding everyone's psychology, he has successfully elevated himself from a taciturn bystander to an inconspicuous mastermind. Ultimately, the 3 resolved to heed Su Shi's advice and purchase additional paper money. Upon learning of their intent to buy a substantial amount, the old man chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits. The road ahead is long. You will not regret your purchase. Upon hearing the familiar opening phrase, Su Shi's heart stirred, and he cast a glance at the old man at the checkout. It seems that a different concluding remark signifies a divergent path. This time, they should be able to navigate past those graves unscathed. As his gaze swept over the items on the shop's shelves, it paused on one particular object, and in the next moment, he spoke. Please include a bundle of those offering incense as well. The old man looked up in surprise at the young patron, but quickly broke into another smile. Certainly. This customer demonstrates remarkable foresight. Indeed, some troublesome matters necessitate a more expensive incense. Su Shi had not initially contemplated the significance. He merely thought that since he could afford the cost of the incense, it would be prudent to purchase some as a precaution. Little did he anticipate that the old man's words would serve as a clear hint. The expressions on Tan Xingyun and the others' faces shifted dramatically. They could now ascertain that the journey ahead would not be tranquil. They would undoubtedly encounter entities that could only be repelled with incense. Had Sushi not suggested buying an additional bundle, they would have been caught off guard when faced with such challenges. At this realization, the group's gazes towards Sushi transformed once more. This old man is no longer pretending, is he? What could possibly be normal about a funeral home situated in such desolate wilderness? So those rumors the old man mentioned earlier are indeed true, aren't they? He claims he doesn't know what's real and what's not. What a fraud. After all, he's merely an NPC selling props. Offering a few clues and items is already commendable. Expecting him to divulge the dangers of the dungeon is rather naive. The paper money was merely his standard hint, while Sushi unearthed a far more profound clue. How did he discern that? I wish he could share half of his intellect with me. These teammates of mine remained silent. Perhaps if Sushi were in a good mood, he might have answered them. Chapter 16. Roadside Terror. Imagining the scenario. Sushi felt the weight of the three others' inquisitive gazes upon him. Though his face remained impassive, internally he felt as if he were seated on needles. Why were they all staring at him so intently? Did he say something? He said nothing at all. Dude, that's it. Li Kong discreetly gave Sushi an approving thumbs up. Sushi responded with confusion. Huh? I merely wanted to buy some incense. Tan Xingyun and Su Xiaomon exchanged glances. Then Su Xiaomon turned slightly to avoid the old man across from them and quietly inquired, Su, how did you figure out that the incense had a purpose? Sushi shot a complex glance at the lady in the cowboy skirt beside him. Now he understood why they were looking at him that way. Is there a possibility that he was unaware that purchasing the incense would also provide an additional hint? Caught in a moment of awkwardness, he was at a loss for how to respond. Surely he couldn't admit that his sole intention was simply to buy some incense. It felt as though they had begun to harbor some misunderstanding about him. I just noticed it, he finally managed to utter, having resigned himself to the situation. The fact that he had acquired information was undeniable. The intricacies of the process were inconsequential. Laughing so hard, the beer-belly uncle had failed once, and, realizing he might fail again, opted to let the lady in the cowboy skirt take a shot at it. Who could have anticipated that the lady in the cowboy skirt would also meet with failure? Did you see that look Sushi gave? It was one of sheer astonishment. As if to say, what is there to figure out? Indeed, it seemed Sushi was simply too indifferent to explain. So simple that no explanation was necessary. Oh, what did you discern upstairs? I discerned nothing. I was merely mimicking, dog emoji. For him, it was effortless, yet for us, it was utterly incomprehensible. We humbly beseech the experts in the forum to analyze this situation. Since Sushi's rebirth, the attitude in the comments section shifted rapidly. The majority began to gradually believe he possessed genuine skill, and his previous taciturn demeanor was merely a facade. The fact that Sushi inadvertently uncovered a deeper hint propelled the community's confidence in him to new heights. The less he could explain, the more the netizens would speculate. Su Xiaomon felt a pang of disappointment. Having failed to extract information, she could only nod in resignation. Unintentionally, she subtly shook her head at Tan Xingyun. Li Kong, standing at the periphery, observed their exchange with clarity, yet he merely scratched his head, pretending not to notice. For a team that relies on collaboration to navigate through the dungeon, the sharing of clues is an essential practice. If one wishes for their teammates to heed their suggestions, providing corresponding explanations or justifications becomes a fundamental operation. After all, prior to forming a team, everyone is a stranger to one another. No one would blindly trust the unfounded advice of an unfamiliar individual. To follow such counsel without question would be to disregard their own safety. Yet, the trio, Tan, Xingyun, and another, chose to heed Sushi's ambiguous guidance, which was practically devoid of substantiation. This, of course, does not imply that they were careless with their own lives. On one hand, it can be attributed to Sushi's unique charisma. To put it plainly, they were somewhat mesmerized by his seemingly profound and enigmatic presence. In the dungeon, one must remain vigilant at all times, and certain decisions require resolute courage. In essence, it is a gamble, and they opted to take this risk. On the other hand, despite having purchased a considerable amount of spirit money and incense, they still retained enough funds to accommodate any potential future expenditures. During their initial encounter, the group lacked a clearer indication of the efficacy of the spirit money, leading them to adopt a more cautious approach. This time, however, they were aware that the spirit, money, and incense would play a significant role in their forthcoming journey, and thus they were no longer hesitant. After settling the bill, the old man did not immediately retreat to his room. Instead, he stood at the entrance of the shop, smiling as he bid farewell to the departing guests. Omitting the customary remarks about looking forward to their next visit, he simply wished them a safe journey. Sushi glanced back at him before entering the vehicle. Whether it was an optical illusion created by the refraction of light or something else entirely, in the fleeting moment before he turned away, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the old man's figure, along with the funeral parlor behind him, appearing somewhat ethereal. Yet, upon looking back again, it seemed as though that illusion was merely a figment of his imagination. Never mind, the dungeon is fraught with mysteries aplenty. He had not even fully deciphered the last one. As long as it does not hinder their progress, it is of no concern to him. And there is no need to delve into the depths of every enigma, Sushi mused silently. As the vehicle advanced, the same scenery from before unfolded outside the window once more. However, having learned his lesson, Sushi refrained from fixating on the white mist this time. After a brief journey of 10 minutes, the vehicle smoothly arrived at the signpost. Before them lay the Dainiji Highway. Upon hearing Sushomon's voice again, Sushi instinctively straightened his posture. His actions were conspicuous and unmasked, successfully drawing the covert attention of his three companions. Although they were all quite tense, none exhibited the same degree of unusual behavior as Sushi. Why does Sushi suddenly appear so serious? With such a demeanor, has he discovered something? It's hard to say. Perhaps he has noticed something ahead. How did he perceive it? I haven't seen anything at all. It seemed they were indeed preparing. They were about to embark. Perhaps influenced by Sushi's previous actions, Tan Xingyun's tone this time was notably heavier. Imbued with a sense of resolution, Sushomon took a deep breath, preparing herself for what lay ahead. Li Kong, unable to resist, instinctively drew closer to Sushi, seeking solace in her presence. The cause of their unease, Sushi clenched his fists, silently praying for a smooth ride from Tan Xingyun. Indeed, throughout the journey, his foremost concern was the road's roughness. It was a challenging situation, especially since he suffered from motion sickness, a fact he lamented internally. As in their previous encounter, nothing had changed. They soon found themselves amidst countless grave mounds, the eerie shadows appearing as if summoned the moment the vehicle entered their domain. Before anyone could react, Sushi took the initiative. He rolled down the window and scattered the paper money he had just purchased. The spectral figures visibly halted their movements. Tan Xingyun paused for a moment before promptly declaring, "Let us sprinkle the paper money we just bought, piece by piece." Sushomon and Li Kong, equally taken aback, quickly followed suit, rolling down their windows and mimicking Sushi's actions of casting the paper money into the air. In Chapter 17, titled Roadside Terror, the narrative unfolds further. So this is the purpose of the paper money. Fortunately, they had purchased a substantial amount. Otherwise, traversing such a lengthy road could lead to their encirclement if the money ran out. Did Sushi foresee this situation? Which is why he insisted on having his companions buy an ample supply of paper money. Before the others could comprehend the gravity of the situation, he acted, clearly aware that the paper money could serve to distract these spectral entities. The question arises, how did Sushi acquire such knowledge? Could it be that he possesses the ability to foresee the future? Rather than predicting the future, I am inclined to believe he detected subtle clues that eluded us. Indeed, the notion of foreseeing the future seems far-fetched. However, there are grounds for this belief. First, encountering a funeral shop in a desolate area would immediately raise suspicions, instilling a subconscious wariness towards it. The players initially discovered paper currency on their persons and then stumbled upon this shop requiring payment just before entering a perilous stretch of road. With the proprietor's opening remarks serving as a hint, doesn't that seem overly coincidental? Typically, players, like the woman in the denim skirt, would approach conservatively, opting to purchase a small amount of paper money. In contrast, a few perceptive individuals, such as the newcomer Sushi, would not only remain vigilant, but also recognize that this shop likely existed to provide them with clues or items. Regardless of the future utility of the money, this shop was undeniably essential to visit. Unlike the more cautious woman, Sushi evidently discerned the critical nature of the items being promoted by the shopkeeper, which might not be available again. If I were in his position, I would at least allocate 1/3 of my funds to purchase more of the paper money being offered, reserving the remainder for unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately, it is merely a difference in thought processes, one being more conservative, while the other is bolder. Why was Sushi able to swiftly realize that paper money could slow down the ghostly apparitions? It is quite simple. One only needs to recall the words of the proprietor when promoting the paper money. If you encounter something strange on the road, sprinkle a handful of paper money for safety. This phrase must have quickly come to the mind of the newcomer, indicating that his reflexes are indeed impressive. Many viewers expressed their curiosity regarding Sushi's prescience, and at that moment, a netizen elaborately explained it through a lengthy barrage of comments. Having humbly absorbed this analysis, I have come to understand. Is this the realm of the great? Your verbosity is overwhelming. I shall mingle with you. Must we ponder so deeply? I hope this dreadful game does not select me. I fear I would be the first to perish. Could this esteemed individual analyze the segment at 2 minutes and 48 seconds? My curiosity is insatiable. Let us abandon this dungeon. Do not put me through such trials. Within the dungeon, armed with paper money to delay the ghostly figures, Tan Xingyun maneuvered the vehicle beyond the confines of the grave mound. Behind them, the apparitions displayed their reluctance, yet were powerless, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Upon witnessing their complete disappearance in the rearview mirror, Tan Xingyun exhaled deeply, easing off the accelerator. Thankfully, he said, patting his chest with a lingering sense of trepidation, as beads of cold sweat had poured down his back during those brief moments. Su Gu, it is fortunate to have you here. Su Shi, who had also relaxed, was taken aback by the sudden praise. However, he quickly deduced the reason. He was the first to throw paper money at the apparitions, and it had proven effective. Yet, this idea had originally been proposed by Su Xiaomon during their last encounter. He merely seized the opportunity afforded by his rebirth to implement it first. Feeling undeserving of the accolades, Sushi felt somewhat helpless, realizing he could not explain himself. After some contemplation, he added, "In truth, it is not my merit." The three others, surprised by the youth's modesty, misinterpreted his humility as an invitation to share the credit. Tan Xingyun, with a disapproving expression, remarked, "Su Xiaoga, you are far too humble. Without you, our escape might not have been so effortless." The speed of the apparitions was formidable. Had they waited for the leading specter to reach the road, even if they reacted with paper money, they would likely have been surrounded. Indeed, you are excessively modest. Li Kong eagerly concurred. As Su Xiaomon joined in the praise, Sushi ultimately surrendered, choosing silence. I did not expect Sushi to be so humble. I believe he merely wishes to maintain a low-profile persona. I concur. Did you not notice how, at the beginning of the dungeon, while others sought to showcase themselves, he remained silent? However, if you pay attention to the details, it is evident that Sushi intentionally aimed to be inconspicuous. Alas, his intentions have now been revealed. Could you elaborate? What details? After the four characters introduced themselves at the beginning of the instance, the beer-bellied man took it upon himself to assume the leadership role, while Sushi cast a meaningful glance in his direction. Moreover, did you not notice that when passing the funeral home, everyone hesitated about whether to disembark? It was Sushi who decisively chose to investigate. Furthermore, when it came to purchasing paper money, while his teammates were rather cautious, it was Sushi who insisted on making a substantial purchase, opting for incense among the various ritual items, which indeed led to another clue being uncovered. These nuances are worthy of your contemplation. Each detail speaks volumes. So there were so many subtly concealed details that had gone unnoticed. But why the pretense of transparency? Perhaps this is merely a manifestation of the senior's peculiar sense of humor. Who can say? Observing his indifference towards his teammates. It might also simply reflect a disinclination to lead the group. The earlier derisive comments in the barrage at 2 minutes and 48 seconds have now fallen silent. Perhaps their faces are flushed with embarrassment, as they once reveled in their chaotic banter. The circumstances within the instance are ever-shifting. Who can predict how long he might survive? The higher your expectations, the greater the ensuing disappointment will be. One can only hope that when you are chosen by the game, you retain such bravado. If Sushi were to learn of the barrage suggesting he was aloof with his teammates, he would undoubtedly widen his eyes and exclaim, "Such injustice." He simply suffers from a touch of social anxiety, a tendency towards silence, and a reluctance to speak freely. How does that equate to being unresponsive to his teammates? It is not that he does not wish to share clues with them. Rather, the clues were derived from his own demise, making it exceedingly difficult for him to disclose them. As for those subtle details, they are even less feasible to share. That meaningful glance. It was merely him aspiring to learn from Tan Xingyun's expertise. The decisive hammering down of a choice. Was it not Su Xiaoman who had already indicated her intent to investigate? His insistence on purchasing a significant amount of paper money stemmed from his own previous death. As for his choice of incense, can he not argue that it was the most economical option? He was merely contemplating the possibility that if paper money could be useful, perhaps these items could be as well. Who could have anticipated they would come with an additional clue? Regrettably, Sushi cannot see the barrage and thus cannot defend himself, leading to a growing misunderstanding among numerous netizens about his character. Chapter 18. Road of Terror. Sushi, please say something. Not only the online viewers, but also the thoughts of Tan Xingyun and the others mirrored those in the barrage. Su Xiaoman glanced through the rearview mirror at the young man seated behind her. Initially, she had subconsciously overlooked him. In her eyes, as long as he and the young man named Li Kong did not hinder their progress, that was sufficient. However, it has now become evident that he is far more capable than they had realized, and notably more discreet. Yet, she too discerned his reluctance to engage in conversation. It was not merely a preference for silence. Rather, he seemed disinclined to converse with them. Thus, even when seeking to alleviate the atmosphere through dialogue, she often turned to the other two. The beer-bellied man clearly shared the same unspoken understanding as she did. As for Li Kong, there was no need to elaborate. He was basking in the self-satisfaction of his accurate instincts, radiating a sense of ease that their team was secure with such a formidable player aboard. After the vehicle sped past the burial mound, the road remained uneven for only a brief moment before it began to jolt once more. Tan Xingyun couldn't help but exclaim, "This road is quite winding. I dare not drive too fast with so many turns. I fear I might lead you all into a ditch." Li Kong nodded in agreement, relieved. "Fortunately, uncle, you chose to drive. I wouldn't be able to manage. I haven't even passed my driving test for the second subject. I, on the other hand, have obtained my license, though I seldom drive and am not very skilled," Su Xiaoman interjected. The only one feeling carsick, Su Shi, attempted to join the conversation, but her head was spinning. Laughing heartily, the three engaged in cheerful banter while Su Shi sat alone, eyes closed, creating a stark contrast in the scene. "Su Shi, I have successfully isolated all my teammates through sheer will." Just as Su Shi became accustomed to the occasional jolts beneath her, the lively chatter around her abruptly ceased. It had begun to rain. Following Su Xiaoman's words, the rhythmic patter of raindrops on the car windows filled the air. Initially, the rain fell like grains of rice, but it soon transformed into a torrential downpour, quickly blurring the scenery outside. "This is bad. The rain is so heavy, and the road is treacherous." Tan Xingyun's expression turned grave. Although he had confidence in his driving abilities, he was acutely aware that this was a game scenario where unpredictable events could occur at any moment. Of all times for it to rain, why now? Li Kong muttered softly. The speaker's words were heedless, yet they resonated with Su Shi, causing her heart to race. Drawing from her extensive experience with film and television in her previous life, she understood that sudden environmental changes often foreshadowed extraordinary events to come. The next moment, look ahead. What is that? With Su Xiaoman's alert, Su Shi sighed inwardly. Her premonition had indeed proven accurate. Through the rain-slicked window, she barely discerned an elderly woman standing by the roadside, hunched over and cradling a cloth bag in her arms, utterly drenched by the downpour. Perhaps noticing the glow of the car's headlights, the old woman waved frantically at them. It's quite abnormal for an elderly person to suddenly appear and block the road, Li Kong remarked with a hint of annoyance. The other three silently concurred. Then I shall not stop. I'll simply drive around her, Tan Xingyun decided. There were no objections from the group. This wasn't reality. No one would willingly risk their lives for a stranger's welfare. Moreover, even in real life, they would be wary of whether the old woman was attempting to stage an accident. The four of them intended to ignore the inexplicably appearing elder. But just as Tan Xingyun aimed to drive past her, the old woman suddenly threw herself into the middle of the road, seemingly unafraid of being struck. Damn it! Tan Xingyun swiftly slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision with the elderly woman. That was close. Even though Tan Xingyun prided himself on his composure, he couldn't help but curse. Thankfully, everyone was wearing their seatbelts, and no accidents occurred, though the expressions on their faces were far from pleasant. Is this old woman out of her mind, daring to use her body to block a car? Doesn't she fear for her life? The situation was undeniably peculiar. There was no need for discernment, and who would be apprehensive about colliding with her? If an encounter did occur, her fate would be uncertain. But the four individuals were surely doomed. This elderly woman was evidently intent on halting the vehicle, and the players were left with no means of evasion. Even if she refrained from obstructing them physically, she would employ other methods to compel them to stop. Certain comments from observers revealed a keen insight. Regardless of perspective, the sudden appearance of an elderly woman blocking the road in a desolate area was surreal, particularly within the confines of a game scenario. It was clear that the four players understood the anomaly, yet this eerie figure seemed determined not to let them off easily. "Please, I beg you, give me a ride." The elderly woman, anticipating their reluctance, clung to the front of the vehicle, exclaiming, "I was about to head home when the rain began pouring unexpectedly. And I have no umbrella. I implore you, I live not far from here." The rain cascaded over her frail form, her damp hair clinging to her pallid cheeks, and her soaked clothing dripped incessantly. In that moment, she appeared utterly pitiful, evoking sympathy from anyone who might witness her plight. However, the comments reflected skepticism. What a flimsy excuse. Is there even a semblance of civilization within a 10-mile radius? Indeed. And that elderly man from the funeral home mentioned that this road only leads to a mortuary. Surely, her home cannot be the mortuary itself? Perhaps it is. She might reside within the crematorium. Even the observers expressed doubt, let alone the four individuals inside the vehicle. With her grip firmly on the car, it was impossible for Tan Xingyun to drive away. His brows furrowed, frustration etched on his face. He was hesitant to force the vehicle forward, fearing to provoke this evidently strange woman. She merely obstructed their passage without coercing them to exit or resorting to violence. Either the vehicle provided some protective barrier, preventing her from entering, or they had yet to trigger the rules of mortality that would allow her to act against them. Su Xiaomon, equally troubled, fixated on the elderly woman while voicing her thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, no one dared to act recklessly. Yet, the elderly woman displayed little patience for their deliberation. "I beg you, just let me ride with you. I will reward you." Her pleas continued, but the four of them noticed her expression darkening ominously. Tan Xingyun gritted his teeth and rolled down the window, addressing her. "I'm truly sorry, dear lady, but we're in a hurry. Perhaps you should wait for the next vehicle. It seemed you were unwilling to offer me a ride. What a pity." Despite Tan Xingyun's gentle explanation, the elderly woman remained unyielding. "It appears we are finished. This old woman is about to transform. Sushi, you must say something." The tension mirrored the sentiments expressed in the comments. And Li Kong instinctively turned to the young man beside him. "Su Ge, what should we do?" Just as the elderly woman's expression was on the verge of a complete descent into darkness, Sushi abruptly lowered the window. Chapter 19. Roadside Terror. Thus, it was Sushi who took action. "Su Ge, what should we do?" Sushi's consciousness was just beginning to awaken when he heard the urgent inquiry beside him. There was no time for contemplation. His actions outpaced his thoughts. As he lowered the car window, the torrential rain struck his face, bringing with it a sharp sting and a refreshing coolness that instantly jolted Sushi back to reality. He gazed at the old woman, whose transformation had halted due to his actions, and found her eagerly staring back at him with a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. "Young man, would you be so kind as to give this old lady a ride?" she inquired earnestly. Sushi shook his head, and just as the old woman was about to change her expression once more, he swiftly retrieved a stack of paper money from his pocket. Extending the offering through the window, he smiled warmly and said, "Dear elder, we truly have pressing matters to attend to and cannot accommodate you. Perhaps it would be better for you to take this money and await the next fortunate vehicle." In a blink, the crowd's vision blurred, and when clarity returned, the old woman had already appeared at Sushi's window. She eagerly snatched the paper money from his hand, her eyes sparkling as she counted it before stuffing it into the cloth bag she held close to her chest. Clearing her throat, the gloom vanished from her face, replaced by a smile that accentuated the wrinkles of her bark-like skin, now more pronounced under the rain. However, her words incited quiet frustration among the onlookers. "Oh, how could I possibly accept your money? But since you have offered, I shall shamelessly accept it. Though with such a small sum, I fear it may not suffice for a taxi ride." Without missing a beat, Sushi retrieved 3 incense sticks from his pocket, maintaining his composure. "We are in a hurry and have little money left. These incense sticks are all we have." "Enough, enough," the old woman replied with a beaming smile, taking the incense and inhaling its scent deeply, her face alight with ecstasy. "Thank you ever so much. I shall wait for the next vehicle." Upon hearing this, Sushi exchanged a knowing glance with Tan Xingyun, who swiftly pressed the accelerator. Soon, they left the old woman far behind. It wasn't until her figure had completely vanished from sight that the group relaxed slightly, with Li Kong even collapsing against the cushion in relief. "Brother Su, you truly are impressive. You dispatched that old woman so easily. I thought she might transform and devour us any moment," Li Kong exclaimed. "Indeed. It was your quick thinking that saved us. We never considered that the old woman could be appeased with paper money," Tan Xingyun added with a hint of admiration. Su Xiaoman withdrew the portion of paper money and incense she had purchased, examining it closely before continuing. It seems the old man's warning about the troublesome entities requiring more expensive incense to be dismissed was indeed applicable here. Had it not been for Brother Su's insistence on buying the incense, this old woman would not have been so easily dissuaded, and we might have had to pay a far greater price. At best, we could have faced dismemberment. At worst, we might have lost lives. Who would have thought this crisis would be resolved so effortlessly? What if we were to replace those 3 players? Indeed, I have only just realized the extensive utility of the paper money. Had we adhered to their initial strategy, we would have found ourselves lacking in sufficient paper currency along the way. Fortuitously, thanks to Su Shi's prescient foresight, we procured a substantial amount of paper money and additional incense, reaping the rewards as a result. Furthermore, I wonder if you have noticed that Su Shi typically does not assert his presence. It is only when the young man named Li Kong inquires that he begins to take control of the situation. Yes, I too found it curious. Su Shi must have conceived the idea of using paper money to dispel that eerie presence early on. Why wait until the last moment, when the anomaly was on the verge of transformation, to speak up? He likely believed that his teammates possessed the capability to resolve the issue. Considering the steady demeanor of the stout uncle and the meticulous nature of the cowgirl, both of whom could likely devise such a solution. Yet, it appears they did not foresee it. Thus, Su Shi intervened. Throughout the ordeal, his performance has consistently indicated his high intelligence and meticulous planning. Rather than leading the team, he prefers to observe the circumstances from the sidelines. As his teammates faltered, he was compelled to assist in order to avoid being dragged down himself. If this were a solo quest, aside from the time spent traveling, it likely would not have delayed him significantly. Is this truly the essence of his prowess at 2 minutes and 48 seconds? By the way, the old man's hints have all come to fruition. They should have inquired further about the information at that time. Do you think that old man is a philanthropist, illuminating all dangers to facilitate an easy passage for you? He was merely contemplating the substantial sum of money they possessed, suggesting they could have purchased more paper money, incense, or other sacrificial items. If you had paid closer attention to the previous analysis, you would have noted that while the paper money does serve a purpose, we are still uncertain if further needs will arise. If so, what shall we do if we find ourselves insufficiently supplied? He had calculated a way to leave himself an avenue of retreat. You truly are a gambler. The barrage of comments was fervent, and the few within the instance were reviewing the recent events. It seems that the old man from the funeral home is a pivotal figure. Su Xiaoman sighed softly, realizing that they had underestimated his words. Indeed, they had been overly cautious of the old man, which led to an unconscious skepticism towards his advice, preventing them from effectively utilizing the hints to confront that elderly anomaly. Tan Xingyun nodded in agreement. Had it not been for the young man named Su Shi behind them, they might have only recalled those hints after incurring a certain cost. It is quite possible that they would have suffered casualties. At this point, he could not help but glance at the rearview mirror within the vehicle. The mirror clearly reflected the individual seated behind. Li Kong was intently listening to their discussion. While Su Shi met his gaze, Tan Xingyun was unsure of what he felt at that moment. Nonetheless, his heart skipped a beat. Su Shi, however, looked perplexed as he quickly shifted his gaze, focusing intently on the stout uncle driving ahead. As they exchanged glances, the elder man appeared surprisingly bashful, a notion that seemed rather incongruous. However, recalling the earlier mention of casualties, he silently mused that it was not merely a few. All 4 of them had met their demise. Indeed, he had undergone a reincarnation, and not just once, but twice. The first time, they had refused to allow an elderly woman onto their vehicle, leading to her transformation into a peculiar entity that obliterated both herself and the car. The second time, despite the dissent of his companions, he made the choice to let her board, only for the vehicle to be met with disaster shortly thereafter, as her sharp, green claws pierced through their bodies. His sudden inspiration to offer paper money and incense to the old woman was not solely based on the hint from the funeral home proprietor, but rather from a fleeting memory just before his consciousness faded during the second encounter. He had observed that, instead of immediately consuming them after her transformation, she had first taken the money and incense from their pockets. Thus, he decided to attempt this approach once more. After listening to Tan Xingyun and the others' analyses, Sushi felt a sense of clarity. It turned out that his seemingly accidental actions had coincidentally aligned with the hints provided. The events of Chapter 20, Roadside Terror, revealed that this individual was increasingly complex and formidable. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The suppressed thoughts that had previously surfaced now emerged once more. Throughout this scenario, he had undergone 3 reincarnations, none of which had returned him to the very beginning as had occurred in the previous instance. Based on the timelines of these 3 returns, he always found himself back at moments of critical decision-making. Thus, a more precise characterization of his ability might resemble a sort of rewind mechanism. Or perhaps, this particular scenario was simply exceptional. Sushi pondered deeply, realizing that these thoughts could only be regarded as conjecture. With only 2 scenarios as references, he could not draw any definitive conclusions. Further validation was necessary. Nevertheless, he held steadfast to the belief that it was best to avoid death whenever possible. He recalled the harrowing demise he had suffered at the hands of the strange old woman, and a phantom pain coursed through his body. Death was indeed quite painful. It seemed that the crisis had passed, accompanied by the cessation of the torrential downpour that had undoubtedly been conjured by the eerie old woman. Li Kong voiced his frustration at the fog-laden sky outside, expressing uncertainty about what further challenges lay ahead. Tan Xingyun remained vigilant. His nerves heightened after encountering the spectral grave and the obstructive old woman. He did not anticipate that the journey ahead would be uneventful. "We shall confront whatever comes our way," Su Xiaomon reassured, emphasizing the necessity of cooperation in this scenario, though acknowledging that not every scenario placed equal value on teamwork. They could not rely on others to rescue them. Self-reliance was paramount. "Please, may we reach that funeral home soon." Li Kong clasped his hands in earnest prayer. Although no one responded verbally, the expressions of his companions conveyed a shared sentiment. Sushi rested her elbow against the edge of the car window, her palm cradling her forehead as she endeavored to suppress the wave of dizziness and nausea that engulfed her. Upon hearing Li Kang's words, she silently wished for their swift arrival at the destination. She truly felt on the brink of vomiting. 3 teammates were engulfed in concern for the journey ahead. Yet Sushi appeared utterly unconcerned, seemingly indifferent. This individual, the more one observed, the more enigmatic they seemed. It was perplexing to comprehend the clamoring of those who labeled him as undeserving of his reputation. Perhaps it was simply envy that drove them to disparage others who excelled. As there would always be those perched high above, eager to point fingers, there were plenty of formidable players. So what difference would it make if one more were added to the mix? Oh, how they seemed to be in a rush. While many skilled players existed, encountering one who could complete a single-player dungeon in a mere 2 minutes and 48 seconds was a first for her. If they were unconvinced, perhaps they should find someone even more impressive to showcase. She was not inclined to argue. They could wait and see. Many seasoned players hesitated to claim they could conquer a dungeon with absolute certainty, yet this newcomer was being exalted to the heavens. Once he faltered, she would relish witnessing their reactions. Countless comments flooded the screen. Some were discussions, others disputes, with skepticism and rebuttals intertwined, creating a cacophony of chaos and confusion. Fortunately, none of this tumult affected Sushi within the dungeon. She pondered whether there might be a stretch of road that was even slightly smooth. Surely, it couldn't be this bumpy throughout. Suddenly, the beer-bellied uncle's voice broke through the din, uttering, "The dead mouth truly has an uncanny intuition." What is going on? She wondered, leaning forward to peer ahead. The road had vanished, replaced by a dense thicket of trees. Strangely, a woman in a red dress stood outside the forest, waving at them. The scenario felt eerily familiar. Had they not already encountered this once before? Here it was again. Li Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be another attempt to extort tolls? How amusing. What a vivid description. Indeed, that old woman was precisely one to collect tolls. This is simple enough. Just continue to offer her paper money. They still have some, right? I doubt the same trick would be employed twice. This woman in red is likely not as easily appeased as that old lady. With Sushi here, we should be fine. Let us remain rational. Let us not mythologize her too much. After all, she is still a newcomer. As the comments sparked yet another round of debate, Su Xiaomon voiced thoughts that echoed some of the sentiments expressed in the comments. The dungeon would hardly be so benevolent as to repeat a trick. Their prior experience would surely allow them to navigate this danger with ease. Before she was chosen by the Divine Hunter game, she often watched various streams. And while the styles of different dungeons varied, her observations indicated that no dungeon would feature redundant patterns. It was indeed peculiar. Tan Xingyun, responding in kind, slowed the vehicle's speed, wary that this woman in red might, like the old lady, rush into the middle of the road without a word. Should they circumvent or halt? After his inquiry, he discreetly glanced at the young man in the rear seat through the rearview mirror. Regrettably, the individual appeared utterly indifferent, continuing to abstain from their discourse. Left with no other option, he turned to the other two, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" Su Xiaomon pressed her lips together, and after a moment, spoke with a hint of reluctance. "I believe we cannot proceed indefinitely." She gestured towards the forest ahead, indicating for everyone to look. "You see, we cannot possibly traverse this." At her suggestion, Su Shi finally noticed that the forest was enveloped in the same white mist that shrouded the roadsides, even as they approached the woods. The path within remained obscured. If they ventured in blindly, they would undoubtedly become lost amid the trees. He failed to notice Tan Xingyun's glance, silently admiring the keen observation of the woman in the denim skirt, and resolved to learn from her attentiveness. The old woman had ushered in a torrential downpour, and now this woman in red had brought forth a thicket. It seemed as though they were accompanied by an eerie backdrop. Feeling emboldened by the presence of a prominent figure beside him, Li Kong spoke up with newfound audacity. "It seems we must halt. Everyone, prepare yourselves." After Tan Xingyun spoke, he gradually reduced the vehicle's speed until it came to a stop before the woman in red. Seemingly taken aback by the car's willingness to pause, the woman appeared genuinely surprised. "I truly apologize. I had no intention of halting you. I was simply in a hurry to attend a wedding banquet. But my taxi driver refused to proceed, leaving me stranded here. Could you possibly give me a ride?" Chapter 21. A frightening journey on the highway, he felt a profound sense of disconnection from his companions. This excuse is hardly superior to that of the strange old woman. In a hurry to attend a banquet? If she had said she was rushing for a feast, I might have feigned belief. As the barrage of commentary erupted, and noticing the hesitation among those in the vehicle, the woman in red delivered a compelling counter. With sincerity in her expression, she stated, "I am familiar with the paths within the forest and am willing to guide you. Although the fog has rolled in, as long as you follow my lead, you will not lose your way. Let us deliberate on this," Tan Xingyun replied, feigning an apologetic demeanor towards the woman in red. She said nothing further. Unlike the earlier eccentric old woman, merely nodding before stepping back to the roadside, her face still etched with urgency. Su Xiaomon withdrew her gaze from the woman, leaning in to whisper her considerations to the group. Regardless of the truth in her words, the fog within the forest is indeed thick, and visibility is severely compromised. If we recklessly proceed, we may easily become disoriented, not to mention the potential dangers that may lurk within. Indeed, Tan Xingyun affirmed Su Xiaomon's perspective before elaborating on his analysis. Given their previous encounter with the old woman, it would be illogical to encounter a similar ploy again. Thus, he leaned towards the belief that this woman could indeed assist them, though dangers might arise from other sources. Li Kong, rarely inclined to engage in such discussions, joined in, pondering aloud. Perhaps this is a deliberate design of the scenario, leading us to suffer the consequences of that old woman's trickery only to encounter a similar woman, thus causing us to miss the clues intended for us. The young man's intellect appears to have blossomed. It seems quite reasonable. It resembles the traps set within the dungeon. Ultimately, it is a gamble, for this dungeon offers little in the way of puzzles and seems to place greater emphasis on the choices made by the players. Tan Xingyun and his companions gradually came to this realization. From the moment they encountered the funeral home, their experience became a series of choices. A wrong decision would lead them to their demise. Su Xiaomon lowered her head in contemplation, soon raising it again to speak earnestly. "My suggestion is to allow her to get in the car, but we must first probe further." Tan Xingyun readily supplemented her statement. Li Kong glanced around, genuinely perplexed by the unspoken connection between these two, especially since this was their first meeting. Could this be the unspoken understanding among the astute? Su Shi, too, was bewildered. He hesitated, debating whether to voice his thoughts. After all, while others were actively discussing, remaining silent would cast him as a mere bystander. However, he truly felt uncertain about allowing the woman in the red dress to enter the vehicle. Li Kang's reasoning was sound, yet what if the dungeon anticipated such thoughts? Before Shi could voice his opinion, Tan Xingyun had already posed a question to him. Su, what is your perspective? Both Su Xiaomon and Li Kong turned their attention towards him simultaneously. Shi was momentarily taken aback. It seemed his teammates were overly eager for his input. After a moment of thought, he shook his head. I have no objections. Setting aside the unknown dangers lurking within the woods, the thick fog that obscured visibility was reason enough for them to not act recklessly. The sudden appearance of a woman in a red dress who could potentially guide them seemed fortuitous. Furthermore, it was evident that the uncle with the beer belly and the woman in the cowboy skirt had devised a clear plan. They might as well follow their lead. The worst outcome would simply be dying and starting over, Shi mused quietly. For him, death and respawning represented a shortcut to overcoming challenges. However, he had yet to grasp the usage patterns and limits of this ability, and thus hesitated to rely on it completely. Although he often reiterated his desire to avoid death, if faced with an insurmountable choice, he would not refuse the opportunity to die once in order to test the rules. In contrast, Tan Xingyun and the others were resolutely risking their singular lives to make this choice. Yet, Shi noticed that after he expressed his thoughts, the expressions of his teammates visibly relaxed. Since Shi agrees to let the woman in the red dress enter the car, it seems there is little danger. While I hold a significant bias towards Shi, the perils within the dungeon are countless. We must remain vigilant. Tan Xingyun rolled down the car window, producing the paper money he had prepared in advance, and handed it to the woman in red, his tone apologetic. I apologize, miss. But my companions and I are in a hurry and cannot accommodate you. Please take this money and wait for the next vehicle. If he initially felt a twinge of anxiety, his apprehension dissipated upon noticing that the gentleman, Su, did not oppose his tentative interaction with the woman in the cowboy skirt. With this newfound assurance, he began to feel more grounded. Given the other party's prior sharpness in handling crises, it seemed their exploratory actions bore little risk. Otherwise, they would not have appeared so composed. Upon hearing his words, the woman in the red dress exhibited a look of considerable disappointment. Unlike the earlier peculiar elderly lady who had greedily eyed the paper money, she showed no interest in the currency held by Tan Xingyun. Instead, she waved her hand dismissively and said, I am the one requesting your assistance. How could I possibly ask for your money? As she prepared to turn away, seemingly dejected, Su Xiaomon interjected just in time. Please hold on a moment. This place is quite remote, and we cannot predict when the next vehicle will arrive. She directed this remark at Tan Xingyun, adding that the woman could provide them with directions. Perhaps we should offer her a lift. Tan Xingyun displayed a hint of hesitation. Observing this, Li Kong finally grasped the meaning behind their earlier conversation and cleverly suggested, Indeed, Uncle Tan, and considering the desolation of this area, a young woman might easily encounter danger. Although we are in a hurry, we could simply drive faster later. The woman in the red dress was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, her eyes gleaming with hope as she looked towards the middle-aged man in the driver's seat. Tan Xingyun, surprised by the youth's quick thinking, feigned being swayed and sighed. Very well, then please get in. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. The woman in the red dress expressed her gratitude with joy. Shi, who had been silently observing the entire exchange, remained utterly unfazed. What remarkable acting, he mused, feeling somewhat out of place among his companions. Ultimately, the woman in the red dress settled in beside Li Kong, who discreetly edged closer to Shi. Who wouldn't he feel uneasy sitting next to someone so enigmatic? Chapter 22. Roadside terror. Misleading. As the woman in the red dress entered the vehicle, everyone was on high alert, fearing that her presence might reveal her true nature and lead to their demise. Shi felt this more acutely than the others, as he was the sole individual burdened with the memory of being stabbed by the uncanny elderly lady. Fortunately, once seated, the woman remained quiet and made no unusual movements. Sharing a vehicle with an enigma is quite thrilling. I must admit, these players exhibit remarkable courage. The fact that the enigma has not caused an uproar suggests their choice may be sound, at least for now. Tan Xingyun quickly glanced at the rearview mirror, never imagining he would one day share a confined space with an enigmatic figure. He exchanged a look with Su Xiaomon in the passenger seat, feigning calmness as he cleared his throat and inquired, Ahem, miss, where are you headed? The woman in the red dress promptly replied, Once we enter the woods, proceed forward for approximately 600 meters, where there will be a fork in the road. Then, take a right and travel about 2 kilometers to reach a village. That is my destination. Very well, Then I kindly ask you to assist us in keeping an eye out. This fog is quite dense, and I fear we may misjudge the direction. Listening to the directions narrated by the woman in the red dress seemed deceptively simple. However, Tan Xingyun did not allow himself to feel reassured. Instead, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "It's no trouble at all. If anything, I owe you my thanks. Without your assistance, I would surely miss this joyous banquet. After all, I am the bridesmaid." The woman in the red dress possessed a remarkably generous disposition, engaging in conversation without hesitation. As their dialogue progressed, she couldn't help but voice her grievances about the previous driver, who had initially promised to take her to her destination. With only a short distance remaining, the driver stubbornly refused to proceed, even when offered extra payment. "If it weren't for my fear of soiling this new dress, I wouldn't be waiting for a ride here," she lamented. "If you are unwilling to take me, I shall have no choice but to walk. And even if I manage to arrive on time, this dress will be ruined." After expressing her frustration, the woman reflected wistfully that had she known, she would have chosen to wear something more casual and merely carried her dress in a bag. Unfortunately, as this was her first time as a bridesmaid, she had been in such a rush that it slipped her mind. She had assumed the journey would be uneventful. Within the confined space, her continuous chatter filled the air. Though the others remained focused ahead and refrained from speaking, they all instinctively tuned into her voice. Sushi felt that Li Kong, who was seated closely beside him, gradually relaxed amidst her casual chatter, his posture less rigid than at the outset. It must be said that, compared to the elderly woman from before, this lady in red exuded a vivaciousness that was undeniably engaging. At least for that moment, he found himself swayed. Perhaps she was a human NPC? The driver she mentioned, who had abruptly abandoned her, sounded like an ordinary person too, one who, upon encountering an unusual passenger, decisively fled the scene. Since the advent of the Divine Hunt game, various nations had conducted investigations, yet they still could not ascertain whether certain humanoid NPCs within the instances were indeed living beings. Take, for instance, the driver spoken of by the woman in red. Numerous NPCs across different instances bore an uncanny resemblance to ordinary humans, and had they been placed in the real world, no one would doubt their authenticity. However, the situation within the instances was far less certain. Some countries propose that the Divine Hunt game takes place in a world akin to Blue Star, albeit filled with various anomalies, and that the instances experienced by players are mere fragments of this realm. Currently, this theory has garnered the most support. Just as Sushi's thoughts began to wander, he was startled by a sudden exclamation from the woman in red. Li Kong even shivered in surprise, prompting Tan Xingyun to instinctively slam on the brakes. Su Xiaoman swiftly surveyed their surroundings, only to find the persistent white mist enveloping them. Unfazed, she inquired, "What is it?" The woman in red rolled down the window and leaned out to look, exclaiming, "Sir, you veered off course." Tan Xingyun felt a jolt of alarm at her words. He had been completely unaware of any deviation. According to his senses, he was certain he had been driving in a straight line. Yet, the woman insisted he had gone off track. Sushi leaned forward to peer ahead. The trees on either side were lush and verdant, while the wild ground was strewn with grass and fallen leaves. Visually, they appeared to be traveling straight ahead without a doubt. Is it the woman in the red dress who is misleading them, or are their senses being deceived? "Sir, could you please veer left by a meter, then gently steer to the right?" The hesitation in Tan Xingyun's eyes was palpable. Ahead, several robust trees loomed ominously. Should he heed the woman's instructions, the vehicle would inevitably collide with one of them. Su Xiaoman discreetly cast him a glance, conveying a silent understanding. Exhaling slowly, Tan Xingyun cautiously maneuvered the vehicle towards the right front. Li Kong wished to utter something to Su Shi, yet the uncanny atmosphere silenced him. Meanwhile, Su Shi intently observed the vehicle's trajectory, her fists clenched as the car approached the looming trees. However, the subsequent scene defied all expectation. The vehicle did not crash into the tree. Instead, the trees appeared to shift as the car adjusted its course, preserving a constant distance between them. The expressions of the group changed subtly. Indeed, their senses had been misled. Goodness, who wouldn't lose their way? Believing they traveled in a straight line while the surrounding references deceived them. Without the constant reminders from the woman in red, they would surely be lost in this forest. All right, let us proceed. We're almost at the fork in the road. The woman in red seemed unfazed by their reactions. As the vehicle returned to its proper path, she resumed chatting about trivial matters. Only Su Xiaoman occasionally responded in a hushed tone. Sushi gradually withdrew her gaze. It seemed their decision to allow the woman in red into the vehicle was indeed prudent. Otherwise, they might have been trapped in the dense woods. Yet, it remained uncertain whether other dangers lurked within this forest. During this tense moment, time appeared to slow for the four of them. Throughout the journey, the woman in red periodically instructed Tan Xingyun to adjust the steering. Although they were not far from their destination, Sushi felt as though an eternity had passed. Finally, they arrived. They were on the verge of exiting the forest, with the village just ahead. The woman's voice brimmed with delight, invigorating the group, who turned their attention to her. The white mist seemed to dissipate, allowing them to faintly perceive the forest's boundary. Splendid. As the vehicle emerged from the dense thicket, the atmosphere lightened considerably. It seems the only peril of this forest is the risk of players losing their way. Yet the danger posed by the woman in red still looms. There is something unsettling about that village. Chapter 23. The Roadside Horror, a mere stroke of luck. In the distance, the general outline of the village became visible. Tan Xingyun shared thoughts similar to those in the comments. He dared not approach too closely, opting instead to stop nearby. Tentatively, he spoke. "We've arrived, miss. We're in a bit of a hurry. Is it all right for you to continue on your own?" The woman in red displayed no displeasure. On the contrary, she appeared quite pleased. Of course. I've already troubled you enough. Here, take this money as my fare." She unexpectedly produced a stack of banknotes, which she forcefully stuffed into Li Kang's embrace. "I don't carry much cash, only this little amount. I hope you won't find it unworthy," she remarked before nimbly exiting the vehicle, without making any gesture to invite the others to join her for the wedding feast in the village. Li Kang, momentarily bewildered by the sudden influx of money, instinctively attempted to return the notes. "No, we can't accept this." The words escaped his lips, and he quickly regained his composure, internally exclaiming in disbelief. This was not the real world where he could simply refuse. It felt like a bizarre game of mutual rejection. Fortunately, the woman in the red dress did not notice his awkward expression and merely waved her hand dismissively. "Just take it. I can't ride for free. If I hadn't seen you were in a hurry, I would have invited you to join us for the wedding feast before departing." Li Kang secretly exhaled in relief, hesitating momentarily before passing the money to Sushi beside him. "Brother, what do you think about this?" Sushi raised an eyebrow in surprise, but accepted the bills nonetheless. As he examined the notes, he also listened closely to the conversation between Tan Xingyun and the woman in red. The money in his hand bore the same design as the currency in his own pocket, without any distinction. "Over there." Tan Xingyun quickly called out to the departing woman in red, and under the curious gazes of his companions, he produced a few bills of paper money. "Although we don't have time to attend the wedding feast, encountering such a joyful occasion is fortuitous, so consider this a token of blessing." The woman in red quickly grasped the situation, displaying no sign of discomfort as she cheerfully accepted the so-called blessing money. "Thank you for your kind wishes. Please wait here. I shall fetch you some wedding candies to share in the joy." After she briskly departed, before his teammates could pose any questions, Tan Xingyun took the initiative to clarify. "Unlike the old lady we encountered earlier, this woman is evidently more amiable and capable of normal communication. I believe she possesses some unique qualities." Su Xiaomon reflected for a moment, yet she revealed very limited information throughout, only mentioning her attendance at the wedding feast. Tan Xingyun nodded in agreement. "Indeed. But do you recall that old man from the funeral home?" Li Kang inquired curiously. "What about him?" "We initially thought his presence was merely to provide us with certain clues and props, which it indeed was. However, we were passively receiving information, while only Su's brother actively unearthed deeper insights." Listening quietly, Sushi had not anticipated the topic would turn to him, especially since he had merely stumbled upon the situation. Each mention of his name brought a tinge of embarrassment. Su Xiaomon suddenly comprehended. In reality, attending a wedding typically involves contributing a bit of money. "So you were merely trying to imitate that tradition?" "Exactly," Tan Xingyun acknowledged. His intentions were that simple. It turned out that this approach was effective. Su Xiaomon observed the red figure approaching in the distance and whispered, "How could you even connect those dots? The burly man with a beer belly is quite impressive, possessing both courage and meticulousness, suggesting he could endure in the game for an extended duration." Why, then, did Sushi fail to consider this? And why must it be Sushi who thinks of it? This is a multiplayer dungeon, not a solo one. Must the other players refrain from thought? How amusing. Ignore that fool upstairs. It may not be that they cannot think of it, but rather that they lack the interest to do so. The candy seems to resemble disposable items. Those who can swiftly clear the dungeon surely do not concern themselves with trifles. Trifles? Such an unfamiliar term. How many players have completed several dungeons without acquiring a single disposable item, yet you trivialize it? Enough of the noise. The woman in the red dress has returned. Amidst the spectators' commentary, the woman in the red dress hurriedly returned, breathless. Here, take these candies. Tan Xingyun quickly counted the candies, 8 in total. After accepting them, he smiled and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome. I'll be on my way now. Take care on your journey, and I wish you all safe travels. Waving goodbye, the woman turned to leave. Tan Xingyun, however, did not pocket all the candies. He took 2 for himself and offered the rest to the others. Let's share equally, 2 candies each. Li Kong, surprised, scratched his head and exclaimed, Uncle, you earned these. How can we take them? He understood that these candies were likely dungeon-specific items, and he knew their worth. Sometimes, they could be life-saving. Besides, he felt it inappropriate to accept something he had not contributed to. Tan Xingyun smiled and said amicably, we are all teammates. This dungeon's success is thanks to everyone's cooperation. While my attempt yielded positive results, there was also a 1/3 chance of failure, and we all shared in the consequences. Sharing is only fair, after all. Perhaps the 8 candies were given with the intention of equitable distribution. Su Xiaomon regarded him thoughtfully and, without refusing, took 2 differently packaged candies from the middle-aged man. Thank you. The 8 candies were of 2 varieties, one wrapped in floral paper and the other in pure white. 4 of each. Both Tan Xingyun and Su Xiaomon took 1 of each. Li Kong, noticing this, shyly took 2 candies and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Su Shi shared Li Kang's sentiments, feeling it inappropriate to accept the seemingly valuable candies that were a result of someone else's effort. However, seeing the others take theirs, he felt it would be odd for him to abstain. Thus, he accepted the last 2 candies, sincerely thanking Tan Xingyun. In the realm of amusement, the generous figure of the beer-bellied gentleman is truly remarkable. If it were merely a prop, it would amount to 8, yet he so readily shares. Were it another player, they would undoubtedly claim everything for themselves. Who would be so foolish as to share with teammates? This gentleman is no fool. On the contrary, he embodies wisdom and restraint. Gentlemen, I never anticipated that even upon entering the dungeon, one must consider the intricacies of human relationships. Chapter 24, Road of Terror. Believing in the significance of 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Su Shi tucked away 2 pieces of candy before realizing he still held the fare given by the woman in the red dress. Suddenly, he heard Li Kang's stammering voice. You all look. Instinctively, Su Shi followed his gaze, only to find behind them a straight road, devoid of any dense forest. The faint outline of a village had vanished, leaving behind only a cluster of dilapidated houses, seemingly abandoned for ages. Now, it was evident to everyone that the woman in the red dress was undoubtedly suspicious. The good news was that the candy they possessed remained intact, appearing unchanged. However, Su Shi glanced at the fare in his hand, which had transformed into ghost money, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. The other 3 clearly noticed this development as well. Li Kong cautiously speculated, could this also be a prop? Su Shi counted and replied, there are indeed 8 pieces. He looked up at the 3 individuals, each wearing a different expression, and suggested, why not divide them as well? Su Shi hadn't given it much thought. He simply found himself at a loss for what to do with the ghost money. Since Li Kong suspected it might be a prop and the quantity matched, it seemed reasonable to divide it, especially since they had already shared the candy. Tan Xingyun nodded in agreement. That works. Su Shi and Li Kong expressed no objections. Observers witnessing this scene couldn't help but exclaim, what is this? After all, it promotes fairness. It's rare to see such a harmonious group of players. Everyone undoubtedly harbors their own ulterior motives. It's just that these individuals are more transparent, especially since this is their second time in the dungeon. That's why I enjoy watching new players' streams. Seasoned players are often too self-serving, and more often than not, they cannot compare to the earnestness of newcomers. The world is a treacherous place, my friends. Earnestness leads to an early demise. Self-interest is the key to survival in dungeons. I find these players quite clever. It's not so much earnestness as it is a careful weighing of pros and cons. If a crisis arose that required sacrificing a teammate, would they still maintain this harmonious demeanor? Compared to the millions or even billions at stake, the denomination of these ghost notes is modest, each valued at 10 yuan. After dividing 2 notes each, Sushi meticulously placed the ghost money and candy into his right pocket, while his left pocket held the initial funds provided by the dungeon. Without delay, they resumed their journey. Perhaps the road ahead had become smoother. For Sue, she felt less nauseated. The sky remained overcast and gloomy, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. Inside the vehicle, silence reigned. Perhaps the continuous encounters with danger had left everyone mentally fatigued. However, the dungeon would not grant them respite. Is that a tunnel ahead? Su Shuyan whispered. One after another, can't we catch a breath? Li Kong murmured softly, a sudden wave of unease washing over him. Trusting his instincts, he felt certain that something dreadful lurked within the tunnel. The thought alone made him restless. Su Shi, seated beside Li Kong, was the first to notice his teammate's distress. Just as he was about to inquire, he heard Li Kong swallow hard and ask, "Uncle, is there a way to bypass this tunnel?" Tan Xingyun furrowed his brow as he surveyed their surroundings, then shook his head in denial. "No way around it. There's no other path." Su Shuman added, "To be precise, the area is shrouded in fog. Even if there were another route, we couldn't penetrate through that mist." It seemed as though this solitary road was the only stretch of land untouched by the white fog, with only their solitary vehicle traversing it. "What's wrong? Have you sensed something?" Su Shuman looked at Li Kong. "My intuition has always been remarkably accurate since childhood. While not every hunch has proven true, most of the time it has. My gut tells me this tunnel is perilous." Li Kang's earnest tone succeeded in elevating the anxiety of the other three. "Intuition? How mystical. Could it be a mere illusion born from fatigue? Don't dismiss it. Some individuals are indeed endowed with a strong sixth sense. In critical moments, intuition can save your life." "Exactly. My neighbor has an exceptional sixth sense. Once, while crossing the street, he had a foreboding feeling and paused for just 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, a car sped past him, knocking down several people. Isn't that near XX Square? I recall that news report, mentioning 1 dead and 2 injured." "Yes, that's the one. Wow, I never realized this young man possessed such a talent. I watched Li Kong's first live stream. I thought he was merely lucky to evade danger, not that he relied on intuition." Su Shi had a certain belief in these mystical matters, akin to his faith that daily prayers to the god of wealth would one day bring him fortune. Tan Xingyun needed no further persuasion. After years of driving a taxi, he had encountered inexplicable omens, thus placing his faith in Li Kang's words. Even Su Shuman, once an atheist, found herself believing in such phenomena after the arrival of the Divine Hunt game. However, there was no way around it. The winding road extended into the dark tunnel, shadows swirling unpredictably within the white fog, sending shivers down their spines. If they did not venture into the tunnel, they would have to brave the fog, an evident path to demise. Li Kong's face lost its color, fully aware that the tunnel was their only option. "It's just a tunnel. We've faced so many crises ahead. We can handle this." Noticing the heavy atmosphere among the team, Tan Xingyun offered encouragement with a smile. "Let us discover what this tunnel has in store for us. Life or death, we must try." Upon hearing this, Li Kang's expression brightened considerably. He glanced at the young man beside him, thinking, yes, there's still a formidable ally here. Seeing Li Kong regain his composure, Su Shuman declared, "Let us proceed." Tan Xingyun responded affirmatively. Unbeknownst to Su Shi, who was entirely unaware that his teammates placed their utmost hope in him, he stood poised, awaiting entry into the tunnel. Was Su Shi nervous? Certainly. Was he afraid? Not particularly. At this moment, he felt that even in death, as long as it were painless, it was acceptable. Yet, he pondered what might lurk within the tunnel. "Oh my, this is nerve-wracking," one voice echoed. "With Su Shi here, surely, nothing will go awry, right?" Another murmured, swallowing hard. "It's hard to say. Even if this newcomer is as remarkable as you claim, there's no guarantee he can detect every trap within the instance," a voice interjected. "Let's place our faith in them, or rather, in the significance of that 2 minutes and 48 seconds, another chimed in. The spectators were captivated by Li Kang's words, and the mention of the 2 minutes and 48 seconds completion record successfully calmed the restless comments. Chapter 25. Road Terror. Su Shi remained oblivious to the fact that the comments regarded him as their greatest hope. The tunnel was engulfed in darkness, with only the car's headlights illuminating a small area ahead. Throughout the journey, Li Kong exhibited a state of restless anxiety, and Su Shi could sense the palpable tension emanating from him. They had been traversing the tunnel for over 10 minutes without encountering anything formidable. Yet, Li Kong remained visibly unsettled. "Is this lad mistaken? There's nothing here. It's quite tranquil, one remarked. It could also be the calm before the storm, another suggested. Goodness, look. Something is coming. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared ahead, starkly contrasting the enveloping darkness of the tunnel. As the two parties drew nearer, they discerned a black sedan approaching. Identical in appearance to their own vehicle, save for its insignia and license plate. Li Kong clutched his clothing tightly, every fiber of his being screaming danger. Be careful, he exclaimed. Just then, the oncoming sedan veered directly toward them. Fortunately, Tan Xingyun reacted swiftly, sharply turning the steering wheel to evade the collision. Though they inevitably crashed into the adjacent stone wall, the four of them were buckled in and sustained minimal injuries. Still shaken, they turned their gaze toward the sedan, only to witness a figure stagger out, an all-too-familiar face rendering them momentarily speechless. It was another Li Kong. How could this be possible? Li Kang's complexion drained of color as he nearly gasped in disbelief. The other Li Kong shouted, "You must distance yourselves from that guy. He is an imposter. I am the real one." The Li Kong within the car looked desperately at his teammates, pleading for their belief, urging them not to trust the other. "I have always been with you. How could I be the fake?" Sushi pressed his back against the car door, taken aback by this unexpected twist of a false teammate. He indeed wished to distance himself from the Li Kong beside him, but the confines of the back seat left little room for movement. "Please, do not panic. We have not stated that we do not believe you," Su Xiaomon gently reassured him. Indeed, the timing of the other person's appearance seems too deliberate. Tan Xingyun, with a composed demeanor, narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the individual known as Li Kong. Although their acquaintance had been brief and they were not well versed in each other's personal habits, they had traversed the majority of the scenario together, with Li Kong never straying from their sight. The possibility of a silent substitution seemed implausible. Surely, the initial Li Kong could not have been an imposter. Sushi also pondered this, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He leaned towards the belief that the Li Kong beside him was genuine. "Ah, so we have a case of a true and false Li Kong," he mused. "It appears this Li Kong's intuition led him here. I initially thought it was related to that accident. I still trust this Li Kong in the vehicle." The other one acted quite poorly. Tan Xingyun directed a loud inquiry at the Li Kong before him. "What proof do you have that the Li Kong beside us is a fraud?" Li Kong appeared on the verge of tears, stammering, I don't know how to prove it. He is truly the fake. You must ride in my car. Only my vehicle can exit this tunnel." Upon hearing this, the Li Kong inside the vehicle perked up, exclaiming, "I can prove I am real. Ask me anything, and I will surely have the answer." Tan Xingyun casually inquired, "Then what is your birthday?" Li Kong, expecting questions about their shared experiences, was taken aback, but quickly replied, "June 11th. Tan Xingyun nodded and repeated the question to the other Li Kong, who responded promptly, "June 11th. Tan Xingyun pressed on, "What is your father's name?" Li Kong fell silent, providing no answer. Tan turned to the Li Kong in the vehicle and asked, "What is your father's name?" The latter replied excitedly, "Li Depeng. My father's name is Li Depeng." Tan Xingyun repeated the question to the other Li Kong, who quickly responded, "My father's name is Li Depeng." At that moment, Li Kong realized why Tan Xingyun had inquired about matters outside the scenario. This fake Li Kong likely only knows about the scenario and is oblivious to Li Kang's life outside of it. I must pay attention to this astute uncle. He is genuinely clever. Su Shi, my friend, you should showcase your skills as well. After all, he has come specifically for you. After encountering the lady in the red dress, he became low-key again. It seems he won't act unless it's absolutely necessary. Is it really a lack of ability to show off? Surely not. Has anyone really doubted Su Shi's skills after all this time? Enough chatter. Let us focus on the live stream. Isn't it evident that watching him tackle a few more scenarios would clarify everything? What is the point of all this bickering now? In truth, even Su Shi, who was genuinely inexperienced, had come to realize, through the back-and-forth questioning from Tan Xingyun, that the Li Kong beside him was indeed authentic. Su Xiaomon remarked, "It seems there is no need for further doubt. Moreover, have you noticed? That person merely stood at a distance, continuously shouting at us, never approaching. His intention must be to lure us into his vehicle." After speaking, Tan Xingyun cast a glance at the relieved Li Kong, who had managed to prove his authenticity, silently adding the words he did not voice. And then, he disregarded the young man. Su Xiaomon harbored doubts about the claims of the imposter Li Kong. "Shall we leave directly? Is this vehicle operational?" "Indeed," replied Tan Xingyun, cautiously restarting the vehicle while remaining vigilant against the faux Li Kong, fearful that he might strike again. Yet, The imposter merely stood in place, incessantly repeating, "If you do not believe me, you will perish. If you do not believe me, you will perish," a refrain that sent chills down their spines. The group, unwilling to engage further, distanced themselves from the imposter and his vehicle. As they left the false Li Kang far behind, Li Kang's racing heart gradually steadied. The recent ordeal had been nothing short of harrowing. He could scarcely contemplate the fate that would have befallen him had his companions chosen to doubt him. Despite their seemingly amiable demeanor, he understood that their friendliness was contingent upon their lives not being threatened. The tunnel was not extensive. After distancing themselves from the imposter, they soon beheld the exit. Once Su Shi's senses returned, he heard the words, "My father is Li Deping." He quickly glanced over, realizing he had returned to the moment of confrontation between the true and false Li Kang. Back again. The use of again was appropriate, for this marked his third return to this juncture. The first time, they opted to leave directly, only for the vehicle to suddenly explode as they approached the tunnel's mouth, a wave of heat engulfing him. In Chapter 26, Highway Terror, Su Shi reflected on the new recruit's actions, which he had come to comprehend fully. The lingering sensation of scorching skin still clung to him. The second time, they seized the vehicle belonging to Li Kang, yet as they neared the tunnel's exit, both they and the car transformed into mere paper. Su Shi found it challenging to articulate what it felt like to become a paper figure. His body simply grew weightless, devoid of pain. What baffled him was whether both vehicles were doomed to fail in exiting the tunnel. The journey ahead remained uncertain, and it seemed implausible that they would be forced to trek to their destination on foot. Thus, it was probable that one of the two vehicles could still be utilized, albeit under certain conditions. At that moment, after a brief exchange, Tan Xingyun and the others resolved to bypass the imposter Li Kang and proceed forward. However, they were taken aback when the previously silent young man in the rear right seat suddenly opened the door and exited the vehicle. "Su Shi, what are you doing?" Tan Xingyun exclaimed, astonished. Li Kang, elated, asked, "Do you believe what I said now?" Though he appeared animated, he did not approach. Upon exiting the vehicle, Su Shi merely distanced himself slightly, confronting the trio's bewilderment without circumnavigation. "This vehicle has issues." Explanation? Omitted. After all, during the subsequent two resets, no one had sought clarification from him. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Tan Xingyun and Su Xiaoman exchanged glances. Without further ado, they exited the vehicle. Li Kang hurriedly followed suit. "What is happening? Were we not planning to leave? The vehicle has problems? How did you discern that? What issues are present? Could it be that the imposter Li Kang is, in fact, genuine, and his words hold truth?" The situation escalated as Tan Xingyun approached Su Shi, posing a question akin to those in the comments. The young man on screen replied nonchalantly, "The person is a fraud, but his words may not be." Su Xiaoman and Li Kang joined Su Shi's side, naturally hearing this exchange. "Su Shi, are you suggesting that only the car driven by that individual can exit this tunnel?" Su Xiaoman furrowed her brow, not dismissing the young man's words as mere nonsense, given that his previous actions had demonstrated his capabilities. Su Shi himself was uncertain which vehicle could indeed make an exit. However, when faced with the choice between a car that would explode and one that would transform into paper, he would undoubtedly opt for the latter, as even death would not be painful in that scenario. With this thought in mind, Su Shi glanced towards Li Kang, seemingly aware of the player's gaze. Li Kang grinned weakly. "Only my car can leave the tunnel, but it can only carry 3 of you. This imposter cannot board." His face pale, Li Kang urged, "You are the real imposter." He then turned urgently to his teammates. "Don't trust him. No, wait. Don't abandon me." Tan Xingyun and Su Xiaoman remained silent, caught in uncertainty regarding the current predicament. The viewers were apprehensive, fearing the collapse of this rare, harmonious team. "I knew it." They were forced to team up due to being assigned the same instance. "Weighing the pros and cons is the only sensible approach," one commented. "If sacrificing one person ensures escape, I would undoubtedly choose to sacrifice that individual. I certainly do not wish to die," another remarked. "How cruel," came the reply. "The instances are far more brutal. This is not merely a game. Death is genuine," another viewer observed. "To be honest, I am already astonished that there have been no casualties thus far in this instance." The audience initially believed that Li Kang would be abandoned, but unexpectedly, Su Shi inquired earnestly, "If you claim this car is yours, what can we do to make it no longer yours? How about we buy it?" A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. "What is this development?" One questioned. "I don't understand. Why would Su Shi think of buying the car?" Another added, "This rookie's actions have left me bewildered every single time." Another lamented. Sushi's question stemmed from a vital realization. During their third rewind, they had left behind a despondent Li Kong, yet the three of them still transformed into paper with the vehicle. Thus, sacrificing Li Kong proved futile. However, this deadlock surely had a solution. As he contemplated the word paper, Sushi recalled the significance of paper money. When encountering the enigmatic old woman, they had used paper money along with offerings to appease her. Similarly, with the woman in the red dress, they had employed paper money as a form of contribution, receiving extra treats in return. Clearly, paper money had played a crucial role throughout their journey. So, could it be that paper money might prove useful once more in this instance? Each time Li Kong mentioned the vehicle, he never failed to emphasize its ownership with my two words. Let us not forget that every scenario contains its own hidden rules. Perhaps the ownership of the car is one such rule? Sushi, with a casual curiosity, inquired, and to her surprise, after a moment of contemplation, Li Kong acquiesced. All right. At this, the onlookers were truly astounded. What? Really? Is this even permissible? Could someone elucidate this? I cannot comprehend. What is the intention behind this action? Why purchase a car? And yet, it appears one can indeed buy. Sushi produced all the remaining paper money and incense from her possession. Upon seeing this, Li Kong shook his head, declaring it insufficient. Tan Xingyun was the first to react, also offering his paper money and incense. Yet Li Kong repeated, still not enough. Next came Su Xiaomon, then Li Kong again. Not enough. Not enough. Such insatiable greed from this counterfeit. Seems rather normal, considering a car is quite expensive in reality. Come on, it doesn't need to be this realistic. None of it suffices. Do we need to mortgage our arms and legs? Is this for real? I see other scenarios follow this pattern. They should have purchased more paper money back then. Su Shi and her companions shared this sentiment. However, circumstances had changed. At that time, they could not have anticipated such a situation, and they surely needed to retain some funds for contingencies. We will also mortgage our vehicle, Su Shi casually remarked, her gaze drifting to their original car. That should suffice. Li Kong grinned broadly, finally taking action. He gathered all the paper money and incense from the players, approached the car set to explode, and declared, "This vehicle is now yours. You may drive it away." Sushi gestured for everyone to board. This time, they successfully exited the tunnel. Chapter 27. Road to Terror scenario cleared. It seems my conjecture was correct. Sushi felt a surge of joy within. She even contemplated further implications. The second rollback in the tunnel might have occurred due to their seizing of the counterfeit Li Kang's vehicle, thus violating the rules. The same logic applied to the third rollback, yet unlike the second instance, they probably still had one chance for redemption, such as paying the fare to the counterfeit Li Kang. Yes, you heard correctly. Sushi now realized that the scenario had indeed left them with multiple avenues for survival. Much like the red-dressed woman had offered them fare, they too could offer a certain fee to the counterfeit Li Kang and perhaps emerge safely from the tunnel. Regrettably, during the subsequent two rollbacks, none of them considered this possibility. Nevertheless, this lifeline had its shortcomings. Firstly, the counterfeit Li Kang did not permit the real Li Kang to board, necessitating a sacrifice of the genuine Li Kang. Secondly, once they exited the tunnel, they would find themselves without any means of transportation. Proposing to purchase the counterfeit Li Kang's vehicle was, in relative terms, a satisfactory resolution. It required no sacrifice of personnel and still retained a means of transport. The sole drawback was that all their paper money and incense had been expended, leaving them ill-prepared for any similar occurrences in the future. In this singular tunnel, he perished thrice. Sushi was initially quite pleased with himself for swiftly discovering a rather promising avenue for survival. However, he abruptly realized that it was due to his own repeated deaths that he had achieved this. Had it not been for this remarkable ability to revert time, he would have met his end at the hands of the enigmatic old woman blocking his path. The fleeting exhilaration he felt was swiftly doused by a cold splash of reality, awakening him to the gravity of his situation. To outsiders, it appeared as though the young man had casually resolved a trivial matter that hardly merited concern. There was no joy in overcoming a crisis, nor any relief in surviving a near-death experience. He remained reticent, unassuming, and unexplanatory. Calm and aloof, he embodied a tranquil demeanor. The oppressive darkness of the tunnel served as a stark backdrop, and even though the world outside was shrouded in gloom, a flicker of lightness emerged in the hearts of those present. On the journey, Tan Xingyun and his companions gradually began to piece together some insights. Unlike Sushi, who had experienced 3 resets. They could only deduce the outcome from the final result and Sushi's cryptic remarks. They had considered inquiring about how the youth in the back seat had navigated this difficulty, but having been met with indifference previously, they felt it would be futile to ask again. It was better to reflect on the matter themselves. Moreover, the palpable sense of detachment emanating from the young man discouraged anyone from intruding. It was clear he preferred to remain silent, and simply guiding them through the challenges was already a considerable favor. What more could they reasonably expect? Currently, Tan Xingyun and Su Xiaomon had both come to a consensus. This initially overlooked young man, who revealed little of his capabilities, was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. Were it not for the necessity of collaboration in this instance, he likely would not have bothered to engage with them at all. His interventions were always strategically timed for critical moments. As for Li Kong, he felt a profound urge to bow before the young man. When the false Li Kong had emerged, he knew trouble was imminent. The moment the impostor forbade him from boarding the vehicle, it was no exaggeration to say he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, almost leading to his collapse. Even if his teammates recognized his authenticity, the possibility of abandoning him to escape the tunnel was a haunting thought. Had he not been the one left behind, he might have been tempted to abandon his own principles, just as he braced himself for the grim prospect of perishing within this scenario. The young man beside him unexpectedly spoke, his nonchalant inquiry resonating like a celestial melody. His impending crisis was thus effortlessly averted. Sushi had anticipated that his teammates would question him about his actions within the tunnel. Although he could not elucidate how he had discerned the vehicle was problematic, he could certainly explain the hidden rules he had deduced, as those were the fruits of his own analysis. No longer would he find himself at a loss for words as he had before. Yet, after a prolonged wait, his companions seemed to overlook him entirely, engrossed in their own discussions. Nevertheless, their dialogue was grounded in a firm belief in his conclusions. It seemed that the lack of identification and license plate on the vehicle had subtly indicated its strangeness. Su Xiaomon mused thoughtfully. Tan Xingyun concurred, acknowledging, "We had all overlooked this detail. The mention of his car by the faux Li Kong, both overtly and subtly, should have served as a hint for us. Regrettably, we failed to notice these details, let alone connect them. Thankfully, thanks to Su Xiaoga, who truly is remarkable. However, now none of us possess any joss paper or incense, and we are left uncertain about the challenges that lie ahead." Li Kong remained aloof during the discussion between the two, no longer as vibrant as before, merely listening in silence. He sensed that after the faux Li Kang's remarks, the two were contemplating abandoning him. While he could comprehend their reasoning, he still found it hard to accept. Sushi sat quietly in the corner, unsure whether to interject or remain silent. When he finally received a cue, it seemed merely a formality. Was his presence truly so negligible? Had he perhaps been overly modest? Unable to find an opportunity to contribute, Sushi resorted to remaining mute. So be it. If they chose to ignore him, so be it. As long as they could complete the challenge. What can I say? What more can I express? My emotions defy description at this moment. Is that what you call taciturn? It clearly exudes an air of mastery. In truth, I don't believe Sushi can be classified as taciturn. Not at all. Up to this point in the challenge, he could count his spoken words on one hand. No, what I mean is, he might simply feel there is nothing to say. Exactly. Much like when you and your companions are solving a math problem. You find it simple enough to arrive at the answer with a glance, while your companions are deeply engrossed in calculations. Damn, I can relate. Though I might be the one struggling through the calculations. I see, in Sushi's eyes, this challenge is so straightforward that no explanation is necessary. That seems exaggerated. Perhaps he merely dislikes speaking? Disliking conversation doesn't warrant indifference, does it? Have you seen Sushi earnestly explain his actions to any teammates? Well, it does seem he hasn't. The rapidly scrolling comments dazzled the eyes. The four in the challenge encountered no further bizarre occurrences and reached their destination smoothly. It was a modest funeral home, exuding an air of gloom and silence. The moment they alighted from the vehicle, halos of white light appeared beneath their feet, and with a flash, they vanished from sight. Just before being teleported, Tan Xingyun spoke in a relaxed tone. "I hope we have the chance to team up again in the future." The challenge was completed. Chapter 28. Sushi. The True Master. Sushi instinctively closed his eyes against the blinding white light. When he reopened them, he found himself back in the player's space. Before him stood the magnificent, cascading golden stairway, grand and awe-inspiring. Yet, Sushi felt an inexplicable sense of proximity to the top tier of the grand staircase. Closer than before. So this is what ascending a staircase feels like. It differed from his expectations. He had thought it would require manual effort. The fatigue from the challenge and the dizziness from being cooped up in the car seemed to wash away like gentle rain, leaving him with an unprecedented lightness. Sushi was utterly indifferent to his appearance, sitting cross-legged on the ground without a care. The duration of the second dungeon was not particularly lengthy. Most of the time was consumed by travel. In the first dungeon, he had perished 8 times, and in this one, he was not much better off, having died 6 times. It was time for a review. With nothing else to occupy him, and the space restoring his condition to its peak, Sushi decided to summarize his experiences in the second dungeon. This dungeon marked his inaugural foray into a multiplayer scenario. The middle-aged man with a beer belly, Tan Xingyun, was composed, bold, and meticulous, yet not obstinate. He always considered the opinions of his teammates. The woman in a denim skirt, Su Xiaomon, possessed a sharp mind and keen attention to detail, often noticing subtle nuances. Both were intelligent individuals. Li Kong, although unremarkable, mirrored the actions of his teammates and never held them back. It could be said that encountering these 3 reliable companions on his first venture into a multiplayer dungeon was a stroke of fortune for him. As for the content of this dungeon, it could only be described as fraught with pitfalls. Regardless of having died 6 times, Sushi did not perceive the dungeon as particularly simple. In truth, he was quite self-aware. He recognized that while he may possess a modicum of cleverness, in comparison to genuinely astute individuals, he was merely average. Without any special abilities, he would be just another faceless player, perishing countless times within the dungeon without leaving a trace. Speaking of special abilities, he had previously been puzzled. If he returned to the beginning each time he died, would subsequent deaths lead him back to the start of the first dungeon or the current one? To his surprise, neither hypothesis was correct. In this dungeon, upon his demise, he simply returned to the moment where choices needed to be made. This description was somewhat inaccurate. According to Sushi's understanding, he returned to the point that led to his subsequent death. He had also begun to form some rudimentary theories regarding the discrepancy in return times between the 2 dungeons. Perhaps this ability detected that returning to the beginning node of the first dungeon effectively prevented his death. Indeed, Sushi's intuition had begun to solidify. The term resurrection seemed too vague, and he preferred to label this ability as death rollback. Much like a video game, where characters reset to a previous point upon dying. Unlike games, however, where one could choose to load a save file, he could only roll back randomly. Nevertheless, this was still an extraordinarily powerful ability. As for the duration of this ability, he could not draw any conclusions and chose not to delve deeply into it. If asked whether he feared that this ability might have a limited number of uses or might eventually vanish, he would naturally express concern. Yet, no matter how much he worried, he could not control it. Unless he could guarantee he wouldn't die at all, which was impossible. If he possessed such prowess, he wouldn't need to worry so much. Thus, when faced with dire circumstances necessitating the testing of rules with his life, he would not hesitate. Perhaps after experiencing multiple dungeons and gaining more experience, his death count would diminish. Gazing up at the seemingly endless golden staircase, Sushi's mindset gradually transformed, revealing a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. To date, no player has successfully ascended all 999 levels. Perhaps he might seize this opportunity. After contemplating the future for a considerable time, Sushi reluctantly retracted his wandering thoughts and extracted 2 pieces of candy and 2 spirit coins from his pocket. He had not anticipated that these were indeed items he had managed to carry out. At this moment, within the player's space, upon first sight of the candy and coins, Sushi instinctively understood their effects. The floral paper candy purged all negative statuses, while the pure white candy healed all bodily injuries. A wave of delight washed over him. The capabilities of these 2 candies exceeded his expectations entirely. In the dungeons, no one could guarantee immunity from injury, even in the direst straits. Consuming the pure white candy could restore one to a vigorous state. In dungeons plagued by curses and pollution, the floral paper candy's efficacy would be even more pronounced. He felt grateful for the generous gift from the beer-bellied uncle. One could only wonder if the uncle would regret sharing these miraculous candies upon witnessing their astounding effects. The spirit coins, on the other hand, had a much simpler effect. They were a form of special currency within the dungeons, though their specific uses remained unspecified. Together, The 2 coins amounted to a mere 20 units, seemingly of little consequence. Sushi shook his head and returned them to his pocket. Next, he faced a choice. Either wait in the space for the arrival of the 3rd dungeon or venture forth into one preemptively. He decided to investigate the player who had cleared a solo dungeon in 2 minutes and 48 seconds. After that remarkable feat, Sushi effortlessly cleared another dungeon, solidifying his status as a true master. Did you comprehend the intricacies of the Master's maneuvers? 2 minutes and 48 seconds marked a pinnacle, but also a new beginning. Little did Sushi know that his exploits were still gaining momentum in the real world. Following the completion of his 2nd dungeon, his influence soared to unprecedented heights. The majority of trending topics were centered around him, and nearly every video across platforms featured edited clips of his live streams. It was fair to say that Sushi had achieved undeniable fame, largely thanks to his rapid completion of the dungeon and other accolades. Particularly after he seemingly breezed through the 2nd dungeon, the comments section exploded with discussions surrounding him. Discussion thread. Discussion, just seeing the name Sushi invites entry. 1L. LZ here, a stunning photo of the master to set the mood. Attached, image. JPG, the young man in the photo sits in the back seat, resting his head in contemplation. 2L. Wow, the master exudes an aura that warns strangers to keep their distance. 3L. LZ ahem, strategically clearing throat. Those who clicked in must know the great Sushi, the first player to complete a solo dungeon in under 3 minutes. Initially, I thought the content creators and marketers had lost their minds until I observed the Master's first dungeon. Chapter 29 Foot the Mountain In was nothing short of astonishing, revealing divine potential. 4L really? Astonishing? Divine potential? 5L. LZ much like the final question on a mathematics exam, which I find utterly incomprehensible. I remain in awe of the extraordinary prowess of Sushi, who possesses the qualities of a deity. 6L. LZ wait a moment. Has the 4th floor succumbed to the whims of a parasitic worm? 7L. This survival game has been around for a year. While there are indeed remarkable players, I have never encountered anyone as astonishing as this. 8L. However, upon observing his 2nd dungeon, though impressive, it pales in comparison to the sheer impact of the first. I concede that his initial dungeon was truly divine, yet the 2nd feels rather ordinary. 9L. I too perceive his performance in the 2nd dungeon as quite average. The recent dungeons from luminaries like Song Xiangping and Zhang Tian are far more captivating, I dare say. 10L. Such comparisons are misguided. When it comes to the brilliance of dungeons and the finesse of player maneuvers, there are countless exceptional talents. What truly matters is Sushi himself. He possesses a nonchalance that is absent in other players. 11L. You have hit the nail on the head, my friend. Many are puzzled as to why Sushi is lauded online when his 2nd dungeon seems less divine. The truth is, he simply has not exerted himself. 12L. What do you mean? Please elaborate. 13L. Throughout the entire highway dungeon, did you not notice the dissonance in Sushi compared to the other 3 players? While his teammates engaged in animated discussions, he remained silent. When they grappled with the peculiarities of the game, he was mute. Rather than being overlooked by his teammates, it seemed he was indifferent to their presence, like an observer. 14L. Indeed, even when his teammates sought his input, he appeared rather apathetic. Yet, on the rare occasions he spoke, he successfully extricated the team from dire situations. Thus, it is not that he lacks the ability to showcase his skills. Rather, he simply cannot be bothered to do so. 15L. The distinction is quite apparent. If you carefully observe the attitudes of the other 3 players in the later stages, you will find that Sushi's judgments go unchallenged. Those esteemed players labor intensely in every dungeon, treading cautiously, while Sushi navigates with ease and grace. This is the reason for the heightened attention he receives. 16L. I can no longer contain myself. I must revisit Sushi's live stream recordings multiple times. 17L. I shall search for dungeon analyses on a certain site. To be honest, there are some of Sushi's maneuvers I have yet to fully comprehend. 18L. I have come across a blogger who provided an insightful analysis, uncovering every intricate detail and presenting them in a highly rational manner. 19L. A request for the link. 20L. Requesting the link. Within the realm of players, Sushi is oblivious to the passage of time. This time, he did not passively await the dungeon's commencement, but proactively chose to enter the next dungeon ahead of schedule. There was no alternative. The monotony was unbearable, and it was far more appealing to tackle the dungeons and ascend the ranks. Upon completion of the teleportation, Sushi discovered that he was once again in the wilderness, albeit devoid of the oppressive gloom of the previous dungeon. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was on a mountainside, gazing at the endless expanse of peaks, which stirred within him a sense of grandeur. This time, including himself, there were 5 individuals in the party. One was a robust man with a fierce countenance, possessing a well-built physique and remarkably developed arm muscles. The second was a seemingly refined young man, exuding a gentle demeanor. The third was a woman with a high ponytail, her expression rather aloof. Lastly, there was a short-haired girl wearing glasses who appeared quite young. Shortly after Sushi began her broadcast, the live stream was inundated with viewers, with a deluge of comments completely obscuring the screen, compelling most spectators to manually disable the chat feature. At that moment, outside the streaming realm, Ji Yang was hosting his own live broadcast, with the image on his computer screen prominently displaying Sushi's streaming room. He attentively watched through Sushi's second dungeon run, and it was evident that he had already concluded in his mind that she was indeed a legitimate expert. His own live stream also attracted a considerable audience, many of whom relished the opportunity to hear the host elucidate the player's strategies. As the dungeon commenced, Ji Yang's fans were actively commenting, "Yang has switched players today. Oh my goodness, it's the illustrious Sushi." Some fans were not the least surprised that the host would take an interest in this newcomer, as she had practically dominated the online space in recent days, with her first dungeon run even making it to international forums. Ji Yang, smiling at the comments, responded, "Indeed. Today we shall witness the remarkable Sushi. I'm so looking forward to this. I've never anticipated a newcomer so eagerly. Old Ji, it's time for your customary commentary." Commentary? Ji Yang pondered momentarily, captivated by her extraordinary talent. You can't just borrow adjectives. We've all seen that trending post. Ji Yang chuckled, though it may be borrowed. I genuinely feel that way. I share the same sentiment. It seems she operates on an entirely different level than other players. Let us not heap on too much praise. Even the great Zhang Song has met his demise. The comments fell silent for a moment before resuming with increased fervor. What? Is it the Zhang Song I'm thinking of? Yes, the very same, the top-ranked Zhang Song. Oh my gosh, when did this happen? He has traversed over 20 dungeons, making him one of the most seasoned players. Just at noon, that dungeon was exceedingly hellish, and all players perished. How was I not aware of this? If you don't believe me, check the trending topics. It's already made the news. The comments fell silent once more. The great Zhang Song? Ji Yang straightened his back, his expression turning grave as he scrutinized the comments. He quickly glanced at his follower list, and, indeed, noticed that Zhang Song's avatar had vanished. This signified that the player had perished within the dungeon. Oh my goodness, I just checked. How could the great Zhang Song meet such a fate? Zhang Song. He was the one most likely to ascend the 999 steps. With the great Zhang Song gone, are we destined to await our own extinction? The leaderboard is determined by the number of dungeons completed by players, lending it considerable credibility. As the top-ranked player, Zhang Song's demise triggered a wave of pessimism among countless netizens. It is evident to any discerning observer that the failure of a single instance taints an entire area, while the successful completion of a quest merely alleviates the pollution. Alas, the rate of cleansing is woefully inadequate compared to the speed of contamination. Their only glimmer of hope lies in the ascent, awaiting a player capable of reaching the pinnacle to terminate this harrowing game. Yet, even the player ranked at the top has succumbed to demise. Ji Yang, equally somber, felt the tension in his hand as he gripped the mouse, the veins on his wrist prominently visible. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the disheartening comments flooding the screen. That will not be the case. Humanity shall not face extinction. Just as we once could not fathom a player completing a dungeon in a mere 2 minutes and 48 seconds, we cannot predict the miraculous feats that may yet unfold. He gazed at the composed young man on the screen and mused, perhaps there will be players who venture even further. Chapter 30. The Mountain Lodge. With the esteemed Sushi present, there is no cause for concern. Within the instance, the group first surveyed their surroundings, ensuring no immediate danger before turning their attention to their companions. At the forefront stood a refined young man, who, after surveying the group, revealed a perfectly timed smile and spoke in a congenial tone. It is serendipity that we meet in this dungeon. Allow me to introduce myself. However, before he could complete his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by a burly man, his voice gruff and disdainful. What is there to introduce? It's a waste of time. With a derisive snort, The man disregarded the suddenly tense atmosphere and began rummaging through his backpack. Each member was clad in climbing attire, bearing backpacks that suggested they were a party preparing for an ascent. The refined young man's expression faltered momentarily, yet he displayed no overt discontent, merely offering a resigned smile. The woman with a high ponytail retained an aloof demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the exchange, as she efficiently removed her pack to inspect its contents. A short-haired girl with glasses glanced left and right, hesitating to interject. Sushi silently withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, sensing that this assembly of teammates might prove challenging, particularly the muscular man with a volatile temperament. Simultaneously, within Ji Yang's livestream, the comments surged in rapid succession. This bulky guy is quite arrogant. I've seen him before. This is already his 4th dungeon, and he possesses considerable skill. There's no need to be so overbearing. If he continues like this, he risks alienating his teammates. I've also watched his dungeons. He has a straightforward style. Unless provoked, he generally won't seek conflict. However, that refined man seems rather shrewd. I believe self-introductions are unnecessary in a dungeon. We are merely strangers crossing paths, and given the perilous nature of these quests, many may not survive, rendering it meaningless. Sushi remains as taciturn as ever. Ji Yang, multitasking, maintained his attention on the lively comments in his livestream, while habitually grabbing a sheet of paper to jot down notes and sketches. After making preliminary assessments of his companions' personalities, he redirected his focus to the screen, keenly observing the unfolding events ahead. Sushi meticulously examined her bag, which contained essential mountaineering gear, along with some convenient provisions such as compressed biscuits and beef jerky, as well as 2 bottles of mineral water. We cannot linger here any longer. A torrential rain is imminent. The voice belonged to the seemingly aloof woman with a high ponytail. Sushi followed her gaze upward and was startled to see that the previously azure sky had transformed into a mass of ominous clouds. We must swiftly find a refuge. The scholarly gentleman's expression suddenly turned grave. The steep mountainside, devoid of vegetation, posed a significant risk of landslides should the downpour persist. The very mention of landslide tightened the expressions of the group. Although they had never confronted such a phenomenon in the real world, they were well aware of its terrifying implications. Let us ascend the slopes on either side. It would be prudent to climb higher, suggested a bespectacled girl with short hair timidly. A burly man adeptly scaled a nearby incline, surveying the surroundings before decisively stating, "This way leads to a dense forest." The others quickly followed his ascent, and indeed, they spotted a vast expanse of greenery in the distance. "Very well, let us proceed in this direction." The scholarly man nodded in agreement. The 2 girls recognized that the thickly wooded area could potentially shield them from a landslide, thus they expressed no dissent. Sushi remained silent, choosing to follow her companions without voicing her thoughts. Although this adventure mirrored the last in its remote wilderness setting, it felt even more absurd. At least in the previous scenario, players were provided with a vehicle and a predetermined route, whereas this time, there were no hints whatsoever. In truth, the group was entirely unaware of the nature of this quest and could only forge ahead, for remaining stagnant was undoubtedly not a wise choice. Ji Yang concluded his sketch of the mountainous terrain within the quest and set down his pen. This quest seems exceedingly vague, doesn't it? Indeed, not even a simple hint. What if they stray off course? Yet, Sushi has not uttered a word. I believe she must have some insight. The main issue is that we are entirely in the dark about the quest's background. Surely it cannot just involve climbing this mountain? Surely not. What difficulty could there be in climbing a mountain? Last time, we merely drove along a road. Ji Yang glanced at the raucous barrage of comments and tapped his pen against the table. This quest does contain hints. Upon hearing this, the comments erupted with curiosity. What? Where are the hints? Where can we find them? Am I so young that my vision has failed me? Ji Yang smiled slightly and explained, in fact, the hints have already been provided by the quest and a few players. It's a matter of whether any astute viewers have pieced it together. What on earth? Oh, I understand now. Understand what? Riddler, get out of the live stream. The torrential rain must be the hint for the quest. Why is that? Upon noticing that some viewers had correctly guessed, Ji Yang immediately responded, correct. Some viewers have deduced it. The hint is indeed the torrential rain. As for the reasoning, he held up the terrain map he had drawn for the screen to see. Behold the formidable terrain before us. Where the mountains rise steeply and the valleys plunge deeply, the soil exhibiting signs of aridity with faint cracks, a clear indication of a drought-stricken region. The sparse vegetation contributes to loose soil, rendering it susceptible to landslides, especially when a torrential downpour suddenly descends. In the face of such a calamity, whether one is moving with or against the flow, danger looms. It is prudent to flee towards the perpendicular slopes on either side of the landslide's trajectory. As is well known, trees play a crucial role in mitigating the effects of landslides, and a dense thicket of trees serves as the ultimate refuge. Hence, the direction chosen by the players is, with 90% certainty, correct. The remaining 10% merely suggests that the instance may deviate from conventional logic to playfully challenge the players. However, it is unlikely that the instance would engineer a situation leading to certain death. So that is how it is. Wonderful, my mind is enriched with knowledge. I knew that the esteemed Sushi remained silent for a reason. He must have anticipated this. Given the subtlety of the hints in this instance, the difficulty shouldn't be too high. With Sushi here, we are assuredly in good hands. Observing the fervent confidence expressed in the comments regarding Sushi, Ji-young raised an eyebrow and redirected his gaze to the instance's live stream. After trekking for an extended period, the five had traversed nearly half the forest before darkness enveloped the sky. Let us take a moment to rest, suggested the refined man. Casting a glance at his breathless companions, Sushi leaned against a tree, feeling as though his legs were no longer his own. Only the robust man appeared in optimal condition. However, he dismissed the refined man as proposal and, with a nod of his chin, urged the others to look ahead, stating, "I believe we have arrived at our destination." Chapter 31. The Mountain Lodge. The current companions were not to be underestimated. Upon hearing his words, the group followed the sturdy man's gaze and discerned a 3-story wooden building partially concealed within the lush foliage. As they approached, it became evident that this was an abandoned inn. Sushi noted that the sign hanging outside had weathered the passage of time, rendering the inscription nearly illegible. Yet he felt a kinship and intuition with the robust man. The theme of this instance was undoubtedly intertwined with the Forsaken Inn. Not only the two of them, but the other 3 also harbored the same thought upon sighting the structure. Shall we venture inside? The short-haired girl, whose constitution was less robust, struggled to regulate her rapid breathing while instinctively adjusting her glasses that had slipped down to the tip of her nose, softly inquiring. After such a long journey, we must explore this inn, even if no one is inside. The refined man replied nonchalantly. Who will go first? The short-haired girl blurted out, only to regret her words immediately. Although they needed to uncover clues within the instance to progress, none of them were novices to the peculiarities of such challenges. Each instance harbors varying degrees of peril, whether overt or covert. None wished to be the first to step forward into the unknown. The girl with short hair, fearful that her words might lead the others to make her the first casualty, instinctively moved closer to another girl in the group. The woman with the high ponytail cast her a fleeting, indifferent glance. No one spoke. The short-haired girl bit her lip, her heart racing, and her palms began to sweat coldly. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, followed by a blinding flash of silver lightning that tore across the heavens, heralding a torrential downpour. The rain fell unexpectedly, soaking everyone to the bone. Taking shelter beneath the trees was not an option. They certainly did not wish to invite lightning's wrath. The burly man gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us go inside together." Since no one was willing to be the first to enter, and they could not remain outside in the rain, it was better for everyone to go in as a group, even if danger lurked within the inn. The misfortune of being the first to encounter it would befall only one of them. Sushi discerned the underlying meaning in his words and discreetly glanced at the burly man's back. Though time had been short, it had been sufficient for her to form initial impressions of her companions' personalities. The burly man was naturally assertive and temperamental, having seized the leadership role from the very beginning. The refined man aspired to lead as well, but after being bested by the burly man, he had momentarily relinquished his ambitions, appearing to harbor no dissatisfaction. Though Sushi sensed a smoldering frustration within him, the high ponytailed woman remained aloof and silent, sharing her reticence with him. They were the only 2 in the group who chose not to speak. The final member, a short-haired girl with glasses, exhibited a temperament reminiscent of Li Kong from the previous scenario, her voice barely audible, yet she possessed significantly broader knowledge. In summary, these teammates were not to be underestimated. It was unclear how many scenarios these 4 had experienced, but it was reasonable to assume they had encountered their fair share. As Sushi pondered these thoughts, the others did not contest the burly man's command. They recognized his unspoken implications and agreed with his course of action. Among them, the short-haired girl with glasses felt the greatest relief. After all, if they all entered together, even if danger awaited, it would be merely a matter of misfortune for whichever individual encountered it first. They could only blame their ill luck. As for a total catastrophe, given that the scenario had only just begun, it seemed improbable. With similar thoughts swirling in their minds, the group cautiously stepped through the inn's entrance. Behind them, the rain not only persisted but intensified. Sushi glanced back thoughtfully at the torrential downpour outside, sensing that the scenario was deliberately guiding their actions. Shaking off the thoughts in his mind, he began to follow his companions in surveying the inn's interior. The dim, murky atmosphere within mirrored the overcast skies outside, creating an unsettling gloom. The sound of the rain pattering against the ground shattered the silence within, and after a moment of careful hesitation, the group, relieved not to have encountered an initial attack, began to disperse slightly. Just as Sushi was straining to discern their direction, a sudden click echoed through the air. A burst of flame ignited ahead, illuminating the surroundings. Sushi looked over in astonishment and saw a refined gentleman standing beside what appeared to be the reception desk, holding a candle holder. It was evident that he had lit the candle, casting a faint glow throughout the room, not feeling the slightest discomfort under the gaze of others. The gentleman gently explained, "I initially intended to locate the light switch for this hotel, but was unable to do so. Fortunately, I discovered some candles and a lighter on the counter, and thus decided to light one for a bit of illumination." The burly man squinted slightly, but remained silent as he strode directly towards the reception desk, noticing another candle holder on the counter. He was about to ignite it with the lighter when the refined gentleman intervened, casting an unyielding glance in his direction. "One candle is sufficient for now. We do not know if more candles are available. It is prudent to conserve our resources." The refined man spoke without trepidation. While the burly man felt a surge of dissatisfaction, he recognized the validity of the other's reasoning and let out a cold huff, conceding his intention to light another candle. The first floor of the hotel was not particularly spacious. The refined gentleman placed the candle holder in the center of the reception desk, the flickering flame barely illuminating half of the area. It was then that everyone truly observed the layout of the first floor. The simple furnishings were laid bare. In the center stood the reception desk, flanked on either side by dining tables and chairs, askew and thickly coated in dust, glaringly visible in the dim light. To the left of the reception desk hung a heavy curtain, and upon lifting it, one could see it led to an unknown area. To the right was a spiral staircase, beyond which lay yet another section. "Let us search around for any clues," someone suggested. Everyone moved cautiously within the candlelight's reach, each person wary of inadvertently triggering a trap. Sushi conscientiously wandered about, seeking leads. He noticed a wall adorned with several papers, and upon approaching, he found the writing to be nearly illegible. "Regulations, evening entry, trust the people, discover them." Chapter 32, Mountain Lodge. Wasn't this first discovered by the esteemed Sushi? Squinting, he managed to discern a few characters, which left him pondering. What regulations? In the real world, some hotels post rules, such as prohibiting damage to public property and forbidding the carrying of flammable or explosive items. Such things are not uncommon. However, from the words he could decipher, it was clear that this lodge's postings were of a different nature. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a figure approached him. "Ah!" The short-haired girl with glasses exclaimed in delight as she leaned closer to the paper, striving to make out the words. Having recently surveyed a portion of the area herself without uncovering any significant clues, she turned to see the quietest member of the group fixated on a wall. Curiously, she moved over to investigate, not anticipating a serendipitous discovery. Sushi was compelled to step back a couple of paces. "No, why is this girl pushing? She's pushed me aside. Perhaps she can't clearly see the words above. Still, there's no need to block that area so completely. Sushi can hardly see the paper now." Sushi, having been pushed aside and obstructed in his view, felt a twinge of displeasure. If she wanted to closely observe the information on that paper, she could simply have asked him. He would not have refused. Why push him aside? However, he had already perused the contents of the paper, and remaining there felt like a waste of time. Just as Sushi was preparing to explore elsewhere, a deliberately lowered male voice reached his ears. "Everyone, please gather here." A refined man stood before the reception desk, flanked by a burly companion. Once all 5 individuals were present, he revealed what he held in his hands, a notebook clasping a black marker and a set of keys. This is what we found in the cabinet at the reception desk. You may take a look. The group took turns receiving the notebook to flip through its pages. It appeared to be a ledger used by the hotel proprietor to record guest information, arranged by date and relatively clear. Given the sparse number of occupants in this remote location, the entries for previous guests were all marked as checked out, leaving only the last few pages containing 3 rooms still indicated as occupied. The room numbers were 103, 202, and 204. June 16th. 20XX name, Yang Wu gender, male age, 24 contact, XXX room number, 202 July 26th. 20XX name, Wang Xiang gender, male age, 28 contact, XXX room number, 204 name, Liang Wenxue gender, female age, 26 contact, XXX room number, 204 July 27th. 20XX name, Wang Xiaoping gender, female age, 52 contact, XXX room number, 103 name, Su Haoyu gender, male age, 11 contact, none room number, 103. Only these 3 rooms lack checkout information, suggesting that something untoward may have transpired at this hotel, leading to the unfortunate circumstances surrounding these 5 individuals, or perhaps the establishment was abandoned thereafter. The refined man speculated with a gentle tone. The method to navigate through this scenario is often intricately linked to its background. Their current task is to piece together clues to reconstruct the events that transpired in this hotel. The burly man scanned the other 3 individuals and casually inquired, "What about you? Have you found any clues?" "I discovered an unusual piece of paper resembling rules on that wall, though most of the writing has faded." The short-haired woman with glasses interjected eagerly, pointing in a direction. "Wasn't that discovered first by Su Shi?" The notebook and the keys were first discovered by the refined gentleman, who added that they had brought along the robust man as well. However, it was Su Shi who initially found the rules. And yet this young woman boldly claimed the credit for herself. How audacious. It seems her emotional intelligence is somewhat lacking, especially when she chose to usurp Su Shi's clue. Let us not hastily attribute everything to low emotional intelligence. This was clearly a deliberate act. Her eagerness to speak first stemmed from a fear that Su Shi would preempt her, leaving her with nothing to say. Jiang furrowed his brow, straightening up from his previously relaxed posture against the chair, and glanced at the lively barrage of comments. He analyzed for his audience. The short-haired girl wearing glasses exhibited a strong desire for recognition. Clearly, she was intent on outshining Su Shi because she had found no clues in her search. In such multiplayer team dungeons, capability is of utmost importance. She likely feared being perceived as a burden for failing to uncover anything useful. The streamer articulated a valid point. At its core, her actions were motivated by the fear of lacking value and thus being discarded by her team. But what of Su Shi's response to her usurpation of his clue? Given that he is referred to as the big shot, one might question whether he would truly feel threatened by her momentary recognition. After all, individuals of substantial ability inevitably exhibit their worth. Yet, could it be possible that Su Shi simply does not care about such trivial matters? This comment silenced the screen for a brief moment. Jiang stroked his chin, pondering before nodding slowly. Indeed, we often worry about failing to demonstrate our value and being abandoned by our teammates, partly because our skills do not allow us to stray from the group. The advantages of teamwork are manifold. It not only fosters collective brainstorming, but also significantly reduces the probability of individual demise. Moreover, we are inexorably drawn to seek validation, as the security provided by a group far surpasses that of solitude. In our pursuit to integrate within the collective, we instinctively strive to showcase our worth and seek the approval of others. However, we tend to overlook a crucial detail. This player named Su Shi is fundamentally different from us. From his performance in the previous 2 dungeons, it is evident that he possesses an abundance of skill and does not crave the acknowledgement of others, let alone feel the need to exert effort to display himself. Perhaps the actions of this female player are indeed inconsequential to him. Indeed, while we fret about whether Su Shi might gain his teammates' approval, he may not even concern himself with such matters. Remove the word perhaps from the previous statement. The last road dungeon felt as though 4 players were bound together, allowing Su Shi to conveniently reap the rewards. Otherwise, they might not have achieved full clearance. However, this dungeon does not seem to carry the same fatal stakes. Your words carry profound meaning. I have said nothing. The official commentary still emphasizes the necessity of sincere cooperation within the dungeon. After all, the demise of a single player would tarnish the experience, Yet the nuances of human nature are understood by those who truly grasp them. The rolling barrage of comments continued to fervently discuss the topic, while Ji Yang's gaze returned to the live broadcast displayed on the large screen before him. He remained non-committal regarding the opinions expressed in the bullet comments. Certain remarks could be made in the comments, yet as a public figure, he could not freely express his stance. Nevertheless, he did not expect that someone who could barely muster an explanation for their teammates would genuinely care about their comrades' lives. Chapter 33. Mountain Lodge. It seemed that Su Shi had matched with a chosen ally. Su Shi raised a hand to rub his nose, feeling a slight itch. It was undeniably frustrating that clues he had discovered first were taken by another. To claim he was unperturbed would be disingenuous. Thus, he casually remarked, "She discovered it just like I did." Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the short-haired, bespectacled woman's expression turn rigid, and he felt a modicum of relief. Although he was somewhat socially anxious and not accustomed to engaging with strangers, it did not imply that he was easily bullied. He certainly would not swallow this slight in silence. Ha ha ha, it turns out Su Shi does care. Laughing to death, Su Shi, I care immensely. JPG, it's understandable. The short-haired woman's actions would unsettle anyone. I would have to make a pointed remark too. Look at her expression. She probably didn't expect Su Shi to confront her directly. Perhaps seeing Su Shi's taciturn demeanor led her to think he was easy to manipulate, although he does seem deceptively unassuming. I wonder if the player named Su Shi holds grudges. The bespectacled woman's offensive behavior would certainly provoke retaliation from someone less forgiving. I doubt Su Shi would stoop to her level. That remains to be seen. To be honest, despite the bullet comments extolling Su Shi as a great player, they did not truly understand him. Their knowledge of him stemmed solely from their encounters in 2 dungeons. At that moment, the discussion in the comments turned to whether Su Shi would harbor a grudge. Arrogant and aloof, Su Shi was not one to disregard his teammates entirely, but his capacity for forgiveness was neither vast nor insignificant. He would not go so far as to endanger someone over such matters, yet he would not simply pretend nothing had occurred. The palpable tension between the young man and the short-haired woman did not go unnoticed by the other 3 players, who feigned ignorance. The group approached the wall adorned with rules, carefully scrutinizing the information inscribed upon the paper. Once everyone had finished their examination, a heavy silence enveloped them. The barely legible words were disjointed, allowing only for rough conjectures. The scholarly man pondered for a moment before stating, "The first line mentions at night, the door, here. Ignore, suggesting that someone might knock at night, and we should either ignore it or must respond. The second line, believe, person, is quite vague. Does it imply we should trust certain individuals? Or should we be wary of others? The third line warns, never, discover you, they." The scholarly man struggled with the last line. Never what? Never allow them to discover you? Or is it something else? The burly man murmured, they. Does that imply there are peculiar entities present in this lodge? At this revelation, a chill swept over several of them. At this moment, the woman with the high ponytail suddenly spoke, stating that although the tables and chairs appeared askew, her recent inspection revealed no damage or any peculiar marks resembling dried blood, thereby dismissing the possibility of violent turmoil. If it were not a case of human interference, then it could only pertain to what was indicated on the paper. Do you think this code could be the rules we are meant to abide by? The short-haired girl with glasses inquired cautiously. Highly improbable, the cultured man decisively countered. This is evidently a notice from the hotel intended to inform guests of certain occurrences, such as the emergence of these entities, hence the imposition of such rules for compliance. Clearly, these warnings have failed to serve their crucial purpose. Otherwise, this establishment would not be abandoned. Another query arose. The burly man remarked coldly, "What has become of the 5 individuals who did not check out and the owner of this hotel?" A wave of silence enveloped the group. Suddenly, a clear and melodious chime echoed. The burly man tossed a set of keys in his palm, extracting 3 of them. "There are too few clues. Standing here ruminating is futile. We must investigate these 3 unoccupied rooms. Let us now deliberate on the distribution of our teams. 1 room on the first floor and 2 on the second. We will split into 2 teams. 2 individuals will explore room 103 on the first floor, while the remaining 3 will investigate rooms 202 and 204 on the second floor. Any objections?" Dividing into 2 teams serves both efficiency and a natural reduction in the probability of encountering danger. Sometimes, having all players congregated can render them a larger target, thus more perilous. Noticing that no one raised any objections, the burly man continued with satisfaction, I will team up with him, pointing to the cultured man, who offered no dissent, tacitly accepting the arrangement. For the burly man, although there was some friction regarding leadership with the cultured man, it did not hinder his acknowledgement of the latter's capabilities. The cultured man felt similarly. In their eyes, the performances of the other three were rather unimpressive. The youth, who appeared to be a university student, and the woman with the high ponytail were excessively silent, each exuding minimal presence, while the short-haired girl with glasses was somewhat proactive, albeit shallow in thought. I would like to join you, may I? The short-haired girl glanced nervously at the other two, who remained inactive, and raised her hand. Certainly. The burly man nodded casually. Let us proceed with this arrangement. We should not squander any more time. The short-haired girl immediately exhaled in relief. This girl with glasses seems quite pleased. She must feel fortunate to have aligned herself with these formidable companions. How naive, should any danger arise. These two men would surely push her out first. It's amusing. From this perspective, Sushi appears to have matched with chosen allies. Standing in shared silence with them, haha. Sushi allowed them to independently decide on the team selections without interjecting his opinions. After all, as far as he was concerned, any companions other than the short-haired girl with glasses would suffice. He turned his head to glance at the woman with a high ponytail, who had remained silent from the very beginning. She seemed to sense his gaze and calmly nodded in his direction. The group approached the reception desk, igniting another candle, with each team holding a candlestick to illuminate their path, ultimately parting ways at the staircase. Before they separated, the gentleman spoke softly. Everyone, please be cautious. The torrential rain continued to pour outside, and the sky had completely darkened. As they were about to enter a new area, each individual instinctively breathed more lightly. Knowing that there might still be dangers lurking within the inn heightened everyone's vigilance and wariness to the utmost. They remained unaware of the forbidden rules governing this scenario. Yet more often than not, such taboos had to be tested at the cost of lives. No one wished to be the one to perish. Chapter 34. The Inn in the Mountains. So, is it the candle that draws them in? The woman with the high ponytail carefully led the way. Holding the candlestick aloft, the relatively bright flame flickered gently, illuminating the dim corridor ahead. Sushi followed closely behind, his ears attuned to any sounds from the rear, fearful that, like in certain films or novels, footsteps might suddenly echo behind the protagonist. He turned his gaze to the plaque embedded on the door, numbered 101 and 103. The woman with the high ponytail halted, seemingly assessing something above her. Sushi suddenly realized that since the area accessed from the staircase to the right of the reception desk was the guest room section, then the area obscured by heavy curtains to the left must indeed be the kitchen. Shall we go in? The high ponytail woman inquired, glancing at the young man beside her. Sushi looked at her and took the key from her hand. I'll open the door. Since she had taken the initiative to lead the way with the candle, he felt it inappropriate to follow behind without shouldering any risks. Opening the door suited him well. If there were any unavoidable dangers, he could simply revert to a previous save. Sushi inserted the key into the lock and turned it gently, eliciting a faint click from room 103. He slowly pushed the door open, and the high ponytail woman immediately raised the candle to illuminate the interior, dispelling a portion of the darkness. Inside, there was nothing grotesque or unsettling. Rather, it appeared to be an ordinary hotel room. They exchanged a glance, and Sushi stepped inside first, with the high ponytail woman following suit, shutting the door behind them. They remained silent, but shared an unspoken understanding to search for clues separately. The room was not large, and a single candle sufficed to illuminate the entire space. As Sushi navigated around the modest bed, he accidentally kicked something hard at his feet, which rolled away with a soft clatter. Bending down, he discovered it was a flashlight, picked it up, and pressed the switch, finding it surprisingly functional and bright. Aside from the pillows and blankets provided by the inn, there was nothing else on the bed, which was neatly made. On the bedside table rested a cup of water and a toy robot. The woman with the high ponytail had also made a discovery. She rummaged beneath the table and unearthed a large cloth bag filled with colorful garments typically worn by the elderly, as well as short-sleeved shirts and shorts for boys. However, the significance lay not in the clothing but in the diary nestled within. After the two of them scoured the remaining corners of the room without unearthing anything of value, they reconvened by the door. I had found nothing of note, save for a flashlight on the ground. Sushi extended his hand, showcasing the flashlight to his companion. The woman with the high ponytail nodded gently, stating, I too found only this diary, which seems promising. Candlelight, after all, strained the eyes, particularly when deciphering text, prompting She to switch on the flashlight. The intense beam illuminated the contents of the diary. The childish scrawl, akin to ants marching across the page, was unmistakably penned by a young child. Disregarding the earlier mundane entries, they perused the days spent at the inn. July 27th, clear weather. I'm so tired. I can't walk anymore. When will we arrive at Annie's house? Grandma said it's too late to continue today, so we'll stay here overnight and set off at dawn. That strange uncle told us not to answer the door if we heard knocking and not to go outside at night. What if I need to pee? Grandma told me to sleep early, but I can't. If I don't sleep, Grandma will scold me, so I pretended to be asleep. I'm so clever, yet it's so boring. I heard knocking. It sounds like that odd uncle. Didn't they say we shouldn't open the door for anything? Why did Grandma open it then? Grandma fell asleep, so I got up to secretly write in my diary. That's all for today's entry. July 28th, clear weather. Why has Grandma become so strange today, even stranger than that uncle? She smiled at me, and it was terrifying. Also, why does she have so many teeth? I thought adults stopped growing teeth after losing their baby once. I realize now that Mommy just didn't want me to have candy. Grandma just sits there, ignoring me when I call her. Her arms seem to have grown longer, and she appears taller. Grandma told me to sleep. Well, that's all for today's entry. July 29th, clear weather. Grandma wants to play a game with me using blocks, and I pretend to be one of the blocks. Grandma took off my head, my hands, and my legs, but she didn't put me back together, which made it impossible for me to finish writing my diary. Why are there bloodstains on Grandma's teeth? Oh, it turns out Grandma is eating my leg. I'm hungry too. I want to eat. I plead with Grandma not to eat my hands yet, as I still want to finish today's entry. I've written enough. That's all for today's diary. After reading the last 3 entries, a chill washed over the 2 individuals. If the first day at the inn had seemed normal, the second day unveiled a disturbing anomaly. First, Grandma had developed numerous teeth, followed by her arms elongating and her stature increasing, clearly indicating a grotesque transformation. The transformation in Grandmother stemmed from her disregard for the peculiar uncle's warning. She opened the door upon hearing a knock in the night. The diary entries that followed were even more peculiar, devoid of pretense. From the preceding context, it is evident that the boy's perception has been irrevocably altered. He remains alive even after being dismembered, likely undergoing some form of transformation. The conclusion is all too apparent. He would ultimately be consumed by his grandmother. Let us take this diary and wait for them at the staircase, proclaimed the woman with the high ponytail, closing the diary and breaking the silence that enveloped them. This diary clearly served as a crucial clue, its contents dispelling their earlier confusion. Yet, numerous questions lingered, leaving them to rely on the other 3 to uncover additional leads. Sushi had no objections. After a brief affirmation, he opened the door that had been previously shut. However, he had scarcely stepped outside when he froze in place. Not far ahead, a figure was ascending the stairs towards the 2nd floor. The darkness obscured many details, but he noted that the silhouette appeared quite tall, with disproportionately long arms. Before he could raise an alarm, the woman with the high ponytail emerged from behind him. The warm glow of the candlelight seemed to have drawn the figure's attention. It slowly turned to face them and began to approach. Sushi's mind raced. When he had exited, the figure had not acknowledged him. But upon the woman's emergence with the candle, the figure had instantly shifted its focus onto them. Was it the candle that attracted it? Chapter 35. Mountain Lodge. He must have discerned a subtle detail. Sushi felt an urgent need to warn the woman to extinguish the candle. Yet he found himself unable to voice it, helplessly watching as the figure drew nearer. He sensed his consciousness being tainted by an unseen force, as if his very being were undergoing a transformation. In a daze, he perceived an unsettling familiarity with that silhouette. Who was approaching? Oh, it was one of his own kind. His perception had been irrevocably altered. Sushi jolted awake, realizing he had just opened the door and had already taken a step outside. Turning back, he confirmed that the menacing figure was still climbing the stairs, oblivious to their presence. Time was of the essence. Without a moment's hesitation, Sushi pivoted and, under the astonished gaze of the woman with the high ponytail, extinguished the candle with his bare hands. He gestured for silence, and then turned back to observe the eerie figure. Strangely, he bore no recollection of his own demise, as if he had merely experienced a dream and inexplicably reverted to an earlier moment. Yet, he distinctly remembered that it was the candlelight that had drawn the figure, prompting him to extinguish it at the first opportunity. Behind him, The woman with the high ponytail seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Cautiously, she peered out. Upon seeing the figure on the stairs, her expression shifted markedly. The figure continued its slow ascent, unhurried yet determined. The staircase was not long, and even at a leisurely pace, it would reach the second floor in mere seconds. On the second floor, 3 robust men were likely drawn to that shadow by the flickering candlelight. The woman with a high ponytail had closed the door behind her upon entering, preventing their light from spilling outside. Thus the shadow sought the distant refuge of the second floor. The choice before him was whether or not to alert the trio upstairs. Should he choose silence, they would likely meet a fate as silent and unresisting as his own and that of the high ponytailed woman before him. Indeed, he suspected that the woman had not survived either. He did not consider her to be a fool. If he could deduce the candle's influence, she could certainly have done so as well, even if only to experiment with it. Yet, she remained utterly still, likely ensnared just as he was. If he chose to warn them, communication was limited to shouts, as there were no means for direct contact among them. Would the shadow be swayed by sound? If the candle's flame could lure it, might the beam of a flashlight do the same? He recalled having recently discovered a flashlight. Surely, he couldn't proceed in utter darkness. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant, and with a resolve to test the waters, Sushi shouted, "Quickly extinguish the candles on the second floor." The shadow remained motionless. It appeared that it was not drawn by sound. Gripping the flashlight tightly, Sushi turned it on and aimed it at the shadow. Under the beam, the figure seemed to react violently, emitting a high-pitched shriek before vanishing into thin air. Simultaneously, a woman's scream echoed from above. Sushi was momentarily taken aback. The shadow's response to the flashlight had been unexpectedly intense. He had not anticipated that, by mere chance, he would discover its aversion to the intense light. However, after a brief hesitation, Sushi continued towards the staircase, flashlight in hand. The woman with the high ponytail, having grasped the sudden urgency behind the young man's swift extinguishing of the candles, followed suit. Even though she was uncertain how he had known about the candle's effect on the shadow. As they passed room 101, her steps faltered instinctively. Just as Sushi reached the staircase, he heard the hurried footsteps of the second floor, drawing closer. The 2 robust men nearly leaped down the stairs in a few bounds. The short-haired woman with glasses was dead. Upon seeing the other 2 comrades, the first words from the robust man were to announce the demise of the short-haired woman, slain by an unknown white entity. The more refined man steadied his emotions, calmly adding that the creature's speed was so great they had scarcely glimpsed its true form. "Did you not extinguish the candles?" inquired the woman with the high ponytail. The refined man paused, his expression faltering. We hesitated for a moment. She refrained from asking further, understanding why, despite their warnings, someone had still perished. Simply put, they had not taken their teammates' advice seriously in time. Yet, this was somewhat justifiable. The dungeon was not devoid of players who, under the guise of giving warnings, would intentionally lead others into peril. It was all a matter of discernment. Fortunately, the robust man acted swiftly, extinguishing the candle at the very moment the short-haired woman with glasses collapsed. Otherwise, they too might have faced dire consequences. The instant the candle was snuffed out, that entity vanished. Sushi listened intently, his expression shifting subtly. He had not anticipated that the first casualty would be the short-haired woman. This marked the first instance of a teammate's demise in the scenarios he had experienced. Moreover, the clean and decisive nature of her death starkly contrasted with his previous encounter, where he recalled struggling for some time. Thus, what accounted for this discrepancy? How did you all know to extinguish the candle? After a brief exchange, the refined man posed the question. The burly man turned his gaze towards him, while the woman with the high ponytail looked directly at Sushi. Suddenly, the attention of all 3 individuals focused on the silent youth. Goodness, I was holding my breath, afraid to type a word. Who among you understands? My heart stopped when I saw that figure on the stairs. Sushi's reaction was remarkably swift. I was still in a daze when he snuffed out the candle. Does that eerie entity get attracted by the candle? You only just grasped this? It ignored the proximity of the first floor and headed straight for the second because the ponytailed woman had closed the door, while the 3 on the second floor left theirs ajar, allowing the candlelight to shine through. Here is the question. How did Sushi deduce that the entity was drawn to the candle? He lacks our omniscient perspective for comparison. Ji Yong intended to take a sip of water, but was abruptly seized by the series of dramatic changes unfolding in the live scenario. Upon regaining his composure and noticing the barrage of questions in the comments, he pondered for a moment before elucidating. He must have observed a detail. What detail? I didn't catch it. Neither did I. Not a soul here did. If you all could have discerned it, you'd be experts by now. So what detail are we discussing? Ji Yong did not keep the viewers in suspense, urging them to reflect. Think carefully. Were there any sources of illumination in room 103? There was. Sushi found a flashlight. Ji Yong responded affirmatively, countering. So why was there not a single candle in the room? The speed of the comments slowed considerably. I logged into the burly man's live stream from another phone, and I did not see any candles in rooms 202 or 204 either. Chapter 36. Mountain Lodge. The glasses-wearing woman was led to her demise by Sushi. This lodge lacked electricity. The presence of candlesticks at the reception indicated that candles were available, yet not a single candle could be found in the rooms meant for illumination. Ji Yong took a sip of water, his tone laden with significance. This suggested that the lodge's proprietor was aware that candles might attract some entity. Hence they refrained from providing them to the guests, opting instead for flashlights, which appeared to possess some peculiar efficacy. Is this the intellect of a wise individual? Your mind and mine seem to differ greatly. It was barely 2 seconds after Sushi encountered that entity, yet he was able to deduce this so swiftly, astonishing. Who dares to claim that Sushi succeeded purely by luck? His reflexes, especially when extinguishing the candle, are unparalleled. I had always perceived Sushi as rather aloof, but I was taken aback to witness him actually vocalizing reminders to his teammates. It appears I misjudged him. He merely possesses a unique personality. Initially, I felt this dungeon did not resemble the typical road-style dungeons where teammates are bound together, often leaving one to observe idly when another faces peril. Yet, the dungeon had barely commenced, and already there was a casualty. But does no one else perceive that the bespectacled woman met her demise due to Sushi's oversight? Upon seeing the comment suggesting that the bespectacled woman was led to her death by Sushi, Ji Yong momentarily halted his drinking and raised an eyebrow, remarking, I didn't expect others to share my suspicions. Do you concur, streamer? I failed to discern that Sushi was at fault. The bespectacled woman was not slain because she was holding the candle. It was her failure to extinguish it promptly upon hearing the warning that sealed her fate. Indeed, Sushi had the decency to warn her. It is hardly his fault that they chose to disregard it. Ji Yong, undeterred by the skepticism, carefully articulated his thoughts, sharing his perspective with the viewers. As the 5 individuals divided into 2 teams, they approached the reception area to ignite another candle. The refined man handed his nearly burnt-down candle to the woman with the high ponytail, while the robust man passed the lit second candle to the bespectacled woman. Strangely enough, these 2 men exhibit a certain cunning. One provides a nearly extinguished candle to the other team, while the other deliberately hands the candle to the bespectacled woman, urging her to lead the way. Such is human nature, yet it is undeniably rather sinister. It is no wonder these 2 defaulted to team up. It appears they are drawn to one another. Ji Yong chuckled lightly and continued. As they parted at the staircase, the candle remained in the hands of the bespectacled woman, who was also the first to advance. When that humanoid entity emerged, Sushi discerned within 2 seconds that it was attracted to the candle. After swiftly extinguishing the candle in the high ponytail woman's grasp, he alerted the 3 on the second floor. Logically, he could have simply waited for events to unfold. Yet, he chose to illuminate the creature with his flashlight. The entity moved slowly, but upon being struck by the intense beam of the flashlight, it became frantic. While it was indeed frightened by the brightness, the sudden stimulation caused it to accelerate, even teleporting directly before the bespectacled woman. The refined man mentioned that they hesitated upon hearing the warning. Had Sushi not shown the flashlight at that creature, given its pace, the 3 could have determined the credibility of Sushi's warning before it ascended to the second floor. However, that fleeting moment ultimately led to the demise of the bespectacled woman. The comments fell into a brief silence before erupting in a flurry. Oh my, upon reflection, it does seem plausible. Could it be that Sushi is exacting revenge for having his clues stolen previously? Initially, it was not a matter of neglect, but rather a question of timing. It is somewhat unsettling that a player was eliminated without any noticeable commotion. And the alarming fact is that no teammates have yet perceived anything amiss. How could they possibly discern the truth? Even with our omniscient perspective, we fail to detect any irregularities. However, this remains merely my suspicion, primarily because I lack concrete evidence. Ji Yong, cradling his cup, continued, stating that the crux of the matter lies in Sushi's decision to illuminate that entity with a flashlight. Was this an intentional act? Did he comprehend that the flashlight would provoke and repel that thing? I leaned towards believing that he was indeed aware and acted with purpose. The timing is too coincidental. Should anyone in the group harbor differing opinions, feel free to express them on the public screen for discussion. I have a query. Why didn't Tsu-shi simply remain silent, thereby ensuring that the bespectacled girl would also meet her demise? The distinction lies only in the additional loss of 2 lives. His quick action in extinguishing the candle held by the ponytailed girl has already demonstrated his understanding that the candle attracted that entity. Even if the ponytailed girl momentarily overlooked this fact, it does not mean she would not ponder it later. The only remaining teammate is a cold-hearted individual who disregards life. What do you think her thoughts would be? Regardless of her thoughts, it's as if Tsu-shi would care about them. If he were concerned with the opinions of other players, he would not have exhibited such behavior. After a moment of contemplation, Ji-young, fixated on the youth on the screen, gradually articulated his analysis. Either the other two still hold some utility for him, or he is merely going with the flow. Oblivious to the fact that he had been labeled as shrewd by the outside world, Tsu-shi was preoccupied with how to explain his knowledge that the candle was the culprit attracting that ghastly entity. There was no reasoning. Asking simply led to death. Tsu-shi unconsciously waved the flashlight in his hand, preparing to emulate the previous dungeon's tactics and blur past the situation, when suddenly the cultured man uttered, "I understand now." Tsu-shi's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to inquire what he had come to know. He then witnessed the cultured man produce an identical flashlight from his pocket. His gaze piercing as he addressed Tsu-shi. "You have already realized that there are no candles in this room, haven't you?" Upon hearing this, the burly man and the high-ponytailed woman quickly grasped the implication. So it was like this. The burly man's realization brought forth a glimmer of curiosity in his gaze towards Tsu-shi. What does this mean? Do not leave us hanging. Tsu-shi's mind raced, attempting to decipher the meaning behind the cultured man's words. However, the other 3 noticed the youth cast a fleeting glance at them before diverting his gaze, remaining silent, as if to suggest that their subsequent attitudes were of no consequence to him. The burly man, known for his fiery temper, acknowledged that this reticent youth possessed certain qualities. Yet the indifference he displayed towards them was indeed a prick to his pride, as if they were unworthy of his attention. Chapter 37. The inn in the mountains let the misunderstanding persist. Just as the robust man was about to voice his thoughts, the refined gentleman seized the opportunity to speak first. Despite having recently faced peril, there was a silver lining. They had uncovered a forbidden rule. However, the danger was far from averted. The lurking presence of other similar threats remained uncertain. It was imperative to discuss the clues each had discovered. Unlike the impulsive, robust man, the refined gentleman seldom displayed overt emotions. Even when the leadership of the group was usurped by the robust man, he merely smiled and moved on. He bore no anger towards Tsu-shi for not engaging with him. The latter's swift reaction to the eerie entity showcased remarkable observational skills and sharp thinking. Moreover, Tsu-shi had even alerted them, albeit with little communication. The presence of such astute individuals in their group only increased their chances of success. This reasoning was sound, and the robust man recognized that collaboration was more valuable than internal conflict at this juncture. With a dismissive grunt, he revealed a crumpled piece of paper he had been holding to the others. Tsu-shi had just deciphered the refined gentleman's earlier statement. The absence of candlelight in the inn's room indicated an issue with the candles themselves. The others might have assumed he discerned this flaw, leading him to identify the shadow attracted by the candles. In truth, it was due to his prior death, yet he found no need to clarify. He allowed the misunderstanding to stand. Unbeknownst to him, the external speculation that he had deliberately endangered the short-haired woman with glasses would have struck him as absurd had he been aware. Possessing a unique ability, he felt a sense of confidence, prompting him to test the strange figure, unaware that the flashlight's beam would provoke it. This misinterpretation stemmed from differing perspectives and information gaps. Once everything was clarified, Tsu-shi's attention was drawn to the paper the robust man had produced, which had been found in room 202. As the robust man cautiously unfolded the crumpled paper, he remarked that it contained little of value, save for a missing person notice that appeared somewhat useful. Tsu-shi and the woman with the high ponytail examined its contents closely. The wrinkled paper featured a photograph of a young woman, along with her identity details, the circumstances of her disappearance, and her family's contact information. Notably, the last place she was seen before vanishing was this very inn. She shared the same surname as the occupant of room 202. Both were named Yang. Furthermore, one of the listed contact numbers matched that of Yang Wu, the resident of room 202, suggesting a sibling relationship. Hence, it seemed that the sister had disappeared at this inn, and after failing to locate her following a police report, Yang Wu had come alone to search for traces of her. Subsequently, the refined gentleman produced a mobile phone, its screen shattered yet astonishingly functional. The mobile phone was discovered in room 204, initially powered off. To my surprise, it still had some battery life remaining when I attempted to turn it on. The two occupants of this room were either a couple or married, and the phone belonged to the male. Initially, we were unaware of the screen lock password, but while rummaging through their suitcase, we stumbled upon an identification card. First, we entered the man's birthday, but it was incorrect. Then, we tried the woman's birthday. And to our astonishment, it worked. Upon examining the chat records and various other information within, everything seemed rather mundane. However, the refined gentleman activated the voice recording, adjusted the volume, and placed the phone in the center of the group, urging them to listen to the series of recorded calls. As everyone held their breath, amidst a brief static, an elderly female voice emerged. "Son, didn't you say you were going hiking with Xiaoxue? How is it going?" A clear male voice responded. "It's quite nice here. The scenery is pleasant, though a bit tiring." "Oh, when are you planning to return?" "The day after tomorrow. Xiaoxue wants to play for another day." "All right, come back soon. Be careful. Don't let anything unexpected happen." "Don't worry, Mom. I understand." The first call concluded here. Sushi lowered his head in contemplation. He did not discern anything amiss but felt an inexplicable unease. The refined gentleman played the second recording. Let us listen to this segment. This conversation lacked the harmony of the previous one, with the male voice infused with profound fear and panic. "Mom, I encountered something strange." "What happened, son?" "Don't panic. Tell me what occurred." "I clearly pushed her off, yet she came back the next day." "What nonsense are you spouting? Is it too much psychological pressure?" "Listen, those supernatural tales are mere fabrications. It's all in your mind. Just return quickly, and we can discuss it in detail." The male voice seemed to reach a breaking point, shouting at the other end, "How could I possibly be mistaken? She truly returned. I witnessed her return unscathed. How is that even possible? I pushed her off from such a height." At this moment, the elderly female voice appeared to panic as well. "Ah, son, don't be afraid, just come back." The call abruptly ended, the woman on the other end failing to finish her words of comfort. A few more calls followed, but when answered, only the anxious inquiries from the woman could be heard, with no further response from their side. Sushi raised his head to find that everyone wore a similarly grave expression, despite having listened to the recordings once already. Both the burly man and the refined gentleman remained furrowed in thought. The male had taken the female to hike, but it was a premeditated scheme with his mother to push her off the cliff, only to be taken aback when she returned unharmed. But was she truly the same person? The woman with the high ponytail handed her notebook to the burly man and the refined gentleman for review. Succinctly summarizing the diary's contents, room 103 was occupied by a grandparent and grandchild. The elderly individual heard knocking at the door one night and, upon opening it, succumbed to an unusual transformation, ultimately consuming the grandchild. After a cursory glance at the diaries, the two men felt an even heavier weight in their hearts. The burly man incisively remarked, "These entries may appear to contain a wealth of information, yet we remain utterly oblivious to the true events that transpired. For instance, what do the regulations of the inn signify? Do the experiences of its residents correlate with these rules? And ultimately, where have these individuals, including the innkeeper, disappeared to?" Chapter 38. The Inn in the Mountains. The sense of relaxation exuded by the esteemed Sue, she is truly unprecedented. The peculiar uncle mentioned in this diary might very well be the proprietor of the inn, who warned the elderly and their grandchild in room 103 not to venture outside at night and to ignore any knocking at the door. It was precisely because Wang Xiaoping opened the door upon hearing a knock that the subsequent eerie events unfolded. The refined man perused the diary once more, this time with greater diligence, endeavoring to unravel the concealed information within. "Do you recall the rules affixed to that wall? It appears our initial assumption was correct. The first rule is indeed to refrain from going outside at night and to disregard any knocks. Moreover, the child feigned sleep and thus witnessed the entire sequence of events when his grandmother opened the door. According to the diary, the knocking emanated from that strange uncle, presumably the innkeeper. Yet, a perplexing question arises. How could the innkeeper, who had just cautioned the grandparent and grandchild, be the one knocking at their door moments later? The burly man let out a cold laugh. So, the entity that knocked possesses the ability to mimic human voices. The question remains whether it can also replicate a human form. Upon hearing this, a flash of insight illuminated the refined man's mind. The entity indeed could imitate human appearances. After all, the male occupant of room 204 had surely returned after committing a murder, and it could not possibly be the female victim who returned. At this juncture, the refined man discerned another issue and abruptly turned to the other three. If you were to push someone off a cliff, and she subsequently returned unscathed, would you not feel a pang of guilt, compelling you to contact your mother? The burly man furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by the refined man's repetition of this scenario. What do you mean? Speak plainly. There's no need for circumlocution. The refined man's lips twitched as he was about to clarify when the woman with the high ponytail interjected. Clearly, the person who returned is no longer someone you recognize. Yet, upon her return, you did not meet your demise immediately. The burly man was not dull. Upon hearing this, he recognized the dilemma. This man had the time to call his mother, and just at that moment, after expressing his concerns about the woman, the call became disconnected. A collective realization dawned upon them. The refined man could not help but smile. It seems we are all in agreement. The first rule on that paper is to remain indoors and not to answer the door upon hearing knocks. The third rule may very well be to avoid letting those entities know that you have discovered their presence. Since we have deduced two of the rules, the second rule becomes rather straightforward. Thus, it is plainly to trust no one, for you cannot ascertain whether those around you are indeed human or merely masquerading as such. As if parting the mists, a few individuals finally gleaned some insights into this intricate scenario. Their experiences bore both similarities and differences. They all encountered those bizarre entities. Yet distinctively, Wang Xiaoping from room 103 perished due to a violation of the first rule, while the male occupant of room 204, Wang Xiang, contravened the third rule, with the details of his demise remaining unclear. Regrettably, these rules were not prohibitive taboos. They held no applicability for them. Furthermore, the cultured gentleman unconsciously tightened his grip around the diary, his tone imbued with gravity. The entries chronicled Wang Xiaoping's transformation, noting that her physique gradually elongated, her arms extending as well. Upon hearing this, the robust man narrowed his eyes. The entity that killed the bespectacled woman was a tall, slender, white figure with disproportionately long arms. The woman with the high ponytail exclaimed in astonishment. So that entity is the transformed Wang Xiaoping? Not necessarily, the cultured man replied, shaking his head. We remain unaware of their original forms. It appears Wang Xiaoping's condition has rendered her a mere reflection of them. Only Yang Wu from room 202 remains. His situation still shrouded in mystery. His missing sister's fate is uncertain, and the registry notes she checked out after a single night on April 3rd. Listening quietly for some time, Sushi could only think two words: impressive. From an initial state of utter confusion, they had gradually unraveled clues through their discussions, now possessing a partial understanding of the background. Among them, the most astute was the refined gentleman before them, whose meticulous observations and clear reasoning guided the entire discourse. The robust man and the high ponytail woman exhibited sharp intellects, adeptly following the cultured man's thought process, even if they struggled to comprehend it first. A gentle prompt quickly illuminated their understanding. Su Shi, who had previously considered himself somewhat clever, was once again struck by the stark disparity in intelligence between individuals. Without the ability to reverse mortality, he truly felt ill-equipped for this endeavor. After a moment of reflection, Su Shi swiftly reassured himself. It was all right. Though he may not possess extraordinary brilliance, he was not devoid of intelligence either. At the very least, he grasped the content being discussed. He was, after all, a person of normal intellect. While he could not replicate others' intellectual prowess, he could learn from their experiences. With time, as he accumulated more experiences within these scenarios, he would undoubtedly grow more adept. Furthermore, he seemed to have discerned the cause of his previous demise. It likely mirrored Wang Xiaoping's fate, having been infected and transformed into a similar entity. No wonder, in the moments before his consciousness faded, he sensed a change in his own body. This realization was not merely an illusion. How could that bespectacled woman have been so swiftly and decisively slain? Surely it was not because the eerie figure was provoked by the beam of his flashlight? No way could it. Goodness, this refined gentleman possesses quite the talent. He has managed to weave together a plethora of information from seemingly inconsequential clues. Why can't such a clever mind reside upon my own head? This current scenario appears to be rather intricate, leaving me in a haze of confusion. I find it rather enjoyable to observe this unraveling mystery. The gradual discovery of the truth brings a unique sense of fulfillment. The three individuals are engaged in fervent discussion, yet Sushi remains entirely silent, embodying the very essence of reticence. Is it necessary to label him? It is evidently ingrained in his very being. No. It is clear he has mastered the art of taciturnity. You are amusing, do not be too hilarious. Sushi's posture exudes a certain relaxed charm. While others are deeply engrossed in discussion, he appears merely to be daydreaming. The ease with which Sushi carries himself is truly unprecedented. He seems utterly unconcerned, while the three burly men display brows so furrowed they could crush a fly. Chapter 39, Mountain Inn. Is Sushi being targeted? To effortlessly conquer two scenarios while stealthily undermining his teammates, I hardly believe this challenge can daunt him. The notion of him sabotaging his teammates remains mere speculation. Sushi exhibits an astounding lack of enthusiasm for the task at hand. Your description resonates with my own sentiments. I often sense something peculiar about Sushi, and it appears his indifference towards the challenge is the root of it. While other players actively seek clues and items upon entering the scenario, Sushi approaches it with a casual demeanor. Indeed, he silently follows his teammates, indifferent to their actions. In this light, Sushi appears to be a more competent observer than we netizens. I am in tears. How can you speak of Sushi in such a manner? He is merely embracing his role as a player. What fault lies therein? You are truly merciless. Following their initial discussion, the group has gained a clearer understanding of the scenario. However, even the previously reticent woman with the high ponytail has joined the conversation, while the youth beside her remains utterly silent. The burly man is beginning to feel slightly disgruntled. As everyone diligently analyzes the clues, this individual stands by, voiceless. Just as he is about to utter a sharp remark, the high ponytail woman calmly states, I must mention something. As we passed from room 103, I observed that the door to room 101 seemed to be unlocked. The burly man immediately swallows the mocking retort he almost let slip. He is capable of discerning priorities. Completing the challenge is paramount. Thus he replies, then let us proceed to room 101. However, the high ponytail woman shakes her head. I distinctly recall that when we passed room 101 on our way to room 103, the door was firmly closed. What? Sushi, who had been grappling with the thought that the short-haired woman with glasses might have been indirectly harmed by his actions, immediately casts aside such concerns upon hearing this revelation. Regardless of the circumstances, the short-haired woman with glasses has met her demise. If her death is indeed attributable to his use of the flashlight, he sincerely apologizes. He is truly sorry. If not, then, considering the unfortunate fate of the individual, he graciously chooses to forgive the earlier transgression of having stolen his clues. However, Sushi struggles to recall whether he had noticed if the door to room 101 was locked as he passed by. It seems he paid no attention at all, having been focused solely on the room numbers. Before anyone else could speak, the woman with the high ponytail continued. We lingered at the front desk with our candles for quite some time, yet that entity did not appear. However, once we separated and entered our respective rooms, it emerged. So, do you believe that the entity was initially inside room 101? And that someone or something released it once we entered our rooms? The scholarly man inquired with a serious expression. Precisely, the woman with the high ponytail nodded without hesitation. The burly man immediately retrieved his keychain, searching for the key to room 101, but after a moment, his face darkened as he declared, there is no key for room 101 on this ring. Indeed, the mere thought of a mysterious white figure, along with an unknown entity lurking in the shadows, observing them, sent chills down their spines, leaving them feeling uneasy. We must still explore room 101. While we may not be entirely in the dark about this scenario, we remain at a loss regarding how to achieve clearance, the scholarly man reflected thoughtfully. He did not advocate for avoiding danger outright. The more one evades, the more one relinquishes control. Sometimes, perilous places harbor crucial clues. The others voiced no objections. None wished to linger unnecessarily in this scenario. The longer they delayed, the slimmer their chances of success would become. Even if death loomed just seconds away, they would face it head-on. After all, these scenarios required players to gamble with their lives. However, we cannot simply charge in blindly. The scholarly man, courageous yet measured, proposed after a moment of contemplation. While we are currently unable to confront the entity in the shadows, We can devise a method to lure the white figure into a fixed location, thereby avoiding an inadvertent encounter. The burly man inquired, intrigued. What method? He had begun to recognize the scholarly man's keen intellect. Since the white figure was released, it implies that it can be contained within a room. We merely need to light candles in one room, enticing it to that space, and then shut the door, locking it inside. The scholarly man offered a slight smile. The entity in the shadows requires a key to exit. Aside from room 101, we possess the keys to the other rooms, alleviating our concerns about it releasing the white figure again. A genius. Sushi marveled inwardly, pondering the brilliance of the scholarly man's mind. The burly man and the woman with the high ponytail's eyes brightened in realization. This indeed is a splendid plan. Yet, a dilemma arises. The burly man's tone sharpened. Who will light the candles? Moreover, what if there are similar white figures in the other rooms? The genteel man lamented. There's nothing we can do. We must take our chances. As for who should light the candle, you should do it. The burly man suddenly raised his chin and directed his gaze at Sushi. Me? Sushi was taken aback. It's you. We were all engaged in serious discussion while you remained aloof. You can't simply reap the benefits without contributing. Witnessing this exchange, the comments section erupted with excitement. Goodness. This is quite something. Is Sushi being targeted? However, the burly man does have a point. Sushi's involvement has been somewhat lacking. Come on. If Sushi hadn't reminded them to extinguish the candles earlier, would they even be in a position to send him to light one? True. Who was it that said as long as we don't provoke the burly man, he wouldn't cause trouble? I ask, what is he doing now? Burly man. Don't court disaster. The last person who offended Sushi, that bespectacled woman, is now well and truly gone. I have a feeling the next to perish may very well be this burly man. Feeling one, unbeknownst to Sushi, the outside world had already begun to wager on whether he would ultimately eliminate the burly man. He was still astonished that the burly man had tasked him with lighting the candle. He could sense that the burly man seemed to be targeting him. Yet he could not recall having offended him in any way. Perhaps I should do it. To everyone's surprise, the woman with the high ponytail volunteered. Chapter 40. Mountain Lodge. He found it difficult to fathom the intentions of the young man. Undoubtedly, venturing alone to ignite the candle with the intent to lure the white figure was an extremely perilous endeavor. Not to mention the necessity of confining the entity within the room. Even the slightest misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Furthermore, they were unaware if other locked doors concealed further dangers, perhaps even another white figure. Even without lighting the candle, no one could guarantee that confronting such a being would be without peril. Moreover, that entity was remarkably swift. Both the burly man and the genteel man had witnessed firsthand how the short-haired bespectacled woman was instantaneously dispatched. They could hardly hope to evade such speed. It was perplexing why the high ponytail woman would willingly shoulder such great danger on behalf of this young man, despite it not being her concern. Under their scrutinizing gazes, the high ponytail woman maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unwilling to offer any explanation. She extended her hand toward the burly man. Hand me the lighter. In which room should the candle be placed? During the earlier division of teams, it was the burly man who had lit another candle, and the lighter had remained with him since. At that moment, Sushi took the candlestick from the high ponytail woman's hand, and then signaled to the burly man for the lighter. All right, give me the lighter. I shall go. Sushi nodded at the high ponytail woman, acknowledging her goodwill. Although he was uncertain of her underlying motives, on the surface, she was indeed assisting him. He was not one to merely cower behind others. Moreover, he had the advantage. I suppose you do possess some courage. The burly man grinned as he retrieved a lighter from his pocket and tossed it into Sushi's embrace. He turned to the refined gentleman and inquired, which room would be most suitable for this lad to place the candle? After a moment's contemplation, the gentleman replied, let us put it in room 106. We can conceal ourselves in room 103, maintaining a safe distance while still allowing us to observe. The burly man nodded in agreement, gesturing with his chin towards Sushi, urging him, let us go. Sushi cast a sidelong glance at him, uttering not a word, and promptly made his way towards room 106, followed closely by the other three. It was only after they entered room 103 that the refined gentleman, wearing a puzzled expression, turned to the burly man and remarked, you seem rather displeased with him. After all, he did uncover the secret of the candle and even alerted us. I was merely testing him, the burly man scoffed. And don't feign ignorance. I see through your intentions as well. You two are curious about him, aren't you? The refined gentleman, caught off guard by the bluntness of his observation, felt no embarrassment and candidly admitted, "I believe he is an intelligent individual, though I am uncertain of his stance. I find it challenging to gauge that youth." With that thought in mind, he cautioned, "Do not overstep. Our priority is to navigate through this challenge." The burly man replied dismissively, "Of course, I am aware." Meanwhile, the woman with a high ponytail listened intently, casting a glance at them before redirecting her gaze to the narrow gap of the door. Through the small crevice, she could see the rather youthful-looking young man, bent low with a flashlight, attempting to unlock the door to room 106. Compared to the other two, she had spent more time with him and had observed far more. The circumstances surrounding the death of the short-haired, bespectacled woman were far from simple. It was evident that the young man had played a significant role in it. The ease with which he ensnared a player left her questioning whether it was a deliberate scheme or merely an opportunistic act. Regardless of the intention, he was certainly not as innocuous as he appeared. That low-profile demeanor was undeniably a successful guise. At the very least, the two individuals beside her had underestimated him because of it. On the other side, Sushi stood before the door of room 106, alone in the pitch-black corridor. A true test of courage for those afflicted with a fear of darkness. The rapid beating of his heart spurred him to deftly unlock the door, which he then cautiously pushed open. Fortunately, the room harbored no strange entities. After illuminating the area with his flashlight, he decided to place the candle on the bedside table, positioned closer to the bed. Once the candle was set and the wick ignited, Sushi hastened towards the door. He needed to conceal himself in room 103 before that enigmatic white figure arrived, planning to lock the door behind him after the individual entered. However, plans often falter in the face of reality. As Sushi entered, he mimicked the earlier action of the ponytailed woman by shutting the door behind him, an action that unwittingly brought upon him an immediate and unforeseen consequence. Who understands? As soon as he opened the door, he was confronted by a peculiar creature. Towering above him by two heads, its pallid form devoid of facial features save for three sinister black voids. He distinctly felt his heart skip a beat from sheer fright. The eerie entity before him raised a long, spindly arm, seemingly poised to knock. How remarkably polite. In his moment of shock, the beam from his flashlight inadvertently illuminated the creature up close. A piercing shriek echoed, and a sharp pain shot through Sushi's neck, plunging him into unconsciousness. When he opened his eyes again, Sushi found himself back at the moment he was about to pull the door open. It was evident that a strange being was blocking the doorway outside, and he needed to confine it within this room. The question loomed, how could he achieve this and still secure his escape? Knock, knock, knock. The creature outside rapped insistently at the door. Oh no. Sushi is cornered. What should he do? It's all that burly man's fault. Sushi shouldn't have agreed to light the candles. The high ponytail woman narrowly escaped, while Sushi faces the crisis head-on. Neither opening the door nor leaving it closed seems like a viable option. It's a real pickle. Surely, opening the door is out of the question. The last person who did met a grisly fate. But if he doesn't open the door, he'll be trapped in this room. Can he really rely on the others for assistance? The high ponytail woman is hard to read. The other two likely wish for Sushi to sacrifice himself to lure that thing in. It's absurd. That creature wasn't fast before, yet it's at the door now that the candles are lit. Is Sushi destined to meet his end here? That is unlikely. Let us not be so hasty. I believe Sushi, having agreed to venture alone to light the candles, must have some plan. His prowess is well known across the internet. You've only cleared 2 dungeons. Your confidence is misplaced. Even top-tier players like Zhang Song have perished in dungeons. This newcomer's abilities are widely recognized. In truth, you all are Sushi's true fans, the moment he is in danger. You're eager to rally around him. Chapter 41. Mountain and the burly man remarked, "This is bad. I've become the fool." Inside room 103, the expressions of the three were grave. They hadn't anticipated that the white figure would appear so soon after Sushi entered. It had taken its position directly in front of room 106, even knocking on the door. Their plans had been thrown into disarray. The burly man lowered his voice deliberately, stating, "It seems that boy is in grave danger." His tone bore no hint of regret, only a chilling certainty. The scholarly man sighed in response. "Our situation isn't much better. If he doesn't open the door, that creature may remain at the threshold of room 106, and will be unable to escape." The burly man considered this. Hopefully, that boy would be sensible enough not to prolong their predicament. Meanwhile, The woman with the high ponytail wore a complex expression. She wasn't relieved. If she found herself in such a situation, she would still possess the means to protect herself, thanks to the items acquired from the previous dungeon. She was merely uncertain whether the young man possessed any life-saving artifacts. Perhaps it was instinct. She did not believe he would easily perish here. Sushi gazed intently at the door that had been knocked upon, her mind racing with possibilities. If he extinguished the candle, would the entity depart? The answer was most likely no. It was evident that he had closed the door, indicating that the being had not been drawn by the candle's flickering light. Moreover, his intention was to lure that peculiar creature into the room and secure it within. His previous shouts at the staircase had elicited no response from whatever lurked at the door, suggesting that the candle's allure was immensely powerful, perhaps even surpassing the volume of his voice. As long as he remained silent, allowing the creature to notice the burning candle upon entering, Sushi resolved to attempt this strategy. If it failed, he could simply restart the endeavor. With these thoughts in mind, he extinguished his flashlight and positioned himself at the door, gradually pulling it open while moving stealthily until his back was pressed against the cold wall, his nose nearly touching the wooden door. The strong scent of wood filled his nostrils as he held his breath, glancing with his peripheral vision into the room. Indeed, the strange white creature entered, heading straight for the candle on the nightstand without so much as glancing back. Seizing the opportunity while it was turned away, Sushi swiftly stepped out from behind the door, shutting it behind him with a deft motion. In the next moment, he inserted the key into the lock and turned it, effectively sealing the creature inside. The entire sequence of actions was executed with smooth precision. Wow, is that it? Did that just resolve the situation? And he could have hidden behind the door. Why didn't I think of that? In the face of such an unexpected turn of events, Sushi not only secured his escape, but also accomplished his objective. I may lack knowledge, but I can only shout impressive. His ability to think on his feet is remarkable. This is true adaptability, and he maintained a calm demeanor throughout. Not to mention his audacity. What if that thing could sense someone behind the door? Wouldn't that be the end? So, was Sushi taking a gamble? Not a gamble. Sushi was certain that the creature would not detect him. What makes you say that? First, when Sushi loudly alerted the 3 players on the second floor, the entity completely ignored him, not even glancing his way. Furthermore, when it passed by room 103, it was merely separated by a wooden door from the 3 individuals inside, yet they encountered no mishap. Since Sushi concealed himself from view, and there was a candle enticing the creature on the other side, I suspect that even if Sushi were to sing behind the door, that being would scarcely acknowledge him. This is hilarious. The creature thought, all I see is the delightful scent of the soft, sweet candle. Where are the critics? Come forth, let us have a chat. We worried for nothing. Sushi successfully navigated his perilous predicament and completed his task, silently giving himself a thumbs up. He had always believed he was among the more astute of ordinary individuals. In room 103, the 3 individuals initially noticed the door of room 106 ajar. The burly man assumed that the occupant was preparing for a selfless act, only to witness a figure clad in white enter, followed by another person emerging mere seconds later, who then swiftly locked the door behind them. To their astonishment, the seemingly doomed youth turned and approached them without hesitation. The refined gentleman was about to open the door when the burly man firmly restrained him. Not yet, he urged. The refined man paused, inquiring, what is the matter? The burly man scoffed. Who knows if he is truly who he claims to be? Though the remark was cryptic, the other 2 understood its implication. There was suspicion that this might not be the original person. That is too short a time for such a thing. The woman with a high ponytail frowned. Caution was paramount in this scenario. Unless he could prove his identity, they had to remain vigilant. The burly man was unyielding. Does this person have some sort of serious affliction? Prove it's you? I can prove you're my father. Suddenly, I'm reminded of the proof that your mother is indeed your mother. What is going on? Why is he fixating on Sushi? Sushi hasn't done anything to provoke him. The frustration is palpable, like trying to strike a blow that cannot penetrate the screen. Standing at the threshold of room 103, Sushi overheard the burly man's remarks. It turned out that silence could indeed provoke laughter. So, you think I'm strange? Do you? Sushi raised his hand and knocked rhythmically. The crisp sound echoed through the silent corridor, causing the 3 within to instinctively narrow their eyes and seal their lips. As time ticked away, the incessant knocking heightened their unease. Just when they believed the burly man might have been correct, perhaps the reticent youth had indeed been replaced by something sinister, a light chuckle drifted from outside. Fools. You can stay here while I go. Sushi switched on his flashlight, illuminating the dark corridor, and turned to head toward room 101. Did they truly think him a pushover? He had no fear of exploring alone. His deliberate footsteps receded, leaving the trio inside with varying expressions. The burly man's countenance was particularly grim, oscillating between shades of green and white. How delightful. Look at the burly man's expression. He is furious, huh? Burly man. Oh no, I've become the fool. Sushi, let the fun begin. Sushi, so mighty. If you think I'm strange, I shall embrace the role. TSK, burly man, look at you. You weren't pleased when things were normal, and now that they're peculiar, you're still unsatisfied. Truly hard to please. Our esteemed leader has quite the wicked sense of humor. By the way, was that the first time he laughed? Indeed, it was also the first time he cursed. To make Sushi laugh and invoke his first curse, what an honor that is. Chapter 42, Mountain Inn, your fate is less certain. Ji Yong deliberately prepared several spare phones, alongside a computer screen displaying Sushi's live stream, while also streaming the other 3 players' broadcasts. Thus, he comprehensively observed the entire process from both perspectives and commented without mercy. These two have miscalculated. The online viewers watching the live stream with Ji Yong became animated. What is this? Trying to test their teammate only to provoke him? Yet, I must admit, Sushi's scolding was quite satisfying. That burly man does look quite deserving of a beating. He deliberately led someone into a trap, and when they successfully returned, he left them outside. I would be furious too. Fortunately, Sushi is clever. This is his 3rd dungeon, right? I've decided to follow this newcomer through every dungeon from now on, until he meets his end. 3 dungeons hardly qualifies as a newcomer. It's a pity that our national leaderboard only counts the number of cleared dungeons. If there were a different ranking system, this player would undoubtedly rank quite well. It's only a matter of time, although there are many seasoned players. Many of them perish daily, and the rankings are constantly shifting. Moreover, numerous players are tied with the same number of completions. So as long as this player doesn't die midway, he will soon ascend the ranks. Perhaps his record of 2 minutes and 48 seconds in that dungeon was too astonishing. It broke the world record. I've always believed he surpasses all other players. Speaking of which, the combined views of that dungeon streams are already in the hundreds of millions. It truly is a peak moment. They continue to surge even now. It won't be long before everyone knows about it. The buzz around this player is quite significant. On a certain platform, 8 out of 10 commentary videos feature him, generating substantial traffic. There's no helping it. Everyone is curious about just how far a player who achieved such a peak can go. Ji Yong initially wished to elaborate further, but he noticed the comments were lively. Clearing his throat, he redirected the topic. Everyone, let us focus on the dungeon for now. The reason I say these two have miscalculated is that they underestimated Sushi's capabilities. Both individuals are rather arrogant. Those who are overly self-assured tend to desire control over others, which is why they initially attempted to assert dominance. We want to discuss the burly man. But the refined gentleman doesn't seem to fit that mold. Appearances can be deceiving. One is overtly dominant, while the other operates from the shadows. Logically, a teammate who can detect issues within such a short span and even remind them should not be underestimated. However, these two possess a mindset that diverges from the norm. Upon encountering a capable teammate, their immediate thought was not to foster collaboration, but rather to suppress and test him. If the burly man was openly targeting Sushi, then the refined gentleman was subtly stoking the flames. At the stairwell, the burly man's dissatisfaction with Sushi was evident. Yet the refined gentleman did not allow him to vent his frustration. Instead, he deliberately shifted the topic, causing the burly man to bottle up his grievances. When emotions accumulate over time, their eventual eruption is bound to be even more intense. The woman with the high ponytail was not to be underestimated. As a few individuals discussed the clues, the burly man cast several furtive glances at Sushi, clearly irked by her silence. However, this tension was soon interrupted by the high ponytailed woman. I am uncertain whether her intentions were to assist Sushi or, like the cultured man, to deliberately provoke the situation. Yet, her subsequent action of wanting to light a candle for Sushi suggested a desire to show goodwill, as she too suspected a connection between the short-haired, bespectacled woman's demise and Sushi. Her willingness to undertake such a perilous task on behalf of Sushi indicated that she possessed some form of assurance, possibly signaling her stance. She was not allied with the other two and harbored no ill will towards Sushi. Goodness, are you all equipped with an abundance of caution? Are you scrutinizing everything with a magnifying glass? Or perhaps Sushi's previous instance was too harmonious, leaving me with an unsettling feeling. Upon observing this scenario, it is indeed more fitting. I am now merely anticipating whether the burly man and the cultured man will meet their end. Me too. Upon reaching the door of room 101, Sushi illuminated the lock with her flashlight, confirming it was ajar. Yet, it was not easily detectable at first glance. The high ponytailed woman had indeed been quite meticulous. Gently pushing the door open, the room was instantly illuminated, revealing a stark contrast to the emptiness of room 106. This space was cluttered with various mundane personal items, indicating long-term occupancy, reflecting on the apparent absence of any record for room 101 in the registration log. Sushi deduced that this must be the room of the innkeeper. Just as she completed her cursory examination, the other three rushed over with their flashlights. Evidently surprised to find Sushi lingering at the threshold, they all halted abruptly. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, with no one daring to speak. The burly man appeared particularly uncomfortable, realizing that the earlier insult had been aimed at him. Standing here without entering, did he suspect some trickery within? Clearing his throat, the cultured man attempted to ease the tension after a moment of silence. We were actually prepared to open the door for you. It's just... What exactly? Sushi smirked internally. Just because he suddenly adopted a strange demeanor, scaring them off? Ridiculous. They were clearly targeting him, and he was not oblivious to it. So, which of you shall enter first? Sushi, disinterested in their clumsy justifications, pointed directly at room 101, indicating a choice between the two. Alternatively, they could both enter together. Since they insisted on using him as bait without granting him access, it was hardly unreasonable to suggest they pave the way. The cultured man's expression stiffened, while the burly man wore his skepticism openly. Why should we heed your words? Or is it that you possess knowledge of what lies within, deliberately leading us to our demise? In that case, we shall certainly not enter. The burly man, already imposing with his muscular build, appeared particularly menacing with a glare. Sushi harbored no doubt that this individual could easily overpower two of him with a single punch. However, I trust you do not wish for me to unleash the entity confined within room 106 once more, he remarked, disregarding the imposing man's veiled provocation as he tossed the key in his hand and raised an eyebrow. I, for one, am indifferent. After all, I cannot perish. But your fates may not be as secure. Chapter 43. The Mountain Inn. If you seek death, you are welcome to descend, you arrogant lunatic. This was the immediate thought echoing in the minds of all present. A chill ran through them as they noted that, although the man's tone was laced with mockery, his gaze was devoid of warmth, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. Undoubtedly, this young man before them was earnest. Should they refrain from entering, he would undoubtedly unleash that entity without hesitation. Even the burly man stood frozen, eyes wide in shock. The viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback. Goodness. Swallowing hard. This is quite a blatant threat. So, this is the kind of formidable figure you are. Is this true, BR? It's rare for such a big shot to speak so much, and yet all of it is directed at intimidation. Nonetheless, it is somewhat exhilarating, particularly witnessing the stunned expressions on the faces of those three. My patience is wearing thin. Observing the trio standing idly, Sushi raised his hand and tapped the wall with his flashlight. The dull thud jolted the three from their stupor. The woman with the high ponytail slightly lowered her gaze, quietly shifting a step aside, distancing herself from the others. The burly man, regaining his senses, felt a surge of anger. How could this seemingly youthful lad, with a frail frame that he could easily knock down with a single blow, manage to intimidate him? As he took a step forward, he found an arm barring his path. Could it be that he truly feared him? At worst, I could seize the key from him. Let us see what he would use to release that entity. Ignoring the burly man's bluster, the refined man offered Sushi a resigned smile. Very well. I shall enter first, for the notion of using a candle to lure that entity was mine to propose. Wearing a gentle smile, he internally smirked. He feigned bravado, appearing eager to act, yet he was easily deterred by a mere gesture. Casting a penetrating glance at the young man across from him, the refined man tightened his grip on the flashlight and stepped into room 101. He realized he had underestimated his adversary. Sushi then turned his attention back to the burly man. The latter gritted his teeth and ultimately merely huffed, observing that the refined man seemed to be unharmed before striding into the room with purpose. The woman with the high ponytail adeptly followed in the wake of the burly man, being the third to enter the chamber. Once he saw all three had entered, Sushi discreetly exhaled in relief. To be honest, he had been genuinely apprehensive that the burly man might strike him without hesitation. However, he had not anticipated that threatening others could be so gratifying. Having vented his frustrations, Sushi entered last, his spirits lifted. The other three had already dispersed, commencing their search for clues. The furnishings in this room were more complete than in others, and the presence of numerous personal items suggested it likely belonged to the inn's proprietor. The refined gentleman searched various locations, discovering only mundane items devoid of any useful information. Suddenly, the woman with a high ponytail whispered, "There is a passage beneath this wardrobe." At her words, the group swiftly gathered around her. The wooden wardrobe, rather modest in size and dust-covered from its corner, had its contents removed, revealing the floor beneath. The high ponytail woman tapped on it. It sounded hollow. Just as Sushi's consciousness sharpened, he observed the refined gentleman and the woman with the high ponytail standing on either side of the wardrobe. The burly man crouched down, using his bare hands to pry away the wooden floorboards beneath. The boards were thin, easily removed with a bit of force. Once he had finished, the burly man brushed off his hands and stood up. The refined gentleman directed his flashlight towards the revealed passage. At first glance, it resembled a hole dug by a person, just large enough for one to jump through at a time. "Should we descend?" the burly man inquired. "We do not yet know what lies below. Jumping down without caution would be too perilous," the refined gentleman replied, shaking his head, unwilling to act recklessly. His gaze instinctively fell upon the young man nearby. However, he did not intend to have him scout ahead. The young man's previous demeanor had already made it clear that he was not easily manipulated. He merely sought to hear the young man's opinion. Initially, he had perceived him as merely a somewhat capable intellect, but after recent events, he had come to categorize him as an enigmatic figure who spoke little yet possessed considerable depth. "What do you think?" The burly man was taken aback that the refined gentleman would seek the opinion of that young man behind him. During their prior discussions, the young man had remained silent. He leaned against the wardrobe with his arms crossed, eager to hear what the young man would say. The woman with the high ponytail also listened intently. Ultimately, the trio heard the young man coldly remark, "If you wish to perish, you may descend." In the moment of stunned silence, Sushi recalled his own brush with death once again. However, this time, it was by his own hand. Previously, they had sequentially jumped into the hole. That passage appeared to be man-made. Though it was not spacious, they could only proceed by crawling. After a short distance, they reached a dead end, as the diggers seemed to have only excavated to that point. With no alternative, they had to retrace their steps. Yet upon their return, they found the opening above had been sealed. No matter their attempts, they could not break through. Uncertain if the air within the passage was sufficient for all four to survive, they faced the grim reality of waiting to die, lacking food and water. Upon realizing there was truly no escape, he resolved not to squander time in futile waiting and chose to end his own life by crashing against the wall. It took several attempts before he finally succumbed. Reflecting on this, Sushi could not help but touch his forehead, which still throbbed with pain. Had he truly reached a point where he could contemplate suicide without flinching? Was he experiencing a psychological breakdown? A wave of concern washed over him. Meanwhile, the other three, having heard the young man's words, fell silent, not glancing at one another, seemingly lost in their own contemplations. The burly man expressed his dissatisfaction. "Could you please clarify? Your words lack coherence." Sushi, still immersed in disbelief over the possibility of his own psychological aberration, shot him an irritated glance. "I can't be bothered to explain." "Can't you use your brain?" The burly man widened his eyes, his face contorting with rage. He prided himself on his intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have successfully navigated 4 dungeons. Despite encountering numerous perilous situations, which he managed to overcome, this was the first time someone accused him of lacking intellect. Oh, he almost forgot. This person had previously called him a fool. Damn. The refined man seized the burly man's arm, who had rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. After effortlessly pulling him back, he pondered Sushi's words. Why was the other so certain that they would perish if they proceeded? What had he overlooked? Just then, he heard the high ponytail woman hesitantly remark, "I suddenly wondered, why was the door to this room left unlocked? If it could be silently opened to release that entity from room 101, why not quietly close it again?" Chapter 44, Mountain Lodge. If you wish to die, go ahead. Both the refined man and the burly man were momentarily stunned. Indeed, if it were possible to release that white figure without their awareness, why not also lock the door again? They had not even considered the number of keys. Their attention had been drawn to the 3 rooms listed in the registry that had not been checked out. The refined man mused, so it appears that the unknown entity in the shadows deliberately lured us to room 101. Its objective was to lead us to discover this passage beneath the wardrobe, which is, in reality, a trap. That is my interpretation. The high ponytail woman nodded in agreement, forming her most reasonable hypothesis based on the youth's statement. Sushi, listening from the side, was taken aback. He had just consoled himself that he was merely experiencing a surge of death rather than a psychological disorder. And upon lifting his head, he heard the 2 of them arrive at an explanation. Moreover, it sounded exceedingly plausible. Sushi fell silent. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. In the future, when faced with situations where he possessed knowledge derived from a time loop but lacked an excuse for explanation, he could simply feign indifference and let his teammates draw their own conclusions. This way, he wouldn't have to exert himself to explain how he came to know such things. A stroke of genius. Why hadn't he thought of this in the previous dungeon, instead of being vague? But this is merely your conjecture. This passage could also be the lifeline the dungeon has provided us, the burly man countered, seemingly intent on debating Sushi. You could always go down and see for yourself. Sushi's intention was to suggest that the burly man ventured down the passage, and upon reaching its end, discover there was no escape, thus realizing that this passage was not a means of salvation. However, to the other 3, unaware of the specifics within the passage, his words conveyed a rather dismissive sentiment. Suit yourself. If you wish to die, then go ahead. The refined man observed the burly man's discomfiture, subtly shaking his head in disapproval. Although this individual possesses some intelligence, he is excessively impulsive. If he does not rectify his tendency to express his emotions so openly, his reckless nature will undoubtedly lead him to significant misfortune. For now, he prefers to distance himself from this person. It is paramount to comprehend the current situation and determine the next course of action. If this passage is indeed a trap designed to deliberately mislead us, then this room is rendered utterly meaningless, and our progress will have stagnated here. Presently, we are aware that the hotel harbors some entity capable of disguising itself as a human, which has resulted in the deaths of residents 103 and 204. However, we remain in the dark regarding when this entity first appeared, the reasons behind its emergence, the experiences of resident 202, the circumstances surrounding his sister's disappearance, whether it is connected to the hotel, and the whereabouts of the hotel proprietor. These enigmas remain unresolved, let alone how to navigate through the scenario. Moreover, there are forces lurking in the shadows, scheming against us. We are in the light while it remains concealed, and none can ascertain whether it has prepared another trap for us. We cannot continue in this passive state indefinitely. Sushi's brow twitched slightly upon hearing this. During their last excursion, they discovered that the entrance above had been blocked, clearly indicating that the entity had intentionally sealed them inside after they descended. What if they chose to play along this time? Given that they currently lack progress, capturing that entity might yield unexpected benefits. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly spoke up. We can lure that thing out from the shadows. The 3 others turned to him in astonishment. The refined man interjected before the burly one could respond. How do we lure it? Have you thought of a method? It would be ideal to have a way to draw the entity out. Otherwise, they would be preoccupied with both searching for a means to escape and guarding against the unknown, which could lead to mental exhaustion over time. Regardless of the efficacy of the entity's methods, it was worth hearing out. Moreover, the fact that the entity first noted the candle's ability to attract the eerie, and subsequently warned them of the passage being a trap, indicated that it was not one to act without purpose. Sushi surveyed the 3 of them before articulating his plan. Since it desires us to enter this hole, we shall do just that. The refined man's eyes lit up, instantly grasping the young man's unspoken intent. Having gone to great lengths to draw us into a trap, it would be remiss of it not to react. The woman with the high ponytail quickly added, if we conceal ourselves in advance, we might catch it in the act. Conceal? In such a minuscule space. Where can we hide for people? The burly man scoffed. Well, there's a hole, isn't there? Sushi raised his chin, gesturing towards the wardrobe. Huh. The 3 responded in unison. Didn't you say we would die if we went down? The burly man narrowed his eyes, his tone unfriendly. I never said how we would die. Sushi cast a brief glance at him, maintaining that hiding for a short period would pose no fatal threat. The others discerned the implication behind his words. The danger did not stem from the passage itself. Who knows what lies beneath? I, for one, will not go down there. Whoever wishes to hide may do so. The robust man firmly expressed his stance. Sushi nearly rolled her eyes at him. Just a moment ago, he suggested that this passage might be a route to safety, and now he claims he cannot go down. So, are you simply playing the devil's advocate? Sushi, uninterested in engaging with him, proceeded directly to the wardrobe. You may as well find a corner to hide in the room. The space was limited, with only 2 places suitable for concealment. One was the inner side of the bed, where a person could crouch, and the other was beneath the table, which, shielded by a tablecloth, could also serve as a hiding spot. The woman with the high ponytail hesitated for a moment before choosing to follow Sushi. I'll hide in the hole as well. Once the 2 carefully leapt down one after the other, the refined man turned to the sturdy man beside him. Where will you hide? The burly man pointed to the floor beneath the bed. I'll lie here. The space under the table is a bit cramped. While you might fit, my frame would give me away. After deciding on their hiding spots, they turned off their flashlights and quietly concealed themselves, awaiting the emergence of the unknown creature. Time passed slowly. Just when the burly man grew impatient, doubting the efficacy of Sushi's plan, a faint sound suddenly emanated from the door. Though subtle, the noise was discernible in the otherwise silent room. The burly man lay facing the foot of the bed, his vantage point allowing him to see the refined man hiding beneath the table. Cautiously, the latter lifted a corner of the tablecloth. Unable to contain his curiosity, the burly man quietly peered over. Chapter 45. Mountain Lodge. I suspect you are not human, Sue. She had entered this passage for the second time. So as soon as he jumped down, he adeptly crouched and crawled a few steps inside. The woman with the high ponytail had not anticipated the passage's narrowness and had no choice but to squat down and follow the young man ahead. This will do, Sushi thought, glancing back to see they had wedged themselves into a dead corner just above the entrance, and he halted, sitting with his legs bent. The woman adopted a cross-legged position. I have a question. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to inquire. If this passage poses no danger, why did you say descending would lead to death? Where does the danger originate? Sushi paused, suggesting, you might continue crawling deeper to see for yourself. Unlike him, who had previously experienced the fatal consequences of being trapped here, she lacked certain information and thus found it difficult to comprehend. The woman with the high ponytail glanced at the dark passage ahead, pursed her lips, and slowly maneuvered around Sushi to delve deeper. As they brushed past each other, Sushi suddenly remembered that she did not have a flashlight. It wouldn't do for her to crawl in the dark, so he extended his hand, offering her the flashlight. Take this flashlight. The woman paused briefly, accepting it. As she turned, she subtly relaxed a little. Sushi remained idle, lost in thought. After a considerable time, the woman with the high ponytail slowly crawled back. Furrowing her brow, it was evident that she had discovered the path ahead was blocked. No wonder the young man before her appeared so confident about drawing out the unknown lurking in the shadows. If the 4 of them truly fell into this trap, descending into its depths, then something would undoubtedly come forth to seal the exit, entrapping them within. The woman with the high ponytail was suddenly engulfed by a wave of trepidation. She dared not contemplate the sensation of being confined in this narrow space, awaiting a slow demise. Even with her tools at hand, they would only serve to save her life during an unexpected assault. In such a dire predicament, they would prove utterly ineffective. This was the essence of the divine hunt scenario. One misstep could lead to death within its confines. Sushi chose not to elaborate further, confident that the woman's intellect would lead her to clarity upon realizing the path ahead was blocked. The woman returned the flashlight to Sushi, and the 2 sat in silence, occasionally straining to hear the sounds from outside. Soon enough, commotion erupted. Hey, let go of me. Release me. A panicked, elevated male voice pierced the air. Sushi and the woman exchanged glances. Had someone been captured? Upon their ascent from the hole, they beheld a robust man firmly pinning a young man to the ground, his cheek pressed against the earth, contorted in pain as he struggled against his confinement. A scholarly-looking man was in the process of confiscating the young man's belongings. A flashlight, a thick wooden board, long nails, and a hammer. In that instant, the 4 understood the intended use of these items. The young man sought to block the hole beneath the wardrobe, effectively sealing them within the passage. The high ponytail woman displayed an expression of knowing realization. Meanwhile, The scholarly and robust men wore grave expressions. Had it not been for Sushi's warning, they might now be helplessly calling out in that subterranean corridor. Be compliant. The robust man growled, pressing down harder, his tone menacing. The young man appeared entirely normal. Wincing in pain, his expressions vivid and devoid of any eerie quality. Yet, one could not assume that normalcy in the realm of the scenario equated to genuine normality. Sushi instinctively recalled the encounter with the vivacious woman in the red dress from the previous scenario, who, despite her lively and extroverted demeanor, had ultimately revealed the village to be a desolate ruin upon their departure. Who are you? Why would you betray us? Sushi's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the stern voice of the scholarly man. He directed the flashlight's beam, his gaze landing on the robust man's wrist. In the illumination, he discerned a crimson mark. Had the young man inflicted this wound? It seemed rather minor. The lack of any reaction from the robust man indicated he either had not noticed the scratch or deemed it inconsequential, a mere superficial injury that would soon scab over. To have drawn blood from the robust man suggested the young man possessed some skill. Don't shine that in my eyes. The young man turned his head, tightly closing his eyes, seemingly overwhelmed by the harsh glare of the light. Oh, my apologies. Sushi smoothly redirected the flashlight. Answer my question. Who are you? Surely we hold no grudges against one another, so why would you wish us harm? The cultured man reiterated. He held suspicions regarding the individual being restrained. Yet the fact that he was subdued by the burly man indicated a temporary absence of immediate threat to them. As the blinding light faded, the young man gradually opened his eyes. He gazed up at the unfamiliar faces before him and attempted to move, only to be firmly restrained by the man above him. Shouldn't that question be directed at you? Who are you, and why have you come here? The cultured man replied calmly. We are a group of mountaineering enthusiasts. While we were scaling the mountain, a sudden torrential downpour struck. Fearing a mudslide, we stumbled upon this abandoned inn and decided to take refuge. He then removed his backpack to display the basic climbing gear within to the young man. However, upon entering, we discovered this establishment was indeed derelict, and there were peculiar occurrences that led to the demise of one of our companions. At the mention of the strange occurrences, the others subtly heightened their vigilance, understanding that the cultured man was probing the young man. Yet, the young man merely furrowed his brow, his expression unchanging. Release me, he demanded. The cultured man shook his head. I'm afraid not. Your previous actions suggest potential harm toward us. Until we ascertain your identity and true intentions, we must decline your request. The young man fell silent for a moment, realizing resistance was futile. With downcast eyes, he quietly confessed, My name is Yang Wu. Yang Wu. The four exchanged glances. The cultured man confirmed, You are the Yang Wu who resides in room 202? The young man nodded, Indeed. My sister also came here to climb, but after staying one night at this inn, she vanished. We reported her missing to the police, yet they found no trace. Unwilling to accept this, I came to seek clues about her. Then why did you confine us in the underground passage? The young man, claiming to be Yang Wu, scrutinized each of them before replying indifferently, Because I suspect you are not human. The four responded in unison, What? The burly man tightened his grip, frankly. I find you to be the one more resembling something inhuman. This inn is thick with dust, and you claim to be the occupant of room 202. Yet your room hardly appears to bear the mark of an inhabitant. The young man felt as though his arm might be fractured, and he cried out in pain, Wait. I've been living in that room. Otherwise, how would I know there's a passage beneath the wardrobe? And haven't you noticed that this room is significantly cleaner than the others? Sushi silently glanced at the dust-laden wardrobe, which did not seem particularly clean. What do you eat and drink each day? The burly man pressed aggressively. The young man, fearful of further injuring his arm, hastily replied, The mountains are abundant with wild vegetables and wild mushrooms. Sometimes, I even catch a few rabbits to satiate my hunger. When thirst strikes, I simply drink from the spring. Thus, I have stumbled through life until now. Noticing the silence of the others, he sought to appease the burly man by apologizing. I apologize. I acted out of concern for my own safety. After all, I truly cannot be certain that you are alive. The burly man wished to inquire further, but was silenced by a glance from the refined man. Some matters should remain unspoken. It suffices that we understand one another. So, what transpired in this inn? The refined man asked. Release me first. I am no match for the four of you, unarmed as I am. The burly man looked to the others, and upon receiving their nods, he stepped back and relinquished his hold. As Sushi observed this, He couldn't help but ponder that the leadership of the group seemed to be gradually returning to the refined man, unnoticed by the burly man. Regaining his freedom, the young man, known as Yang Wu, exhaled deeply. To make a long story short, after my sister went missing, I discovered that her last known whereabouts were at this inn, so I came here in search of clues. Though I found none, strange occurrences began to unfold within the inn. An unknown creature appeared, capable of disguising itself as a human and mimicking human behavior. We refer to this entity as the imposter. However, as long as you ignore them, you should remain unharmed. Consequently, the innkeeper posted a set of rules for the residents' safety. Initially, everything was calm. Perhaps some residents were silently replaced, but we did not wish to draw attention to these creatures, so we feigned ignorance. Yet, this tranquility did not persist for long. On the second day after the resident of room 103 moved in, an aberration occurred, culminating in the transformed grandmother devouring her transformed grandson. The entity locked in room 106 is her. The residents of room 204 were a couple. After a brief outing, only the male returned. The following morning, the female reappeared, but by afternoon, both had vanished. Subsequently, the innkeeper also disappeared, leaving only me and the transformed resident of room 103. His account intricately wove together the clues discovered by the four, shedding light on some of the mysteries. The refined man inquired with a composed demeanor, "So, the pale figure that attacked our companion was the transformed resident of room 103. Thus, it is indeed an imposter?" Yang Wu's expression grew complex, perhaps, though I have never seen a true imposter. They delight in knocking on doors at night, relishing their human disguises. You can never be certain whether the person beside you is human or an imposter. He paused momentarily, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. "By the way, could you spare some of the food and water in your bags? To be frank, I am weary of those wild vegetables." Of course, the refined man generously produced a packet of compressed biscuits, a bag of jerky, and a bottle of water, handing them over. "Thank you." Yang Wu happily accepted the food and water, discreetly choosing to sit at a different table, maintaining a respectful distance from the four others. The refined man also found a place to sit, suggesting, "Let us all take a moment to rest. We have been in a state of fear for so long. Any matters can wait until later." Once the other three had gathered around, he quietly produced the phone he had found in room 204, opened it, and began typing notes to pass to them one by one. They then relied on the device to communicate. The refined man inquired, "What are your thoughts?" The burly man replied, "No need to ponder. This fellow is certainly not human." The woman with a high ponytail added, "Judging by the dust in the hotel and the nearly illegible paper, this place has been abandoned for at least 6 months. Can he truly survive alone for that long?" Doubts about the young man's identity lingered in the air. When the phone reached Sushi, he too typed a line. Sushi wrote, "Do candles attract the imposter? Why isn't this stated in the rules?" He clearly recalled how significantly the candle had drawn the white figure. Otherwise, he would not have so easily escaped from room 106. Furthermore, the flashlight seemed to have a similar stimulating effect on the white entity. If that white figure was indeed an imposter, why were these crucial details absent from the guidelines? He wished to discuss this with his three companions. However, this query became a prompt for the other three. The refined man's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the youth sitting opposite him. "Perhaps we have been hasty in our judgments. Not all 3 rules pertain to imposters. The second and third rules align with the characteristics of imposters masquerading as humans, but the first rule may not be aimed at them." The burly man interjected, "That kid is indeed lying." The high ponytail woman remarked, "He is misleading us into believing that the entity in room 106 is an imposter, whereas the true imposter is." All understood she was referring to someone quite specific, as Sushi had made it abundantly clear. Imposters only enjoy disguising themselves as humans. Candles would not attract them. Meanwhile, Sushi was left bewildered as they abruptly concluded that Yang Wu was the imposter. He had merely sought to question why the rules were incomplete. Were their thought processes not aligned with his? The refined man suggested, "For now, let us continue to feign ignorance. The key to clearing this scenario may very well lie with him." "Do you sense something amiss?" Is there? Don't you think Sushi seems to have become more proactive?" "Wow, now that you mention it, it does seem so. I noticed it too. Since we entered room 101, he has been more talkative. Moreover, he has specifically prompted his teammates several times. Although his actions appear normal, there's an underlying feeling that he is guiding something." Chapter 47. The mountain and I suspect it is also related to Sushi. "I have finished eating," Yang Wu remarked, seemingly oblivious to the subtle exchanges among them, and naturally inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" The refined gentleman discreetly tucked away his phone and sighed. "The torrential rain continues to pour outside. We can only remain here in this inn for a night. At dawn, if the rain ceases and there are no landslides, we shall depart." He then inquired of his companion, "What about you? Why do you linger here?" "I came here in search of my sister's whereabouts," Yang Wu replied, his tone tinged with despair, revealing an unwavering obsession with locating her. The gentleman contemplated offering a semblance of comfort when an unexpected crisis erupted. The burly man suddenly leapt to his feet, unable to restrain himself from scratching at his skin, a deep itch overwhelming him. "What is happening? I am so itchy. Why is it so unbearable?" The others exchanged alarmed glances as they watched the burly man claw at his skin, soon drawing blood. His efforts intensified, as if he sought to peel away his own flesh, and before long, he was drenched in blood. "Help! Someone, save me! Help!" Under the gaze of his companions, the burly man began to convulse, his eyes rolling back, exhibiting bizarre behavior, as though he were on the brink of transformation. The most chilling sight was his body gradually elongating, his arms stretching unnaturally. He increasingly resembled the pale figure confined in room 106. The refined gentleman felt a chill creep up his spine, his mind racing. Without a moment to lose, he shouted to the others, "Run!" He was the first to dash towards the door. Damn it! When did the burly man fall victim to this affliction? How did it happen? Su Shi and the woman with the high ponytail were jolted back to reality and swiftly followed suit. "Wait for me," Yang Wu called after them. "Don't leave. Help!" Inside the room, the burly man watched helplessly as they fled, futilely extending his hand in a plea for aid, yet his voice was muffled as if stifled by cotton. As Yang Wu burst from the room, he pulled a key from his pocket, the key to room 101. Swiftly turning, he managed to shut the door just as the burly man lunged at him. The sound of a heavy thud reverberated as the door was struck, calmly locking the door. He exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, the burly man inside continued to batter against the door, and there were also crashing sounds emanating from room 106. The pale figure seemed to have gone mad as well. The cacophony of banging echoed in their ears, and the group in the corridor understood that such relentless assault would easily compromise the flimsy wooden door. "There's another candle by the small round corpse. We should light it, hoping it can distract them." In a moment of inspiration, the refined gentleman recalled the candle held by the short-haired, bespectacled woman, wishing to employ the same tactic to lure them away. Unfortunately, they had not taken it with them, and now they were compelled to return for it. He nearly revealed his oversight in front of Yang Wu when he referred to their companion merely as the glasses girl, fearing it would lead to further complications. Fortunately, he reacted promptly and hastily concocted a name. Su Shi and the woman with the high ponytail understood who Xiao Yuan was and grasped the intent behind the cultured man's impromptu fabrication. Just as the trio prepared to ascend to the second floor to retrieve the candles, Yang Wu halted their progress. "Let us not discuss your transformed companion for now. The residents of Unit 103 have never exhibited such madness as they do now, and the candles may prove ineffective." The cultured man appeared anxious and urgently inquired, "What shall we do then? We cannot simply await our demise here. Rest assured, this inn has a cellar, and I know its location. We can take refuge there," Yang Wu stated, hurriedly making his way toward the lobby with a flashlight in hand. "Follow me quickly." The cultured man exchanged glances with the other two, and in that silent communication, they reached an understanding. As Sushi joined them, he instinctively turned to glance at the trembling wooden door that had been struck. An unsettling thought struck him, recalling the small wound he had observed on the robust man's wrist earlier. Could the robust man's transformation be connected to that injury? However, there was no opportunity for verification at present. The barrage of comments left the audience dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. What on earth is happening? Why did the robust man suddenly transform? Why didn't he miss anything? They entered room 101, discovered the passage beneath the wardrobe was a trap, and lured out the seeker from room 202. During this, the robust man did not act independently at all. This scenario is so chaotic. Just when I began to comprehend the background after the seeker emerged, this happens. We still don't know if the seeker is genuine. Haven't you seen the player's chat logs? There are suspicions that he might be a false person. Alright, now it's even more confusing. Earlier, I was betting on whether the robust man would die. I lost the bet. He didn't die, but he transformed. Some claim she started talking more once he entered room 101. Did he? It wasn't much more, was it? But it's certainly more than when he first entered the scenario. I can't shake the feeling that the robust man's transformation is suspicious. And Su Shi's behavior after entering room 101 is also unusual, as some earlier comments suggested. He seems to be subtly guiding events. There is indeed a sense of intentionality. The robust man's transformation was too abrupt, as if unseen hands were manipulating the situation. Are you also perceptive? I've examined it thoroughly and found nothing conspicuous. Ignore them. It's just a group indulging in conspiracy theories. It's not mere conspiracy. I've pinpointed the intentionality. Everything unfolded too smoothly. The ponytailed woman discovered the passage. Su Shi sensed it was a trap. The four of them lured the seeker. The robust man abruptly transformed. And the seeker mentioned knowing of a cellar. Consider it closely. Wait, so the seeker deliberately led the players to the cellar? Does that mean the robust man's transformation is related to him? Not only that, I suspect it may also relate to Su Shi. What kind of enigma are you all trying to solve? Is there anyone who can elucidate the matter in detail? I humbly request your assistance. For those ahead, you may search for a certain blogger on a particular platform, known by the ID He San Shui, whose real name is Ji Yang. His analyses are quite thorough and reasonable. He is currently live-streaming Su Shi's dungeon, and I am watching it now. Thank you for the recommendation. I shall take a look at once. Chapter 48. Mountain. And it seemed as though the developments were entirely within the other party's expectations. The three refined gentlemen followed Yang Wu through the reception area to an uncharted section of the inn. As Su Shi had previously conjectured, this was indeed the kitchen. However, to their astonishment, while the arrangement of pots and pans was not exactly orderly, there was little dust to be found. In one corner lay a pile of firewood, indicating that the kitchen was frequently in use. Could it be that Yang Wu had truly resided here for an extended period? Was he, after all, a genuine person? The refined gentleman felt an unusual headache brewing. Even so, he remained skeptical of the other party's identity, suspecting that leading them to some cellar held ulterior motives. Just as they were making no progress in solving the dungeon's mysteries, Yang Wu's timely arrival provided them with a new opportunity. Thus, they were inclined to cooperate with him. Once Yang Wu led them to the kitchen, he spoke. The entrance to the cellar is right here. Please wait a moment. With that, he grasped a flashlight in his mouth, crouched down, and opened one of the cabinets beneath the stove, removing bowls and utensils before prying up a thick stone slab. The other three witnessed the dark passage revealed beneath the stone. This cellar was well hidden, they all thought in unison. Had they ventured to explore on their own, they might never have discovered it. Let us go. There's a ladder down below. Be careful not to slip, Yang Wu cautioned. After Yang Wu descended first, the refined gentleman turned to Su Shi and the woman with the high ponytail, whispering, "Could there be something peculiar down there?" The woman with the high ponytail appeared hesitant as well. After her experience in room 101's underground passage, she felt less confident in her equipment. While her items could shield her from strange attacks, they could not extricate her from being trapped in a particular location. What if this so-called cellar was another meticulously crafted cage trap set by Yang Wu, much like that underground passage? Su Shi, however, was entirely unconcerned with such matters. Ever since he met his demise by crashing into a wall in the underground passage, it felt as though he had activated some switch within himself. Traps? What of it? If he were to die, so be it. If not, he would simply endure. With this mindset, Su Shi boldly bent down and entered the cellar's entrance. The refined gentleman and the woman with the high ponytail exchanged a glance instinctively. Let us go down as well. The refined gentleman had long acknowledged the youth's capabilities. His choice to descend indicated a sense of assurance. He could not help but admit that this somewhat reserved young man radiated an unflappable calmness, akin to a mountain standing firm amidst an avalanche. It seemed as though the unfolding events were entirely anticipated by the other party. The refined gentleman and the burly man audaciously attempted to manipulate one another. At this moment, the refined gentleman recalled the burly man's sudden and inexplicable transformation. Had the other party transgressed some forbidden rule? Yet the burly man had been in his company all along. If he had indeed breached a rule, the refined gentleman could not escape unscathed. Unable to fathom the cause, he shook his head in resignation. Very well, let us proceed with caution. The three of them descended into the cellar in turn, and once everyone had arrived, Yang Wu moved the stone slab back into place, sealing the entrance. I often come down here, so you need not worry about the air supply. That creature possesses no intelligence and will not lift the stone slab on its own. We are temporarily safe here. The cellar was not particularly spacious, cluttered with an assortment of miscellaneous items. Please find a spot to sit. It may be a tad dirty. As Yang Wu invited the three to rest, he found a corner for himself. The group, still puzzled, suddenly heard the young man emit a bitter chuckle. I understand your distrust. You suspect I may be a threat. Well, I confess, I am not Yang Wu. This revelation took the three by surprise. However, he continued, rest assured, I am indeed human. My intention in leading you to this underground passage was purely for self-preservation. I feared you might harm me. My aim was to confine you here to ascertain your identities and determine if you posed any danger to me. If not, I would release you. The young man's expression was earnest, and he even apologized once more to the trio. From the moment you offered me food and water, I realized you were good people. I sincerely apologize for deceiving you. To this, Sushi could only reply with 2 words, nonsense. Had he never been trapped before? Before his demise, he had not heard the other party interrogate them. It was clear they intended to leave them trapped within. The group was momentarily at a loss regarding the sudden honesty displayed by the young man. Everyone had been maintaining their facades quite well. Why the abrupt shift to a confession? The refined gentleman tightened his jaw, his typically gentle tone turning cold. So, everything you told us previously was a fabrication? He was not genuinely angry. It would be absurd to be irate with a being of uncertain nature within this narrative. He was merely playing along with the charade of an ordinary adventurer. Partly true, partly false. The young man seemed to have resolved to lay everything bare. His tone now candid. I have indeed stayed at this inn for a while, so I am somewhat familiar with its layout. Living off wild vegetables and spring water is accurate. As for what transpired in this inn prior to your arrival, I regret to inform you that some of my previous statements were fabricated. Before you came here, I had already explored those rooms. Otherwise, how would you think the phone in room 204 still had power? I truly do not know what happened in the inn. I simply made up some details based on the information available. The cultured man, upon hearing this, was struck by a surreal sensation of being thrust back to a time before liberation. No, it was not merely an illusion. It was as if he had genuinely returned to that bygone era. So, is the notion of a pseudo-person something you fabricated on a whim? The youthful man sheepishly scratched his head in response. Yes. What about that white figure? Is it truly the resident of Unit 103? I am unsure. Observing the young man's feigned innocence, even the cultured man, along with Su Shi and the woman with the high ponytail, felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Aren't you just staying here for one night? Why delve so deeply into the events that transpired at this inn? The cultured man's reaction was swift. He immediately cited the short-haired, bespectacled woman and the burly man as excuses. After all, one of our companions perished here, and now another has undergone a transformation. We must seek the reasons behind it, mustn't we? Chapter 49. The Mountain in Awe. I did not expect the bond between you to be quite so profound. The young man remarked quietly, suddenly uttering something cryptic. If that is the case, seeing you go down to accompany them should bring you joy, right? As these ominous words escaped his lips, the trio immediately sensed something amiss. However, before they could react, the cultured man, standing closest to the cellar entrance, suddenly emitted a sharp, hurried sound. Su Shi and the woman with the high ponytail turned to see a figure, larger and taller than the white apparition confined in room 106, silently materializing behind the cultured man. A hand, over a meter in length, pierced through his chest with brutal force. The expression on the cultured man's face was one of shock and agony, seemingly unable to fathom that he would perish in such a manner. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this creature evolves through carnage. My experiment has succeeded. The young man cackled madly at the sight, casting a triumphant glance at the other two, expressing his gratitude for providing him with subjects for his experiments. The entity that attacked the cultured man abruptly withdrew its hand, blood spraying onto the adjacent cellar walls and splattering onto Su Shi and the woman with the high ponytail. Without support, the cultured man collapsed to the ground, gradually losing his breath. Finally coming to her senses, Su Shi sprinted toward the direction of the young man. Without a moment's thought, she knew that the creature had to have been summoned by him. He must possess something that could counteract such a being. However, after just a few steps, she noticed the young man casting a disdainful glance in her direction before stepping aside and disappearing around the corner. At that moment, she realized that a small space had been concealed behind a stack of boxes. The young man stood within that cramped room, leisurely untying a nearby rope. And a heavy iron gate fell with a resounding thud, sealing off the interior from the external cellar. Do you know how your rather imposing companion underwent his transformation? I injected him with a toxin that I painstakingly extracted from that white entity. The young man wore a maniacal grin, as if unable to contain his delight in sharing his findings. I have been diligently researching ways to facilitate the evolution of this entity, and I have finally discerned the key. By incessantly engaging it in battles with its kind and consuming them, it will naturally evolve. Furthermore, I possess the capability to continuously produce its kind. Ha! How absurd, Sushi silently mused. He turned his gaze and noticed a necklace adorning the neck of the woman with a high ponytail. It appeared to be some sort of life-preserving artifact, currently radiating a luminous glow, which rendered the evolved being motionless, ensnared by the light. Meanwhile, the woman sprinted towards the entrance of the cellar. Hurry! It can be immobilized for 5 seconds. Upon hearing the warning, Sushi remained still. Firstly, 5 seconds was insufficient for him to circumvent the evolved being and escape the cellar. Secondly, he harbored no illusion that escaping the cellar would guarantee their survival. I have a question. Sushi redirected his focus to the young man standing behind the iron bars. The young man was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the youth nearby exhibited no semblance of fear, instead regarding him with a calm demeanor. Are you not afraid of death? He inquired. The young man thought to himself that since this individual was facing imminent peril, he could afford to extend a bit of mercy in his response. How did you attract this evolved being? Of course, I employed a special powder, he replied. This powder, infused with wax, possesses a fatal allure for that creature. Initially, I was uncertain if it could provoke the evolved being, but it seems quite effective. I've been scattering this powder along the way and sprinkled some on you as well, so do not worry. That woman will not escape. She will inevitably join you soon. Ha ha. As the effect of the artifact waned, the 3 dark holes on the evolved being's face turned towards Sushi. Compared to the first generation, the evolved being was not only taller but also considerably swifter. Just before the heart extraction, Sushi confirmed with one final question. So you still possess that special powder? The young man was perplexed as to why someone on the brink of death would pose such a question, and his instinct compelled him to refrain from answering. However, Sushi gleaned the answer from his expression. Just wait. He was taken aback by the unexpected camaraderie between them. As the young man's voice echoed in Sushi's ears, the latter opened his eyes and, without a moment's hesitation, charged towards him. The young man, who was poised to utter another cryptic remark, was momentarily stunned. The refined man and the ponytailed woman also appeared bewildered. In that instant of distraction, the refined man had his heart extracted. The young man finally realized that the youth rushing towards him had evidently sensed something amiss. He attempted to flee into a small room around the corner, but a hard object struck the back of his head, plunging him into darkness and causing him to stagger. Just as he was delayed for a moment, his vision still not restored, darkness enveloped him once more. During his charge, Sushi unfastened his backpack and pulled down the zipper, all the while running and pouring its contents. Upon reaching the young man, he delivered a blow to his head while simultaneously thrusting his knee upward, followed by a decisive kick. This seamless series of movements had been meticulously rehearsed in his mind long before his impending demise. The opponent was capable of exchanging blows with the burly man and could even regulate the size of his wounds, suggesting that he might have deliberately lost to him. One could only speculate about the true extent of his combat prowess. In any case, his fighting capabilities were certainly superior to those of the frail and delicate wage slave. He would undoubtedly avoid a direct confrontation, resorting to cunning tactics instead. Before he had the chance to remove the bag perched on his head, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through his groin, causing the young man to double over in agony. In the next moment, a powerful kick struck his lower back, forcing a muffled groan from him as he stumbled uncontrollably forward. The woman with the high ponytail, whose necklace had immobilized the evolved being, was about to dash toward the cellar entrance when she heard the young man call out to her. After a moment's hesitation, she pivoted on her heel and altered her course. As she sidestepped the young man curled on the ground, she spotted a flashlight lying nearby and swiftly grabbed it. Upon reaching Sushi, she received no further explanation as he hurriedly led her into a small room around the corner. Her gaze landed immediately on the ropes tied nearby, and without hesitation, she grasped the end of a rope and yanked it. With a resounding clang, the iron bars fell into place. The young man finally regained his composure and hastily removed the bag from his head. However, the situation had dramatically deteriorated for him. Carrying a significant amount of a peculiar powder, the immobilized evolved being seemed to have fixated on him, as if he were a delectable morsel, quickening its pace towards the young man. No, wait, damn it. In Chapter 50, Mountain Inn, the young man, filled with dread, gazed at the approaching evolved being, unable to fathom how he could perish at the hands of a mere experimental subject. Before his impending demise, he was plagued by a singular question. How had the reticent young man discerned his covert plans? In the instant the evolved being appeared behind them, the other party did not turn around, yet it seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of its surroundings, charging directly at him and catching him off guard. It was utterly infuriating. His experiment was far from complete. Su Shi and the woman with the high ponytail stood helplessly inside the iron bars, witnessing the young man being brutally torn apart by the evolved being, a fate even more harrowing than that of the refined man. As he removed his coat and tossed it outside, Su Shi reminded his last remaining teammate, the high ponytail woman, to do the same. Though she was puzzled, she complied, feeling an inexplicable trust in him. Fortunately, upon entering the instance, they had all been outfitted in mountaineering gear, allowing them to simply zip up their jackets. The two of them endeavored to throw their discarded coats through the gaps in the bars. The evolved being, which had been advancing towards them, was suddenly distracted by the coats. What on earth was happening? The whirlwind of events had overwhelmed the woman with the high ponytail. First, the burly man had inexplicably transformed, leading to further casualties within their ranks. Then, the young man had revealed his identity, interrupting their progress once more, only for the refined man to be killed by a towering white figure that had appeared out of nowhere. The young man beside her acted decisively against the young man, seemingly aware of the existence of a partition, as if he was thoroughly familiar with the entire situation. From his actions, she gleaned certain insights. For instance, could it be that the transformation of the burly man was orchestrated by this individual? Su Shi nodded. During the process of subduing the burly man, a deliberate wound was inflicted, allowing toxins to seep in. This entity appeared to be an evolved form resulting from the burly man's confrontation and consumption of the white entity in room 106. This man had scattered a special powder along the path to the cellar, designed to attract evolved beings, and some of it had been sprinkled on them as well. He refrained from divulging further details. The observations he shared could be dismissed as mere scrutiny. Yet assertions regarding the toxins being extracted from the white entity and the powder containing wax oil could not. The high ponytail woman was taken aback by the young man's willingness to explain so much. She had only expected a brief response. Considering they were the only two left in the current scenario, it was no wonder he had urged her to discard her outer garment. Thus, had he set a trap from the moment they captured him? Since they had not fallen for the earlier snares, one could indeed argue that Su Shi had not anticipated the depth of this young man's cunning. Had it not been for his time reversal ability, the underground passage could have led to their complete demise. Yet, upon reflection, he would likely have met his end alongside the high ponytail woman at the door of room 103. After all, the first-generation entity had been released from room 101 by the young man, and due to his time reversal ability, only the short-haired, bespectacled woman had perished. The underground passage beneath the wardrobe in room 101 was merely his secondary plan. The cellar constituted the third layer. These traps interlinked seamlessly. One could not deny that the young man's scheming was indeed formidable. However, one might wonder why the necklace artifact wielded by the high ponytail woman had failed to activate during her initial demise. Su Shi compared the scenarios in which the necklace had functioned. Could it be that the peculiar forms of attack differed? The first instance was evidently aimed at infecting their cognition and bodies, while the latter two attacks were direct assaults on their very hearts. It appeared the necklace could only counter physical attacks, proving ineffective against psychological ones. After pondering for a moment, the high ponytail woman gradually came to this realization, a chill creeping through her. The young man's cunning was indeed terrifying. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany and caught her breath. Wait, if the young man's schemes were already chilling, what about the young man beside her who had seen through it all? Were his precisely timed hints truly innocent? The short-haired, bespectacled woman, felled by the first-generation entity, the transformed burly man, the refined man whose heart was extracted by the evolved entity. The high ponytail woman instinctively tugged at the corner of her mouth. Surely, she hadn't offended him? It seemed unlikely, otherwise, she wouldn't have survived this long. A laugh escaped her. Su Shi turned to find the usually aloof high ponytail woman regarding him with a distinctly unusual gaze. What was amiss? Was there something wrong with him? Why was she looking at him as though he were something bizarre? Could it be that he inadvertently sustained a wound during the recent skirmish, resulting in a transformation? Goodness. Surely not. Sushi quickly glanced downward at his own body. Fortunately, everything appeared normal. What's the matter with you? Noticing that he was fine, Sushi felt compelled to inquire about the seemingly troubled woman with the high ponytail. After all, she was his only remaining ally. He never anticipated such a high mortality rate in this scenario. Having survived the previous chapter with his entire team, he was still adjusting to this new reality. And no, it's nothing. I was just pondering. Upon seeing the young man's furrowed brow, the woman with the high ponytail promptly shifted the subject, revealing that the cause of the burly man's transformation was indeed related. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but wish to cover her mouth. Why bring that up? Sushi, however, detected a hint of suspicion in her demeanor. Surely she didn't suspect him of intentionally neglecting to inform the burly man? It was utterly unjust. Although he had noticed the wound at the time, he truly hadn't given it much thought. Who could have predicted that the young man would act so treacherously? As for the refined gentleman, there was no need to elaborate. He could only revert to that moment in time, helpless to save anyone. The instant he had finished issuing a warning, the next moment, the man would likely meet his demise. I hadn't considered it at that moment, Sushi remarked thoughtfully. Not wishing to be perceived as a cold-hearted individual in the eyes of his only remaining teammate, the woman with the high ponytail nodded silently. Sushi was uncertain whether she believed him or not. He couldn't disclose his unique circumstances to her. Oh well, for now, he would focus on finding a way to clear the scenario. Outside the iron bars, the evolved being mindlessly clutched and tugged at the two jackets, occasionally illuminated by the beam of the flashlight in the woman's hand, yet it remained indifferent. It appeared the evolved being had lost its previous sensitivity to the flashlight. Conversely, it seemed to have developed a growing affinity for candle-like objects, completely disregarding the presence of the two living individuals within the iron bars. Chapter 51. Clearing the Mountain Lodge scenario, she turned to survey the small compartment hidden in the cellar. The woman with the high ponytail had also ventured to the other side to explore. The ground was strewn with various incomprehensible tools, and the shelves were lined with jars and bottles whose contents were unknown. This must be the young man's experimental base, right? Could there be something among those jars and bottles that could counter the evolved being? Was it possible that they needed to eliminate the evolved being in order to clear the scenario? Sushi was prepared to give it a try, albeit with tempered expectations. After all, if there truly existed something capable of countering the first-generation body or the evolved being, the young man surely would have taken it with him, avoiding the fate of being ensnared by his own concoction. Perhaps after all that research, he had merely concocted an advanced version of a candle in powder form. At that moment, the woman with the high ponytail, conducting her search cautiously, called out softly, "There's a new clue on this table." Just as Sushi was about to examine the jars and bottles, he swiftly pivoted to follow her direction. At the far end, there was a single desk, with the woman standing beside it, clutching a notebook. What I observed on the table was a notebook that intrigued Sushi, who, noticing her perplexed expression, picked it up with curiosity. The more he examined it, the more peculiar his demeanor became. Although the entries were rather cryptic, he discerned that this notebook contained information pertaining to organ trafficking. The records abruptly ceased, with the latest page featuring a scrawled note. Wasn't the Bureau of Anomalous Organ Trade established? I've called countless times, yet the line remains busy. I wonder how many residents in the hotel have been replaced by those things. I must leave this place. Those entities are becoming increasingly brazen. It's a pity such a covert transaction site has been discovered. The last line was chaotic and utterly illegible. The woman with the high ponytail speculated quietly. This notebook likely belonged to the hotel owner, who probably met with misfortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left behind such incriminating evidence. It was shocking to realize that this establishment was a front for illicit activities, and that Yang Wu's sister, a resident of room 202, may have fallen victim to his malevolence. The hotel owner appeared to serve as an intermediary, connecting buyers and sellers, and when he encountered easy targets like Yang Wu's sister, his restraint faltered, though the nature of those entities remained unclear. The mention of the Bureau of Anomalous Organ Trade and the contact information might be the key to navigating their predicament. Alongside Sushi, the typically reticent woman found herself compelled to converse more. Sushi found her conjectures plausible, rather than recklessly attempting to eliminate the evolved entities. He deemed it wiser to contact the Bureau. However, He recalled that his phone was likely on the person of the refined man. The woman with the high ponytail evidently shared this realization, and her expression darkened. Sushi's gaze shifted toward the assortment of bottles and jars on the shelf. He strode over, casually selecting one, and much to the woman's astonishment, he hurled it toward the cellar. The bottle shattered, releasing a cloud of powder that attracted the evolved entities. However, Sushi noted that the powder's allure seemed limited and wouldn't last long. Likely a failed concoction from a young man. Keep throwing those bottles in that direction while I retrieve my phone, he instructed. With the ability to rewind time, Sushi felt no trepidation about facing the evolved entities in close quarters. Yet, to the high ponytail woman, this seemed exceedingly perilous. She hesitated, contemplating suggesting that she should undertake the task instead, as she possessed an item that could be used thrice. Having used it once already, she had 2 attempts remaining, sufficient for trial and error. However, Sushi did not afford her the opportunity to speak. After tossing another bottle of powder outside, he grasped the rope and began to lift the iron barrier. The woman hurried to assist him, and together they elevated the barrier to a height sufficient for a rollout escape. Just as Sushi prepared to venture out, the high ponytail woman called out to him. The necklace you wear possesses the power to shield you from 2 attacks, collectively immobilizing the evolved entity for a span of 10 seconds. Thank you. Sushi pondered for a moment before reaching out to accept it. Although he had the ability to revert time, it merely allowed him to return to a previous point before his demise. If the powder proved ineffective against the evolved entity, no amount of reversion would grant him access to his phone. However, with this item in hand, an additional 10 seconds were afforded to him. The woman with the high ponytail shook her head. She was not only assisting him, but also ensuring her own survival. If the young man perished, she would be left to face the same grim fate alone. After Sushi's departure, the woman occasionally tossed a vial of powder to attract the attention of the evolved entity. She refrained from expending all her supplies at once, uncertain of whether the contents might provoke the entity. Should she throw too many and provoke an unforeseen consequence, the situation could turn dire. Thus, she maintained a careful interval, throwing a vial just before the entity lost interest, successfully diverting its focus. Under her precise guidance, Sushi successfully retrieved the phone from the cultured man and returned to the enclosure. After lowering the iron bars once more, Sushi returned the necklace to the woman with the high ponytail, and they proceeded to dial the contact number inscribed in the notebook. After 2 beeps, the call was connected without the line issues mentioned in the notes. This is the National Anomaly Management Bureau. What issue are you experiencing? A gentle female voice inquired from the other end. We are a group of mountain climbers, the woman with the high ponytail articulated clearly, summarizing their harrowing experiences before earnestly requesting assistance. The tone of the woman on the line grew noticeably serious. Understood. We have pinpointed your location. The nearest rescue team will arrive in approximately 2 hours. Please ensure your safety while keeping your phone accessible. After the call ended, the expression on the woman's face visibly relaxed. Hope blossomed within Sushi's heart. Time passed, and eventually, a team clad in protective gear, thoroughly encased, appeared before Sushi and his companions, weapons drawn. Amidst the sound of gunfire, the evolved entity was perforated, collapsing to the ground in a pool of green liquid. Team 129 of the Anomaly Bureau, rescue successful. 2 survivors, for victims. Please advise, came the report. With these words, a radiant white light enveloped the player's feet. The instance was cleared. Meanwhile, in Ji Yang's live stream, Chapter 52 revealed that Sushi had already sensed the underlying clues. The series of twists and turns in the narrative had the audience's emotions oscillating, only to finally relax with the appearance of the white light. Victory achieved. Sushi is incredible. Who can truly comprehend the chaos of this dungeon? From the moment the male character, Son, began his self-destruction, the unfolding narrative felt akin to a wild stallion galloping unchecked. My CPU nearly overheated from the intensity. Initially, the refined gentleman and Sun engaged in a seemingly cordial exchange, and I was still reeling from the revelation that this pseudo-person was merely a fabrication of the false Sun. Suddenly, I witnessed Sushi charging silently at the counterfeit Sun, and in the blink of an eye, the gentleman was left with a gaping wound in his chest. I too felt a surge of disbelief. I even began to suspect that Sushi possessed a third eye on the back of his head, for he darted out the moment the evolutionary entity appeared behind the gentleman. To be candid, when I heard Sun claim his falsehood, asserting that all those tales were mere fabrications of his own making, my fists clenched with palpable tension. Although I cannot fathom how Sushi reacted with such swiftness, I harbor reasonable doubts that his fervent assault on the false Sun may have been somewhat personal. Let us set aside other matters for now. Does no one else feel that? Compared to us, Sushi embodies a figure with divine insight. What injuries? What toxins? What evolutionary entities? What powders? What do they all signify? I had previously surmised that the muscular man's aberration was linked to the false Sun, and it appears my conjecture was indeed accurate. Enough dawdling, Ji. It's your turn to provide commentary, came the call. As Ji Yang observed the remaining two players in the dungeon enveloped in a white light before the screen descended into darkness, he took a measured breath. Leaning back into his chair, he turned to see a flurry of comments in his live stream urging him to commence his commentary. All right, let us begin. Ji Yang clicked into Sushi's profile to find the live replay while glancing at the viewer count in his stream. To his astonishment, he was met with a staggering revelation. Over 1 million viewers were watching simultaneously. Goodness gracious, he had gone viral. Typically, his streams attracted only 20 to 30,000 viewers, peaking at 40 to 50,000 during high-traffic moments. This was the first time he had encountered 1 million viewers. Pinching himself to ensure he was not dreaming, Ji Yang felt a rare wave of anxiety wash over him. This was not a mere 10,000 or 100,000. This was 1 million. How was he to provide commentary for such a vast audience? Oh heavens, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Greetings to all the newcomers in the stream. If you enjoy this commentary style, please do consider following the channel. With that, Ji Yang resolved to jump straight into the replay. Though he initially intended to chat casually with his fans, he was now solely focused on showcasing his professionalism as a commentator. As for the sudden surge in viewers, it was largely due to the increasing number of individuals intrigued by Sushi's third dungeon. Many found themselves confused by the circumstances and preferred to listen to a commentary. Ji Yang had built a solid reputation as a gaming host, and his unique approach to dungeon commentary had garnered him numerous recommendations from netizens. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Ji Yang was the first to edit and upload the video of Sushi's swift passage through the dungeon. This video continues to garner increasing views and maintain its popularity, leading the majority of netizens to favor him among various commentary streamers. Upon clicking the live replay, Ji Yang advanced the progress bar to a specific moment when the burly man instructed Sushi to light candles in room 106. Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence our exploration from this point. For those who have just joined and missed the earlier analysis by the streamer, do not fret. After the broadcast concludes, I shall re-edit this live content and post it on the homepage. This segment features the refined man and the burly man collaborating to test Sushi. Yet the crux lies in Sushi's entry into room 106. Observe closely. Prior to entering, Sushi cautiously closed the door behind him, yet as he ignited the candle, a white figure appeared at the threshold, indicating that the entity was deliberately lured there by means other than the candle. At this juncture, the players remained oblivious to the lurking false Yang-Wu, but Sushi must have surmised that something concealed was capable of manipulating the actions of this white figure. Faced with such peril, Sushi responded with both composure and decisiveness, successfully confining the white figure within room 106 and safely extricating himself. However, upon attempting to return to room 103, he was met with the burly man's obstruction. Logically, upon completing his task, the trial should have concluded. Yet the burly man's actions were nothing short of provocative, verging on vendetta. Everyone is aware of the inherent dangers within the dungeon. Any unexpected occurrences in the corridor at this moment, such as an unknown creature lurking in the shadows, would pose immense risk to Sushi. Were I in his position, the burly man would undoubtedly find himself on my list of adversaries. Fortunately, Sushi is not the type to be easily manipulated. It appears that Sushi had already sensed the underlying clues, explaining his later realization regarding the powder on the false Sun Jianan. Did the streamer imply that the burly man was also a victim of Sushi's cunning? Earlier, what did that even mean? The burly man's behavior was absurd, displaying a complete lack of situational awareness. Engaging in internal strife within the dungeon serves no purpose. With a capable ally in the team, rather than seeking collaboration to conquer the dungeon, he fixated solely on orchestrating the demise of others. Even if one wishes for a teammate's downfall, it should possess some value. Changing dungeons could yield insights from a single life lost. What use is it to confine someone outside the door? What contribution does that bring to the dungeon's completion? It is truly thoughtless. The comments reflect a similar sentiment. with one user humorously noting that perhaps the earlier poster is the true hidden wolf. Sushi's deliberate intimidation of them brought me momentary delight, especially the remark about fools who understands. It felt akin to sipping a chilled cola on a sweltering day, a refreshing comfort from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. Ji-young continued to advance the progress bar. Next, we find Sushi lingering at the entrance of room 101, intentionally coercing the refined man and the burly man to venture forth and scout ahead. From this point onward, it is evident that Sushi is no longer the taciturn figure he was at the onset of the dungeon. In truth, here, Sushi adeptly employed a psychological suggestion. His overtly arrogant threats inadvertently lowered the vigilance of the refined man and the burly man. For these two individuals, Sushi's threat was a form of retribution. Having already exacted revenge, it was only natural to let the matter rest. However, in reality, Sushi's murderous intent towards them had not waned. Oh, I initially thought that Sushi was merely irked, which had led to his verbose remarks. Clearly, Sushi embodies the persona of one who is fierce and taciturn. If he were to ever become loquacious, it would likely indicate his intent to ensnare others. Do not tell me that the demise of the cultured man also bears Sushi's fingerprints. It is rather evident. Have you not observed the commonalities among the three deceased? Sushi's manner of threatening is quite striking as well. Chapter 53. A mastermind emerges. Ji-young continued to fast forward through the replay. Subsequently, the woman with the high ponytail discovered an underground passage beneath the wardrobe. I shall refrain from elaborating further, as the players have already provided their analyses. Sushi had long recognized this as a clandestine trap deliberately set for them, and thus he resolutely declined to descend. I do have a query. Since Sushi intended to eliminate both the cultured man and the burly man, why did he warn them against going down? Would it not be simpler to let them perish within? Upon encountering such inquiries in the comments, Ji-young shook his head and clarified. Firstly, Sushi was uncertain about what lay hidden below. Losing two teammates in the face of ambiguous danger was unwise. Secondly, these two were not fools. If Sushi refrained from descending, they would naturally deduce that something was amiss. At this juncture, Sushi maintained a visible disdain towards the burly man, which inadvertently lowered the guard of both him and the cultured man. They were not afraid of Sushi's overt negativity, but rather of his calm demeanor. After all, those who can conceal their emotions are far more formidable. Moreover, Sushi's behavior served as a prelude to his forthcoming plan. He proactively suggested luring out the hidden entity. Yet due to his previous demeanor, the burly man, inclined to oppose Sushi, vehemently rejected the proposal of the underground hideaway. I comprehend now. Sushi was intentionally provoking the burly man's contrarian instincts. Burly man, if you forbid me from going down, I shall do so. If you urge me to hide, I shall not. The irony lies in his own demise. Ji-young chuckled at the banter in the comments. In any case, Sushi purposely left the burly man above. Should he successfully capture the hidden entity, it would be ideal. If not, or should an unforeseen incident occur leading to the burly man's death, he would incur no loss and could observe what that entity truly was, a trifecta of advantages. Let us proceed to the segment featuring the appearance of the false Yang-woo. I wonder if you noticed that when Sushi swept the flashlight across the area, his gaze lingered on the burly man's wrist for 2 seconds. Let us pause and enlarge the screen. Observe here. The burly man bears an exceedingly fine cut on his wrist, evidently a fresh wound. Thus, when Sushi mentioned that the burly man was scratched and poisoned, it became clear. One must possess remarkable eyesight to notice such subtleties. As for me, being nearsighted, I genuinely overlooked it. Sushi, however, is not endowed with a divine perspective. Rather, he observes with a meticulousness surpassing ours. Injuries within the dungeon are no trivial matter. Even a minuscule cut can lead to unforeseen consequences, as evidenced by the burly man's transformation. Although Sushi recognized this anomaly, he chose not to alert anyone. For the man's injuries served a purpose, specifically, to observe the false Yang-woo. When the burly man underwent his transformation, Sushi discerned that the false Yang-woo not only had the ability to control white figures, but also possessed something that could induce mutations in players through wounds. Not only did he eliminate the provocateur, the burly man, but he also gauged the depth of the false Yang-woo's capabilities. It was indeed, as the earlier comment in the barrage stated, one must contribute value even in death. But why did he refrain from sharing this intelligence with his teammates? Shouldn't collaboration have been necessary at that juncture? Ji-young expressed his astonishment. Sushi not only withheld information, but also deliberately misled his teammates into believing that the false Yang Wu was a mere imposter. Did the false Yang Wu intend to mislead the players into thinking the white figures were imposters? While Sushi led his teammates to believe the false Yang Wu was an imposter, what purpose does that serve? Because Sushi aims to eliminate the cultured man. This should be self-evident. With the burly man gone, he desires the cultured man to continue probing the false Yang Wu. Ji Yang nodded in understanding. The false Yang Wu intentionally provoked the white figures into chaos, coupled with the recently transformed burly man, creating immense pressure on the players, all to lure them into the cellar. Sushi saw through this scheme and could be said to be orchestrating these developments from the shadows. He sought to uncover how the false Yang Wu controlled the white figures. However, the hotel was too dimly lit for him to discern fine details like powder. Yet, though he could not see it, he could surmise. The means to attract the white figures from afar could not be something overtly obvious like a candle, leaving only scents as a plausible option. Perfume seemed unlikely, but if there were powders akin to dust, one could scatter them to guide the white figures as desired, both discreet and portable. At that moment, Sushi might have already suspected that the false Yang Wu intended to lead them into the enclosed cellar, subsequently guiding the white figures and the transformed burly man to eliminate them. Hence he chose to play along with the ruse. Then why did the false Yang Wu suddenly reveal he was not Yang Wu after luring the players into the cellar? It seems unnecessary. Of course, it was to buy time. Ji Yang replied without hesitation, allowing for the white figures and the transformed burly man to break through and evolve. I suspect Sushi did not anticipate this entity evolving into a second-generation form. The cultured man's demise was certainly within Sushi's expectations. He recognized the false Yang Wu's time-buying tactic during the latter's self-revelation. Thus, he capitalized on the critical moment to counterattack the false Yang Wu and orchestrated the cultured man's downfall. The scholarly gentleman, despite his intelligence, fell victim to his own cleverness. He was aware that the false Yang Wu intended to lead them into the cellar with malicious intent. Thus, he positioned himself closest to the entrance of the cellar. With the three players marked by the false Yang Wu, it was only natural that the scholarly gentleman became the prime target for the evolved entities. The audacity of the false Yang Wu to enter the cellar alongside the players suggested he possessed means to evade the attacks of these entities, with the innermost compartment of the cellar serving as his escape route. The remaining details require no further elaboration, as you should comprehend the situation. In summary, throughout the entirety of the instance, while one might not credit Sushi with orchestrating the events, it is evident that he predominantly adhered to his script, ultimately not only successfully clearing the instance, but also achieving a remarkable triple kill feat. The barrage of comments surged with the phrase incredible, occasionally interspersed with complaints regarding the difficulty of the instance. Isn't this instance a bit too intricate? My mind can hardly keep up. Honestly, can't the brain be partitioned? In truth, the instance itself was not complex, perhaps even simple, as Ji Yang remarked. Are you joking? I am not jesting. The white entities were released by the false Yang Wu from room 101. The underground passage was merely a secondary trap prepared by him, as the white entities did not eliminate the players. However, this trap was perceived by the players, leading to the emergence of the cellar as a third layer of deception. Had it not been for the false Yang Wu's intervention, the white entities would have remained confined in room 101, and once the players explored the cellar, a simple phone call would suffice to accomplish the task. What a scheme within a scheme, a triple-layered trap. The false Yang Wu must possess an extraordinary cunning. And what of Sushi, who saw through all of the false Yang Wu's machinations? He must be a genius of unparalleled intellect. Thus, this instance, which was originally of a simple mode, was transformed into a hellish challenge solely due to the machinations of the false Yang Wu. Truly, the false Yang Wu deserves condemnation. Chapter 54. To live or not to live. The barrage of comments in the million-view live stream was nothing short of exuberant, leaving Ji Yang dazzled. Many comments were obscured before he could discern their content, compelling him to selectively respond to those he managed to glimpse. Is this what it feels like to be in the limelight? Ji Yang fought to suppress the urge to smile. It was impossible to keep up with the flood of commentary. However, before long, the previously diverse topics of discussion suddenly converged on a singular subject. Oh my gosh! The J Province television station's Instance Analysis channel plans to feature Sushi in their next live stream. Don't tell me the program is called Shining Players? Indeed, it is that very program. the one reputed to be the grim reaper of the showbiz world, the most potent jinx, the chosen divine hunter. And the dog of the holy body, the one that has broadcasted hundreds of sessions, resulting in one player perishing with each episode? To this day, no player has survived the live broadcast of Flash Play. Indeed, it is astonishing that our provincial television station has gained such notoriety. Furthermore, the news has even reached our neighboring province. Coincidentally, it has also spread to our province. Alas, just as I was beginning to warm up to the new champion, I must now face the dire consequences of Flash Play. Why must it be the esteemed Sushi? This is because Sushi hails from our province and has recently surged in popularity, naturally making him a target for scrutiny. Does the production team not possess any self-awareness? Are they oblivious to their own toxicity? Must they destroy all the exceptional players before they find satisfaction? Consequently, the leaderboard is virtually devoid of players from our province, as most have perished during their rookie season at the hands of this show. Is there no oversight regarding this matter? Given the show's toxicity, it should have been discontinued long ago. However, they have powerful backing. Their arguments hold weight, claiming that it is not the show's toxicity, but rather the player's lack of skill that is to blame. I'm merely a messenger. Please do not scold me. My palm itches with the desire to strike. The deaths of players could taint reality, and yet this goes unregulated? It seems the level of contamination is still manageable for the state. Perhaps when a significant portion of our nation falls victim, the authorities will finally take action. Why doesn't that divine hunter eliminate that foolish production team? Oh dear, is it truly the end for the esteemed Sushi? Alas, my heart aches for him. Yet, it is not entirely hopeless. Perhaps Sushi can break the curse of this show, considering his impressive 248. However, having faced hundreds of matches, all ended in failure. What a grim reality. Ji Yang's smile abruptly faded. He had certainly heard of Flash Play and had even watched a few live streams. Unsurprisingly, not a single player who had participated had survived. He could hardly believe that the production team had targeted Sushi. In his mind, Sushi was destined to become the next great master, perhaps even surpassing Zhang Song in the future. Yet now, the comments informed him that Sushi was about to fall victim. How could he endure this? Well, it was getting late. The streamer decided to sign off. As for the family's speculation about Flash Play wanting to broadcast Sushi, the streamer's sole opinion was that the production team should perhaps get some rest. Will the next dungeon of the esteemed Sushi still be streamed? It depends on the situation. If Flash Play airs it, I will not. He intended to confront the toxic production team. After signing off, Ji Yang hurried to the official account of Flash Play. He could not publicly incite viewers to oppose this matter during the live stream, but could he not subtly guide the narrative online? He was adept at typing. With a blink, the dazzling staircase reappeared before him. Sushi took a moment to assess. While he was still uncertain of how many levels he had ascended, he sensed that it was more than after completing the second dungeon. It seemed that this dungeon presented a greater challenge than the last. Even though this was only the third dungeon, Sushi had already developed the habit of reviewing strategies immediately after a dungeon's conclusion. Relaxedly seated on the warm, golden stone steps, Sushi first analyzed his teammates. Excluding himself, the four others included a short-haired woman with glasses who had perished too early to warrant mention. The most astute among them was undoubtedly the scholarly man, an adept at analyzing clues and consistently exhibiting quick reactions during critical moments. Following him was the woman with a high ponytail. While her contributions were less overt than those of the scholarly man, she not only kept pace with his thoughts, but also demonstrated exceptional observational skills. As for the final member, the burly man possessed a reasonable intellect and decent abilities. However, he was surprised to find that while the previous instance had seen all members survive, this time 3 out of 5 had met their demise, leaving only the high ponytailed woman and himself to carry on. Yet, upon reflection, Sushi realized that in this instance, he had only died 4 times. In that light, one might consider it progress. At the very least, his frequency of death was diminishing. Pondering this, Sushi felt a surge of positivity. But before he could revel in his newfound optimism, a disquieting realization struck him. Was he truly feeling joy at the diminished count of his deaths? Had he unconsciously grown accustomed to the idea of dying? Oh no, am I truly becoming psychologically unhinged? Sushi murmured. He recalled a time in this instance when he had met an untimely end. How did it feel then? Somewhat painful, yet tolerable. After a brief silence, he reluctantly accepted the unsettling truth that he might indeed be developing a morbid desensitization. He did not perceive this familiarity with death as a favorable development. It signified a waning fear of mortality, edging towards obliteration. Should the number of retries be finite, then a man devoid of fear would inevitably encounter a genuine demise one day. But wait, perhaps it did not matter? Given the difficulty of the Divine Hunter instance, without the ability to rewind time, his carefulness would scarcely enhance his odds of successfully navigating the stone steps. If that were the case, why dwell on such concerns? He was no longer afraid of death. If he lived, splendid. If not, so be it. After all, death seemed rather inconsequential. Having arrived at this realization, Sushi felt a refreshing clarity wash over him. Time to continue the debriefing. This instance was neither overly challenging nor exceptionally simple. Sushi meticulously recalled that the overall difficulty stemmed from the young man's cunning traps. Absent those sequential snares, the most formidable task would merely be locating the seller, gathering clues to piece together the background, finding the seller to make a call, and awaiting the arrival of the Anomaly Management Bureau. They would be saved, and the instance would conclude. It was ostensibly a straightforward process, yet the young man had intervened unexpectedly. With a soft click of his tongue, Sushi rummaged through his pocket. 2 pieces of wedding candy and some ghost money resided there, untouched throughout this instance, as they had proven unnecessary. Perhaps the wedding candy could cleanse the spiritual taint of white-clad figures, but at that moment, he had been immobilized and unable to consume it. Such manually activated items bore their own flaws. A passively triggered item like that of the high ponytailed woman would have been far superior. Chapter 55. Greed. This was indeed the seed of hope he had unearthed with his own hands. After completing the debriefing, Sushi closed his eyes to rest adequately before opting to delve once more into the instance. Following his introspective analysis, his mindset had undergone a transformation. Rather than idly waiting for the dungeon to descend, one might as well take the initiative to venture forth into the depths of the challenge. For him, there were ultimately 2 outcomes. Either he would perish within the dungeon or he would triumphantly ascend the ranks. Both scenarios were inevitable. Thus, he resolved to no longer cower in the realm of players. As Sushi opened his eyes, he found himself standing upon a dirt path, surrounded by 5 individuals. The first was a man clad in a suit, exuding an air of elite sophistication. The second was a youthful fellow sporting a cap, with a notably sunny disposition. The third was a girl adorned in a flowing dress, emanating a gentle and delicate aura. The fourth was a tall, slender man, whose demeanor was shrouded in a brooding quality. Lastly, there was a stylishly coiffed woman with voluminous curls. In the outside world, at the J Province television station in Huagua, the production team of brilliant players was grappling with an onslaught of disparaging comments on the large screen, leaving host Song Yin feeling rather embarrassed. Alas, how had she ended up with this mess? Beside her sat 2 invited experts, their expressions somewhat stiff. They were well aware of the program's poor reputation and had initially been reluctant to attend, but the incentives offered by the production team were too tempting to resist. However, upon witnessing the nearly unbearable barrage of comments, both men simultaneously felt a pang of regret. How had they succumbed to temptation? Now, they were left to endure personal attacks. Do you still have the audacity to continue airing this program? Please, enough is enough. If you keep broadcasting, our J Province is bound to face ruin. After all this time, we finally have a genius player, and you're rushing in to sabotage him? I curse you all. Banned. If Master Sushi is harmed by your negligence, I shall hang myself at your doorstep. Die, 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 die. Reported. I refuse to believe we cannot eradicate this malignant tumor. Esteemed viewers, greetings. Welcome to Brilliant Players. I am your host, Song Yin. Despite wishing fervently for the show's cancellation, Song Yin maintained her professionalism, wearing a smile as she addressed the screen. Forgetting the colorful insults, she cheerfully introduced the 2 experts beside her. One is the renowned psychologist Mr. Chow Hongba, author of influential works such as The Secrets of Human Nature and Psychological Suggestion. And the other is celebrated mystery writer Mr. Guing, known for his masterpieces I Killed Myself and Innocence. It is our honor to have both experts join our program. Regardless of their inner thoughts, Chow Hongba and Guing presented warm smiles and greeted the screen. Once their greetings concluded, Song Yin steeled herself to continue with her opening remarks. Recently, a dungeon video has been circulating wildly across the internet, reaching unprecedented heights on the trending charts, with views soaring to 800 million. I trust that by now, everyone is aware of who I am referring to, correct? Indeed, it is none other than Sushi. who completed the dungeon in a record time of 2 minutes and 48 seconds during his very first game. Today, we shall be broadcasting our program, featuring a particular individual. The audience expresses their disdain, wishing fervently that he not be showcased. They ponder the animosity between players and the show, questioning why curses are cast upon them. They recognize the significance of the number 248, which is unparalleled worldwide, and wonder about the consequences of tarnishing it. The production team, seemingly oblivious, is urged to be more selective in their content, while viewers simply yearn for an engaging broadcast. In the midst of this turmoil, Song Yin finds herself in a predicament. Reluctantly, she has taken on the role of host for this ill-fated program, not out of desire, but because she is an ordinary worker subjected to the whims of her superiors. She has become the 28th host for this show, which has seen a revolving door of presenters, each hoping to remedy the situation. Despite numerous changes, including multiple venues, the higher-ups remain inexplicably attached to the program, refusing to cancel it. The previous hosts endured harsh criticism, with the longest-serving one having hosted over 20 players before succumbing to the barrage of insults and seeking psychological help. Song Yin doubts her own resilience compared to her predecessors. She resolves that after this broadcast with the player named Su Shi, she will request a transfer, and if denied, she will resign. The loss of this talented player weighs on her mind. The significance of the number 2 minutes and 48 seconds is not lost on her. As someone with experience in hosting dungeon analysis channels, she is acutely aware of its implications. Mr. Chow Hongba and Mr. Guiying are set to provide an in-depth analysis and discussion of this dungeon and the player's maneuvers. Let us anticipate the remarkable performance of Su Shi and his teammates. With a quiet sigh, Song Yin steels herself and directs the audience's attention to the large screen. As her words resonate, the screen illuminates, showcasing 6 players, including Su Shi. Oh, who would have thought Cheng Su would also be here, matched with the illustrious Su Shi? My goodness. This dungeon is sure to be a success with these two together. They will undoubtedly dominate. Don't be so naive. Have you forgotten the nature of this production team? By the end, it might not just be Su Shi facing repercussions, but Cheng Su as well. I recall that Cheng Su entered the dungeon a month earlier than Su Shi, and he has now climbed to the 89th rank. Indeed, this appears to be his 7th dungeon. Cheng Su's intervals in dungeons are the standard 7 days as set by the game. While Su Shi just completed a dungeon 2 days ago and is already back in action, he will likely ascend the rankings soon. Ascend? He may not live to see that happen today. Silence. If I say he will rise, then he shall. By the way, what does Cheng Su look like? I've never seen his dungeon run. Is he the one with the cap? He seems quite cheerful. No, he is the tall, brooding one. Oh, this truly seems incongruous with the name. Observing how the barrage of comments momentarily diverted attention, Song Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang, squatting before his computer, gazed at the screen displaying the program Shan Wan, feeling particularly despondent. The external public opinion had not exerted any real pressure on the production team. At this moment, he found an inexplicable empathy with the comment that declared if Su Shi were to die, he would not wish to live either. This was the seed of hope he had painstakingly unearthed. Chapter 56. Greed Exorcism within the instance, as Su Shi observed his teammates. The other 5 were similarly scrutinizing one another. The 6 individuals, each with their distinct styles, occupied different positions while maintaining a respectful distance. Before anyone could speak, a slow, gravelly voice resonated from a short distance away. I assume you are the esteemed individuals who accepted my request to exorcise the evil from our village? The 6 turned towards the voice to see an elderly man, slightly hunched and of advanced age, slowly approaching them. As the old man reached their group, a well-dressed man in a suit interjected, "Indeed, that is us." Regardless of their actual ability to exorcise, the instance designated them as the esteemed ones. And thus they must be. It was evident that this elder was there to provide them with initial information about the quest. The others were astute enough not to undermine the suited man's authority. Wonderful. The elder visibly brightened. I have heard of your remarkable reputation. Our village is saved. The suited man smiled faintly. We must first gain a deeper understanding of the situation. Of course, no problem at all. Please, follow me into the village. Standing here is too conspicuous. We can discuss as we walk. The elder gestured ahead. Our village lies just ahead. Very well, lead the way. As the elder turned, the suited man nodded to the other 5 and took the lead, following the elder. The expressions of the group varied, but they soon fell in line behind him. Sushi instinctively took his place at the back. The suited man evoked a sense of familiarity in him. He bore a striking resemblance to the cultured man from the previous instance, both possessing a profound grasp of the art of language. However, their temperaments differed. The cultured man was gentler, while the suited man appeared more astute. The seven trudged along the relatively even dirt road, their shoes occasionally crunching over small stones. On either side stretched endless fields of wheat, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze, creating waves of green. The bittersweet scent of wheat and the earthy aroma of soil filled the air. Sushi inhaled deeply, feeling inexplicably relaxed, were it not for being in an instance. Such a picturesque scene of azure skies and verdant grass would surely be quite cherished. Alas, without a mobile phone. He regretted not being able to capture a few photographs to share with friends. Not only Sushi, but also the other players appeared lost in thought, their expressions mirroring his own. Yet soon, the elder's deep, hoarse voice pulled everyone back from their reverie. Our village is called Ningi Village, and I am the village chief, surnamed Zhu. As for why we invited several distinguished individuals here, alas, it is a lengthy tale. Village Chief Zhu gradually elucidated the situation to the players as he walked. You have also observed that our village is nestled by the mountains and rivers, with an exquisite environment that once attracted many tourists. However, 3 years ago, a grave incident transpired in our village. Before delving into that, I must first mention Awang's family. Awang is a child of unfortunate fate. His father perished on a construction site during Awang's infancy, and the employer withheld compensation, ultimately absconding with the funds. Hence, Awang was raised solely by his mother, who struggled without a pillar of support or financial aid. Their lives became exceedingly arduous. From that time, whispers began to circulate in the village. Yet Awang's mother, possessing a fiery temperament, would confront anyone who dared speak ill of her family, brandishing a kitchen knife. Gradually, no one dared to utter gossip in her presence. Upon hearing this, the 6 players could distinctly sense a shift in Chief Zhu's tone, which not only lowered but also trembled slightly, causing a sense of heaviness to settle in their hearts. 3 years ago, Awang was merely 7 years old, a quiet child unlike his outgoing parents, who diligently helped with chores without needing to be called. If my son could demonstrate even half of Awang's understanding, I would awaken from my dreams with a smile. However, who could have foreseen that an ordinary day would suddenly turn tragic? That day, Awang had gone out to assist his mother in foraging for wild vegetables, and fortunately, he was not at home when a devastating fire erupted, consuming several houses and tragically claiming the lives of Awang's mother and some elderly villagers who were unable to escape in time. Since that day, death began to cast its shadow over the village. Initially, it was the elderly. Some would return home after visiting neighbors only to suddenly pass away, while others collapsed at the dining table after a meal, never even making it to the hospital. At first, we paid little heed, considering such occurrences a natural consequence of age. Yet, as time progressed, the situation grew increasingly bizarre. Individuals ranging from the elderly in their 60s and 70s to children as young as 7 or 8, and even seemingly healthy young adults, began to die in succession. Our village, with a population of less than 200, witnessed over 60 deaths in just 3 years. The audience collectively gasped in shock. A small village averaging over 20 deaths per year? A young man in a duckbill cap interjected, "Did you not report this to the authorities?" "Of course we did," the village chief replied, his voice laced with bitterness. "When the children and young adults began to succumb, I contacted the police. However, after a thorough investigation, they found no anomalies. Since then, rumors of malevolent forces lurking in the village began to circulate. But what connection could this have to Awang's family?" The fashionably dressed woman with curly hair posed the question, yet deep within her, suspicions were already forming. The series of untimely deaths in the village might indeed be linked to the fire that ravaged Awang's home. Indeed, the villagers listened as village chief Zhu lowered his voice, as if evading something, and quietly explained, "There is a rumor circulating. The cause of the great fire at Awang's home is attributed to his mother's infidelity. It is said that Awang's father, unable to tolerate this transgression from the underworld, ignited the fire in a fit of rage, resulting in the demise of the illicit couple." The 6 individuals exchanged glances, bewildered. A gentle girl in a flowing dress could not help but furrow her brow. "Do you believe this?" Village Chief Zhu sighed. "Initially, we certainly did not believe it. But you see, the first victims were those who had previously spoken ill of Awang's family, labeling him a disaster for his parents. a calamity that would surely bring ruin to all around him. The villagers believed Wang's mother, not at peace, had transformed into a vengeful spirit, returning to exact retribution upon the village. The girl in the long dress inquired further. Do you believe this, Chief? Village Chief Zhu refrained from answering, merely sighing repeatedly. Sushi thought to herself that the chief must indeed believe it. Otherwise, he would not have summoned them to exorcise the evil. Chapter 57. Greed Time Limited Side Quest. In any case, please, esteemed individuals, we implore you to assist our village. I am willing to pay any price. Chief Zhu earnestly beseeched, expressing a desire for a swift resolution, ideally within 3 days. 3 days? Is this a clearly defined time-limited quest? The man in the suit nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Chief Zhu, we are professionals. However, I would like to inquire if there is any significance to this 3-day time frame. After all, we have yet to truly encounter Wang's mother and are unaware of the precise level of difficulty. What if? What significance? It is merely that our village is already sparsely populated, with most of the youth having gone off to work, leaving behind only the elderly and children. We cannot afford more deaths. Everyone could sense that Chief Zhu was concealing certain information. Yet, since he was unwilling to divulge, they could not press him further. At this moment, the outline of the village appeared before their eyes, gradually becoming clearer as they approached. Upon nearing the village entrance, Chief Zhu suddenly halted and earnestly requested the 6 individuals behind him. When the time comes, I kindly ask you to pose as relatives from my wife's side. If the villagers inquire, simply say you are here for a short visit. Upon hearing this request, the players were taken aback. To ask them to exorcise the evil within 3 days was one thing, but to conceal their identities? Were the villagers not welcoming of their assistance? Noticing the evident confusion on the exorcist's faces, Chief Zhu cleared his throat, carefully choosing his words to explain. The villagers have suffered too long under Wang's mother's torment. They cannot withstand further upheaval. It is better that we wait until your exorcism is successful before I share this good news with the villagers. At that time, we shall host a banquet in honor of your esteemed selves. Everyone understood the implication. This meant he feared that a failed exorcism would lead to false hope among the villagers. While this reasoning seemed sound, Sushi had an inkling that the chief was also hiding something in this regard. Since you, Chief Zhu, have articulated it thus, we certainly agree. The man in the suit accepted this proposition with a smile. The others, including Sushi, remained silent. After a while, the 7 arrived at the village entrance. Nearby, a group of aunties sat under the shade of a tree, chatting while mending nets. Upon noticing them, they instantly began to whisper among themselves. Soon, someone called out loudly, "Director, why are there so many people following you?" Village Chief Zhu chuckled in response. They are all relatives from my wife's side. A bunch of young folks here to enjoy a few days. Another aunt remarked, who would have thought that Suifan had such a charming group of relatives? Why didn't you invite them over sooner? Next time, come by my place, and I'll treat you to some chicken. Realizing she might have misspoken, the aunt quickly corrected herself. Village Chief Zhu pretended not to notice and engaged in a few more light exchanges before continuing to lead the players forward. The 6 individuals trailing behind displayed no signs of discomfort, yet inwardly, they were all deep in thought. Sushi discreetly observed the chattering aunties and murmured to himself, "They certainly don't appear to be tormented by anything strange." The village was remarkably tranquil, with houses scattered harmoniously, where nearly every household had a courtyard filled with chickens, ducks, and other poultry. Villagers gathered in small groups, seemingly engaged in casual conversations. As Village Chief Zhu walked along, he introduced the 6 individuals to the villagers. The sky was growing dim, and he suggested, "Several esteemed guests should come to my place for dinner. My wife should have the meal ready by now, and her culinary skills are quite commendable. After dinner, I will arrange accommodations for you." Village Chief Zhu deliberately lowered his voice. The man in the suit also adjusted his tone accordingly. "No problem, Chief Zhu, you handle it." Among the 6 players, the man in the suit bore the weight of social interaction. Sushi felt it unnecessary to speak. With so many people, he truly didn't know what to say. The youth in the cap, the girl in the long dress, and the woman with curly hair had at least exchanged a few words earlier. The tall, sullen man, however, had not uttered a single word. "We've arrived. My home is right here. If the esteemed guests have any questions, feel free to come find me. Even if I'm not around, my son will surely call for me." Village Chief Zhu's house appeared no different from the other villagers' homes. The only advantage being its proximity to the village entrance, a mere 10-minute walk away. A spirited little boy peeked over the courtyard gate, and upon seeing village chief Zhu, his eyes lit up. He dashed over, tugging at Zhu's sleeve. "Grandpa, where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back?" "Grandma said we have to wait for you to eat. I'm starving." Village chief Zhu feigned a stern expression. "I saw your grandma secretly give you 2 sweet potatoes before I left. We have guests today. Hurry and get them a glass of water." The little boy looked up at the 6 unfamiliar faces, obediently replied, "Oh," and then scampered off toward the house. "Grandma, we have guests at home." Village chief Zhu looked helplessly as the young boy ran away, then turned and said apologetically, "I am sorry, my unaccomplished son and his wife have gone out to work, leaving the child in the village. He is naturally mischievous. If he has inadvertently offended any esteemed guests, I kindly ask you to be lenient, considering his tender age." The suited man was about to reassure him that they would not take offense when he suddenly paused at the last remark, unaware of the man's bewildered expression. Village chief Zhu called out to the house, "Wife, hurry and set the table. Our guests have arrived." Coming. Why the rush?" "It's not like you're the one cooking," replied a neatly dressed aunt as she brought out the dishes. Upon seeing the 6 young men behind her husband, a smile immediately brightened her face. "Oh, the dishes are all ready. Esteemed masters, please take a seat." This seamless transition in her expression left she greatly astonished. The couple warmly invited the 6 to the table, while the young boy poured each of them a cup of water. The array of dishes was quite sumptuous, clearly a result of great effort. "Village chief, you haven't eaten yet. How can we start without you? Besides, we can't let the child go hungry. Come, little one. Let us eat together." The suited man beckoned to the boy. Village chief Zhu shot a stern glance at his overly eager grandson and shook his head. "We'll eat in the kitchen later. The first meal must be properly served to our esteemed guests." The suited man merely wished to ensure the food was safe, which is why he wanted the village chief's family to join. With the chief's refusal, none of the players dared to pick up their chopsticks. As the standoff continued, a young man clad in a black hooded sweatshirt suddenly reached for the chopsticks. Chapter 58. Greed. He must be knowledgeable in certain psychological principles. Sushi waited for a while, noticing that no one was moving to eat, and the expressions on the village chief and his wife's faces began to show hesitation. He did not want to wait any longer. Better to sample the food first and then discern its safety. Under the astonished, curious, and contemplative gazes of the 5 players, Sushi picked up a piece of food and took a bite. Seeing the hooded youth finish his dish and take a bite of rice without any apparent ill effects, the others hesitated momentarily before gradually joining in. Once one player tested the food, the rest felt reassured. After all, the quest spanned 3 days, and they could not possibly go without sustenance for that long. When the food touched their tongues, they paused for a moment. It was indeed quite delicious, possessing a unique flavor reminiscent of rustic home-cooked dishes. Seeing the esteemed guests appreciate her culinary skills, the smile on the village chief's wife's face became more genuine. Village chief Zhu instructed his wife to take their grandson to the kitchen for a meal while he remained behind. "I have arranged for the houses that were previously burned in the village to be repaired. Perhaps the esteemed masters could reside in those homes." "Are there no other vacant houses in the village?" the suited man inquired. "There are, but they carry an ominous reputation. Though both experienced deaths, one was merely affected by the spread of the fire, while the other was troubled by malevolent spirits. The 2 circumstances cannot be equated." The village chief suddenly realized the implications of his earlier considerations, which seemed to belittle these esteemed individuals. The masters, understanding his sentiments, reassured him with a smile. "We comprehend your good intentions, village chief. We are amenable to residing anywhere." The village chief's demeanor relaxed as he chuckled. "Ah, I have underestimated you, esteemed masters. With your intervention, the malevolent spirits shall surely be vanquished." Listening to the village chief's somewhat awkward compliments, Sushi, who was attentively eavesdropping, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I have arranged accommodations for you, esteemed masters, all in close proximity, 3 connected households that have been tidied up, allowing 2 masters to share each dwelling." At that moment, the man in the cap suddenly looked up. "Can we not stay together? Your houses seem quite spacious." The village chief hesitated briefly before softly explaining. "I would advise against all of you residing in one household. After the inexplicable deaths of the villagers, their families have also gradually perished, leaving no survivors." The man in the cap fell silent. "Then it would be best to stay separately. Otherwise, if anything were to happen, it would ensnare all the players at once." "No problem, The man in the suit replied readily, pondering if the village chief had anything else to convey. After we finish our meal, we shall inspect the village. Seeing the masters take such initiative reassured the village chief, who cheerfully stated, there is nothing more for the next 3 days. You esteemed masters are welcome to dine at my home. Should you require any assistance, feel free to seek me out. While I may not possess extraordinary abilities, at least the villagers still regard me as the director. Very well, the man in the suit nodded. We shall not hesitate to reach out if we require your assistance. Once the village chief retired to the kitchen, the man in the suit surveyed the group, smiling as he inquired, what are your thoughts on this scenario? The young man in the cap was the first to respond. It's evident that the situation is far from simple. The village chief must be concealing certain information. With that cue, the others began to voice their opinions. The young woman in the long dress pondered for a moment, yet I sense he genuinely believes that the spirit of Awang's mother is at play. The curly-haired woman brushed her hair lightly. Or perhaps he is merely acting. His performance so convincing that it has deceived us all. To avoid being overheard by the village chief's family in the kitchen, their discussion remained hushed. And don't you find it curious that the villagers here seem to be in rather good spirits? The young man in the cap mused. They hardly resemble individuals tormented by malevolent spirits. This was indeed an aspect that struck the group as peculiar. The village chief had instructed them to conceal their identities. Surely the villagers were not oblivious to the presence of evil. However, the young man in the cap quickly dismissed his own speculation. But wait. Isn't it the villagers who spread rumors about Awang's mother returning as a vengeful spirit? The young woman in the long dress interjected. This must relate to the information that the village chief is withholding. The players engaged in a spirited discussion, yet they failed to unearth any useful insights. Currently, there are hardly any clues, and we are unable to determine the conditions for clearing the instance. However, since the village chief has instructed us to complete the exorcism within 3 days, it is highly likely that something significant will occur after this period, thus instilling a sense of urgency in the chief. The man in the suit initially shared his thoughts, and upon noticing the group had quieted, he continued to articulate his proposal. The method for clearing the instance is fundamentally tied to its background, which is essentially the so-called truth. And our task is to seek out clues to uncover this truth. With time still remaining before dusk, we can first explore the village for information and reconvene at Awang's doorstep in half an hour. After all, Awang's mother, as the pivotal figure mentioned by the village chief, is someone we must engage with, and we aim to return to our temporary lodgings before night falls. The group agreed without dissent. The proposal was indeed reasonable. Sushi, seeing that his thoughts had already been articulated by others, opted to remain silent. The players, lacking the inclination to savor the delicacies, hastily filled their stomachs and obtained Awang's address from the village chief. After deliberation, the 6 individuals chose different directions to investigate. In the live broadcast, Song Yin observed the players dispersing and timely remarked, "It appears our players have devised preliminary plans. I wonder what insights our esteemed experts have regarding this instance and the current performances of the players?" Chao Hongba and Gu Ying exchanged glances. Gu Ying smiled and said, "Chao, please go ahead." Chao Hongba nodded politely and commented, "The information regarding this instance is currently insufficient, and I cannot discern much yet. However, the players each exhibit distinct personalities, particularly the man in the suit, who possesses commendable social skills and leadership qualities. As for Sushi, the player featured in today's broadcast, I need not elaborate. Prior to joining this program, I specifically reviewed his performances in the first 3 instances. From the 3rd instance, it is evident that he has a solid grasp of certain psychological principles, when no other player dared to pick up their chopsticks. Sushi was the first to test the food. His actions were not reckless. Rather, he was confident that the dishes before them were most likely safe. Chapter 59. Greed. His silence remained consistent. In fact, my views align with that of the player in the long dress. The village chief genuinely believes that the continuous deaths in the village are due to the vengeful return of Awang's mother after her burning. Words may be deceptive, but the eyes do not lie. When recounting the experiences of Awang's family, his gaze instinctively lifted, indicating he was lost in memory. As he mentioned the tragic fate of Awang's family, his eyes lowered and his brow furrowed, signifying sympathy and compassion. Yet, when he spoke of Awang's mother, his pupils dilated involuntarily, his eyebrows arched and converged, and his mouth slightly agape, revealing a narrow and flat shape, clearly indicating a state of tension in his facial muscles. His emotions were undeniably genuine. At this juncture, Chow Hongba paused momentarily. I have merely conducted a superficial analysis through the lens of microexpression psychology and shall refrain from delving deeper into specifics. It is likely that Su Shi arrived at the conclusion regarding the meals being non-toxic based on the subsequent microexpressions of the village chief. After all, a person genuinely intent on inviting a skilled individual to exorcise evil would have no reason to poison someone before even having laid eyes on the malevolence. Moreover, Su Shi's demeanor struck me as distinctly different from that of the other players. The remaining 5, to varying degrees, exhibited slight signs of tension, even when well concealed. The tautness of their facial muscles, frequent clenching of fists, and occasional lip-biting revealed their unease. In contrast, Su Shi maintained a serene expression and steady gaze, showing no signs of anxiety or fear. His body was relaxed, movements assured, and his composure while sampling the dishes evidently reflected profound confidence in his judgment. It was clear that this player, Su Shi, possessed formidable psychological fortitude and sufficient self-assurance regarding his abilities. Song Yin interjected timely. Thank you, Mr. Chow, for your insightful analysis. It appears you hold Su Shi in high regard, do you not? Chow Hongba nodded. Indeed. He is the only player I have encountered thus far who does not seem to be struggling for survival in a perilous scenario. Rather, he appears to be casually touring the dungeon. Even when faced with danger, it merely seems to provide him with a modicum of thrill. This impression stems from Su Shi's performance in the first 3 dungeons. He exudes an air of nonchalance towards the challenges. I shall not elaborate on the first dungeon, but in the second, he only intervened at the last moment, while in the third, he skillfully manipulated the sentiments of others, effortlessly leading to the downfall of 3 players who had offended him. How absurd. That was a 248. Although your analysis is commendable and your praise even more so, I must say, there are still criticisms that deserve to be voiced. Knowing full well how formidable Su Shi is, yet the production team still deliberately sabotages him. How despicable. Observing the barrage of vitriol in the comments, Chow Hongba could not help but sigh. He was at a loss regarding the intentions of this foolish production team. Such an outstanding player could bring hope to any nation, yet it seemed no one in authority was taking notice. Unaware of Chow Hongba's thoughts, Song Yin directed her gaze towards Guing. I wonder what Mr. Ge thinks of this situation. Guing responded with a smile. Since Mr. Chow has approached this from a psychological perspective, I shall examine it through the backdrop of the dungeon. In cases like this, where events seem to have a cause, the roots often lie within human nature: pride, jealousy, anger, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Such dungeons invariably embody one or more of these vices. I cannot ascertain which vice this dungeon embodies, but the rumors within clearly indicate that this village aligns with the stereotypical image of a remote rural area, where the villagers possess limited education and steadfastly cling to their perceived truths. This ignorance is often the catalyst for numerous tragedies. I shall refrain from further commenting on the players' performances, as Mr. Chow has provided an excellent analysis. Additionally, Guing quipped, I have previously followed the exploits of the formidable Su Shi, and I have but one observation. His silence remains unwavering. In light of your esteemed reputation, I shall temper my criticisms. It seems that even the illustrious Su Shi has found companionship, a notion I never anticipated from one whose name radiates such positivity, yet who matches the aloofness of the esteemed figures in silence. This production team, where might one lodge a complaint that bears fruit? Before Su Shi's demise, we ought to expedite matters. Song Yin refrained from engaging with the myriad of comments, fearful of following in the footsteps of a colleague who had succumbed to the barrage of insults. I express gratitude for Mr. G's analysis. It is evident he harbors a fondness for the player Su Shi. Let us now proceed deeper into the unfolding narrative. Curious to see what further performances the players might unveil, Su Shi casually chose a direction, and after a brief walk, he was suddenly called from behind. Hey, wait for me. Turning back in perplexity, he spotted a youth in a cap hastening to catch up. Upon reaching Su Shi, the young man, with a cheerful demeanor, exclaimed, Let us stick together. 2 heads are better than 1. Having traversed 2 multiplayer instances, Su Shi was taken aback by this individual's forthrightness. As he pondered an appropriate response, the other seemed to assume he would remain silent, continuing unabated. The suited man is too shrewd, and that tall, slender fellow is rather gloomy. The 2 girls are not quite fitting for me, leaving only you, who seems easier to get along with. Though you may not be much of a talker, that is quite all right, for I am. Had the cap-wearing youth been privy to the comments flooding the live stream, he would have noted the majority were rife with confusion. Easier to get along with? Are you serious? The graves of the last 3 who found him amiable have already become overgrown. Sushi simply replied, unsure of how to respond. He settled on this non-committal affirmation, his instincts suggesting that this individual was not as genial as he appeared. The youth seemed entirely unfazed by Sushi's aloofness, just as he had claimed. Continuing to speak freely, "What instance is this for you? This is my 6th, and I'm curious if there are any items in this one. It appears rather complex. The map is larger than any I've encountered before." Sushi chose to disregard the incessant chatter, slightly turning his gaze toward a particular spot. He was surprised to find himself walking amidst the villagers' fields. Noticing Sushi's focused stare, the cap-wearing youth followed his gaze. Before them lay an extraordinary patch of vibrant wheat, its golden ears swaying gently in the breeze, an otherwise commonplace sight, yet starkly out of place among the sea of green stalks. "How is it that this patch has matured ahead of the rest?" the youth inquired, somewhat astonished. After scanning the surroundings, he noticed a few villagers gathered by the ridge of the field and decided to approach them for further investigation. Sushi followed closely behind without hesitation. Any peculiarities within the instance could serve as vital clues. Chapter 60. Greed. We must speak of science this year as harvest appears promising, though it pales in comparison to that plot of land. Be content. You ought to consider how that land came to be. I'm merely commenting. I would never actually do such a thing. Life is precious to me. Speaking of which, it's been half a month, and the director still hasn't given his approval. Has he? You know him well, a quintessential good-natured person. He fails to recognize the dire state our village finds itself in. If you ask me, cough cough. Sushi and the young man in the duckbill cap had initially intended to listen a while longer. However, one of the villagers, with keen eyes, spotted the 2 unfamiliar youths and promptly interrupted the conversation. Regrettably, Sushi and his companion did not catch the villager's complete statement. Clearly, the villager's discourse contained some critical information. "Who are you?" The first villager to notice them inquired with a frown. The young man in the duckbill cap remained unfazed by the frosty demeanor. "We are relatives of Aunt Tsuefin. We decided to visit for a few days since we had some free time." "Relatives of Tsuefin? I haven't heard about that," the villager retorted, skepticism evident in his tone. Unperturbed, the young man replied, "We just arrived today. If you doubt us, feel free to inquire with Aunt Tsuefin. We have no acquaintance with you, so there is no reason for deception." Seeing the 2 youths exhibit no signs of guilt, the villagers found themselves somewhat convinced. After all, they all belonged to the same village. Verifying the truth would be effortless, rendering impersonation unnecessary. The villagers' wariness diminished considerably, and their expressions softened slightly. The only villager to speak further asked, "What brings you here?" "We just finished dinner at Aunt Tsuefin's and came out for a stroll to aid digestion and admire the scenery of Ningyi village. To our surprise, we spotted a field of ripe wheat over there." The young man in the duckbill cap gestured toward the golden wheat spikes, noting that the rest of the fields were still green. "We were a bit curious and wanted to ask about it." Another villager, with a peculiar tone, remarked, "Did Tsuefin not inform you?" The young man appeared perplexed. "Inform us of what?" "Aunt Tsuefin merely mentioned that the village harbors something sinister and advised us not to wander aimlessly, especially near deserted houses. But in this day and age, such superstitions are outdated. We must embrace science. Moreover, how is that related to the wheat?" "Science?" The villagers exchanged glances. Sushi could not suppress a smirk at the absurdity of the situation. Indeed, these players, capable of navigating multiple quests, were not to be underestimated. They could weave half-truths with ease. One villager muttered, "There is indeed a connection." The initial villager stated, "In any case, heed Aunt Tsuefin's advice. Refrain from wandering for the next 3 days, and do not venture out at night. Pay no attention to any knocking at the door." After imparting this warning, the villagers prepared to depart. The young man in the duckbill cap hastily pressed, "Hey, you haven't told me what is going on with that wheat." However, it was clear the villagers were unwilling to divulge more. They simply advised him to return home after their walk and not linger too long before leaving. As Sushi and the young man watched the villagers retreat, the confusion on the latter's face gradually faded, replaced by a contemplative expression. Though the mystery of the wheat field remained unsolved, they had gleaned additional clues from the villager's remarks. He instinctively turned to discuss with the person beside him. only to see them striding towards the peculiar wheat field. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly followed suit. Sushi approached the clearly problematic field, bending down to scrutinize it with care. Upon hearing the remark about the origins of the land, a vague notion began to form in his mind, and soon enough, he sensed something amiss. The soil in this area was a dark hue, exuding a strong, rusty, metallic odor. The young man in the duckbill cap soon detected the pungent scent as well, given the color and odor. Could it be that this wheat field was irrigated with human blood? The young man exclaimed in astonishment, speculating that, judging by the intensity of the stench, even if it were not watered daily, it would at least be done every few days. Thus, was this the reason the villagers remained reticent? Sushi glanced at the sky. Although less than half an hour had passed, they would still require some time to return. Let us head back and regroup with them. It is quite a distance to Wang's home from here, he suggested. The young man in the duckbill cap shared the same inclination to return. Sushi nodded in agreement, and the two began retracing their steps. Wang's residence was situated near the village's edge, not far from their temporary lodging. They refrained from approaching Wang's house directly, considering it was purportedly the source of the trouble. They were the first to arrive. Before long, the girl in the long skirt and the curly-haired woman approached, seemingly having formed a group behind them. A few minutes later, the man in the suit and the tall, slender man arrived from different directions. The six of them convened once more. The man in the suit was the first to disclose the information he had gathered. I spoke with some of the older women at the village entrance. The last recorded deaths in the village occurred half a month ago, claiming 3 lives, with the specific causes remaining unknown. They seem to hold some superstition about it. However, one thing is clear. They unanimously believe that Wang's mother is responsible for the deaths. Surprisingly, the usually silent tall man suddenly interjected, I visited the cemetery. The most recent date on the tombstones is 2 months ago, and there is only one. A gasp arose from the group as they understood why he chose to share this information second. How could 3 individuals who died half a month ago not have graves? Were all the mysteriously deceased villagers without graves? Or was it solely these 3? The young man in the duckbill cap inquired with curiosity. The tall man replied in a nonchalant tone, some gravestones have causes of death inscribed as unknown. I counted 63 of them. This implied that these 63 individuals may have been the villagers who mysteriously perished over the past 3 years. So the causes of death for these 3 were particularly unusual? The girl in the long skirt speculated, furrowing her brow. Given the uniqueness of their deaths, which differed from the previous 63 villagers, why did the older women firmly believe Wang's mother was to blame? The curly-haired woman twirled her hair, perplexed. The man in the suit remarked, it seems we must focus our attention on the causes of death for these 3 villagers. The girl in the long skirt also shared her findings. Under the pretense of visiting, I went to some villagers' homes, and during my journey, I encountered another individual. And we decided to team up. She subtly gestured towards the woman with curly hair. Chapter 61. Greed still lacks clues. These villagers have hoarded a considerable amount of wine and fruit, and judging by their demeanor, it seems they are planning to slaughter chickens, fish, and pigs in the coming days. There are neither celebrations nor festivals in the village, yet the preparations are quite extravagant. Furthermore, such items are typically used for rituals or offerings, leading me to surmise that the villagers must intend to conduct some form of worship or sacrifice soon. Upon hearing this, the group felt even more bewildered. Who are they planning to worship or offer to? Surely it cannot be Wang's mother? The young man in the duckbill cap speculated. While preparing offerings for Wang's mother and secretly seeking to ward off evil, the village chief suggested that we should complete the exorcism within 3 days, as it is possible they are planning to commence their rituals then. The man in the suit somewhat concurred with this hypothesis, observing that the hoodie-clad young man remained silent. The duckbill cap youth recounted their findings in the wheat field along with the villagers' conversation in its entirety. Is it possible that the reference to doing so pertains to watering the wheat field with blood? Those who attempted such actions have already encountered misfortune? The young woman in the long dress pondered for a moment before offering her analysis, albeit with uncertainty in her tone. The curly-haired woman also wore a contemplative expression. 3 people died half a month ago. Could it be that the village chief delayed the rituals for that long, due to disagreement? He is known to be quite amiable. What could be so unacceptable about this sacrifice? Might one of those 3 individuals be the owner of the wheat field? The young man in the duckbill cap's eyes lit up, growing increasingly convinced of this possibility. The man in the suit nodded in agreement. Perhaps. Do not venture outside tonight. Even if you hear a knock at the door, Pay no heed. Who could be knocking at this hour? Awang's mother? The curly-haired woman suddenly raised these two queries. The information gathered by the group was abundant, yet far too fragmented to connect coherently. After a brief discussion, they found themselves without deeper insights. The man in the suit interrupted their exchange. It is getting late. Let us proceed to Awang's home and aim to return to our respective lodgings before nightfall. Several villagers had explicitly warned against going out at night, and they certainly would not take unnecessary risks, at least not for the time being. The 6 individuals made their way towards Awang's house. According to village chief Zhu, after the fire incident, Awang's home was mostly destroyed, yet Awang adamantly refused to relocate. As a result, he enlisted the help of a few kind-hearted villagers who preferred to avoid gossip to assist in rebuilding. They could see that this house appeared newer compared to those of other villagers and looked entirely normal. The sunset's glow cast a soft haze over the entire structure. It did not seem like a place of strange occurrences at all. The man in the suit stepped forward and gently knocked on the courtyard door. Shortly after, a boy opened the door just a crack. If Awang was 7 years old 3 years ago, then the boy should now be 10. However, as the group looked at him peering through the narrow opening, they noted his visibly malnourished and frail physique, which was even smaller than that of the village chief's grandson. Who are you? The boy's expression was laden with vigilance, and his words echoed with an unmistakable wariness. The man in the suit endeavored to soften his demeanor. We are relatives of village chief Zhu. However, as soon as he uttered his first sentence, the courtyard door was mercilessly shut. The man in the suit knocked again, but silence reigned from within. With a light sigh, he turned to say, "It seems we are destined to be met with a cold reception today." The girl in the long skirt suggested, "Perhaps we should return to our lodging. Nightfall is approaching." The others nodded in agreement. Since Awang refused to open the door, they could not linger indefinitely. The 3 houses assigned to them by village chief Zhu were not far off, separated by a certain distance. The 2 girls naturally decided to share a house. Among the remaining 4 men, a young man in a cap stepped beside Sushi. "I'll stay with this fellow." Sushi glanced at him, but said nothing. He felt indifferent about whom he shared his lodging with. Noticing the cap-wearing youth had approached the most reticent member of their group, the man in the suit turned to inquire of the last individual. "Shall we be together then?" "That works for me," replied the tall, slender man with a casual nod. Sushi and his companion chose the leftmost house. The essentials within the dwelling appeared newly acquired, and the floor was devoid of dust, indicating it had likely been cleaned recently. There were 2 bedrooms, each accommodating 1 person. After closing his door, Sushi surveyed the room, finding nothing amiss. Before seating himself by the bed, he listened attentively to his teammates' discussions, though much of it was conjectural and fragmented. The information was chaotic, leaving Sushi momentarily at a loss as to where to begin his analysis. After some contemplation, he resolved to start with the unnaturally mature wheat field he had observed. The entire expanse bore a dark crimson hue, coupled with a pungent metallic scent, leading him and the cap-wearing youth to the immediate conclusion that the wheat had thrived and appeared so robust due to being nourished by blood. In the realm of reality, such a phenomenon was implausible, yet in this narrative, anything was possible. Regarding whether the blood was human or that of other creatures, Sushi suddenly recalled an important detail. He remembered that while the soil was not particularly moist, it was also not dry, at least not as if it had been neglected for an extended period, suggesting that someone was still tending to that wheat field. If it were human blood, then given the villagers' fearful avoidance and their remarks today, it was likely that the owner of the wheat field had perished. Would villagers truly risk their lives to water a field belonging to someone who is dead? If the blood belonged to other beings, what purpose would there be in watering the field with it? Surely it was not for consumption. Moreover, why would that specific plot of land be chosen? If, as the cap-wearing youth speculated, the owner of the wheat field was one of the 3 villagers who had died 2 weeks prior, could it be that their demise was due to using their blood to nourish the wheat? Yet, what was so peculiar about this death that it warranted the absence of a grave? How did the other 2 meet their demise? The frequency of occurrences within this fortnight is rather alarming. 3 individuals succumbed to death 15 days prior, their manner of passing markedly peculiar, distinct from the previous 63. This has instilled a sense of panic among the villagers, prompting them to consider initiating some form of ritual. Yet, the village chief has hesitated for half a month, refusing to acquiesce. The reasons for this delay remain obscure, but the term kind-hearted suggests that there may be matters surpassing the chief's understanding or boundaries. The chief insists that they must successfully exorcise within 3 days, indicating a reluctance to proceed with the ritual. Is this merely a ritual, or is it intended to venerate a specific entity, such as Wang's mother? Sushi rubbed his temples. He still lacked vital clues. Chapter 62. Greed knocks at the door. In the realm of players, the passage of time is imperceptible. One's physical capabilities remain at their zenith, rendering sleep elusive for Sushi. However, within the dungeon, players revert to their natural states, experiencing fatigue, drowsiness, and hunger. After consolidating all the information at hand, Sushi felt a rare wave of drowsiness wash over him. It was his first night spent in a dungeon. He tossed himself onto the bed without removing his shoes. After all, he was in the midst of a dungeon run, so formalities were unnecessary. What? You suggest that online observers in the real world might witness this through a live stream? Please, he is hardly a well-known figure. Who would be so idle as to watch him daily? Meanwhile, the lively comments in the chat room were bouncing around energetically. Is Sushi really sleeping so soundly? At least open one eye to keep watch. The boss fell asleep so quickly. The fellow in the cap next door is still contemplating the dungeon's background. Strangely enough, Sushi seems far more approachable in slumber. When awake, his expression is perpetually aloof, exuding an air of unapproachability. I can't stand that he hasn't brushed his teeth or washed his face. You there, are you a bit obsessive? What is there to worry about? After 3 dungeons, you should have an inkling of Sushi's prowess. He must be certain of his safety to sleep. Brother, have you forgotten Flash Play? Oh right, I did forget. This dungeon cannot be assessed by conventional standards. No matter how formidable Sushi is, I genuinely fear he might succumb to the toxicity of Flash Play. Indeed, all players who have traversed it have met inexplicable ends. Even Conan would take 2 episodes to unravel this mystery. Believing himself to be inconspicuous, Sushi unwittingly drifted into slumber. As for the eerie occurrences that may strike while players are deep in sleep, no matter, dying in dreams is devoid of pain. The rollback feature remains. It will preserve his life. If the rollback is not available, then so be it. His life will end as it must. Just as Sushi was enjoying his peaceful sleep, the sound of knocking abruptly roused him from his slumber. Though the noise seemed distant, it penetrated his ears with startling clarity. Unable to return to sleep due to the disturbance, Sushi decided to rise, leaving his bed to approach the window. Peering through the glass, illuminated by the moonlight, he gazed in the direction from whence the sound emanated. Unfortunately, his limited vantage point afforded him no glimpse of the entity responsible for the knocking. The knocking at the door did not persist continuously. Rather, it paused intermittently before resuming, creating a repetitive cycle. However, with each resurgence, the sound seemed to draw ever closer. Was something going door to door? A chilling thought flickered through Sushi's mind, conjuring an image of a terrifying entity dragging its heavy footsteps from house to house. Earlier that afternoon, a few villagers had warned against venturing outdoors at night or heeding any knocking sounds, likely referring to this very thing. Indeed, no one opened their doors, prompting the entity to move on to the next house. Sushi had no intention of being the exception to this rule. Once the unknown presence finished with their abode and proceeded to the next, he planned to turn back and resume his slumber. He still had 3 days to navigate within the scenario, and the following day would require him to venture into the village for clues. He needed to be well rested. Before long, the knocking grew increasingly near, and Sushi peered through the window to discern the identity of the knocker. It was a villager? He was taken aback. It was not the grotesque figure he had envisioned, nor did it bear any frightening appearance. It was simply an ordinary villager. In a short span, the villager had already completed knocking on the doors of the adjacent 2 players and arrived at their doorstep. Thud, thud, thud. The villager persistently struck the door. Just as Sushi thought that the knocking would soon cease, the villager's strikes intensified. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. With each violent blow, the door trembled more vigorously. Sushi frowned. Upon exiting his room and entering the common area, he found the young man in the cap already present. The young man was vigilantly observing the door, his expression grave. Why did the others receive only a few knocks before the entity moved on? Yet here it continued to pound? Noticing another player had emerged, the young man in the cap eagerly sought to discuss a strategy. Could there be something peculiar about their house? In that moment, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have chosen a different dwelling. He too had pondered whether he or the young man in the sweatshirt, or perhaps both of them, had drawn the attention of the entity outside. Yet, it made little sense. They had remained together, not engaging in any behavior that seemed out of the ordinary. The only potentially problematic action was their brief exploration of the wheat field. Could the scent from the field have lingered on them, attracting the entity's notice? As the young man in the cap prepared to share his suspicions with the other player, he noticed the young man in the sweatshirt advancing towards the door. Wait, he thought in shock, reaching out to stop him, but the young man in the sweatshirt decisively flung open the door. It was over, his life was forfeit. Meanwhile, Sushi sensed something amiss. His initial thought mirrored his previous experience in another scenario. There must be something within the house or on himself and the young man in the cap that captivated the villager outside. For the time being, the nature of the entity remained elusive. The villager outside clearly had no intention of granting them the luxury of time to investigate. What had commenced as a mere knocking transformed into vigorous pounding, escalating now to a forceful assault against the door. Even if the door remained steadfast, it would inevitably succumb to destruction in due course. The abnormal strength exhibited by the assailant suggested that the villagers outside were far from ordinary. Sushi, opting for expediency, decided to open the door directly. Observing the relentless determination of the villager, it was evident that retreat was not an option. He intended to gauge the villager's method of attack, hoping to discern the motivation behind the incessant knocking, thereby allowing him to sidestep any ensuing danger. As he opened the door, he swiftly sidestepped, causing the villager to stumble and fall to the ground. There were no cries of pain or shouts of rage. It was as if he were impervious to hurt. The villager slowly rose from the ground, unperturbed. The young man in the duckbill cap had long since retreated into the room, firmly securing the door behind him. In that moment, Sushi realized he may have overlooked the villager's emotional state upon opening the door. A fleeting memory surfaced of the previous instance in the underground passage, where he had recklessly dashed into a wall without so much as a word to his teammates. To the others, it must have appeared as if a perfectly sane individual had suddenly succumbed to madness, colliding with the wall to his demise. He pressed his toes into the ground, lingering in silence for a moment before quickly reassuring himself. It was inconsequential. They had returned to a previous checkpoint. No one remembered, and no one cared. Chapter 63. Greed, do you possess gold? To Sushi's surprise, the villager did not lash out at him. The figure before him appeared to be an elderly man, perhaps in his 50s or 60s. Aside from a slightly pallid complexion and somewhat soiled clothing, there was nothing overtly peculiar about him. Yet, Sushi dared not lower his guard. The old man stood fixedly in place, staring intently at him. After 2 seconds, he rasped a question. Do you have gold? Gold. Sushi was utterly perplexed. What sort of inquiry was that? The elder maintained his unwavering gaze, seemingly unwilling to relent until he received an answer. Sushi was at a loss for words, eventually opting to counter with a question of his own. Why do you ask? Do you have gold? Why do you care if I do or not? Do you have gold? Regardless of Sushi's responses, the old man persistently repeated his question, devoid of any apparent intent to cause harm. It appeared that the only options were to affirm or deny the existence of gold, lacking any treasure of his own. Sushi tentatively replied, No? Are you truly without gold? The elder's expression shifted to one of ominous intensity, his tone taking on a chilling quality as he repeated the question. It was as though, should Sushi respond in the negative once more, the old man would metamorphose into something sinister. Truth be told, Sushi was momentarily swayed by the old man's demeanor. Yet he ultimately resolved to stand firm in his response. No? As anticipated, the elder remained unchanged, devoid of any violent outburst. After a lingering, discontented stare, he turned and ambled toward the next house. Shortly thereafter, the familiar sound of knocking reverberated from next door, maintaining the same pattern of a few knocks followed by an absence of response before moving on to the next dwelling. Sushiyu had already caught a glimpse of the opposite room, which had been subtly ajar during his conversation with the old man, clearly indicating that the youth in the duckbill cap was observing their situation closely. Once the old man departed, the youth emerged from the room, his demeanor untroubled and devoid of any guilt for hiding away while his comrades faced danger alone. Apologies, my friend. I was a bit afraid for my life and chose to take cover, he said, exhibiting an air of nonchalance. For the duckbill cap youth, self-preservation in the face of impending crisis was paramount, and he would not hesitate to turn against his so-called allies if necessary. Moreover, it was he who had opened the door. Sushiyu remained silent. Despite his limited experience in such scenarios, he understood that this attitude was, in fact, quite typical. The duckbill cap youth, undeterred by Su Shiyu's silence, ventured to express his earlier unspoken thoughts. I suspect that the old man targeted us due to the lingering stench we carry. Regardless of whether that is the case, I believe it is prudent for us to take some measures. I suggest we shower soon, and in the morning, we should seek out the village chief for some wood ash or similar to rid our clothes of the odor. There should be plenty of such things in the village. Su Shiyu found the youth's reasoning sound and refrained from disputing it. As he closed the door, preparing to return to his room for a shower, he heard the duckbill cap youth hesitantly inquire, "Do you possess any life-saving tools?" Su Shiyu paused, turning to regard the seemingly innocuous youth. "I merely observed your swift exit. I wouldn't dare act so boldly without confidence," the youth chuckled. "And so?" Su Shiyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The youth, appearing youthful yet possessing eyes as deep and tranquil as the ocean, seemed to peer into the depths of one's soul. The duckbill cap youth instinctively tightened within, feigning a sudden realization, and promptly apologized, his expression imbued with just the right amount of contrition. "Forgive me, I overstepped. I should not have posed such a personal question." Su Shiyu replied with a non-committal hum before turning back to his room. The duckbill cap youth lingered for a moment before finally departing. What does this duckbill cap youth mean? I can understand him retreating to his room. Human nature in life and death situations. But why pursue Su Shiyu later to inquire about life-saving tools? This kid clearly has ulterior motives. Surely he does not suspect that Su Shiyu possesses some valuable item he wishes to seize? The prophet of the past has been silenced. I am aware that Su Shi possesses certain items. However, I cannot ascertain whether they are life-saving in nature. Su Shi's audacity to open the door surely stems from having observed other details, leading him to believe that no peril awaited him. The elderly man merely posed a question and departed upon receiving an answer, which raises an intriguing point. Why did he linger so long before Su Shi's door? Appearing resolute in his attempts to gain entry, could it truly be that he was influenced by the scent of the wheat field? I find that implausible. It seems far-fetched since they had not spent much time there, and any trace of that scent would likely have dissipated by the time they reached a Wang's residence. Yet, one must consider that this is a world within a scenario where deviations from the norm are rather commonplace. Why has no one suggested that the production team could be the source of this phenomenon? Let us not forget how previous players met their demise. Indeed, it is a valid point. Those earlier players were consistently subjected to inexplicable targeting. I cast my vote against the production team. They are undoubtedly at work here. The three, Song Yin, Chao Hongba, and Gu Ying, exchanged glances as they observed the suddenly agitated barrage of comments. Even they began to wonder if the production team's mystique had truly commenced its influence. As for commentary or analysis, forget it. In such circumstances, what could they possibly evaluate? The following morning, the six gathered at the village chief's home for breakfast. At the table, the man in the suit discreetly glanced at the youth in the hoodie and the one in the cap sitting diagonally across from him. Last night, there had been a knock at the door, but it had only lasted a few moments before the visitor departed. Upon hearing this, the group's dining slowed. The girl in the long dress exchanged a look with the curly-haired woman. Our door had also been knocked upon, only to have the visitor leave shortly thereafter. The cap-wearing youth cast a sidelong glance at Su Shi, who was calmly enjoying his meal, and recounted the events of the previous night succinctly. The audacious actions of the youth in the hoodie surprised the others, prompting some speculation, though they kept their thoughts to themselves. It is difficult to ascertain whether you were affected by that scent. Logically, it should have dissipated, especially since you did not linger near the wheat field for long. The man in the suit pondered this, maintaining a degree of skepticism. However, the villagers clearly recognized the elderly man who knocked on every door at night. They must also be aware of his identity. Chapter 64. Greed. What, then, has the old man taken a liking to? This morning, let us part ways to continue our information gathering. I intend to investigate the identities of the three individuals who perished a fortnight ago and the elderly man from last night. With the man in the suit outlining his plan, the two girls expressed their intention to inquire with the villagers about the offerings. The cap-wearing youth took a bite of cornbread and mumbled, "We must determine whether last night's anomalies were indeed caused by that scent." Finally, the tall, slender man succinctly stated, "I will follow along." The group instinctively turned to him. Goodness, this individual certainly does not follow the conventional path. The first venture led directly to the graveyard. And this time, we are heading straight for the offspring of the dungeon boss. Although Ah Wang's mother may not be the ultimate antagonist, the fear she instills in the entire village suggests she is far from ordinary. Yet, the tall, slender man seems oblivious to the furtive glances of those around him, quietly sipping his congee, exuding an air of solitude and gloom. Very well, it is settled then. We shall convene at the village chief's residence at noon, declared the man in the suit with finality. The objectives of the players are clear. Once breakfast is concluded, they each set forth towards their respective destinations. Sushi and the young man in the duckbill cap borrowed some wood ash from village chief Zhu to sprinkle upon themselves, then proceeded along the path they had taken yesterday afternoon towards the fields. This time, they did not encounter the villagers idly chatting along the ridge, leaving them somewhat disheartened as they had hoped to inquire if the elderly man who knocked on their door last night had any connection to the anomalous wheat field. Sushi gazed at the unusually golden expanse of wheat, refraining from approaching too closely. Was it merely his imagination? Or did the metallic scent intensify despite his greater distance today? No, it was not an illusion. He was certain the soil appeared more saturated and vibrant than the previous day. The young man in the duckbill cap soon noticed this as well. Had someone come to water the field again last night? Wasn't it said that one should not venture out after dark? Suddenly, he shook his head. No, it could have happened after we left, for the sun had not yet set. Sushi pondered silently. Who could be continuously irrigating this wheat field with blood? What could their purpose be? At noon, at village chief Zhu's home. Esteemed guests, it is time to dine, Wu Zuifan announced as she placed the dishes upon the table, wiping her hands on her apron and cheerfully calling to the 6 gathered nearby. Thank you, Auntie, the man in the suit replied with a smile. The group approached the table and seated themselves. Although the previous meals had posed no issues, they remained cautious and refrained from picking up their chopsticks immediately. Once Wu Zuifan retreated to the kitchen, they began to converse. The man in the suit discreetly glanced at the young man in the hoodie, who was the first to begin eating, and upon seeing no cause for concern, he returned his gaze and solemnly stated, I have learned that among the 3 individuals who perished half a month ago, one of them committed suicide by swallowing gold. At this revelation, the group fell silent. Taken aback, swallowing gold, the others instinctively turned their attention to the hoodie-clad youth and the young man in the duckbill cap. Only these two had opened the door when the knocking occurred last night, and the elderly man had inquired whether they possessed gold. The young man in the duckbill cap exclaimed in surprise, so that old man was one of the 3 villagers who died half a month ago? The man in the suit nodded. It seems so, and notably, he had unearthed a piece of gold from the earth the day before his death. The group fell into a contemplative silence. The curly-haired woman casually speculated, Don't tell me he found the gold in that peculiar wheat field? The man in the suit replied with a hint of exasperation, That remains uncertain. The older women were reluctant to elaborate. The woman with curly hair cast a fleeting glance at the young man in the hoodie, who appeared quite at ease after his meal. She then picked up a pair of chopsticks, suddenly recalling something, and murmured, No wonder there is no monument. It all makes sense now. The villagers who perished from consuming gold half a month ago were now wandering from house to house at midnight, inquiring about gold. Who would dare to erect a monument under such circumstances? It is likely that the other 2 deceased individuals experienced a similar transformation. The curly-haired woman added, Judging by the villagers' demeanor, they seem to have grown accustomed to it. As long as they do not open their doors, he will move on to the next house after a brief knock. Even if the door is opened, as long as one responds with a denial of gold, he will not react further. The young woman in the long skirt, reflecting on the events of the previous night, remarked, By the way, have you discovered the reason for last night's targeting? The young man in the cap sighed. No, we are still uncertain if it is related to that odor. But we have uncovered another matter. He recounted how the wheat field had been watered by someone the previous night. We waited there for quite some time, yet did not observe any suspicious individuals. After hearing this, a contemplative silence enveloped the group. This is somewhat perplexing, the man in the suit interjected. If it were indeed that bloody scent that caused the old man to focus on you, then last night, when someone brought a large bucket of fresh blood to water the wheat field, it should have drawn the old man's attention instead, shouldn't it? That makes sense. The young man in the cap replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. The man in the suit, unable to provide an explanation, suggested, Let us see tonight if he will come looking for you again. Sushi, lost in thought and focused on his meal, remained silent, suddenly realizing that the old man seemed particularly fixated on him. When he opened the door last night, it felt as if the old man's gaze rested solely on him, without a glance elsewhere. Although the young man in the cap had swiftly retreated into the room when he opened the door, Sushi still sensed something amiss. If the house were problematic, Then the young man in the cap shared the same dwelling, even if he had hidden away. The old man surely would not limit himself to knocking only on the front door. If it were a matter of scent, the old man should treat them equally. Could it be that his direct response to the old man had sent him away? Yet, based on his extensive experience with horror novels, his answer did not seem to satisfy the old man. Surely, he should have pursued the other occupant of the house for further inquiries. Why did he leave so easily? Moreover, the old man's lingering gaze as he departed, filled with reluctance, gave Sushi an unsettling feeling that he had been singled out. It seemed that unless his answers met the old man's expectations, he would remain under scrutiny. What precisely had caught the old man's attention? Chapter 65. Greed, could you please help save a Wong? The young woman in the long skirt, sensing that the previous topic had passed, began to share the information she and the curly-haired woman had gleaned from the villagers. The villagers were currently venerating a deity purported to be the mountain god. The upcoming ritual in the village, set to take place in 3 days, was intended to beseech the mountain god for protection, and it would be conducted by a particularly renowned shaman from the village. In the village, the shaman held a unique position. It was said that she was the one who first communicated with the mountain deity. After she led the villagers in their offerings to the mountain god, the incidence of death in the village significantly diminished. The villagers spoke of the shaman with profound respect, and their admiration for the mountain deity was palpable. The sudden mention of the mountain god left many puzzled, wondering how it became entwined in their current situation. It was no wonder the villagers appeared unfazed by the malevolence of Ah Wang's mother. They had invoked the mountain god's protection. The woman with curly hair spoke with a hint of significance. The young man in the duckbill cap raised an eyebrow, questioning why the village chief had summoned them to exorcise evil while withholding the fact that the village was venerating the mountain god. The man in the suit, seemingly deep in thought, speculated that this ritual was unlike previous ones. The chief likely opposed this ritual, as doing so could offend both the shaman and the mountain deity, who might then retract their protection over the village. Thus, the chief sought their expertise, hoping they could eliminate the source of the village's threat, Ah Wang's mother, before the ritual in 2 days, thereby averting the ceremony. The girl in the long dress softly interjected, suggesting that pretending to be relatives of Aunt Shui Fan might also be a strategy to avoid drawing the shaman's attention. This seemed to be the most plausible theory at the moment. The curly-haired woman set down her chopsticks and surveyed the group. But this raises another question. What issue with this ritual has caused such resistance from the chief, to the extent that he has postponed it for half a month despite the villagers' discontent? Without gathering clues on this matter, the players could not hope to draw accurate conclusions. The man in the suit rubbed his forehead, acknowledging that they had overlooked a key figure present throughout the ordeal. They had neglected to investigate the cause of Ah Wang's mother's death. If this scenario were spawned from her resentment, understanding the circumstances of her demise and the origin of her vengefulness would be crucial clues. For instance, how did the devastating fire start? Why did Ah Wang's mother choose to retaliate against the village? To navigate this scenario successfully, they needed to uncover the truth. Suddenly, the group realized that their focus had inadvertently shifted to the peculiarities of the village, nearly causing them to overlook the true essence of the narrative. After reminding the others, the man in the suit turned to the tall, thin man beside him. Have you discovered anything about Ah Wang? All eyes shifted to the slender figure, with Sushi equally curious about the man's somber demeanor. Ah Wang had fed the chickens in the yard that morning, visited his mother's grave with a bouquet of wildflowers, and spent the entire morning gathering wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain. Upon returning home, he began washing the vegetables and preparing a meal, with no other activities to report. The tall man appeared unaccustomed to speaking at length. His expression suggested discomfort, but after a brief pause, he added, "The only unusual thing is that Ah Wang likely chose the burial site for his mother himself. It is rather simple, with a gravestone made of thin wood, and the inscription is crooked, presumably carved by Ah Wang himself." Reflecting on the frail little boy they had seen earlier, a profound silence enveloped the group. After a moment, the man in the suit sighed and spoke. "It seems that we are unlikely to uncover any useful clues from Ah Wang for the time being." He pondered for a while and summarized the current information. Firstly, we must ascertain what transpired 3 years ago that led to that devastating fire, and why Ah Wang's mother chose to exact vengeance upon the entire village after her death. The notion that Ah Wang's mother engaged in infidelity, resulting in his father's wrath and the burning of her lover, is utterly ludicrous, more akin to an attempt to conceal something. Secondly, We need to understand why the recent deaths of the three individuals differ from those of the villagers in the past. One met their end by swallowing gold. But what caused the deaths of the other two? It is likely that they share some commonality. Thirdly, what is the origin of that eerie wheat field? Who was its original owner? Why is it nourished by blood? And who currently tends to it? The villagers claim that the wheat field is connected to Wang's mother. What is the nature of this connection? Lastly, why does the village chief oppose the upcoming ritual in 2 days? What makes this particular ceremony so exceptional? Listening to the man's lucid summary, Sushi found that the previously chaotic information had suddenly become much more coherent. The girl in the long dress contemplated for a moment before stating, given the current circumstances, it appears that the villagers harbor significant reservations towards us outsiders, making it somewhat challenging to extract further clues from them. The villagers advocate for the ritual, while Chief Zhu vehemently opposes it. As we are here to exorcise evil, it is reasonable to assume our stance aligns with that of Chief Zhu. Thus we find ourselves at an impasse, unable to complete the exorcism in time for the ceremony in 2 days. The implication in the girl's words was understood by all. They could seek Chief Zhu's assistance, potentially gaining more information in the process. The man's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, we can certainly attempt that. His gaze lingered momentarily on the seemingly gentle and quiet girl in the long dress. Her mind was remarkably sharp. The others readily agreed to give it a try. Throughout this exchange, Sushi remained a silent observer, quietly marveling at how each successive teammate seemed increasingly formidable. After lunch, the group proceeded to the kitchen. As Chief Zhu was not present, having previously mentioned that his grandson could fetch him if needed, they asked the boy to locate his grandfather. The robust lad, resembling a little bull calf at his grandmother's urging, complied. However, upon exiting the kitchen, he did not immediately rush to find Chief Zhu. Instead, he hesitated in front of the players, fidgeting as he regarded them. The man in the suit smiled subtly and inquired, "What is it, young friend? Are you unsure of where your grandfather is?" The boy shook his head and then nodded. "No, I know where Grandpa is. But are you the masters that Grandpa invited to eliminate Aunt Mei-chan?" Aunt Mei-chan. The group instantly seized upon the key phrase. The man in the suit smiled and did not respond directly. "Why do you ask that?" The boy scratched the back of his head and hesitantly said, "Could you please help Wang?" Chapter 66. Greed in these past 3 years. Have you seen Aunt Mei-chan? Undoubtedly, the boy was clearly aware of certain matters. Compared to the cunning and astute village chief Zhu, this innocent child was evidently easier to converse with. As thoughts raced through his mind, the man in the suit swiftly altered his previous intentions. He discreetly signaled to the girl in the long dress, indicating for her to engage with the boy. Perhaps it was his imposing demeanor that prompted the child's instincts to kick in, for even his attempts at friendliness only served to evoke suspicion. The experience of being rebuffed by a Wang had granted the man in the suit a degree of self-awareness. He was adept at bantering with adults. But when it came to interacting with children, he felt decidedly out of his depth. In stark contrast, the girl in the long dress exuded a graceful poise and a gentle aura. A slight softening of her tone would easily disarm the boy, making her the perfect candidate to extract information from him. Understanding the man's intentions, she stepped forward, slightly bent at the waist, and adorned her face with a warm smile. In a gentle voice, she inquired, "Little friend, what is your name?" Indeed, upon seeing the gentle and beautiful elder sister addressing him, the boy's expression unconsciously relaxed. "My name is Zhu Yu," he replied. "Zhu Yu, what a charming name. Can you tell your sister what has happened to Wang? Why did you think to seek our help?" Zhu Yu hesitated for a moment, but seemed to recall something, and that flicker of doubt swiftly vanished. "I secretly overheard my grandparents talking. They said that during the ritual in 2 days, the shaman grandmother intends to offer a Wang as a sacrifice to the mountain god." The players were taken aback and exchanged glances. This village was actually planning to sacrifice a living being? Zhu Yu continued, his voice tinged with sadness as he conveyed the information he had gathered. The shaman grandmother said that if this is not done, the mountain god would no longer protect the village. "But a Wang is my good friend. I don't want him to be a tribute." The girl in the long dress gently asked, "In previous rituals, has there ever been a requirement for a human sacrifice?" Zhu Yu shook his head. "This is the first time." The shaman grandmother said that a Wang is the reincarnation of a calamity star, and his arrival in our village would inevitably bring disaster. If we offer him to the mountain god, it would not only eliminate Aunt Mei-chan, but also ensure favorable weather for the village in the future. At the back, Sushi pondered. So this is why the village chief vehemently opposed this ritual? Out of compassion for Wang, he couldn't bear to see him become a sacrifice. At that moment, he heard Zhu Yu cautiously ask, "Sister, could you please not eliminate Aunt Mei-chan?" Everyone was momentarily stunned. The girl in the long dress tentatively responded, "But your grandfather and the villagers all say that Aunt Mei-chan is causing chaos in the village." Zhu Yu pouted, "Aunt Mei-chan is clearly doing fine. Every time I go to play with the Wang, she always prepares delicious food for me. Besides, I made a wish with Aunt Mei-chan, and nothing has happened. They are just deceiving us. Aunt Mei-chan is not the one harming anyone." A wish? Why are the questions multiplying? Why should one make wishes to Aunt Mei-chan? Zhu Yu replied without hesitation, stating that many uncles and aunts warned against making such wishes, lest misfortune befall them. Yet, he made his wish regardless, and nothing untoward occurred. The young man in the duckbill cap couldn't suppress his admiration, exclaiming, "What a brave lad." The girl in the long dress posed several more inquiries, including the devastating fire from 3 years prior, the specifics of Wang's mother's story, and the elderly man who knocked on doors at midnight, along with the peculiarities of the wheat field. Unfortunately, Zhu Yu seemed to possess little knowledge of these matters, as it appeared that village chief Zhu and the villagers intentionally shielded the children from such information. He was certain that Aunt Mei-chan was not the source of harm and pleaded with the players, "Please do not harm Aunt Mei-chan." By the end, Zhu Yu was still imploring the players to spare Wang's mother. Oh, and Wang too. The girl in the long dress smiled reassuringly at him, comforting him with, "Rest assured. The older siblings will uncover the truth before making any decisions. If it does not concern Aunt Mei-chan, we will not take action. We will also find a way to help Wang." Furthermore, even if Wang's mother were implicated, they were unlikely to take immediate action against her. Given Wang's predicament, it was evident they aimed to prevent the impending human sacrifice. After hearing the master's assurances, Zhu Yu felt considerably happier and turned to dash toward the gate, exclaiming, "I'll go fetch your grandfather." "Wait a moment, young lad," the man in the suit called out. Zhu Yu turned back in confusion. The man in the suit smiled and said, "There's no need to call your grandfather now. We will seek him out once he returns tonight. Do you know where Grandma Shaman resides? And where the village typically venerates the mountain deity?" Although Zhu Yu was puzzled as to why the masters no longer wanted him to find his grandfather, he obediently paused and shared the location of Grandma Shaman and the mountain deity shrine. "All right, we understand. You can go play," the man in the suit said as he intended to send Zhu Yu off. Suddenly, a male voice from behind interjected, "Young lad, have you seen Aunt Mei-chan in the past 3 years?" The other 5 were taken aback by this somewhat morbid question. Upon turning to look, they realized that it was the quiet young man in the hoodie who had asked it. At that moment, Sushi suddenly recognized a detail they had previously overlooked. After Wang's mother passed away, there seemed to be no concrete manifestation of her spirit. Village chief Zhu had merely mentioned that it was a ghost causing trouble, but the specifics remained elusive. However, upon voicing his inquiry, he realized that perhaps his question was rather inappropriate. Asking a child under 10 if they had seen someone who had passed away seemed rather unsettling. Fortunately, Zhu Yu had a rather carefree disposition, and perhaps his belief that Aunt Mei-chan would not harm him assuaged his fears. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and replied, "No. Aunt Mei-chan did not appear when I made my wish, and my wish did not come true." After a brief reflection, he added, "My grandfather has never seen Aunt Mei-chan either." Sushi nodded, "I understand. You may go and play now." Zhu Yu Chao waved farewell to a few companions before seeking out his friends for play. Once the boys had receded into the distance, the man in the suit gazed at Su Shi with a profound look. "Do you suspect that the ghost of Wang's mother has never existed at all?" Sushi was momentarily taken aback. The girl in the long dress seemed to have a breakthrough in her thoughts, her expression illuminating. "I found it odd that the so-called shaman intended to offer Wang as a tribute to the mountain god. Surely, Wang's mother wouldn't stand idly by while her son was offered as a sacrifice. Yet, it has been half a month without any incident in the village." The woman with curly hair crossed her arms, presenting a differing perspective. "It is also possible that she is suppressed by the mountain god, her intentions thwarted. Moreover, Wang's mother, transformed into a vengeful spirit, may no longer possess rationality or emotion. Without emotions, there would be no targeted revenge. It would merely result in indiscriminate killings," retorted the young man in the cap. The village chief and the villagers claimed that the continuous deaths over the past 3 years were a result of Wang's mother's vengeance. Yet had anyone ever witnessed her manifest? The girl in the long dress posed this question, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, even the village chief could not clarify how the villagers had met their demise at the hands of Wang's mother, let alone anyone having seen her in person. Given the current circumstances, the village chief opposed any living sacrifices, hence inviting them to exorcise the evil, his aim being to protect Wang. Thus, he must have hoped for their actions to proceed swiftly. In the eyes of the village chief, they were figures of great wisdom, and it would be logical for him to provide them with as much information as possible regarding Wang's mother to expedite the exorcism. However, aside from a brief account of Wang's family's background, the village chief had offered little substantial information, which was decidedly abnormal. It seems the village chief may also be unaware of the deeper issues, the girl in the long dress remarked lightly. This village gives me the impression that any misfortune is attributed to Wang's mother. If someone dies, it is Wang's mother's doing. If the wheat fields mutate, it is again her fault. Any ill fortune that befalls the village must surely be a result of wishes made to Wang's mother. Yet, the reasons behind the fire that consumed Wang's home 3 years ago, as well as the basis for Wang's mother's intense desire for revenge against the village, were mysteries the village chief could not elucidate. I suspect that the deaths of those villagers may be the work of a hidden hand, with Wang's mother serving merely as a scapegoat. The young man in the cap recalled his earlier inquiry to the village chief. I remember the village chief mentioning that they had reported the incidents to the police, yet even after a thorough search of the village, nothing unusual was discovered. At this moment, the man in the suit, who had been quietly listening to their discourse, abruptly interjected, "Let us not forget that there are other supernatural forces at play in the village." The curly-haired woman quickly added, "The shaman and the mountain god." The suited man nodded gently. "Indeed, we can now shift our focus toward these two elements." Su Shi, who had been forced into silence, never anticipated that her simple inquiry regarding the vengeful spirit of Wang's mother would lead these astute individuals to such a wealth of insights. Initially untroubled, he began to harbor doubts after hearing the analyses of others. The villagers' claims linking the peculiar wheat field to Wang's mother suggested that the original owner of the field had made a wish to her. The youth in the duckbill cap still lingered on the matter of the wheat field. The girl in the long dress remarked, "That seems likely. What about the old man who knocked on the door last night? Could it be that he also wished to Wang's mother, only to meet a tragic end?" The girl with curly hair speculated whimsically. The girl in the long dress responded calmly, "To the villagers, this is likely perceived as the truth." It appeared that all blame was being placed upon Wang's mother. The youth in the duckbill cap clicked his tongue. He too now believed Wang's mother was merely a scapegoat for the true mastermind. The man in the suit glanced up at the blazing sun, the glaring light causing him to instinctively squint. "I wonder if the villagers have a habit of napping. We should seek out the shaman or visit the mountain god's temple while the crowd is sparse." The shaman held a unique position in the village, with every action attracting the villagers' attention. Approaching her recklessly could easily alarm her, and her potential danger remained uncertain. The object of worship at the mountain god's temple was also unknown, possibly resembling some malevolent deity, its peril equally ambiguous. After considerable discussion, they all agreed to head to the mountain god's temple first. On a rugged mountain path, the 6 of them trudged along the dirt road with great difficulty. How is the mountain god's temple constructed here? Don't the villagers tire themselves with every ritual? The youth in the duckbill cap, though possessing decent stamina, found himself tripping over the uneven mud pits after just a few steps. The man in the suit led the way, occasionally checking on the others' positions. The girl in the long dress and the curly-haired woman supported each other, carefully navigating the rocky terrain that threatened to twist their ankles. Sushi followed behind, surprisingly feeling much lighter this time, perhaps due to having climbed a mountain in a previous instance. The tall, slender man brought up the rear, appearing to be in the best condition. According to Zhu Yu, the mountain god's temple was situated on the hillside behind the village. Apart from the annual rituals where the shaman would gather all the villagers to offer tributes to the mountain god and pray for its continued protection over the village, no one typically disturbed the mountain god, as the shaman claimed it preferred solitude. After approximately half an hour of walking, they finally glimpsed the outline of the temple. Another 10 minutes passed before they arrived at its entrance. Sushi curiously examined the mountain god's temple before him. The structure was modest in size, adorned with red walls and gray tiles, while the copper bells hanging from the eaves chimed melodiously in the gentle breeze. The 6 stood at the entrance, momentarily frozen. The youth in the duckbill cap looked up at the simple 3-character inscription on the plaque above and quietly inquired, Wouldn't it be too rash for us to enter directly? The man in the suit replied with a calm demeanor. Every venture requires a degree of risk. As they had heard from the villagers, during the rituals, they were required to keep their heads bowed in respect to the mountain god. Thus, when they entered, everyone should maintain their gaze downward and avoid looking directly at the idol, the girl in the long dress advised. However, they did not anticipate that the previously closed door would suddenly begin to creak open inward. The creaking of the wooden door caused several hearts to race, prompting them to instinctively take a few steps back. However, to their astonishment, there was no terrifying sight within. Instead, they were met by a middle-aged woman with a blank expression. Her cold gaze scrutinized them, and it was she who had opened the temple door. Who are you? And what brings you here? Are you unaware that the mountain deity appreciates tranquility? The man in the suit reacted swiftly, feigning embarrassment as he explained. We have come to visit Ningi village. We are relatives of Aunt Suafan. We heard that the mountain deity's temple is quite efficacious, and we wish to pay our respects. We sincerely apologize if we have disturbed the mountain deity. We shall take our leave immediately. At the mention of a particular word, the middle-aged woman's expression softened considerably. Her gaze swept over the group, ultimately resting on the second-to-last individual, the one favored by the mountain deity. You have finally arrived. Chapter 68. Greed bestow upon me a wish. This middle-aged woman, who could freely linger within the mountain deity's temple without reservation, was undoubtedly the special shaman. None among them anticipated that their fortunes would take such a peculiar turn, as they intentionally avoided the villagers only to encounter the shaman directly. But favored by the mountain deity? The other five followed the shaman's gaze. Feeling the weight of their stares, Sushi found himself momentarily at a loss. You are indeed favored by the mountain deity, so I shall not obstruct your path. The shaman turned her attention to the remaining five, adding, in consideration of your sincere intentions, I shall make an exception and allow you all to enter. With that, the shaman stepped aside, granting them passage through the doorway. Through the open entrance, they could clearly see a statue of the mountain deity standing at the center, its eyes slightly lowered, as if observing them or gazing down upon the mortal realm. Wisps of incense curled upward from the censer, lending an air of solemnity and reverence to the statue. At first glance, the mountain deity appeared to be a benevolent entity, safeguarding the land. Yet, Sushi felt targeted. He was now convinced that the old man who had knocked on the door was indeed after him. He seriously suspected that the reason for this relentless pursuit was precisely due to the so-called favor of the mountain deity. Without hesitation, Sushi stepped forward, eager to discover what this mountain deity truly was. The one favored by the mountain deity? No, it is more aptly referred to as the deceived by flash play. The blessing of the mountain god. Ah, what good can that bring? Perhaps it will merely hasten your demise. This dungeon, aside from the old man knocking at midnight, seems rather mundane. The overt danger appears to be solely that old man, who was easily dismissed by the esteemed Sushi, which is rather peculiar. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingers within me, a fear that at any moment, Sushi might meet an untimely end. With the eerie knocking preceding us and the inexplicable favor of the mountain god following, flash play, you are no longer even pretending. I was the first to taste the food, the old man was the first to answer the door, and I entered the mountain goddess temple first. Take care, my friend. While you may not worry, I am filled with apprehension. As I walked back to the village, the atmosphere among the six of us was markedly subdued. Sushi recalled the words of the fortune teller urging them to offer incense, and in a moment of reverie, he heard a voice, ambiguous yet commanding, resounding in his ears. Make a wish unto me, become my devotee, and I shall grant you extraordinary abilities and eternal life. In that moment of hazy consciousness, Sushi nearly acquiesced, but upon hearing the phrase eternal life, a jolt of realization coursed through him. Eternal? How eternal? More enduring than his own response? With his mind inexplicably sharpened, Sushi cautiously replied with a resounding refusal. He anticipated that the voice might retaliate, either unleashing divine wrath upon him or relaying his disrespect to the mountain god through the fortune teller, ensuring he would not escape this encounter unscathed. Yet, it seemed the voice was indeed frightened away by his retort. Sushi felt a tangle of emotions within him. This mountain god struck him as rather feeble. After all, what kind of deity requires a supplicant to make a wish to become a follower? As he pondered these thoughts, a figure approached him briskly. A youth in a duck-billed cap asked with a grin, "My friend, how did you suddenly become a devotee of the mountain god?" He did not disguise his curiosity. I am uncertain, Sushi admitted, equally intrigued. Did you make a wish when you offered incense? The youth inquired, lowering his voice in a conspiratorial manner. The players emerged from the mountain god's temple, their expressions a medley of emotions. After some discussion, it became apparent that several had been swayed by a voice, indistinct in gender, each receiving different temptations. As for whether they had been convinced to make a wish, that was a secret known only to the players themselves. Sushi, no. The youth responded with an O, falling a step behind to follow slowly. The brim of his cap obscured his eyes, rendering his expression momentarily unreadable. A girl in a long dress broke the silence, stating, "The old man knocking who committed suicide by swallowing gold and the unusual wheat field may both be linked to this mountain god." The curly-haired woman, seemingly in a daze, snapped out of her reverie and added, "Perhaps this is the outcome of a wish made to the mountain god." However, as she spoke, her irritation seemed to intensify. "At least we have gleaned something," the man in the suit remarked, his expression placid and revealing no discernible change. "As for the so-called mountain god, let us not dwell on it. The fortune teller appears to be merely an ordinary person." He incessantly replayed the actions of that middle-aged woman in his mind, yet failed to discern anything particularly remarkable. If preventing the sacrifice truly was the key to conquering this quest, then it would be far simpler to confront the shaman directly. Unlike the cap-wearing youth, they refrained from querying the hoodie-clad young man about the mountain deity's favor. Given that he had responded with uncertainty, they naturally chose not to press further. Not to mention, no one would consider such a favor to be advantageous. Upon their return to village chief Zhu's abode, they discovered the chief, who had yet to arrive at noon, standing beside the well in the courtyard, seemingly preoccupied with something. The man in the suit approached and inquired, "Village Chief Zhu, what are you up to?" Turning to see the esteemed guests he had summoned, the chief promptly replied, "Oh, the wheel is broken. I'm inspecting it." Observing the peculiar expressions on their faces, he curiously asked, "Have the esteemed ones encountered any issues? Is it that Wang's mother is particularly troublesome?" The man in the suit feigned exhaustion, rubbing his brow. "Indeed, it is somewhat challenging. We will require more time. I apologize for the trouble, esteemed ones." Village Chief Zhu sighed softly. In his view, challenges were to be expected, especially considering that over 60 villagers had perished in 3 years, undoubtedly escalating to the level of vengeful spirits. Seizing the opportunity, the man in the suit inquired about the shaman and the mountain deity. "I've heard that your village has been under the guidance of a shaman who has facilitated the worship of a mountain deity, seemingly with great efficacy. Why do you not seek their assistance in resolving the matter with the Wang's mother?" The esteemed ones were already aware. Village Chief Zhu paused momentarily, his expression turning somewhat bitter. "I did not intend to keep anything from you, esteemed ones. However, the mountain deity has indeed granted us protection, and to invite several more esteemed ones for exorcism feels somewhat inappropriate. Thus, I requested that you pose as relatives of my wife." The chief's subsequent revelations aligned closely with the players' conjectures. In truth, the village of Ningyi had seen over 40 casualties in its first year, and it was only after the shaman established communication with the mountain deity that the death toll significantly diminished. Yet, just half a month prior, 3 villagers had died under bizarre circumstances, markedly different from before. The shaman claimed that Wang's mother had grown stronger, and the mountain deity was struggling to contain her. Chapter 69. Greed Sushi. Is there something malicious afflicting him? The ordinary offerings could no longer provide effective power to the mountain deity. To beseech the deity for the complete eradication of Wang's mother, they would need to conduct a special ritual involving a living sacrifice. Ordinarily, one might consider livestock such as chickens, ducks, and pigs. However, those creatures lack the spiritual essence possessed by humans. While the villagers revered both the mountain deity and the shaman and were eager to eliminate Wang's mother, no one was willing to offer their own children to the deity. At this juncture, someone mentioned Wang, a natural calamity who brought misfortune to both his parents and had been causing chaos in the village. Upon reaching this point, village chief Zhu could not help but feel a mix of anger and helplessness. For the villagers, Wang is, without a doubt, the perfect offering for this ritual. Alas, I have witnessed that child grow up. The practice of human sacrifice is indeed rather cruel, especially considering it involves a poor child like Wang. The man in the suit offered some words of comfort before inquiring, "What can you tell me about the 3 villagers who died a fortnight ago?" Village Chief Zhu pondered over what he should or should not disclose and decided there was no point in further concealment. They claimed to have made wishes to Wang's mother, as said by the shaman. One of them was an elderly man named Lu, whose wife had passed away years ago, and he had not remarried, leaving him childless. The villagers referred to him as Old Lu. Lu was a man driven by greed, and upon wishing for wealth from Wang's mother, he unearthed a piece of gold from his own fields the very same day. However, his joy was short-lived, for he was found dead in his home the following day, having committed suicide by swallowing gold. The other two were a married couple, whose children were striving for success elsewhere. Tragically, they were discovered lifeless in the wheat field they cultivated, with all their blood drained, while that very field flourished abundantly. One can surmise that their wish was for a bountiful harvest. Chief Zhu shook his head. They ought to realize that such wishes come at a cost. The players now concluded that the old man who knocked on their door at night was indeed the deceased Old Lu. The strange occurrences in the wheat field now had an explanation. However, it seemed that someone had been tending to that field. Chief Zhu nodded, stating, "The corpses of those three underwent mutations, appearing only at night." Old Lu enjoyed knocking on villagers' doors. As long as you do not open, you'll be fine. Even if you inadvertently open the door, simply responding that there is no gold suffices. The couple, however, was easily lured by the scent of blood. To prevent them from roaming the village, we assigned villagers to water that wheat field with the blood of livestock every evening, thereby attracting them. With the chief's elucidation, the players finally unraveled some of their perplexities. They wondered if the experts could eliminate them as well. Under the hopeful gaze of Chief Zhu, the man in the suit replied calmly, "Rest assured, once the source is eradicated, they will naturally vanish too." This reassured Chief Zhu. Having acquired the information they sought, the group refrained from further disturbance. As they ventured to a secluded area, the woman with curly hair spoke first. "I fear that all three were entangled with the mountain deity." The others, similarly influenced, shared this sentiment. The man in the suit spoke gravely. "The anomalies in the village have been explained. Although we remain unaware of how the 60-odd villagers perished previously, I suspect it is connected to the mountain deity and the shaman. It could very well be an orchestrated act to offer tributes to the mountain deity. Where there is one, there will be another. Eliminating Wang's mother this time does not guarantee peace in the future. Without Wang's mother, there will be mothers of Azong, Asai, and so forth. To prevent this sacrificial rite from occurring, the key lies with that shaman. Yet, they must be wary of her ability to cause inexplicable deaths. The shaman herself may not possess any extraordinary power. Such capabilities likely stem from that so-called mountain deity. Evening fell at Chief Zhu's residence. The players observed the sumptuous dishes, discreetly stealing glances at the young man in the hoodie who always dined first. Sushi took a few bites and thought the flavors of this meal seemed rather peculiar. Not long after, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and nausea wash over him, his chest tightening as he succumbed to a fit of coughing. Alas, the food must be poisoned. Sushi's distress caught the attention of the others. Their expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing the hoodie youth cough up blood. Instantly realizing something was amiss with the meal, the curly-haired woman and the young man in the duckbill cap, having consumed a small portion as well, hastily began to induce vomiting. Sushi felt a sharp pain in his eyes and chest, each breath becoming increasingly labored, as if he were on the brink of suffocation. At that moment, the Zhu family emerged from the kitchen, their faces pale with shock at the scene before them. This is the curse of Wang's mother. Just as Sushi contemplated the possibility of dying right there, he heard the village chief utter the word curse. Was it not the food's fault? Could he have fallen victim to the schemes of the mountain deity and the shaman? Suddenly, Sushi recalled a piece of wedding candy he possessed that could cleanse him of all negative states. However, when he pulled it from his pocket and unwrapped it, he found it impossible to get the candy into his mouth. His hands trembled, and his body occasionally quivered, as if some force were actively preventing him from consuming the candy. Was there something foul hindering him? Just then, a tall, lean man hurried to Sushi's side, crouching down to take the candy from his hand and promptly placing it in his mouth. Sushi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly offered a grateful glance in return. "Brother, what a good soul." As soon as the candy melted in his mouth, a warm sensation surged into his abdomen, yet after a brief wait, he discerned it had no effect. Darn it, it was not a curse at all. The food was genuinely poisoned. He hoarsely urged the tall man to retrieve another piece of candy from his pocket. The tall man acted swiftly, producing the pure white candy and without hesitation, feeding it to Sushi. As soon as Sushi consumed the pure white candy, all pain dissipated, his condition restored to its peak. Indeed, it was the food's fault. The wedding candy had no effect, while the pure white candy proved effective, confirming that this was not some curse as the village chief had claimed, but rather physical harm. The curly-haired woman and the duckbill cap youth were now curled on the ground, barely clinging to life, much like Sue she had just moments before. The man in the suit and the woman in the long dress had restrained the Zhu family and were pressing them for answers. Seeing that Sue she was unharmed, the tall man went to check on the other two. Gradually rising to his feet, Sushi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. What a waste of 2 pieces of candy. He felt somewhat shortchanged. Sushi's gaze slowly drifted toward the table laden with food. As his vision sharpened, he realized he had just picked up his chopsticks. Chapter 70. Greed. We cannot regard Master Su Shi in the same light as ordinary players. With a soft clatter, the chopsticks were gently placed upon the table, drawing the attention of everyone present. After reassuringly patting his pocket, where 2 pieces of candy nestled securely, Sushi turned his gaze towards his teammates. The others watched as the youth in the hoodie silently scrutinized the meal before him, before suddenly raising his eyes and articulating each word with precision. The food is poisoned. These 4 simple words fell like a droplet of oil into boiling water, causing the expressions of the 5 to change dramatically. The woman with curly hair and the youth in the cap, who had just grasped their chopsticks, immediately discarded them onto the table. No one questioned the veracity of Sushi's statement. After all, he was always the first to test for poison during meals. The man in the suit regarded the hoodie-clad youth with a probing gaze, studying the enigmatic figure who had remained silent and mysterious throughout. He then called out towards the kitchen, "Village Head Zhu." Soon enough, Village Head Zhu appeared. "Is there something the esteemed guests require?" He seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere, his previously composed demeanor now tinged with apprehension. Did the food not meet the high standards of the esteemed guests? As he noticed their silence and the cold stares directed at him, Village Head Zhu became increasingly flustered, uncertain of how he had offended these distinguished individuals. He cautiously inquired, "Shall I have my wife prepare a different meal for you?" The man in the suit narrowed his eyes slightly. He could detect no hint of deception in Village Head Zhu. Either he was genuinely unaware, or his acting was extraordinarily adept. "No need. We cannot partake in this poison meal." "What?" The players watched Village Head Zhu's every move with heightened vigilance, poised to restrain him at the slightest sign of wrongdoing. However, to their astonishment, Village Head Zhu suddenly dashed towards the kitchen, shouting, "Wife, shall you stop eating?" The remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances before promptly following him. In the kitchen, a small table was set beside the stove, where Wu Zuifan was serving rice, while Zhu Yu poured himself soup. Both had yet to touch their chopsticks. Upon hearing the frantic shout from their patriarch, they paused, confusion etched on their faces. "What is happening?" Wu Zuifan questioned, looking at the out-of-breath Village Head Zhu, unable to comprehend the situation. "Stop eating. The esteemed guests say this food has been poisoned." As Village Head Zhu noticed that his wife and grandson had not yet begun their meal, a wave of relief washed over him. "What?" Wu Zuifan and Zhu Yu were taken aback. The players who had followed them into the kitchen were equally stunned. Wasn't it Village Head Zhu and his family who had poisoned the food? That seemed implausible. Wu Zuifan, unable to believe it, exclaimed, "I prepared all of this food myself, and I watched over every step. How could it be poisoned?" Village Head Zhu's brow furrowed deeply as he turned to the 6 esteemed guests he had invited, hesitatingly asking, "Are you certain this food is poisoned?" The collective gaze of the group fell upon the youth in the hoodie once more. Sushi nodded calmly. No one could be more certain than him after that incident. Village Chief Zhu wiped his face vigorously, as if making a resolute decision, and told the players to wait for a moment. He then exited. Shortly after, they saw Village Chief Zhu returning with a chicken in hand. He fed the chicken some cooked rice, and before long, the once lively chicken suddenly collapsed on the ground, convulsing violently before falling silent. Everyone's expression, except for Sushi's, turned grim. It was clear that the food was indeed tainted. Wu Zuifan, trembling and weak, asked in a quavering voice, "Who seeks to harm us?" Zhu Yu was so frightened that he stood frozen, clinging tightly to Wu Zuifan, afraid to speak. The family's reaction seemed far too genuine to be an act. The players momentarily set aside their suspicions about them. If both the food and the dishes were poisoned, it was highly likely that the water quality was compromised. At some point, the girl in the long dress had approached the stove and, after a careful inspection, reached a conclusion. "Water?" Both Village Chief Zhu and Wu Zuifan were taken aback. "This afternoon, the water pump impeller in our courtyard's well broke, so I fetched water from a neighbor's well." Village Chief Zhu's tone was taut, laced with lingering fear. The young man in the duckbill cap pressed further. Which household? The Flash Play production team. Song Yin looked at the large screen, her expression a mix of concern and relief. Who would have thought the food would be poisoned? Thankfully, Sushi detected it in advance. Yet, she wondered how he discerned it, especially since he seemed ready to dig in. Since the incident with Old Lu knocking on the door at midnight, there had been no further commentary. With Old Lu's targeted knocking and the so-called blessings from the mountain deity, not only the viewers, but even she found it somewhat suspicious. To avoid backlash from the online community, she and the two experts wisely chose to remain as mere background figures. However, they were still on the program and could not remain silent indefinitely. This was indeed a prime opportunity for commentary. Qiao Hongbao pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. Sushi has always been a keen observer. After the players returned from the mountain deity temple, they encountered village chief Zhu inspecting the water pump impeller by the well. And it is likely that he noticed something amiss then. Guing chimed in with a smile. I concur. The impeller needs replacement or welding. And village chief Zhu does not appear to be skilled in such matters. Otherwise, he would not merely be inspecting, but would have taken action. Engaging someone requires time. And similarly, replacing or welding also necessitates time. The fact that no outsiders visited village chief Zhu's home that afternoon indicates that the well remained inoperable. Song Yin curiously inquired. So how did Sushi deduce that the food made with the tainted water was poisonous? Qiao Hongbao shook his head helplessly. I cannot provide an accurate analysis on that. Perhaps his sense of smell is extraordinary, allowing him to detect the anomaly in the food. Guing contemplated. It is also possible that he was actually testing. Qiao Hongbao paused in surprise. What do you mean? Guing, we cannot regard Sushi as we do ordinary players. For instance, while others are preoccupied with the issue of water quality, Sushi may have contemplated deeper layers of the situation. Let us not forget the 60 or so villagers who perished in Ningyi village over the past 3 years. We remain oblivious to the cause of their deaths. Qiao Hongbao's eyes suddenly brightened. Are you suggesting, Teacher Go, that Sushi suspects a correlation between the villagers' deaths and the water quality? Indeed, it is plausible that Sushi harbored such suspicions long ago, as the silent demise of numerous villagers could very well be attributed to water contamination. Chapter 71. Greed. When one eliminates all impossibilities, one is left to ponder the peculiarities of the abnormal wheat fields, the midnight knock of an elderly man, and even the enigmatic mountain deity. The multitude of mysterious occurrences within the village compelled him to temporarily suppress this conjecture. Qiao Hongbao contemplated for a moment, slightly hesitant. Could this be a stretch? While it may seem reasonable to deduce that the toxic food on the table could have led to the villagers' inexplicable deaths due to water poisoning, the notion of such a hypothesis being previously entertained seems less tenable. Guing did not continue to dispute, but rather countered. Why does he always choose to be the first to sample the food? This left Qiao Hongbao momentarily speechless. Indeed, engaging in the perilous task of testing for poison requires a certain level of confidence that few players would possess. Teacher Qiao, we are not broadcasting the actions of ordinary players. Consider his inaugural dungeon. When Guing first heard of a player completing a solo dungeon in less than 3 minutes, he instinctively believed it to be a fabricated gimmick designed to attract attention. However, upon witnessing the recorded footage of that live stream, his skepticism evaporated, replaced by profound astonishment. I am certain that the majority of netizens present share a curiosity regarding why Sushi, seemingly devoid of any gathered clues, managed to complete the dungeon so effortlessly. Guing smiled faintly. It is precisely because his thought process operates on a different plane than ours. To illustrate, a kindergarten child may require the use of fingers to count single-digit additions and subtractions, whereas any upper-grade student could discern the answer with a mere glance. What may appear to us as mere adornment or commonplace conversation might represent a pivotal clue in his eyes. This encapsulates the disparity between him and us. Although he is unclear as to how Sushi detected the poison within the food, it is evident that the latter has accurately determined through some means that the food is indeed toxic. Qiao Hongbao reflected on that miraculous video, gradually becoming convinced by Gu Ying's words. Indeed, if there were no prior suspicions, who would be audacious enough to consistently test for poison first, let alone discern whether the food was tainted? In the real world, villagers continuously perish in the same manner, prompting immediate speculation that a contagious disease might be rampant or that a mass poisoning incident has occurred. When excluding disease as a possibility, the idea of poisoning emerges, with water sources presenting a feasible and less complex method. Conversely, within the game, they naively attribute these occurrences to malevolent forces, never considering disease or poisoning. This preconceived notion stems from the absence of such mysterious powers in reality, prompting them to seek answers through a more scientific lens. Su Shi, however, diverges from this mindset. They are backward reasoning from the outcome to the cause, while the others have already considered such aspects from the outset. When one eliminates all impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Currently, Chao Hongba embodies this perspective. Seeing the silent Chao Hongba, Song Yin assumed he disagreed with Gu Ying's viewpoint and remarked, "It seems the two experts have differing opinions. That's all right, we can continue. Are you suggesting that Su Shi deduced the possibility of the water source being toxic after hearing the initial background from village chief Zhu? While I admit my intellectual capacity may not be remarkable, comparing me to a kindergarten child seems a tad excessive. Your prior comparisons depend on who you measure against. If you can still hold a candle to Su Shi, consider yourself fortunate. Let us not forget which program we are part of, despite the jest." Daily inquiry. When will the production team fold? This scenario is rather eerie, steering players towards the supernatural while secretly administering poison. Initially, the matter of the mountain deity and live sacrifice seemed to clarify the situation, yet now we are confronted with a poisoning incident. It feels somewhat disjointed, akin to watching a horror film that unexpectedly morphs into a mystery. Heaven above, I wish to trade a decade of the production team's lifespan for Su Shi's safe passage through this scenario. How ruthless. A decade is too little. Let's make it a century. And while we're at it, may we also bestow blessings upon Cheng Su. Following village chief Zhu's guidance, the 6 individuals arrived at an empty house in the village. This is the place, he indicated. According to Chief Zhu, this residence was once occupied by a man in his 60s who, upon returning home one day, collapsed at his doorstep, sweating profusely, and soon passed away. The group drew a bucket of water from the well. To the naked eye, the water appeared clear and unblemished, yet no one dared to touch or taste it. Soon, Chief Zhu entered, carrying a chicken from outside the yard. After reassuring his wife and grandson, he hurried over. If the water were toxic, it would pose a grave issue for the village. Conversely, if the water were safe, then the inexplicable poisoning of his household meals would also be a significant concern. In any case, he fervently wished for these adept individuals to uncover the truth. Under Chief Zhu's experiment, the chicken that drank the water soon began to convulse and subsequently died, much like the one that had consumed cooked rice earlier. It appeared that the well water was indeed the culprit. How could this be? Chief Zhu exclaimed, bewildered. The player's thoughts were far more profound than those of village chief Zhu. The girl in the long skirt remarked, "It remains uncertain whether only this well's water is tainted." Village chief Zhu's expression shifted dramatically as he struck his thigh. "This is dire. If the villagers have all consumed the well water." Village chief Zhu, please remain composed. The man in the suit quickly intervened to prevent Zhu from rallying the villagers. It was already evening, and the villagers had likely finished most of their dinner. If there were any issues, they would have already raised a commotion rather than maintaining such silence. Listen, you can still hear the chatter of the old men nearby. Upon hearing this, village chief Zhu calmed down. Indeed, after dinner, villagers often enjoyed a chat at their doorsteps, only closing them to guard against old Lu before darkness fell. Now, if he listened closely, he could faintly discern some conversations. If every household's well water were contaminated, there would have been an uproar by now. Seeing that Zhu had taken his words to heart, the man in the suit sighed in relief. He had nearly caused a panic. Village chief Zhu, it is mere coincidence that your well is unusable, prompting you to fetch water here. Otherwise, you would not have discovered the water's toxicity. Thus, it is imperative to ascertain whether only this family's well water is poisoned or if the wells of all the villagers who perished over the past 3 years are similarly afflicted. Chapter 72. Greed. No. It's all a conspiracy against you. Village chief Zhu was not a fool. He quickly grasped the insinuation from the man in the suit. The wise one suggested that the villagers who had died in the past 3 years did not succumb to the curse of Wang's mother, but rather, due to the toxic well water? It is quite possible. The man in the suit nodded, then shifted the conversation. However, this remains merely our hypothesis, and further verification from you, Chief Zhu, is essential. After a moment of silence, Zhu spoke again, his voice slightly hoarse. Very well, wise ones. Please wait while I fetch a few chickens. The girl in the long skirt cautioned, "Please try to avoid drawing the attention of others." Village Chief Zhu nodded in acknowledgement. If someone indeed poisoned the water, he must act discreetly. Otherwise, alerting the perpetrator to their testing of the water with chickens could lead to unforeseen consequences. Once Village Chief Zhu departed, the young man in the duck-billed cap couldn't contain himself. Should we still proceed with the ritual? If over 60 villagers in Ningyi village died from poisoning over the past 3 years, then the vengeance of Wang's mother would certainly be a baseless tale. The strange knocking and the anomalous wheat fields could be confirmed as consequences of the villagers' wishes to the mountain god. As for the upcoming live sacrifice in 2 days, it seemed entirely unrelated to the poisoned well water. The curly-haired woman idly played with her hair. Ever since returning from the mountain god's temple, her mood had not improved, and she remained silent. The man in the suit recognized the thoughts of the young man in the duck-billed cap, but held a differing opinion. The mountain god's ritual and the toxic water are not necessarily unconnected. Let us not forget our previous speculation about a self-directed charade. The shaman might have poisoned the wells of certain villagers to instill faith in the mountain god, creating the illusion of vengeance from Wang's mother, thereby instilling fear in the remaining villagers and periodically poisoning a few to reinforce their reverence for the mountain deity. The likelihood of this is exceedingly high. Therefore, I believe we must focus on the fortune teller, for she is indeed the pivotal character in this narrative. Sushi listened intently to his companion's analyses when he suddenly sensed someone observing him from the side. Upon turning his head, he discovered it was the tall, slender man who had previously offered him candy when he was on the verge of demise, a gesture Sushi had regarded as benevolent. Just as Sushi was pondering the man's intentions, he saw the man approaching him. The favor of the mountain deity seems to draw you into peculiar scrutiny, the slender man remarked softly. Sushi paused momentarily, realizing the man had come merely to remind him of this matter, and he replied, "I understand. Thank you for the warning." In truth, he had already contemplated this. However, he was perplexed as to why he had inexplicably garnered the deity's favor. A mystery he suspected the slender man was equally unaware of. 2 taciturn figures actually engaged in conversation? The seer who previously claimed that the mountain deity's favor leads to a swifter demise. How amusing. Observing Sushi's unchanged demeanor, it is evident he was already aware. If Sushi were oblivious, that would indeed be abnormal. I have been following Chung Su through several instances. Honestly, it is somewhat poignant. The name Sunshine paired with a gloomy aura, yet his temperament is unexpectedly chilly on the surface, warm within. How amusing. It seems his name and temperament intertwine. The 6 individuals waited briefly before Village Chief Zhu arrived, each hand carrying a chicken. Under Village Chief Zhu's guidance, they proceeded to test the well water from the homes of 2 deceased villagers, discovering that the water had indeed been poisoned. Who could be so heartless? Lamented Village Chief Zhu. What they had initially presumed to be the work of malevolent spirits was, in truth, a deliberate act of poisoning by a person. As the day waned, the suited man could only offer some comforting words to Village Chief Zhu, advising him to refrain from publicizing the matter for fear of alerting the perpetrator before sending him on his way. The mission had abruptly shifted from exorcism to investigation, seemingly diminishing the immediate danger, yet no one dared to let their guard down. The group agreed to subtly probe the fortune teller the following day, and they returned to their respective lodgings before darkness enveloped the land. As Sushi prepared to enter his room, he heard the sound of the duckbill cap-wearing youth closing the door ahead of him, causing him to pause momentarily. Since their return from the mountain deity's temple, both the youth in the duckbill cap and the curly-haired woman had grown notably silent. Sushi shut the door, dismissing his thoughts on their unusual behavior and instead contemplating another matter. Did this instance harbor some form of unknown malice towards him? Otherwise, he could not fathom why he had suddenly come under the mountain deity's favor. Among the 6 players, surely he could not be the most unfortunate to have been chosen at random? If the elderly man knocking at his door was obsessively fixated on him due to the deity's favor, then why had he been unable to partake in the celebratory sweets? It felt as though an invisible force were influencing him. Could it be that the game Divine Hunt had finally identified a flaw within him and thus initiated his removal? Surely not. Yet, the more Sushi pondered, the more convinced he became that Divine Hunt was indeed targeting him. Otherwise, what could it possibly be? Apart from possessing the ability to revert to a previous state, he is merely an ordinary player. Indeed, that day has finally arrived. Sushi was not particularly surprised, for the ability to resurrect after death was truly extraordinary. Without a limit on the number of revivals, he would be practically invincible within the dungeon. No matter how he contemplated it, he could not fathom that the game, Divine Hunt, would allow such a glaring flaw to run rampant in its dungeons. However, he was uncertain how many more times he could revert, and now, the game had imposed upon him a rather unfortunate buff. A sudden sensation of impending demise washed over Sushi. Upon reflection, he deemed this feeling to be quite accurate. The unfortunate buff might accelerate the consumption of his revival opportunities, which in turn would hasten his mortality. The day he exhausts all his revival chances would likely herald his true death. Lying in bed, Sushi felt little trepidation. He even began to contemplate that since he had already been marked by Divine Hunt, there was no need to meticulously calculate his death count in each dungeon. After all, he was destined to die, whether sooner or later. As for the possibility of unlimited revivals, that rendered any need for caution utterly unnecessary. Shaking his head, Sushi felt enlightened. Although he had been afflicted with an unfortunate buff, this realization made it seem no different from before. What is Sushi thinking? His expression is so serious. He must be pondering how to clear the dungeon. The barrage of comments was blissfully unaware that their esteemed leader was actually contemplating the source of the mysterious power within him. And his thoughts had consequently grown more radical. Were they to discover this, they would undoubtedly clamor in his ear, exclaiming, "No, it's all flash play targeting you." Chapter 73. Greed. This robust figure appears to have issues. The following morning, the 6 of them gathered one by one, preparing to head to the village chief's house. Sushi quietly yawned as he trailed behind the others. The previous night, the sound of knocking echoed at the same hour as it had 2 nights prior. The old man was as persistent as ever, questioning him about gold. It seemed this obsession had affected his dreams. He dreamt of running with a stack of gold in his arms, while the old man fervently pursued him, shouting, "You have gold! You have gold!" Absurd. Just as Sushi attempted to shake off this nonsensical dream, a commotion erupted ahead. He immediately approached to investigate. He found the curly-haired woman, who had been walking in front, now curled on the ground, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Observing her labored breathing, Sushi's first instinct was that she had been poisoned. Aside from the absence of blood in her cough, her symptoms mirrored those he had experienced after consuming toxic food in a previous life. His unguarded remark caused the expressions of the other 4 to grow serious. Although they were unaware of how the hoodie-clad youth was so certain that the curly-haired woman was poisoned rather than suffering from other causes, it was clear that his initial judgment of the food being toxic indicated he possessed some means of insight in this regard. "Let us take her to Village Chief Zhu." The young woman in a long skirt was just about to assist the curly-haired woman when a tall, slender man swiftly lifted her into his arms and departed. The group hurriedly made their way toward the village chief's home. The Zhu family was taken aback by the poisoned meal from the previous day. This morning, they had specifically borrowed well water from neighboring villagers and tested a chicken for poison before daring to prepare breakfast. As they noticed the extraordinary individuals who had discerned the poison in the food the night before approaching, they intended to assure them that breakfast was safe. However, they were met with the sight of the curly-haired woman, cradled in the arms of the tall man, appearing breathless and faint. "What happened?" Wu Zuifan asked in astonishment. The young woman in the long skirt explained in a rapid manner, "She has been poisoned. Does your village have a health station or any medical facility?" The village chief nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed. I will take you to Xiao Gao right away." As they walked, the players learned from the village chief that Xiao Gao was a local healer. Ningyi village was relatively small, with most able-bodied youths having left for work elsewhere, resulting in limited medical resources. The only healthcare available was provided by a young man named Gao Zhuang, who had returned to the village after several years of study at a clinic in town to serve as a barefoot doctor. Villagers typically sought him out for any ailments. After a brief walk of over 10 minutes, a modest clinic came into view. The village chief called out, "Xiao Gao, come out quickly. Someone has been poisoned." Moments later, a frail young man emerged from the clinic, hastily opening the door. "Bring her inside." The tall man entered first, carrying the curly-haired woman. Sushi followed at the rear, unable to resist glancing at the young man named Gao Zhuang, who was neither particularly tall nor robust. The clinic was quite small, and with 8 people inside, it felt rather cramped. Gao Zhuang examined the curly-haired woman's condition and hesitated before looking at the village chief. "Director, it appears she has been cursed by Aunt Mei-chan." Just as the village chief was about to refute the notion of a curse, he was interrupted by the man in the suit. Is there truly no way to save her? Please, take another look, he urged Gao Zhuang. The young doctor shook his head. Her symptoms are consistent with those of previous patients. I can't discern any particular issue. Rather than seeking my help, it would be more prudent to consult a shaman. She can communicate with the mountain deities and may have a solution. The village chief wished to clarify that the curse was merely a euphemism for poisoning, but he was interrupted by the extraordinary individuals nearby. Gradually, he realized that they were not inclined to let him reveal the truth. Why was that? You are a doctor. How can you believe in such nonsensical curses? The young woman in the long skirt retorted coldly. Let us go directly to the town. Surely there is a doctor who can identify the symptoms. Sushi observed the curly-haired woman, who had begun to cough, contemplating that she might not last much longer, though she had endured longer than he expected. The other players understood that the curly-haired woman was unlikely to survive and were primarily testing the abilities of the young doctor, Gao Zhuang. After receiving a reprimand, Gao Zhuang's face flushed with embarrassment and confusion, but I truly cannot save her. In the next moment, the curly-haired woman suddenly seized his arm with surprising strength, pulling his coat out of its creases. She moved her lips, seemingly attempting to utter the word "save me," yet before any sound escaped, the light in her eyes extinguished. After enduring for over 10 minutes, the curly-haired woman finally succumbed to her fate. The sudden demise of a player cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere among the group. Village Chief Zhu appeared visibly unsettled. These skilled individuals had been invited by him, and now one had perished within the confines of the village. If her death were due to a curse, it might have been more palatable. However, the cause was poisoning, which could invite trouble. Gao Zhuang sighed softly, expressing his regret. I am truly sorry for not being able to save her. With my medical expertise, I failed to detect any issues. I apologize. He turned to Village Chief Zhu. Director, the symptoms exhibited by this individual mirror those of the cursed villagers. I suggest seeking the witch for assistance. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Zhu couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. He already suspected this was not a curse, and consulting the witch would be of little use. A curse? Does such a thing truly exist? Murmured the man in the suit. Let us seek out this so-called witch, replied the girl in the long dress in a detached tone. As the two exchanged remarks, they turned to leave, while the tall, slender man hoisted the curly-haired woman's lifeless body, followed closely by the youth in the cap as they exited the clinic. Before departing, Sushi cast a sidelong glance at the overflowing medicine cabinet. Once outside the clinic, the man in the suit observed Village Chief Zhu wringing his hands in evident distress, and he stated directly, "We must trouble you, Chief, to assist in the burial of our companion. Do not worry, in our profession, death is commonplace. Our team has a rule. Those who perish during a mission are to be buried locally." Upon hearing this, Village Chief Zhu felt a measure of relief and nodded repeatedly. I will seek help immediately. After the chief departed, the tall, slender man gently placed the curly-haired woman's body on the ground. The remaining players were no strangers to the death of a teammate. Aside from an initial somberness, they soon returned to their usual demeanor. This Gao Zhuang is suspicious, asserted the man in the suit. The girl in the long dress remained composed. He has consistently guided us towards seeking the witch. Chapter 74. Greed. An explanation? He required no explanation. The youth in the cap adjusted the brim of his hat and stated coolly, I simply wish to know how this woman met her end. Although no overt emotion was displayed on his face, the others could still sense the undercurrent of restlessness within him. The girl in the long dress lowered her head as if in recollection, and after a moment, she spoke slowly. Last night, after returning to our lodging, we each went to our respective rooms. The only notable occurrence was that she took a shower. A shower? Inquired the man in the suit. Did she ingest anything? The girl in the long dress shook her head regretfully. I cannot say. It is impossible for me to have been with her at all times. The man in the suit did not reveal any disappointment in his expression. It was uncertain whether contact with toxic water could also lead to poisoning. However, he favored the notion that the curly-haired woman had, unbeknownst to them, ingested something toxic. Why are you all so certain she was poisoned? Interrupted the youth in the cap. The others were taken aback. Why is it deemed that the curly-haired woman has been poisoned? They couldn't help but glance at the youth in the hoodie, who had remained silent throughout their discourse. Sushi was momentarily taken aback. Having succumbed to poison once himself, he was intimately familiar with the symptoms exhibited by the curly-haired woman. However, this was not something he could disclose. Thus, he retorted, what do you believe caused her demise? The previous two scenarios had presented numerous inexplicable experiences, and Sushi had grown rather adept at navigating them. Explanation? He had no need for one. Intelligent teammates would deduce a plausible rationale on their own. To the other players, the hoodie-clad youth appeared aloof, seemingly indifferent to the rebuttals of others, merely responding with a curious inquiry, eager to ascertain their thoughts. Although the youth seldom engaged with them, they did not underestimate him. Those who survived the scenarios might possess various flaws, yet they were far from foolish. Not to mention the intriguing aura he exuded. His presence was understated. Yet his composed demeanor was striking. Either he possessed confidence in his own abilities or held some form of assurance, such as possessing rare life-saving items. Regardless of the circumstance, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. The youth in the cap soon reacted. "Bro, you've misunderstood me. I wasn't questioning you. My apologies for my lack of clarity." After a brief pause, he continued, "What I meant was, why do you all believe she poisoned herself?" The girl in the long dress frowned slightly. "What are you implying?" The youth in the cap chuckled helplessly. "Have you all forgotten about the mountain god temple?" Although he did not articulate it explicitly, the group quickly grasped the implication of his words. They had all been deceived at the mountain god temple. "So, you suspect she died as a result of a wish made to the mountain god?" The man in the suit inquired for confirmation. The youth in the cap responded affirmatively. "Wasn't it the old man Lu who knocked at the door in the dead of night after making a wish, only to perish the following day?" The timeline aligns perfectly. There was indeed some logic to this. After spending the last 2 days together, they did not perceive the curly-haired woman as someone lacking vigilance, one who would carelessly ingest unknown substances within the scenario. The 3 villagers who had perished a fortnight prior were testament to the fact that making a wish to the mountain god came at a cost. If the curly-haired woman had succumbed to poison as a result of the mountain god exacting payment for her wish, that sounded quite plausible. "We could borrow a chicken from the village chief's home to verify if contact with the contaminated well water would result in poisoning," the girl in the long dress suggested. The man in the suit promptly dismissed her proposal. "The specific cause of this player's death is no longer paramount. Our immediate focus should be on the shaman and the doctor named Gao Zhuang. It is already the 2nd day, and time is of the essence." Upon hearing this, an instinctive sense of urgency arose within the group. Sushi recalled the last glimpse he had of the medicine cabinet before departing the clinic. Poisonous well water and a medicinal doctor. Where did the poison originate? Could it be provided by this doctor? Could it be that this doctor is the perpetrator behind the poisoning? Although there is no concrete evidence, one might as well venture a guess. In this narrative, bold conjectures and cautious verification are essential. It is evident that this is the prevailing sentiment among the group. Otherwise, they would not find Gao Zhuang to be suspicious. Moreover, the way he occasionally leads them to seek out the fortune teller raises further doubts. The group lingered in place for approximately 20 minutes before village chief Zhu arrived, accompanied by several villagers carrying a stretcher. After they hastily buried the curly-haired woman, it was already noon. Thanks to village chief Zhu's assurances, they were finally able to eat again. After the previous night's meal had been poisoned, and with their efforts focused on testing the water quality, they had not had breakfast that morning before the incident occurred. By this point, they had gone without food for 2 meals. In the player's realm, they do not experience hunger. Yet within this narrative, their condition mirrors that of the real world. Even without much appetite, they managed to consume a little something to stave off their hunger. The man in the suit inquired about Gao Zhuang from village chief Zhu. Gao Zhuang typically spends his days in the clinic and returns home around 5 in the evening, ensuring to lock the clinic door before departing. Despite his reluctance to believe that Gao Zhuang could be involved in such a poisoning scheme, village chief Zhu provided them with a spare key to the clinic, having learned that the players intended to investigate. Notably, a villager approached the players in the afternoon, conveying a message purportedly from the fortune teller. The essence of the message was that the players had fallen victim to a curse from a Wang's mother, and to break the curse, they should visit the mountain god temple that evening. This connection to the fortune teller was concerning. The 5 of them gathered temporarily at the residence of the girl in the long dress, and the other 4 felt a profound sense of agreement with her words. Given that one of their own had recently perished, the fortune teller's sudden approach seemed far too coincidental. In this narrative, coincidences are scarce. The death of the curly-haired woman undoubtedly bore the fortune teller's signature, coupled with Gao Zhuang's insistence on directing them toward the fortune teller. It suggested a possible collusion between the two. Their suggestion to visit the mountain god temple at a specific time and place seemed ominous. At the very least, They knew the fortune teller would be at the temple that night, and Gao Zhuang would not be at the clinic. The man in the suit surveyed the group. For the sake of efficiency, I propose we split into 2 teams, one to investigate the fortune teller's residence, and the other to search the clinic. Chapter 75, Greed, a callous game, even preying on orphans. Sushi was taken aback to find himself teamed with the lanky man. He had anticipated partnering with the young man in the cap, but the latter chose to join the girl in the long dress to investigate the fortune teller's residence. The man in the suit also opted to accompany them. Consequently, Sushi and the lanky man naturally formed a team to explore the clinic. Both taciturn individuals accepted this arrangement without objection. For Sushi, the location of the investigation mattered little. It was merely a matter of life or death. The tall, slender man appeared indifferent, or perhaps he truly harbored a greater interest in the clinic. Although it was daytime, none of the onlookers intended to squander time. After all, who knew if the shaman would be at the mountain god's temple during daylight? As he gazed at the retreating figures of the trio, the tall man turned to Sushi, suggesting, since the robust fellow is at the clinic during the day, we might as well visit his residence now. Sushi naturally acquiesced. After inquiring with village chief Zhu about the whereabouts of the robust man, they proceeded in that direction. Along the way, Sushi felt somewhat out of place. Accustomed to the occasionally chatty youth in the duckbill cap, he found the sudden shift to the quiet, reticent tall man rendered the atmosphere awkward. Suddenly, Sushi's steps faltered instinctively. The tall man beside him halted as well. Not far away, a diminutive figure trudged forward, a basket strapped to his back. It was a Wang. This path led to his mother's grave. The tall man had previously followed a Wang once and was familiar with his route. Should we follow him? He inquired almost casually. Yet Sushi stole a glance at him. The tall man's gaze was fixed on a Wang's retreating silhouette, clearly eager to pursue. Let us go? Sushi contemplated briefly before agreeing. They had scarcely paid any attention to the boy, particularly after their suspicions towards the shaman surfaced. They had essentially overlooked him entirely. Though Sushi was uncertain why the tall man wished to follow a Wang again, it was merely a matter of time. As long as they could investigate the robust man's home before 5 o'clock, the duo trailed a Wang to a secluded hillside. The first sight that met Sushi's eyes was a solitary mound of earth, upon which stood a wooden board bearing uneven carvings. This was likely the makeshift gravestone that a Wang had crafted for his mother, indeed appearing as rudimentary as the tall man had previously described. They watched as a Wang gently crouched down, unloading the basket from his back, carefully exchanging the withering flowers at the grave with vibrant wildflowers he had gathered. After completing this task, he fell silent, staring blankly at the grave. Witnessing this scene stirred a complex array of emotions within Sushi. Having lost his father at birth and his mother in a fire at the tender age of 7, Wang not only endured solitude in his struggle for survival, but also faced the villagers' intentions to sacrifice him to the mountain god. Even after his mother's death, he was exploited as a scapegoat, denied even a proper resting place. Sushi found it curious that this narrative was not driven by the grievances of a Wang's mother. At the very least, it would be reasonable to suspect a Wang as the mastermind behind it all. Merely enduring the whispers and slanders could have easily darkened the boy's heart. However, the current clues suggested that the village's plight was evidently unrelated to the mother and son. As Sushi pondered how this scenario diverged from the typical tropes of horror novels he had read, the tall man, who had been quietly standing beside him, suddenly bent down to pluck a few dandelions. Wang lowered his head, lost in thought, when suddenly a splash of white appeared amidst the vibrant wildflowers before him. He paused briefly, then looked up in bewilderment. The tall, slender man beside him offered no words of comfort or inquiry. His gesture seemed to be a simple expression of goodwill. Sushi stood still for a few moments, ultimately mimicking the tall man's actions by picking 2 dandelions and placing them at the modest gravestone. His parents had divorced when he was in elementary school, each remarrying and establishing new families. From that point on, he felt like an unwanted burden, tossed between the 2 households until he chose a boarding school in junior high, finally escaping the life of being dependent on others. Having grown accustomed to being a familiar stranger in both families, he viewed parental relationships with a sense of detachment. Despite never experiencing the warmth of familial love, he held a unique admiration for Wang's mother, who tirelessly raised her child alone. Their actions evidently left Wang feeling somewhat at a loss. After a considerable silence, he whispered, "Thank you. What is going on? Why has it suddenly turned sentimental?" To be fair, A Wang is indeed quite pitiable. But they're currently in a dangerous scenario. Excessive sympathy might not be wise. I can comprehend their actions. Haven't you seen the player backgrounds released by the official website? What? The website has player backgrounds? Have you been asleep for a year? I've already searched the official site for their family backgrounds. It's quite tragic. Chung Su, for instance, had his parents divorce when he was young due to his father's infidelity, and it was not with just one person. He even brazenly brought his mistress home while his mother was visiting her family. Wow, how audacious. Indeed. Later, when his mother discovered this and sought a divorce, his father objected. They ended up in a contentious divorce trial, and Chung Su was awarded to his father. His father is quite wealthy but lacks decency, abandoning his son to his ex-wife without any involvement, and he is miserly with both child support and living expenses. Chung Su's mother did not remarry and worked hard to raise her son on her own. No wonder Chung Su empathizes with A Wang. He understands the struggle. Regardless, both Chung Su and his mother live a difficult life, but she loves him dearly and is still alive, which makes him happier than A Wang. Yet, with Chung Su selected for this perilous scenario, his mother must be suffering greatly. That is certain. Unfortunately, the selection of players is random. If I could choose, I would have found a way to send his father in. But wait, since when did the official site have such detailed player backgrounds? Well, someone meticulously investigated and exposed this information, aiming to put Chung Su's father on the shame pedestal. That person wouldn't happen to be you, would it? And what about Sushi, a child raised in an orphanage? At least Chung Su has a loving mother. Sushi has lost even that. In the tumultuous world of the Flash Play program, the audience was once again swept up in a storm of fervent comments. Within the confines of the game, Sushi and his companion presented a bouquet of dandelions as a modest gesture of goodwill before preparing to depart. Just as they turned to leave, a boy's urgent voice called out from behind them. Wait, I know who you are. You are the masters invited by Grandpa the village chief. Sushi paused at the boy's words. The tall, slender man acknowledged with a simple mm. A Wang fidgeted with the hem of his clothing, his gaze fixed on a nearby grave. And conflicted emotions surfaced as he spoke. I'm sorry for having locked you out before. My mother always taught me to be polite. But I didn't want to be polite to bad people. I thought you masters were all bad. My mother didn't turn into a vengeful spirit. She never harmed anyone. Please, don't hurt her. Sushi was momentarily taken aback by the boy's statement. He found himself puzzled. If A Wang's mother had not become a vengeful spirit, why did he fear for her safety at their hands? They had no intention of exorcising anyone. The tall man paused, his tone inadvertently softening slightly. We understand. Sensing that this single assurance lacked sufficient clarity, he added, rest assured, we shall not harm your mother. Upon hearing this, A Wang visibly relaxed. Perhaps it was the gentle demeanor of these two brothers that inexplicably instilled confidence in their promise. Sushi wondered whether the boy was aware of his role as a sacrificial offering, but he refrained from inquiring. After all, one of their objectives was to prevent this human sacrifice. Observing the boy who seemed to harbor a lingering guilt for having locked them out earlier, Sushi's gaze flickered. An unresolved matter suddenly came to mind, and after weighing his words carefully, he asked cautiously, do you know how the fire at your home started 3 years ago? He noticed the tall man beside him glance in his direction, an expression in his eyes that left Sushi perplexed. Was there something amiss with his question? He believed it to be crucial. A Wang, oblivious to the exchange of glances, sniffled but did not conceal the truth. He appeared less resistant than during their first meeting. The police said it was due to old wiring, but no one believes them. They all say my father burned my mother. It was clear that they referred to the villagers. Sushi felt a sense of surprise. Apparently, the village had reported the fire 3 years prior. Yet village chief Zhu had never mentioned it to them. This significant piece of information further underscored the innocence of A Wang's mother. A Wang was aware of the cause of his home's fire, but was not well informed about the deaths in the village. He harbored a hostile attitude towards the so-called shamans and mountain deities. Having gleaned a hidden piece of information from A Wang, the two did not linger further. After bidding farewell to the boy, they headed towards the home of the tall man. The atmosphere remained silent as always, yet Sushi no longer felt awkward, as he reflected on the conversation he had just had with A Wang. The reason they found themselves locked out of A Wang's home during their initial visit was that A Wang had learned of their extraordinary status and mistakenly believed they intended to harm his mother, leading him to exhibit considerable hostility. However, upon entering the village chief had requested that they pose as relatives of Wu Tsuifan. Logically, A Wang should have remained unaware of their true identities. Yet, Sushi soon recalled Zhu village chief's grandson, Zhu Yu, whose words indicated a close bond with the two boys. If Zhu Yu had informed A Wang, it would make sense. A perplexing contradiction arose in A Wang's statements. He claimed his mother was not a malevolent spirit, while simultaneously pleading with them not to harm her. Could it be inferred that A Wang's mother's spirit indeed existed? Sushi instinctively touched the goosebumps on his arms, feeling an inexplicable dread towards such intangible entities. Furthermore, why had Zhu village chief concealed the true circumstances surrounding the fire? They had initially dismissed their suspicions of him, yet now doubts resurfaced. During this time, it was likely that most villagers were napping, as the streets were nearly deserted. After wandering for over half an hour, the duo arrived at a two-story building. Unsurprisingly, the door was securely locked. Sushi, having never learned to pick locks, intended to check for windows when he noticed a tall, thin man retrieving a syringe from his pocket. The man examined the old-fashioned lock and deftly manipulated the lock with the needle. After a short while, the lock clicked open. Sushi glanced at the syringe, which contained some sort of liquid. Only items could be brought into the copy. Yet he had no interest in probing into someone else's private belongings and chose to act as if he had not seen it. The two successfully entered the house. Upon stepping inside, Sushi halted, not due to any imminent danger, but rather in astonishment at the items arranged on the first floor. Wreaths, incense, and paper figures. Upon seeing those familiar funeral supplies, he momentarily believed he had returned to the funeral home of the second copy. Wasn't Gao Zhuang a doctor? Why were there such funeral items in the house? The quantity was quite substantial. The tall, thin man appeared equally taken aback. They proceeded to explore the second floor, which resembled a typical living space, devoid of anything unusual. After thoroughly searching the entire house, aside from the peculiar funeral items on the first floor, everything else seemed rather ordinary. With Gao Zhuang's work shift drawing to a close, they found nothing more of interest and decided to leave for the time being. Exiting the house, the tall, thin man skillfully locked the door once more. To avoid a chance encounter with Gao Zhuang, they deliberately took a longer route. By this time, the sky had gradually darkened. Typically, players would have already returned to their temporary lodgings. Yet tonight, they were compelled to operate under the cloak of night. The villagers likely refrained from venturing outdoors after dark out of fear of Old Lu's knocking, although they had yet to fully comprehend Old Lu's method of attack. His predictable and repetitive behavior made him appear easy to deceive. However, Sushi was uncertain what might transpire if they encountered Old Lu face to face while not remaining in their room at night. However, since the shaman invited them to the mountain god temple that evening, it suggests that the threat posed by Old Lu is not substantial. Surely, the shaman's true intention cannot merely be to lure them out under false pretenses. If that were the case, one might as well accept death. Gao Zhuang's home is approximately a 20-minute walk from the clinic, and before darkness enveloped the sky, the two arrived at the clinic. Gao Zhuang had already finished work. The interior was dim, devoid of any light. Without hesitation, Sushi retrieved the spare key given by village head Zhu and unlocked the clinic's door. The layout inside remained unchanged from the daytime, but it now exuded an eerie silence. The tall, slender man headed straight for the examination table, while Sushi began to rummage through various medicine boxes on the shelf. After thoroughly inspecting all the cabinets, Sushi fell into deep contemplation. He discovered that many medications had expired yet still lay on the shelves, most of which were chloride-based drugs. At that moment, the tall, slender man had also finished reviewing the documents on the examination table. After reorganizing the materials, he approached Sushi. I reviewed the treatment records. Gao Zhuang prescribed medications for the patients that were nearly all laced with cyanide. Sushi shared his findings with him. At this juncture, the situation was becoming increasingly clear. The toxins in the well most likely originated from those chloride drugs, and Gao Zhuang was also prescribing cyanide medications to villagers. It was no wonder that the villagers were dying one after another. If they did not perish, who would? Such a swift conclusion could be drawn because they had already learned that the villagers had succumbed to poisoning. With access to pharmaceutical supplies, Gao Zhuang evidently had the means to carry out such acts of poisoning. What puzzled them was why he would poison the villagers and deliberately prescribe harmful medications. What benefit could killing the villagers possibly yield for Gao Zhuang? The tall, slender man whispered, "Let's go. We need to regroup with the others." The true culprit behind the scenes had been identified. Yet the roles of the shaman and the mountain god within this narrative would depend on the progress of the other team. Sushi responded affirmatively. He needed to deliberate on these intricate matters with his astute companions, although to be precise, he would be more of an observer. As he pulled open the clinic door, before he could step outside, an unidentified object suddenly struck him forcefully, accompanied by a sound of shattering, and a heavy scent of blood assailed his senses. Sushi instinctively reached for his clothing, and the viscous liquid immediately soaked into his palm. Just then, a desiccated corpse lunged at him from around the corner, knocking him to the ground, its mouth gaping as it aimed for his carotid artery. In a mere few seconds, the situation escalated dramatically. Sushi felt a sharp pain in his neck, and the weight of the corpse pressing down on him was alarmingly powerful, pinning him down with relentless force. As his consciousness began to fade, he saw the tall, slender man thrust a syringe into the corpse's body. Sushi stood behind the door, still in the act of opening it. He raised his hand to touch his neck. This was the first time he had succumbed to death by bloodsucking. Chapter 77, Greed, I Have Killed. At this moment, Sushi's livestream room. Please, do not open the door. Why not? What is happening outside? Isn't our perspective supposed to follow the players? If you check out that duck-billed hat guy's livestream, you'll understand. I'm back. That rascal is lurking outside. I witnessed the entire situation. Allow me to explain. I couldn't decipher the encrypted conversation between the duck-billed hat and the man in the suit. But they each lured a corpse using some blood. The couple that perished in the fields. The corpse outside was drawn here by the duck-billed hat. He possesses a packet of blood, just waiting for Sushi and the others to open the door and toss it. How sinister. Why would WK want to harm Sushi and the others? That's still unclear. Could the man in the suit have lured another one to the girl in the long dress? Yes, you guessed correctly. I reward you with a corpse. No joke. The two in the clinic are in grave danger. Upon grasping the situation, the audience in the comments began to worry. It appeared that the two prominent figures were completely unprepared, unable to fathom that a player had lured a corpse to ambush them outside the clinic. As the comments frantically urged them not to open the door, they envisioned the imminent scene of the two figures being attacked. Meanwhile, a young man clad in a black hoodie paused at the handle, then turned to a tall, slender man beside him and inquired, "Does this clinic have a back door?" The clinic was divided into two sections, the outer area with a consultation table and a medicine cabinet, and the inner part designated for examinations, separated by a curtain. Throughout the day, none of the players had ventured behind the curtain. Thus, Sushi was unaware of the existence of a back door. Although the tall man seemed puzzled, he ventured inside to check and quickly returned. Yes, what is the matter? Not believing that the young man in the hoodie would inquire about a back door without reason. He pondered a potential danger outside and asked, "Are you suspecting a threat at the door?" Sushi nodded slightly. He hadn't anticipated the man's keen perception. However, recalling how swiftly the individual had injected the syringe into the corpse after he was tackled, he felt less astonished. Clearly, this man was also quick on the uptake. Unfortunately, the corpse acted even faster, and the victim could not be saved. Yet, Sushi wasn't merely suspicious. He had indeed experienced a close call. The blood that splattered upon his entrance indicated that someone was deliberately lying in wait for them. The question lingered. Who could that person or those individuals be? The burly killer? A villager who discovered their identities? Or the ambiguous village chief Zhu? Could it possibly be the soothsayer? After all, it was she who had invited them to venture out at night. However, would the soothsayer employ such physical tactics? Shouldn't she be lurking in the shadows, casting spells? After musing over various suspects in his mind, Sushi silently scoffed and temporarily set aside the thoughts of specific targets. He would soon uncover the truth. Sushi shared his plans with the tall, slender man, seeking his collaboration. The strategy was straightforward. Sushi would attract attention at the front entrance while the tall man discreetly slipped out the back to ambush the hidden adversaries. He refrained from confronting them himself, fearing he might not prevail in a confrontation. "I can handle a fight," was the tall man's own assertion. However, uncertainty lingered regarding whether the back door was being watched. Holding a syringe, the tall man positioned himself at the rear entrance, feigning inquiry about potential dangers outside to the youth in the hoodie. In truth, he had already discerned the youth's conviction that trouble lurked beyond. Among the players he had encountered, this youth possessed a unique air of mystery, prompting him to trust the youth's instincts. Gripping the syringe tightly, he cautiously opened the back door. The night outside was tranquil, a gentle breeze bringing a slight chill. For the moment, there was no immediate peril. After a brief pause following the other's departure, Sushi took a deep breath, ready to gauge his reflexes. As he pressed down on the handle and swung open the door, he was unexpectedly sharp-eyed, catching sight of a blood bag thrown through the air. Unfortunately, before he could discern the identity of the hidden assailant, his instincts kicked in, and he hastily slammed the door shut, locking it just in time. The blood bag struck the door with considerable force. In the next instant, a tremendous impact reverberated against it. Sushi quickly retreated several steps before pivoting and sprinting towards the back door, with the blood at the front drawing the attention of the decaying corpse. He could now pursue the tall man. To avoid drawing the undead's attention by getting too close, Sushi took a wide detour, ultimately returning near the clinic, where he spotted his familiar teammate behind a tree. Upon seeing him, he couldn't help but inquire, "How did it go?" The tall man appeared to have endured a chase. Breathing heavily, it was the player in the cap. He was alert, having tossed the blood bag and fled immediately. After a brief pursuit, he had relinquished the chase, aware that their intent was to gather clues under the cover of night, minimizing noise. Moreover, it was evident that their adversary had plotted an escape route, rendering further pursuit unwise. Sushi was taken aback to discover that it was indeed the youth in the cap. He had sifted through a myriad of suspects, but had overlooked him. What was the purpose of luring the corpse to attack them? Was it merely an attempt to eliminate them? The tall man was similarly mulling over such questions, setting aside the cap-wearing youth's motives. The corpse he had summoned was likely a villager who had perished while paying homage to the mountain deity in their own wheat field. The village chief had mentioned that they were a married couple. One lay at the clinic. What of the other? Exchanging a knowing glance, the two prepared to search for the man in the suit and the girl in the long dress. However, they did not anticipate encountering another player on their way to the shaman's abode. The girl in the long dress spotted them from a distance and jogged over. As they met, she immediately queried, "Did that man in the cap lead another corpse to you?" The tall man nodded in response. Before they could inquire, the young woman in the long dress calmly elucidated the situation. The man in the cap had made an excuse to disengage from the group. And as the corpse attacked us, the man in the suit attempted to stab me in the back. The two must be allies. The suited man was responsible for eliminating the young woman in the long dress, while the cap-wearing youth was tasked with ambushing Sushi and the others. Their roles were clearly defined. However, when had these two secretly conspired together? The cap-wearing youth had fled. What of the man in the suit? Driven by curiosity, Sushi posed the question, only to hear the young woman in the long dress casually respond, "I dealt with him." Chapter 78. Greed. Could it be that the cap-wearing youth set the fire? Hiss. The young woman in the long dress undoubtedly possessed a gentle and demure appearance, speaking softly with a serene demeanor. Yet, her decisive character made Sushi realize the fallacy of judging by appearances. The three of them exchanged the clues they had gathered. It was virtually confirmed that the true mastermind behind the deaths of over 60 villagers in Ningyi village within 3 years was the village's barefoot doctor, Gao Zhuang. As for his motives, that remained unspoken. Regarding the shaman, the young woman in the long dress merely summarized, "She is likely a fraud without any real substance." Yet, the origin of the so-called mountain deity conjured by the shaman remained a mystery. At this juncture, everyone acknowledged that Gao Zhuang and the shaman must share some connection. One had intentionally poisoned the villagers, claiming they were cursed to die by a Wang's mother, while the other had summoned a dubious mountain deity to suppress a Wang's malevolent mother. The two were evidently collaborating. Although some questions lingered, they had managed to grasp the majority of the truth regarding this scenario. Now, it was time to contemplate how to proceed. The notion of a Wang's mother seeking vengeance was a fabrication, and they were expected to thwart the forthcoming ritual without fail. However, how to prevent it? They were but a handful, incapable of opposing an entire village unless they were to expose Gao Zhuang as the true culprit. Several considerations arose. The shaman held a uniquely significant position within the village, and the villagers evidently placed great trust in her. Even village chief Zhu required them to disguise their identities. The young woman in the long dress was skeptical of this approach. While proving that Gao Zhuang had administered the poison could shatter the shaman's enigmatic facade, they could not underestimate the villagers' ignorance. Furthermore, they had not captured the scene of Gao Zhuang poisoning anyone. All they had were conjectures. Sushi understood the concerns of the others. After all, they were mere outsiders who had arrived only 2 days prior, and apart from village chief Zhu, the villagers harbored little trust for them. If things went awry, they could easily find themselves accused. "You claim the well water is poisoned. I could just as easily say you poisoned it to frame me." Such a scenario was entirely plausible. Even with village chief Zhu's assurance, they might not be able to wait. Why must they confront Gao Zhuang in person? Sushi suddenly recognized the oversight. In the previous scenario, he and the woman with the high ponytail had ultimately resolved the anomaly by calling a special hotline. Thus, in this instance, they could also directly report to the authorities. If it were truly the work of A Wang's mother, reporting to the authorities would surely be futile. However, Gao Zhuang is a person, and a physical one at that. The police are ill-equipped to deal with supernatural occurrences. Yet surely they could handle a barefoot doctor and a deceitful shaman. Since he can revert time, there is no harm in trying. We can report it. Sushi articulated her thoughts without a moment's hesitation. The other two paused momentarily, but soon grasped the idea. Indeed, since the village had reported incidents in the past, it implies that this scenario is within the jurisdiction of the police. They could certainly attempt to report and provide evidence to have the culprits apprehended. Yet, a new dilemma arose. They were not equipped with mobile phones or any electronic devices in this scenario. Let us seek out Village Chief Zhu tomorrow, suggested the tall, slender man abruptly. Village Chief Zhu is the only one aware of the poisoned well water. Persuading him to report it may be feasible. Sushi and the girl in the long dress had no objections to this plan. Even if that failed, they could resort to force to borrow someone else's phone for reporting. After reaching an agreement, the trio prepared to return to their respective lodgings. The young man in the duckbill cap had vanished after fleeing, and Sushi was uncertain if he would attempt to target them again. They would confront whatever came their way. If they could not withstand it, they would revert time. As they made their way back, a figure lunged at Sushi from the shadows with remarkable agility. Goodness! Sushi initially thought that this was the young man in the duckbill cap launching a surprise attack, but upon closer inspection, the familiar withered form came into view. A question mark appeared in her mind. Shouldn't this entity be assaulting the clinic's entrance at this moment? Perhaps having been thwarted once before. Sushi instinctively dodged the attack of the corpse. Before the cadaver could attempt another strike, the girl in the long dress produced a brick from seemingly nowhere and struck the creature's head forcefully. Seizing the opportunity while the corpse staggered, the tall man swiftly approached and plunged the syringe he was holding into its arm. Within mere seconds, the body collapsed onto the ground. Before they could exhale in relief, a sudden blaze erupted not far away, glaringly visible against the pitch-black night. Distressed voices echoed faintly in the air. "Wake up! There's a fire! Everyone, help put it out!" This unforeseen development caught the three off guard. Sushi's heart raced as she stared at the rapidly expanding flames. How could a fire suddenly ignite in the village at this hour? Could it be the work of the young man in the duckbill cap? The flames raged fiercely, spreading towards them and appearing to spiral out of control, while the cacophony grew louder. Just as the trio planned to investigate, a tremendous force suddenly knocked Sushi to the ground from behind. A familiar, excruciating pain gripped her neck. As she struggled, frustration welled within her. Setting aside how these two corpses had forsaken their blood to chase them, she wondered why both had chosen to bite her first. In the last fleeting moment before losing consciousness, a thought flashed through her mind. Almost forgot, she still bore a debuff, the cursed blessing of the mountain deity. Damn it! Bitten to death once more. Sushi gently touched his neck, feeling a sense of helplessness. He did not return to the moment just before the second corpse ambushed him. Instead, he found himself back at the instant they had just finished their agreement and were preparing to return to their lodgings. The evidence of his time rewind suggested that even if he could evade the second corpse's attack, survival would still elude him. Prior to the ambush, they had intended to head towards the source of the fire. After dealing with the second corpse, they would undoubtedly proceed there once more, making it highly likely that he would meet his demise in that vicinity again. Perhaps he would perish in the flames, he mused. Regardless, it was imperative to investigate the cause of the fire and ascertain whether it was the result of arson. At this juncture, there was still time. The other two were initially about to leave when they noticed the hoodie-clad youth pause momentarily before suddenly sprinting in a particular direction. Taken aback, they heard his cold voice command, "Follow me." The remaining duo exchanged glances. The tall, slender man was somewhat accustomed to such unpredictability and hesitated not at all in following suit. To him, the hoodie youth consistently made judgments without warning, and indeed, those judgments had never proven erroneous. After a brief moment of hesitation, the girl in the long dress decided to follow as well, her thoughts mirroring those of the tall man. Chapter 79. Greed. Quest completion. Sushi had no idea where the fire had originated, so he began searching in the direction where the flames had first been sighted. Beneath the heavy cloak of night, A gaunt figure was seen pouring oil in batches at several farmhouses. After making multiple trips, he had finally coated the chosen households in oil. Although the man's physique was not particularly strong, and he had spent years in a sedentary lifestyle, he was now panting and leaning against the wall. Yet a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. This wave of action should be sufficient to pressure village chief Zhu into agreeing to the human sacrifice. He might even make a significant profit. Chuckling to himself, the man prepared to ignite the oil with a lighter when suddenly a sharp pain struck the back of his head, causing him to collapse to the ground. Behind him, the girl in the long dress calmly stowed away her brick prop. The tall man flipped the fallen figure over, revealing the man's visage to the trio. Robust? Why is it him? The girl in the long dress furrowed her brows slightly. Initially, she and the tall man were unclear about the hoodie youth's intentions in leading them this way. But upon spotting the sneaky figure pouring oil, they immediately understood. A catastrophic fire was nearly unleashed upon this village. However, the girl discreetly scrutinized the seemingly emotionless youth beside her, suppressing her curiosity. She prided herself on her keen observations and analytical skills. Yet she could not fathom how he had deduced this situation. Had she overlooked some crucial detail? The hoodie youth showed no inclination to enlighten them, instead coldly stating that they should seek out village chief Zhu immediately. Initially, they had planned to wait until the next morning. But who could have anticipated such an upheaval this evening? Sushi believed that reporting the incident was best done without delay, especially since they had caught the robust man in the act. Even if they could not yet prove his involvement in poisoning or murder, he would certainly not escape the charge of attempted arson. Due to the brick held by the girl in the long skirt, she was considered the strongest among the three, remaining there to keep an eye on the robust man. Should he awaken midway, she would not hesitate to strike again. The lanky man departed to summon the village chief. Sushi pondered for a moment and decided to stay. He had not forgotten the two powerful corpses lurking behind, awaiting an opportunity to ambush him. Being near the girl in the long skirt provided a sense of security. A single blow from her brick would render even the mightiest of corpses momentarily dazed. When the lanky man returned with village chief Zhu, he was met with the unsettling sight of two desiccated corpses, as brittle as twigs, struggling towards the youth clad in a hoodie as though they were drawn to some delectable feast. The girl in the long skirt, though her expression was peculiar, showed no mercy, occasionally striking the two creatures with her brick. Village chief Zhu, taken aback by the presence of the corpses, trembled in fear but breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the girl's unwavering courage as she kept the undead at bay. Strangely enough, they had once considered methods to eradicate these abominations completely, but whether by fire, water, or other means, none had proven effective. They had nearly lost several strong villagers in the process. Truly, they could not be killed, and thus were left to roam the village. Fortunately, they only emerged at night, and as long as the villagers secured their doors early and refrained from any bloody disturbances, they would generally be safe. Upon learning from village chief Zhu about the corpse's immortality, the girl in the long skirt abandoned any thoughts of destroying them. However, they could not be disregarded entirely. For a moment's inattention could see them lunging at the hoodie-clad youth. As the girl contemplated her next move, the lanky man jabbed the corpses with a syringe. The previously menacing figures, baring their teeth at Sushi, suddenly tilted their heads and fell silent. They were not dead, merely plunged into a deep slumber. The lanky man provided a brief explanation, though he could not ascertain how long they would remain asleep. Sushi, standing aside, quietly marveled at the utility of such tools, one capable of control without reason, the other inducing slumber forcibly. Reflecting upon his two candies, his eager heart began to cool. He recalled the frustration of being unable to consume items while poisoned and thought of the passive trigger necklace worn by the high ponytailed woman in the previous scenario. With a gentle sigh, he mused that it would have been splendid if the candies could automatically sense his plight during poison or curses, leaping into his mouth unbidden. No longer indulging in fanciful thoughts, he regarded the two corpses lying quietly on the ground, his mind uncontrollably drifting back to the words of the so-called mountain god from the shrine. The entity had promised that should he become its follower, he would be granted extraordinary abilities and an immortal life, attributes that resonated with the remarkable strength and undying nature of the corpses. Sushi couldn't help but feel relieved that he had remained resolute at that moment. With the threat neutralized, the three of them recounted the entire sequence of events to village chief Zhu, ignoring the astonishment and disbelief of village head Zhu. The girl in the long skirt raised the brick in her hand, her expression still gentle. Village head Zhu, please call the police. Perhaps she was stimulated by the situation. With both poisoning and arson involved, the true culprit turned out to be the village's once trusted barefoot doctor. Without time to ponder, village head Zhu instinctively obeyed the words of these extraordinary individuals, trembling as he began to call the authorities. Perhaps the unsolved case from 3 years ago had finally found a breakthrough, or perhaps the horror of the village being set ablaze was too overwhelming. Regardless, even at night, the police responded swiftly. The arrival of the police shattered the village's tranquility. The awakened villagers dared not open their doors, but cautiously peered out from behind their windows to observe the unfolding scene. Witnessing the arrest of the robust Gao Zhuang, village head Zhu finally snapped back to reality. He pounded his thigh in despair, muttering about the sins committed, while he was somewhat skeptical about the conclusion that the poison in the well was Gao Zhuang's doing. He had indeed seen evidence of the attempted arson with his own eyes. Village head Zhu could not fathom how Gao Zhuang, who had grown up in the village and returned after learning a trade, could commit such a heinous act against a community with which he had no apparent grudge. Village head Zhu, a cold, clear male voice suddenly called out to him. Confused, village head Zhu turned to see a young man clad in a black hoodie and wide-leg pants, standing with an upright posture, yet appearing nonchalant. Gazing at him with an enigmatic expression, the tone of his voice was ambiguous. It seemed better to destroy the elusive mountain deity. After a moment of bewilderment, village head Zhu abruptly shuddered and nodded. All right, I will organize the villagers right away. Su Qi observed the elderly man, who had suddenly become inexplicably nervous. He had merely suggested demolishing the mountain deity's temple, yet the man seemed genuinely frightened. Su Qi's proposal to destroy the mountain deity's shrine had been a spur-of-the-moment idea. He was uncertain whether eliminating this hidden threat in the village was indeed the way to progress through this chapter. With Gao Zhuang, the true mastermind, now apprehended and awaiting justice, the witch had not yet committed any overtly lethal acts, and the live sacrifice had not yet commenced. Although tonight's events would undoubtedly reveal her deceit to village head Zhu and the villagers, the lurking threat of the mountain deity remained. Regardless of whether demolishing the shrine would be effective, the sentiment remained. It was worth a try. Noticing the meaningful glances exchanged between his two companions, Su Qi felt a chill run down his spine and could not help but inquire, "What's wrong?" The girl in the long skirt smiled slightly. Demolishing it would indeed be a good idea. The tall, thin man echoed, "It's quite good." Su Qi was perplexed. As the first witnesses to discover the truth, the three players could not escape questioning and record-taking. The entire village remained abuzz until well past midnight. After completing their statements, village head Zhu had already led others to demolish the mountain deity's temple, leaving the statue in ruins. Strangely, at the same moment, the old man who had knocked on the door and the two corpses that had been under police control vanished into thin air. Without delving into the bewildering metaphysics that has left the police astounded, a flash of white light swept beneath the players' feet. The dungeon had indeed concluded in this unexpectedly scientific manner. Chapter 80. Review. Just as Su Qi believed this would unfold as it had in the past. With a flash of white light heralding an immediate return to the player's space, the trio remained momentarily untransmitted. A wave of confusion surged within him. Was there an anomaly in this transmission? As the feeling of uncertainty began to rise, the village before them transformed into an image reminiscent of a faded oil painting. The once vibrant colors quietly draining away, leaving behind a desolate scene of black and white, though the piercing crow of roosters still echoed in their ears amidst the cacophony. Faint whispers of villagers engaged in animated discussions could be discerned, centering around the shocking case of the barefoot doctor, involving both poisoning and arson that had gripped the entire village. Yet, the trio stood as the sole protagonists in this monochrome world, akin to characters in a play where only their voices could be heard while the others remained unseen. Out of nowhere, a newspaper fluttered into view, drifting gently before them. Su Qi, closest to it, instinctively reached out to seize it. Grasping the edge of the paper, he felt its rough texture beneath his fingertips. The yellowed pages bore ink that was somewhat blurred, yet they still revealed the once sensational headlines. The girl in a long dress and the tall, slender man joined Su Qi at his side, collectively perusing the contents of the newspaper. One familiar article instantly captured their attention. The legend of the ghost village? 63 mysterious deaths in 3 years. A fire unveils the truth. In X state, There lies a picturesque village, once regarded as a tourist haven. Known here as XX Village, pseudonym. However, since the year XX, villagers have inexplicably succumbed to strange deaths. Following these events, local authorities took note and dispatched personnel for investigation. Yet no anomalies were uncovered. Subsequently, rumors emerged within the village that the ghost of Lee, pseudonym, was at play, a claim intertwined with a tragic fire. Due to aging electrical wires, a fire erupted at the residence of A, pseudonym, occurring suddenly and with ferocity, spreading to several nearby houses. A's mother, Lee, along with several elderly individuals unable to escape, perished in the inferno, while A, who was not home at the time, narrowly avoided disaster. Having lost his father at birth, A's mother raised him alone. The village's barefoot doctor, Gao, pseudonym, propagated rumors that Lee had been unfaithful, leading to her husband's demise, and suggested that A's father had thus sought vengeance by burning Lee alive, asserting that the villagers' deaths were the result of her curse. In a state of panic, a shaman named Ma, pseudonym, claimed to communicate with the mountain deity, offering to suppress the malevolent spirit of Lee, under the condition that villagers would provide monthly tributes. It was not until a fateful night 3 years later that another fire engulfed XX Village, claiming the lives of all 86 residents except for A. Following an in-depth investigation by the relevant authorities, fragments of the truth finally emerged. It is revealed that the barefoot doctor, Gao, not only tended to the villagers' ailments, but also engaged in the sale of funeral supplies. In his relentless pursuit of profit, Gao maliciously poured chlorinated substances into the village well, leading to the swift demise of those who drank from it. When villagers sought his medical assistance, he dispensed cyanide, resulting in inexplicable deaths. This underscores the fabrication surrounding the mountain deity, a mere invention by Ma. One fateful night, Gao set fire to the village under mysterious circumstances, leaving only a 10-year-old child as a survivor, while the rest of the information was consumed by the flames. In his avarice, he exploited the guise of supernatural forces to profit from lives, culminating in a tragic disaster. As the three individuals perused the news article, they had yet to exchange thoughts when a sudden shift occurred. Upon opening his eyes again, Sushi found himself back in the resplendent player space. It seemed that the experiences within the instance had been prolonged, as he gazed upon the seemingly endless staircase with a sense of nostalgic familiarity. The comforting environment allowed Sushi's tension to dissipate, and he languidly reclined on the ground, reluctant to move. The content of the newspaper succinctly summarized all the clues gathered by the players within the instance, revealing fragments of the truth, yet many details remained unreported. He was uncertain whether the police had failed to uncover the complete facts or if they had concealed certain information, such as the matter of human sacrifices and the mountain deity. The report made no mention of living sacrifices, dismissing the notion of the mountain deity as a mere illusion. Yet he held a different belief. 3 years prior, a fire ignited at a Wang's home due to deteriorating electrical wires, leading to Gao fabricating rumors of a Wang's mother seeking vengeance, which he exploited to poison for profit. The shaman must have discovered Gao's misdeeds, yet instead of exposing him, she colluded with him, claiming to communicate with a mountain deity that could protect the village, accepting offerings from the villagers. Their theatrical charade deceived the villagers for 3 years. Until one day, a villager made a wish to the mountain deity, resulting in a grotesque transformation into a creature neither human nor ghost. Gao once again shifted the blame onto a Wang's mother, but even if he deflected responsibility, the truth remained unchanged. Sushi speculated that the mountain deity was likely a figment of the shaman's imagination, and neither she nor Gao anticipated that it would manifest into reality. In a state of panic, they resorted to the idea of human sacrifice. He was uncertain whether the purpose of the sacrifice was to appease the mountain deity or something else entirely. Nevertheless, the ritual was doomed to fail. The night before the sacrifice, Gao set the village ablaze. His motives for arson were unclear, yet he had begun to form a hypothesis. The shaman proposed the living sacrifice, but the village leader, Zhu, opposed it. The matter of honoring the mountain deity could not be delayed. So the most effective means of coercion was to orchestrate another bizarre incident to pressure Zhu. However, Gao's plan to mimic the fire from 3 years prior went awry, resulting in an uncontrollable blaze. To his astonishment, the true outcome of the instance was that the entire village, save for a Wang, was left devoid of life. Surprise was certainly present. Sushi suddenly recalled the contradictory remarks made by a Wang, but chose to dismiss the thought. The dungeon had been cleared. and delving deeper seemed futile. After all, they had grasped the essence of it. Ruffling his hair, his thoughts shifted to his teammates. Though irked by the cap-wearing youth's antics, he had long accepted that future dungeons might not be as harmonious as the second one. From a different perspective, he even admired the youth's cleverness. He had heard from village chief Zhu that villagers used livestock blood to lure two corpses near the wheat fields, while he merely listened. The youth and the suited man had the ingenuity to exploit this detail to deceive others. He had learned something. It was uncertain whether the cap-wearing youth had also cleared the dungeon after they had finished. That thought left him slightly displeased. Chapter 81. As I have mentioned before, Sushi's perspective on issues diverges significantly from ours. The production team of Flash Play watched as Song Yin fixated on the now black screen. Beneath her seemingly blank expression, her thoughts were tumultuous. What had she witnessed? Had they really cleared the dungeon? Could it be that a player had succeeded under the scrutiny of this so-called industry-esque Grim Reaper production team? Was there truly a player capable of such an accomplishment? Song Yin attempted to calm herself, striving to exhibit the poise and capability of a professional host. Yet the fact remained. They had cleared the dungeon. Since the inception of the program, after countless players had perished, it was the first time a player had achieved this milestone. In a daze, the only thought that crossed Song Yin's mind was that she would no longer face criticism. How wonderful! The two experts beside her, once stunned, shared in her exhilaration. Heaven knows how long they had mentally prepared themselves after receiving the invitation from this production team. They had even braced themselves for the possibility of trending for all the wrong reasons. Who would have thought the tides would turn? Hope had blossomed. Their reputation was preserved. After a brief moment of silence, the barrage of comments surged back onto the screen like a tidal wave, but this time, the sentiments differed greatly from the previous malicious remarks. My Casilon big eyes tell me they cleared it? I pinched my little brother. Your big eyes did not deceive you. They truly cleared it. Red hot and dazed, I knew she was the best. Twists, screams, breaks voice. The first player to break the Flash Play curse. Who else is there? Hurry, where are the haters? Come out, ha ha ha. Where's my editor? Where's my marketing team? Your traffic has arrived. Quick, edit. What is a miracle? This is a miracle. If it weren't for Sushi, Flash Play would be lost in eternal darkness. The chaotic dance of comments jolted Song Yin back to reality. Clearing her throat, she could not mask the excitement that tinged her voice. Let us congratulate the player named Sushi for successfully completing this dungeon. I wonder what evaluations our two esteemed experts have regarding this player and the dungeon itself. Gu Ying wore a smile. His demeanor relaxed as he remarked. As expected from 248, Chao Hongba followed suit with his commentary. The method to clear this dungeon is indeed surprising, yet quite reasonable. Song Yin displayed her curiosity. I have several questions that I hope the esteemed experts can clarify for me. Why, despite the absence of any conflict of interest, did two players later conspire to sabotage their teammates? During our time at the clinic, Sushi seemed certain that danger lurked outside. How did he know that Gao Zhuang would set a fire? And why did he promptly report it to the police instead of discreetly addressing it with village chief Zhu? Without much contemplation, Gu Ying provided an explanation. Everything can be traced back. Have you observed the expressions of the players as they exited the mountain god temple? You might want to check the replay. No sooner had he spoken than the staff behind the scenes adeptly initiated the replay, pulling the progress bar to the moment the players emerged from the temple. Gu Ying smiled and turned to his companion. Professor Chao is the expert on expressions. Would you care to elaborate? Acknowledging the cue, Chao Hongba nodded slightly in gratitude and began his analysis. Among the 6 individuals, although the player in the suit appeared composed, his facial muscles were tense, his lips instinctively pressed together, and his brows slightly furrowed, indicating a turmoil beneath his calm facade. The player with curly hair and the one wearing a cap were the most emotionally expressive, their unease evident to all. The remaining trio, the player in the long dress, the one with a rather somber demeanor, and our livestream subject, Sushi, exhibited much steadier expressions, their focused gazes revealing deep contemplation. Since their return from the mountain god temple, the curly-haired player has been notably despondent. Previously, she was quite proactive in analyzing clues. Yet she spoke very little during the subsequent discussions. Following the poisoning death of the curly-haired player, the cap-wearing player visibly struggled to contain his emotions, radiating restlessness. Chao Hongba paused, glancing at Gu Ying. Receiving the signal, Gu Ying smoothly took over the conversation. Thank you, Professor Chao, for analyzing the player's micro-expressions. I'm sure everyone has formed some thoughts after hearing your insights. The mountain god possesses a beguiling influence. Clearly, 3 of the 6 players have fallen under its spell. Initially, both the man in the suit and the young man in the cap seemed stable, but the unexpected death of the curly-haired woman has thrown them into disarray. I am inclined to believe that her demise was not related to the well water, but rather tied to the wish she made after being seduced by the mountain god. Evidently, the 2 players similarly enchanted share this perspective. Additionally, there is a rather intriguing point to note. While the players acted separately, the cap-wearing youth, who typically preferred to team up with Sushi, chose instead to ally with the girl in the long dress, and the man in the suit joined them without hesitation. From this point onward, it seems that the young man in the duckbill cap had already devised a plan. The man in the suit discerned his unusual demeanor, and the 2 reached an accord. Making a wish to the mountain deity comes at a cost, and I surmise their actions were motivated by a desire to mitigate that price. Song Yin suddenly understood, so that was the case. Guing smiled and continued. As for the second question, do not be misled by how the esteemed Sushi appears to be at odds with the notion of caution. He is certainly not a reckless individual. Perhaps Sushi is unaware of any lurking dangers, merely testing the waters. However, it has become evident that Sushi possesses some knowledge of psychology, and he likely perceived the subtle anomalies in the words of the young man in the duckbill cap. I believe he has, in fact, grasped the young man's scheme. If it were merely a casual probe, he would have awaited the return of the tall, lean man or discreetly exited through the back door, rather than intentionally opening the door to bait the young man. Curiously, Song Yin inquired, how did Sushi manage to see through that player's deception? Unbeknownst to her, her address had shifted from Sushi to the esteemed Sushi. Guing shook his head. Regrettably, I do not possess that knowledge either. Song Yin was genuinely astonished. You do not know? Guing chuckled helplessly indeed. Much like the first instance of Sushi's adventure, this scenario harbors many elements that elude my understanding, particularly the third question. How did Sushi ascertain that Gao Zhuang would commit arson that fateful night? I too wish someone could enlighten me. His actions were so abrupt that I almost suspected he had foreseen the future. Of course, I jest. It is likely he discovered something we have entirely overlooked. I have previously remarked that Sushi's approach to problem-solving diverges from ours. As for the final question, Gao Zhuang was caught red-handed at the scene of the arson, and his collusion with the shaman could no longer be concealed. Naturally, the subsequent ritual could not succeed, and the adventure here has implicitly revealed the path to success, exposing the misdeeds of Gao Zhuang and the shaman. One could privately seek out village chief Zhu. Yet one must not underestimate the players' identities. Even if they are invited experts, they remain outsiders. Sometimes, one should not belittle the power of belief. The villagers have firmly adhered to the so-called mountain deity for 3 years, and should Gao Zhuang and the shaman possess eloquence and turn the tables, the players might find themselves in treacherous waters. Sushi's immediate thought to alert the authorities demonstrates a remarkable agility of mind. The villagers' distrust is irrelevant. Once the police arrive, they will comply. Xiao Hongba also laughed. I did not expect Sushi to have such a strong sense of legal awareness. If it were me, I would only consider finding ways to convince the villagers privately, which would surely take immense effort. Song Yin feigned a sigh. No wonder Mr. Gu holds Sushi in such high esteem. I must also say, truly worthy of the title 248. Are there any other ambiguities in this adventure? Certainly. But those cannot be publicly disclosed. After all, the very ground we stand upon still bears the name Flash Play. The questions posed by this host are quite insightful. None too easy. For instance, where did the mountain deity's favor buff on Sushi come from? Is there even a need to ask? Aside from being ensnared by the fickle whims of the game, could there be any other explanation? Chapter 82. Sushi. Another day of observing the diversity of humanity. Discussion thread. Unbelievable. The curse of Flash Play might actually be broken in a day. Trending. 1L. OP is a resident of J Province. I must express my utter disdain for this foolish program that has caused countless players from J Province to suffer. Each day, I yearn for everyone, including those who support the continuation of this show, to be selected for the divine hunt. I never expected to witness, in my lifetime, this incompetent program that revels in the misfortunes of others finally facing its comeuppance. 2L. As a fellow J Province native who understands this struggle, I finally encountered a player I admired, only to have them cruelly eliminated by the absurdities of Flash Play. 3L. Surely you don't believe this is merely a matter of metaphysics? There must be some hidden agenda behind Flash Play, perhaps collusion with the Divine Hunt. 4L. Didn't they say Flash Play has powerful backing? 5L. But can any backing surpass that of an entire nation? 6L. Regardless of whether Flash Play is a product of human manipulation or metaphysical forces, at least someone has finally put an end to its relentless killing spree. I always knew that someone capable of swiftly clearing a solo dungeon would not be an ordinary player. 4L. Honestly, this dungeon appears challenging yet manageable. As long as players avoid the mountain deity temple, the deity's seduction can be circumvented. The curly-haired woman would survive, and neither the suited man nor the youth in the cap would fall victim to their own schemes. One would be counterattacked, the other would face retribution. The true challenge lies in discerning whether the food is poisoned. One misstep could lead to total annihilation. 5L. Do you really think players are eager to visit the mountain deity temple? They are merely gathering clues. Even if the temple holds nothing, they must check it out. Otherwise, they might miss a crucial lead. 6L. The notion that the food could be poisoned is indeed sinister. Originally, the food posed no threat, yet, due to a malfunction in the village chief's well, his wife had to source water elsewhere for cooking. It's hard to dismiss the possibility that this was orchestrated by the dungeon itself. 7L. When Sushi remarked that the food was poisoned, he wasn't exaggerating. A chill shot up from the soles of my feet. All the players were conversing with the village chief while inspecting the well. Yet only he made the astute connection that the food could be problematic. 8L. Wait, that youth in the cap also perished? After the village chief led a group to demolish the mountain god temple, he met his demise. Indeed, it seems he had made a wish to the mountain god. Perhaps you ought to ponder more carefully who proposed the destruction of the temple. I had a feeling that those who had offended Sushi in the previous instance were all quietly ensnared by him. How could he possibly let go of someone who blatantly backstabbed him, given that the opportune moment had not yet arrived? In this regard, I, the master, have an analysis. If you would care to listen. The master has arrived. Please, take a seat and enlighten me on what color of undergarments I should wear today to bring fortune. Master, please proceed. We are all ears. Ahem, red. Now, returning to the main topic. Could it be that the scheming of the duck-billed cap wearers was well within Sushi's expectations? Are you merely here to utter this nonsense? Patience, young one. Allow me to elaborate. It is well known that Sushi possesses an understanding of psychology. After the players exited the mountain god temple, would Sushi be unaware of which players had been enticed by the mountain god? The 3 NPCs who made wishes reveal that wishes come at a cost. Yet, can anyone recall a player who actively stepped forward to address this cost? My goodness, master, you are not just a half-wit. Certainly not. Continuing on. Is it possible that the players who made wishes are either indifferent to this so-called cost or disbelieve in its existence? That seems implausible. Players who have survived multiple instances are not so carefree. It can only be said that they likely know how to mitigate the cost. From an audience's perspective, the reason for their silence may be connected to the players who did not make wishes, most probably involving the sacrifice of a player who did not wish. Though Sushi lacks omniscient insight, he surely has his suspicions. 22L. Furthermore, there exists a temporal constraint following the granting of wishes. Once the time elapses, the mountain deity exacts a toll. The old man who knocked on the door met his demise the day after his wish was fulfilled. It is likely that the couple, envious of the old man's fortune in unearthing gold, also made a wish. The village chief's timeline is rather vague, but after careful consideration, I surmise the sequence unfolded as follows. One day, the old man made his wish and subsequently unearthed gold in the fields. Following this, the couple, inspired by the old man's discovery, made their own wish, leading to their untimely deaths the next day. Thus, the chief referred to them as having been discovered after the old man. 23L. Similarly, the woman with curly hair perished the following morning. I suspect you may wonder why the man in the suit and the one wearing a flat cap remained unscathed. The players made their wishes simultaneously. Yet there appears to be an underlying order. The unfortunate curly-haired woman was the first in line, and her demise afforded the other 2 some reprieve, though it also incited their anxiety, as one of them would inevitably be next. 24L. Unable to remain composed. The man in the flat cap was the first to speak up after the curly-haired woman's death, seeking to test the waters. In doing so, he found an ally in the man in the suit, and the 2 successfully established a connection. Did anyone notice that while they awaited the village chief to arrange for the burial of the curly-haired woman, the man in the suit remarked that time was running short? This was, in fact, a subtle reminder to the man in the flat cap. 25L. That afternoon, the man in the suit proactively proposed to split into two groups. The objective is self-evident, to separate the remaining three players. The flat cap man, perceptive as he was, understood the unspoken intent. The girl in the long dress appeared the most fragile, thus both the flat cap man and the suited gentleman chose her. However, as there was only one girl in the long dress, the flat cap man had to shift his target midway. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly most delicate girl would turn out to be the most ruthless, ultimately turning the tables on the man in the suit? As for Su Shi, it is evident from the clinic episode that he had long been aware of everything, merely observing coldly until the end, when he deftly utilized the village chief to eliminate the flat cap man. 26L. Goodness, I have encountered a true master. 27L. I was perplexed by how the man in the suit and the flat cap man conspired together. Little did I know that they had silently coordinated a signal during the curly-haired woman's death. It was truly imperceptible. 28L. Are you even human? You possess far more guile than a cold briquette. 29L. Why must human evolution lead to my oblivion? Why? 30L. Su Shi seems to approach this with a sense of amusement, as he never alerted the other two players who had not yet made wishes. 31L. You are only just realizing this. Su Shi has always maintained such an attitude, hasn't he? When has he ever changed? I believe that often he deliberately remains silent to observe what antics his teammates will devise. 32L. Su Shi. Another day of observing the diversity of humanity. 33L. Master. Could you further analyze how Su Shi discerned that the barefoot doctor would commit arson? From the content of the last newspaper, I surmise that had the players not discovered this matter that evening, they would have faced dire consequences. Let us place this issue alongside the birthday dungeon among the world's unsolved mysteries. Even I, a master, cannot fathom it. The ability to disregard the debuff from flash play is astonishing. This individual truly operates on an entirely different level compared to other players. It is merely 4 dungeons. Let us not rush to conclusions, as the uncertainties of the future remain vast. Chapter 83. The 4th Mixed National Team Competition. Ji Yang received the sumptuous meal he had specially ordered from the delivery man outside. As he returned to his room, he noticed his mother, Yao Yingxiang, offering incense to the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Yao Yingxiang spotted her son, or more specifically, the takeout in his hands. You little rascal. I've told you countless times that food from outside is unsanitary. If you want to eat something, learn to cook it yourself. Ji Yang replied helplessly. I don't eat it every day. I just wanted to treat myself today because I'm in a good mood. Yao Yingxiang retorted. If you end up with a stomachache, you'll be delighted, won't you? All right, off you go. I need to continue my offerings. Ji Yang shrugged and retreated to his room. Ever since the arrival of the Divine Hunter, his mother had transitioned from offering incense once a year to doing so every month, and now, every day, seeking psychological solace in hopes of protecting their family from being chosen by the Divine Hunter game. Whether it has any efficacy remains uncertain, but thus far, their family has indeed not been selected. Occasionally, at his mother's urging, Ji Yang would also offer incense, though he himself was not particularly devout. Yao Yingxiang was aware of her son's lack of enthusiasm for such rituals, so she did not press the matter. Seated at his computer, Ji Yang consumed his takeout while scrolling through his phone. He was engrossed in information regarding Su Shi. Upon witnessing Su Shi successfully complete the challenge, he was nearly compelled to leap up and run a few laps in excitement. The fame of Flash Play was quite substantial, and having broken the curse associated with it, Su Shi had once again risen to prominence. The internet was flooded with related content. One could scarcely scroll through a video without encountering various analyses of this dungeon, while numerous posts sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Shocking. The one who broke the curse of a certain program group is actually him 248. The value of this title has increased once more, who has only completed 4 dungeons, yet boasts 800 million fans. Ji Yang found himself dazzled, his heart racing with exhilaration. His potential seed was still alive and thriving, flourishing vigorously. After a moment's pause, Ji Yang suddenly set down his disposable chopsticks, stealthily opened his door, and glanced into a small room. His mother was no longer present. Only 3 sticks of incense were still smoldering. Ji Yang looked around, then quickly entered the small room, selected 3 sticks of incense from the table, lit them, and reverently bowed before the statue. As he straightened up, gazing at the Guanyin Bodhisattva enveloped in fragrant smoke, he thought to himself, regardless of its effectiveness, let this be an offering of good wishes. Previously, he believed that Su Shi might outpace Zhang Song, perhaps even creating more miracles, largely as a comfort to netizens. However, now he felt that perhaps he might indeed witness that day. Perhaps one day in the future, this young man will indeed become the hope of the entire Huagua. Within the player's space, Su Shi wore an expression of peculiar contemplation. He had been lost in thought, pondering the inexplicable favor he received from the mountain god in the last instance. Could it be that the divine hunt had sensed his uniqueness and thus began to take special notice of him? However, just moments ago, a stream of information gently flowed into his mind, as if the space was conveying a message to him. Upon absorbing the contents of this mental communique, Su Shi found himself momentarily bewildered. The message conveyed the imminent commencement of the 4th mixed national team competition, allowing players the autonomy to decide whether to participate. Should they choose to partake, they must first undergo a selection process, which entails conquering a solo instance of relatively high difficulty. Only upon successful completion can they enter the team competition. However, merely overcoming the solo instance does not guarantee participation. The divine hunt randomly selects one player from all those who have successfully passed the selection. The majority of players hesitated at the sight of the increased difficulty of the solo instance. Life is precious, and they felt that merely managing to complete ordinary instances was already a considerable challenge. Furthermore, even if they succeeded, there was no assurance of being chosen. They were reluctant to gamble on such uncertain luck. Only a few players, confident in their abilities, dared to take the plunge. The allure of the rewards from this team competition was undeniably enticing. Successful completion of the competition would exempt players from the fixed instance quota for 3 months, allowing them to rest easily until the next team competition commenced, provided they refrained from voluntarily entering instances. Additionally, there were 13 reward items to be obtained, with the quantity dependent on performance within the instance, guaranteed at least 1 and a maximum of 3. Moreover, the cities inhabited by outside players would be cleansed of all pollution. Su Shi lowered his head in contemplation. The 4th mixed national team competition? It sounded exceedingly challenging. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that the rewards for this competition were rather extravagant. Strikingly, players who failed to complete the instance would incur no penalties beyond personal pollution ratios. Was the divine hunt truly so generous? After all, he had been granted but a single wish for climbing the 999 stone steps, with nothing else to show for it, an experience that left much to be desired. The disparity was glaring. The rewards for the team competition should reasonably be halved, and failure should result in pollution penalties of double or triple, in keeping with the divine hunt's usual practices. Unable to derive any conclusive thoughts, Su Shi decided against dwelling too deeply on the matter, recognizing that his current level was too low for such musings to bear fruit. Nonetheless, he intended to sign up for the team competition out of curiosity. After all, he had nothing to lose but his life. Why not give it a try? With tens of millions of players in Huagua alone selected by the divine hunt, even a small fraction of those who registered would represent a staggering number. The probability of being chosen was exceedingly slim. Su Shi's primary motivation was not the team competition itself. Rather, he was eager to participate in another solo instance. If asked in the past whether he preferred solo or group instances, he would have unequivocally replied, group instances. In certain instances, the presence of others can indeed be an advantage. Furthermore, amidst the perils of a treacherous dungeon, the proximity of kindred spirits offers a modicum of solace. One tends to feel more apprehensive when alone. However, after participating in 3 multiplayer dungeons, Su Shi had grown weary of seeking even that slight comfort. He found interactions with fellow players to be rather exhausting, feeling increasingly alienated from their discussions. Upon silently consenting to partake in the selection process, Su Shi patiently awaited its commencement. It is noteworthy that both the selection and successful completion of group challenges allow for ascending the ranks, with the latter offering greater challenges and more tiers, which was one of his motivations for participating. Chapter 84, Soul Cry Street. There is no turning back. Su Shi did not anticipate the selection would occur so swiftly. At this moment, he stood upon the street, confronted by an avenue that appeared utterly ordinary. The tranquil night enveloped him like thick ink. The sky bore neither the gentle glow of a full moon nor the twinkling of stars, with only the streetlights on either side casting a soft, feeble illumination. What sort of dungeon is this? Even though Su Shi had mentally prepared himself for the high difficulty of this solo challenge, the sight of an empty street left him perplexed. Yet, having faced a solo dungeon before, He was no longer as flustered as during his initial encounter. As he contemplated surveying the street, several lines of blood-red text abruptly materialized on the ground nearly a meter ahead of him. Interesting occurrences have transpired here. Please proceed forward. If all appears normal, turn left at the end. Should you encounter any anomalies along the way, turn right at the end. Exercise caution in your judgment. There is no turning back. The short message vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. Sushi understood that these were the initial rules set forth by the dungeon. Search for anomalies on the street. If none are found, proceed left. If anomalies are discovered, turn right. And once a choice is made, one cannot retrace their steps. It seemed straightforward, yet Sushi dared not be complacent. After all, this was a high-difficulty dungeon, as acknowledged by the hunter himself. Here he comes. Sushi is truly a diligent worker. It's barely been a moment since the last dungeon ended, and he is already diving into another. Wait. Sushi is participating in a solo dungeon and signing up for the group challenge? No way. Has it really been 3 months already? Time does indeed fly. It's hard to believe a year has passed since the hunter's arrival. I can scarcely recall what my peaceful life was like. Goodness. Have you seen the trending news? Flash Play has finally been taken down. What? Is this for real? I thought they had strong backing and continued amid widespread criticism. Complaints seemed ineffective. They had no choice but to take it down. The entire production team was ensnared within the dungeon. Ha. The foolish production team has finally met their end. What does this count as? Karma? Is it just me? Or did Sushi just break the curse of Flash Play? Only for the production team to be neatly swept into the dungeon? Rumor has it, several prominent figures have fallen. You'll likely see the news in a few days. A sense of conspiracy wafts through the air. Is it truly treachery? Caution is advised, dear friends, lest you face the risk of account suspension. I can't shake the feeling that this instance feels oddly familiar. The previous diversion in conversation was somewhat abrupt. To be frank, this scenario has indeed appeared in the prior 2 rounds of the mixed team selection. What? Official statistics have indicated that the dungeons of the Divine Hunt game are not one-time occurrences. Dungeons that players fail to clear will reappear until a player successfully completes them, at which point they vanish entirely. The likelihood of encountering repeated dungeons is rather significant, yet the sheer volume of dungeons often misleads players into believing they are all new. Recently, a player recognized all the dungeons from the previous 3 selection rounds. I recall this dungeon being named after a certain street. You might wish to search the official website to verify, although I'm unsure if it has only appeared twice. I searched and indeed found it. It has only been featured in the selection rounds. So, 2 players failed to clear this dungeon? Those who dare to participate in the selection must possess confidence in their abilities. Yet, both were unable to conquer this challenge? What kind of dungeon is this? Is it particularly difficult? It's not merely a matter of difficulty. I find it hard to articulate. It's just rather peculiar. Searching for anomalies? That doesn't sound too challenging. Just don't retreat under the covers, my friend. Sushi glanced back, only to find a wall behind him. It seems the dungeon only offers him the option to move forward, perhaps due to past experiences with demise. The once timid Sushi now stood unfazed in the dead of night, braving the chilly winds of an empty street. In the distance stood a rusted street sign. As Sushi approached, he read Yongning West Street, with a label indicating the ground floor. Uncertain of its significance, he continued along the street. On either side, shops and residences stood in juxtaposition, yet all doors were firmly shut. The dungeon had hinted at anomalies within the street, prompting him to observe carefully. Noting the various storefronts as he walked, Misty Tea House, seemingly a tea vendor, Sunny Department Store, Huaron Supermarket, Shaw County Snacks, E-Pin Spicy Hot Pot, Tasty Cake Shop, Huiman Pharmacy, Wufu Fruit Shop, Plant Hair Care, Old Street Barbecue, as well as shops selling ready-made clothing and locksmith services. The remainder were residential houses. After traversing the entire street, Sushi found only commonplace establishments, devoid of anything unusual. With no anomalies detected, he turned left at the end. Upon reaching a fork in the road, he chose the left alley without much hesitation. The alley was not endless. After a short walk, he soon spotted an exit. However, as Sushi stepped through, he instinctively froze in place. An identical street lay before him. He immediately turned around, only to find that the alley had transformed into a familiar wall. So, this is what the dungeon meant by having no way back? Is this a cyclical dungeon? Sushi pondered thoughtfully. If it were merely a simple layer, crossing through would have been exceedingly effortless. He seemed to grasp the complexity at hand. Just as he prepared to venture forward, His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the digits on the sign, changing in the distance. The numeral indicating the ground floor shifted from 0 to 1. Curious, Sushi gazed at the number for a moment. Did this digit signify his cycle count? He would ascertain that later. The shops along the street remained unchanged, and as Sushi surveyed his surroundings, everything appeared precisely as it had moments before. Was there truly no anomaly? However, as he lifted his gaze, two shadows were cast upon the window of the second floor of the sunny department store. It appeared illuminated, the warm yellow glow standing out starkly against the night. The two figures seemed to be embracing, their silhouettes intertwined, clearly etched upon the glass. After waiting a moment and observing that the shadows continued to maintain their embrace, he proceeded toward the end of the street. This must be what one would call an anomaly, he mused. He resolved to explore the right side. The alley on the right bore no distinction from the left, and after a brief walk, he reached the exit. Yet this time, Sushi did not rush out. He had discovered something unusual. Chapter 85, Soul Cry Street. Congratulations. Your judgment is correct. Upon the wall to the right of the alley, a line of small, blood-red letters appeared, in the same font as the initial prompt at the beginning of the instance. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. Even the most vibrant rose faces the day of withering. What could this mean? Sushi pondered the phrase below, feeling somewhat perplexed. Moreover, had he not judged correctly on the previous layer where no anomaly was present? Why was the initial phrase absent from that wall? After contemplating for a while without any clarity, he decided to dismiss the thought. In any case, he had not perished. So he would press on. Upon exiting the alley, he found himself back on the same street. Not far ahead, the numeral on the sign transitioned from 1 to 2. Now Sushi was certain that this number indeed represented his cycle count. Entering the street, he instinctively looked up at the second floor of the sunny department store. The once bright window was now shrouded in darkness, and the embracing figures had vanished. With this, Sushi felt a modicum of assurance. It appeared that these so-called anomalies were of a similar nature. Huarong Supermarket, Shaw County Snacks, Epin Spicy Hot Pot. Sushi meticulously observed his surroundings, and by the time he reached the end, he had not encountered any further peculiarities. Satisfied that all was normal, he turned left. He harbored no concern regarding the consequences of misjudgment. After all, his ability to revert time could, in a sense, be considered a form of cycle. He was quite intrigued to see what would transpire should he encounter such a cyclical instance. If he were to die, to which moment would he return? Without a hint of doubt about his own reasoning, Sushi entered the left alley. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. All is normal. Upon spotting the familiar blood-red letters on the wall, Sushi halted in his tracks. Why was there a phrase this time declaring no anomalies? Why had it been absent during the 0 layer? After some contemplation, he could only conclude that perhaps the 0 layer was particularly unique. Perhaps the 0-level street represents a primordial state, meticulously designed to contrast with the anomalies that follow. As expected, the numeral on the signboard ascended to the 3rd level. The moment Sushi stepped onto the street, he faintly perceived some sounds. As he advanced, the noises grew increasingly distinct. Sushi glanced around but could not locate their source. The sounds seemed to emanate from all directions, echoing through the silent street. Unable to discern where the sounds originated, he tilted his ear attentively, striving to analyze their nature. The tinkling noise resembled that of numerous small metallic objects colliding with one another, clear and resonant. What could it be? Gold. Coins. Sushi found it difficult to ascertain the nature of the sound. Seeing no other anomalies, he proceeded towards the alley on his right. Regardless, on to the next level. The same walls, in the same position, bore different slogans. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. They have been polished to a smooth sheen by countless hands. Once again, the words were inscrutable, prompting Sushi to sigh quietly. Upon reaching the 4th level, Sushi's gaze was immediately drawn to a man kneeling at the entrance of Huajing Supermarket, incessantly bowing his head in reverence. The dull thuds echoed in a manner that inexplicably caused Sushi's forehead to ache. The man appeared tireless, seemingly unbothered by the pain, as blood trickled from his forehead while he continued to strike the ground with a stoic expression. Before him lay a piece of paper, partially stained with blood, alongside a bundle of cash also marked by crimson. Sushi hesitated momentarily, but cautiously approached the scene, noting the man was wholly engrossed in his ritual. Oblivious to Sushi's presence, he felt reassured enough to lower his gaze to the paper without touching it. Upon looking down, he immediately read the prominent words at the top, mortgage debt contract. A swift glance revealed that the man was the proprietor of the Huajing supermarket, who, upon falling into debt, had chosen to mortgage his establishment due to an inability to repay. Sushi's attention shifted to the bundle of cash, and he suddenly recognized that its design differed markedly from the currency provided in the second instance to the players. Were these instances not part of the same worldview? Such a thought had never crossed Sushi's mind before. Now, confronted with the differing currency designs, he found himself pondering this question. He regretted not having suggested to the village chief during the previous instance that they call the Bureau of Anomalies from the hotel instance. He still remembered the contact details for the bureau. How had he not thought of this sooner? Sushi felt a brief pang of regret, but it quickly dissipated. This was not a pressing issue. There would surely be opportunities for such experiments in the future. The more immediate concern before him was whether he should take the bundle of cash. Please do not take it, esteemed one. Taking the cash at this level will result in demise. In an intriguing cycle of anomalies, a sense of wonder permeates the atmosphere. One cannot help but contemplate the eerie solitude of the deserted streets at midnight, which would undoubtedly terrify me. The absurdity of these scenarios is utterly perplexing. The figure embracing by the window, the strange noises, the man bowing in reverence, and the nonsensical slogans. What on earth are they? Trust me, the absurdity is only poised to escalate. How does one conquer this scenario? Is it merely a matter of perpetually searching for anomalies? I am uncertain. As no player has yet emerged victorious, the male figure grows increasingly sinister. His unblinking gaze and relentless bowing are unsettling, his face nearly obscured by blood. Who mentioned avoiding paper currency? What would happen if one were to take it? A player once did, only to be abruptly slain by a shadowy figure that materialized out of nowhere. Only a fool would collect money lying by the roadside. That player likely mistook it for some kind of item. Alas, it appears that Sushi truly intends to retrieve it. The anxious comments abruptly ceased. They watched as the youth on the screen crouched down to scrutinize the bundle of cash before standing up and walking away without a backward glance. Sushi regarded the cash as though it were a formidable beast. He had succumbed to temptation and picked it up, convinced it might serve as a useful item later. However, the moment he grasped the bills, a pitch-black figure silently appeared behind him and tapped his shoulder. Upon seeing the dark hand on his right shoulder, Sushi felt his heart nearly stop. He was on the brink of an untimely demise from sheer fright. While he did not fear death, he certainly feared being startled. Subsequently, he was fatally confronted by a featureless, shadowy entity, armed with a sharp knife. Upon unlocking yet another method of demise, Sushi found himself back at the moment he had intended to collect the cash, expecting perhaps a novel twist in this cyclical scenario, only to find it remained the same. Anomalies, a right turn, the next level. Chapter 86, Soul Cry Street. Could this be the malevolent whim of a seasoned player? Congratulations. Your judgment is correct. Temptation drags him from the paradise of hope into the abyss of darkness. Sushi merely cast a fleeting glance, his steps unceasing. At the fifth level, the man kneeling at the supermarket entrance, along with the contract and bundle of cash, had vanished completely, as if the blood on the ground had never existed. Curious. Sushi approached the spot where the man had knelt and looked up to find the supermarket sign had transformed from Huarong Supermarket to Juxing Supermarket. Had the supermarket changed ownership? Recalling the initial hint that intriguing events had transpired here, he began to suspect that the unfolding anomalies were gradually revealing some unknown history of this street. As he pondered, the sign above suddenly shifted. Quickly get away. It's going to fall. Before the comments could continue their panicked exclamations, the youth on the screen calmly stepped back just as the sign was about to descend. A heavy and massive sign happened to brush against his body before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust upon impact. Witnessing the young man emerge unscathed, the tension in the onlookers' hearts suddenly eased. Must you push it to such extremes, esteemed Sushi? That recent act of collecting cash was also a mere feint. It nearly gave me a fright. Perhaps this is simply the peculiar whimsy of a master? At this moment, Sushi gazed down at the sign by his feet, feeling somewhat helpless. The deadly trap of this particular scenario inexplicably struck a chord with him, evoking memories of his first instance, equally absurd, equally ambush-like, and just as deadly if one were not vigilant. Bad news. He had once again encountered an unreasonable scenario. Good news. He was adept at overcoming it. Had this been a case akin to those in previous deductive scenarios, he would have needed to exert considerable mental effort to gather clues. However, this scenario was different. It merely required him to continually judge the left and right pathways, thereby amplifying his advantage of reverting to previous checkpoints. Although peril could strike unexpectedly, all he needed was to perish once to avoid it, which posed little challenge to him and even saved considerable time. Sushi suddenly realized that this so-called high-difficulty scenario seemed, in fact, slightly simpler for him. Of course, this was contingent upon the rules remaining unchanged. He had come to understand the latest slogan, "Congratulations, your judgment was correct." An unchangeable situation looms like a mountain, suffocating him. The he in this phrase clearly referred to the man kneeling at the supermarket entrance, bowing his head in despair after mortgaging the store. On the 6th level, all was normal, without any anomalies. On the 7th level, as Sushi stepped onto the street, he was immediately met with faint, fragmented sobs. The cries reverberated through the silent night, piercing and high-pitched, imbued with endless despair and anguish that struck directly at his eardrums. Frankly, it was rather unsettling. More unsettling still was the sight of a woman clad in a dress, standing forlornly by the roadside, her hands tightly covering her face as she wept softly. What had once been a relatively normal street now took on an eerie, terrifying quality. Sushi hesitated briefly, opting against approaching her for any probing inquiries, and instead chose to circumvent her entirely. There was nothing to test. This was clearly abnormal. As he walked, he remained acutely aware of her presence, fearful that she might suddenly lift her gaze toward him. Fortunately, once he turned into the alleyway, she remained frozen in her sorrowful posture, not moving an inch. "Congratulations. Your judgment was correct." Her world has been torn into countless fragments, each shard piercing her soul. Sushi paused. A sudden hypothesis formed in his mind. Could this pair of individuals be the very same figures he had glimpsed embracing by the window of the 2nd floor of the Clear Sky department store on the 1st level? A couple, or perhaps spouses. They seemed more like a married couple. Had the man incurred a debt that forced him to mortgage their supermarket, leading to the woman's despair and breakdown? In terms of the nature of the debt, Sushi immediately thought of loans or gambling, or perhaps a combination of both. Given that they had reached the point of needing to mortgage their property, it implied that the man's debts constituted a significant burden. He initially could not discern the source of the metallic clanging from the 3rd level. However, as he pondered this notion, it suddenly struck him that the sound resembled the clattering of chips made from some material. Sushi was uncertain if his conjecture was correct, yet he had an inkling that matters were far from straightforward. Could the cycle truly conclude so effortlessly? He was unconvinced. Upon reaching the 8th level, as Sushi emerged from the alley, a circular paper money note drifted toward him. He slightly tilted his head to avoid it and raised his gaze to behold a deluge of paper money cascading from above, rendering the street desolate and forlorn. A faint sound of opera broke the oppressive silence. Initially, the melody was faint, as if wafting from an exceedingly distant realm, but gradually, it grew increasingly distinct. The singing was melodious yet haunting, imbued with an essence of sorrow and resentment. The unfamiliar tune sent shivers down Sushi's spine. With the ebb and flow of the opera, the temperature around him began to plummet, an icy chill enveloping him, swiftly permeating his entire being. Strangely, no matter how intently Sushi listened, the lyrics remained indecipherable. Damn it, not like this. He would rather confront a shadowy figure than grapple with such an intangible presence. After a moment's hesitation, he resigned himself to proceed forward. It was all right. At worst, he would meet a rather undignified end. With this thought, he felt somewhat at ease. Walking down the center of the street, surrounded by drifting paper money and the eerie strains of the opera resonating in his ears, he passed by a supermarket that had undergone a name change when a female corpse suddenly fell from the sign above. Her face bore a chilling grayish hue. Her eyes wide open, bloodshot orbs protruding as if about to escape their sockets. Her lips were a dark, cracked purple, slightly parted. A rope was tightly bound around her neck, deeply embedded into her flesh, leaving behind dark bruises. The corpse hung rigidly in midair, her once familiar dress swaying slightly with each movement. She stared intently at the young man before her, seemingly penetrating through both space and screen. Her gaze filled with boundless resentment and unwillingness, rendering countless online viewers momentarily speechless. "Ah, stop it. You're blinding me," trembling under the covers. "Why isn't there a blurring function? I beseech you to implement one. Where's my barrage army? Quickly, protect me. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Sister, do you realize the profound impact you've had on my fragile psyche? If you just retract back, I shall forgive you. Do not worry. These levels merely seek to frighten you, so? Are you implying that heavier matters lie ahead? Amidst the chilling narrative, she gazed at me, and for a fleeting moment, I nearly believed I was destined to meet my forebear. How composed is the esteemed Su Shi, his expression unwavering. Though the scene was somewhat terrifying, for reasons unbeknownst to me, the presence of Su Shi instilled within me an inexplicable sense of security. In Chapter 87, titled Soul Cry Street, Su Shi appeared to be merely toying with the scenario. He felt as though he were anchored to the spot, oblivious to his own expression. His mind consumed by the horrifying visage of the grotesque corpse. His limbs seemed to defy his command, his heart imploring him to flee to the next level. Yet his body remained stubbornly immobile. At last, will triumphed over the frozen form, and Su Shi, like a marionette, began to mechanically distance himself step by step. The head of the female corpse slowly rotated, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the young man. The opera music in his ears grew increasingly shrill, and although he yearned to quicken his pace, his legs had their own agenda. He rescinded his earlier thoughts. A disgraceful demise was best avoided. Indeed, it lacked dignity. As the commentary suggested, this level was merely intended to intimidate players, devoid of genuine peril. Su Shi successfully reached the wall at the alley's entrance, where a new slogan awaited him. Congratulations, your judgment was correct. Her tears have long since dried, yet she cannot reclaim the heart ensnared by enchantment. Her heart grows cold, ultimately consumed by despair. The woman who wept in the previous level had chosen to end her life in this one. Was it due to her husband's gambling debts, which culminated in the liquidation of their possessions, leading her to this extreme conclusion in her despair? Feeling the chill in his limbs, Su Shi pressed onward to the next level. Level 10. No clouds of paper money, no bizarre opera sounds, no horrific female corpse, nor any other peculiarities. All was normal. This provided a slight reprieve for Su Shi's taut nerves. Level 11. On the unchanging street, in the distance, Su Shi spotted a small, dark figure in the center of the road. As he approached, he discerned it to be a black cat, adorned with a little bell around its neck. The cat's fur was disheveled, with patches matted by dried blood, and its hind legs were unnaturally bent, curled feebly on the ground. Upon noticing the stranger's approach, the black cat weakly mewed. As Su Shi drew nearer, the cat's agitation became evident. It struggled to move its injured legs toward him. Instinctively, he felt the urge to retreat. However, sensing no malice from the creature, he stifled his impulse to withdraw, curious about its intentions. The black cat crawled to his feet, biting at his pant leg, attempting to tug him toward the roadside. Su Shi raised an eyebrow in astonishment. What was this feline endeavoring to convey? After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced to the cat's insistence and followed its lead. At that moment, a loud honking sound pierced the air. Beep, beep. Su Shi instinctively looked up. Before he could utter an expletive, a car suddenly appeared before him. After being struck and propelled several meters away, Su Shi found himself awkwardly sprawled on the ground. In his fading consciousness, he couldn't help but ponder how many ways he had encountered death. Hey, don't stand in the middle of the road. There's a car coming. Stop looking at the cat, my dude. There's a car. I remember the second player didn't pay attention to the cat and chose to take the right alley to the next level. Why is this cat covered in wounds? It looks pitiful. It has a bell around its neck. It must be a pet. Is this cat trying to lead the big shot away? Car, car, car. It's coming. In that instant, the netizens felt their hearts leap into their throats, and the barrage of comments fell silent. The young man on the screen seemed entirely focused on the black cat on the ground, oblivious to the approaching vehicle. As the car neared, some viewers could no longer bear to watch and closed their eyes. Yet the remaining viewers witnessed the young man, without raising his head, bend down to grasp the black cat by the scruff of its neck and swiftly sidestep. The car whizzed past without halting, the entire motion fluid and seamless. The comments remained hushed. Are you kidding me? Well done, a perfectly timed maneuver. I seriously suspect this man is doing it on purpose. No need to doubt. He is indeed playing the game. Su Shi, did you think you were going to kill me? Huh, not today. Big shot. Do you realize you're not protecting me very well? Su Shi and the black cat exchanged glances, and after a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly set the cat down. Sometimes, the checkpoint felt overly time-consuming. He nearly faced another demise. Was this a test of his reflexes? He had just instinctively rescued the cat. Or else it might have been crushed by that vehicle. Wait a moment. Did the black cat pull him towards the roadside because it was aware of the impending car, intending to save him? Sushi glanced down. With the danger averted, the black cat lay feebly on the ground, slowly licking its wounds. He paused and bent down to tentatively stroke the cat's head. The cat did not resist. Instead, it nuzzled against his palm, its amber eyes narrowing slightly. Meow. Sushi restrained himself after a couple of strokes. Were this not a game, he would have both hands devoted to petting it. He had contemplated adopting a cat or a dog before, but being busy as a corporate worker, he felt he lacked the time to devote to them and had ultimately abandoned the thought. "Thank you for your earlier actions," he said, expressing his gratitude to the black cat as he prepared to move on to the next level. However, just as he was about to lift his leg, the hem of his pants was gently bitten. Sushi looked back at it. The black cat used its front paws to fiddle with the bell around its neck, managing to dislodge it. Sushi was taken aback when he saw the cat push the bell towards his feet. "Do you want me to wear your bell?" The black cat meowed in response. Sushi picked up the small bell, no larger than a fingernail, and examined it closely. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, though it had become somewhat tarnished over time. His gaze shifted to the black cat that had, after presenting the bell, languidly returned to the ground. In the next moment, he grasped the cat by the scruff of its neck. He accepted the bell with a smile, and the cat too was met with his approval. Meow. The cat, bewildered, was lifted as Sushi brought it to the signpost. "Congratulations, your judgment is correct. It is her only remaining salvation, yet it has also departed from her." Sushi glanced at the black cat, which submissively allowed itself to be held. Who was the her referenced here? Was it the woman who had hanged herself? Was this black cat hers? Sushi shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Just as he intended to proceed to the next level, he suddenly halted. Turning back toward the path he had come, he found the entrance had transformed into a solid wall. Well, it seemed the game would not allow him to encounter such a bug. He contemplated whether, since he could see the indications of correctness on the wall, he might be able to retrace his steps and make another choice. But there was truly no turning back. Chapter 88. Soul Cry Street. The cat was gone, and so was the bell. In the 12th level, Sushi stood in the street, observing the emptiness of his right hand with a sense of regret. It appeared he could not take the black cat with him. However, the small bell gifted by the cat still remained. Just as he prepared to continue the cycle of this level, a layer of crimson liquid began to pool and spread across the ground. The blood-red fluid surged like a tumultuous undercurrent, thick and viscous, rising at a visible pace, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of blood. Sushi looked up and realized the entire street was submerged in this sanguine tide. Not far away, under a flickering street lamp amidst the dappled shadows, stood a young woman alone. Her nightgown, saturated with blood, was transformed into a shocking scarlet, while a long gash at her wrist resembled a river bursting its banks, continuously dripping fresh blood. The crimson liquid lapped at her ankles, yet she remained numbly standing, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. While she remained indifferent, Sushi could not afford to be. He immediately lifted his leg, intending to run toward the end of the street. Given the rising speed of the blood, if he did not hurry, he could very well drown here. However, the blood seemed to carry some negative effect, as upon stepping into it, he was ensnared by invisible shackles, making his progress laborious. His movements became painfully slow, and no amount of effort could hasten his pace. Reluctantly, Sushi could only inch forward toward the end, each step requiring significantly more strength than usual. He hoped to reach the alley before the blood reached his head, otherwise, he would be forced to experience the sensation of drowning. The blood crept up his legs, reaching his knees, its sticky texture cold and slippery. After considerable effort, he had managed to cover a third of the distance. Gazing at the remaining two-thirds, he felt a glimmer of hope. Yet, as he approached the section of the street directly opposite the young woman, her previously vacant eyes flickered, and she slowly turned her gaze toward him. As Sushi blinked, a figure suddenly appeared before him. His heart involuntarily skipped a beat. However, the young woman merely extended her bloodied wrist, opening her palm. This gesture of demand instinctively reminded Sushi of the little bell gifted to him by the black cat. When he tentatively placed the small bell in her hand, he observed the young woman staring blankly at it, and moments later, tears of blood began to flow down her cheeks. The proximity allowed Sushi to discern her features clearly. Her eyes and brows bore a resemblance to the woman who had hanged herself on the 8th floor and the man who had prostrated himself on the 4th. Could this young woman be the daughter of that couple? Had she been the one nurturing the cat? After a while, the woman, having shed her blood tears alone, tucked the small bell away, and at some point, a fruit knife appeared in her hand. holding the blade with the handle facing outward. She presented the sharp knife to the young man before her. Sushi remained silent for a moment before reaching out to accept it. In the next instant, the young woman vanished from his sight, and simultaneously, the blood receded like a tide. The street returned to its clean and tidy appearance, with only a faint trace of the metallic scent of blood lingering at his nose, serving as a reminder of the events that had just transpired. Sushi quietly examined the newly acquired tool. The cat was gone, and so was the bell. Instead, he had obtained a small knife. Fortunately, after the young woman departed, she had taken the blood with her, allowing Sushi to move freely once more. Without hesitation, he proceeded to the next level. Congratulations, your judgment was correct. The solitary wandering soul has found liberation. Death is not the end, but a chance to finally rest in freedom. When the woman in the nightgown flashed before Sushi, I nearly died of fright. It's overwhelming. The dense barrage of comments offers no comfort. Could it be that these two levels interact and influence one another? The previous player chose not to save the cat, not even approaching it, instead descending directly to the next level, barely escaping drowning in blood before reaching the alleyway. So, it seems that whether or not you save the cat, you can still progress. However, if you do save it, the cat will reward you with a bell, which you can then give to the woman in the nightgown to receive another item. The cat is good, and Sushi is good too. It's a mutual endeavor. Why can't I take the little cat with me? I don't care. Return my little kitty from this broken instance. Crying and throwing a tantrum. But isn't it also possible to obtain the bell without saving the cat? The issue is that the bell could be crushed by a vehicle. Then what will you do with a broken bell when seeking the woman in the nightgown? Are you inviting a swift demise? Indeed, the signs clearly state that the black cat is her last redemption. A shattered bell signifies the cat's death. And no one can guarantee that the woman in the nightgown won't go berserk on the spot. The 13th level was unremarkable. Upon reaching the 14th level, Sushi glanced around and found everything calm and uneventful. Just as he was about to pass the supermarket, bang! A figure plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground at the supermarket entrance, limbs twisted and bloodied. A flurry of cash rained down like petals from a celestial maiden, gradually covering much of the grotesque corpse. Big shot. Don't forget the healing potions. You must collect the money here. Wasn't it previously mentioned that picking it up would lead to death? It's different this time. The money is related to a subsequent cycle. The second player was trapped in that cycle because they failed to pick up the money here, unable to return or escape, ultimately succumbing to despair and taking their own life. Who could possibly know if it's safe to take, whether one takes it or not? It seems this dungeon is designed solely to eliminate players. Indeed, isn't it true that the God Hunter treats humans like mere ants to be toyed with? I concur, moreover. Some nations claim this is a global evolution opportunity. What nonsense! Is evolution synonymous with pollution? It feels more like they seek to consume us. Alas, in a certain sense, these players are heroes of the nation. Indeed, even if it wasn't voluntary, they have undeniably contributed to their country. Yet, isn't the pollution of the nation also a consequence of the player's demise? That can't be the case. Players are fighting for hope with their lives at stake. If blame is to be placed, let it fall upon that wretched God Hunter. Absolutely. Though unless a player ascends to the top tier and wishes for the game to end, it's merely a matter of dying sooner or later, a worthless life. If the God Hunter desires it, so be it. Don't be so pessimistic. Just think, when the time comes, everyone around the globe will accompany you in demise. You won't be alone. Not necessarily. They might not even make it to that moment before being selected into the dungeon. True enough. You all are something else. As the barrage of comments continued, a somber mood enveloped the participants. For them, the netizens who were exchanging playful banter today could very well find themselves in the dungeon tomorrow. While they often engaged in frivolous online chatter, deep down, many harbored a sense of unease. The gloomy atmosphere was abruptly shattered. What the hell? Did Sushi stir up a hornet's nest? Sushi, damn it. Why didn't anyone tell me that picking up the cash on this level would trigger so many shadows? Sushi bent down to gather the scattered bills from the ground. He had not anticipated that the subsequent cycle would require these banknotes. Chapter 89. Soulcry Street activated at double speed. Trapped in that layer of the cycle, Sushi had no choice but to commit suicide to revert. He now understood that the challenge of this dungeon lay not in discerning abnormalities. After all, anyone with eyes could do that, but rather in the dangers or predicaments one might encounter with each anomalous cycle. The man leaping from the building before him was the supermarket owner who had previously knelt and begged on the 4th level. After collecting all the clean bills, Sushi gazed at the notes that fell into a pool of blood, quickly becoming stained. He fell into a trance, uncertain if he had gathered enough cash. Just as he hesitated over whether to collect it all, he caught a glimpse of shadowy figures emerging around him, those that had previously brought about his demise, numbering around 10, wielding either clubs or kitchen knives. Sushi, why do these apparitions appear as soon as I take the money? Is their desire for these banknotes that intense? The barrage of comments expressed concern for the youth gradually encircled by shadows, but in the next moment, they witnessed their formidable leader effortlessly evade the attacks of the dark entities, wielding a fruit knife gifted by the lady in the nightgown to dispatch several foes. With sheer determination, he carved a path through the encroaching darkness and swiftly moved on to the next layer. Dear leader, what other surprises do you hold that I am unaware of? Seriously, his intelligence is already extraordinary, and on top of that, he possesses such combat prowess. Am I truly his equal? Instance, can one play without skill? Laughing out loud, the instance declares a reversal of heaven and earth. The comments flowed with fervor, yet they were soon witnesses to the unfolding events as if the pace had accelerated to double speed. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. The abyss of demise has welcomed a withering life. Sushi skimmed over the familiar slogans and arrived at the 15th layer. He toyed with the fruit knife in his hand, a look of astonishment gracing his features. He had initially expected to restart, but upon grasping the knife, he suddenly felt an enhancement in his physical capabilities, his reflexes sharpening significantly. Remarkably, this fruit knife could inflict damage upon the pitch-black creatures he had just encountered, a definitive enhancement-type weapon. He pondered whether this knife would be a necessary item for future loops. If only he could take it with him. Surely, if he couldn't carry a cat, a mere fruit knife would suffice. Stowing the knife away, Sushi adeptly located the camera perched by the roadside and clicked the shutter towards the supermarket. A photograph emerged from the camera. In the frame, against the backdrop of the brightly lit Huaron supermarket sign, stood 3 figures. On the left, a woman in a dress beamed with joy. In the center, a young lady in a nightgown flashed a peace sign at the camera. And on the right, a man grinned contentedly at the 2 beside him. A family unit, undoubtedly. Yet, one had hanged themselves, another had committed suicide by wrist cutting, and the last had leaped to their demise. Indeed, upon glimpsing the bloodied wrist of the lady in the nightgown, he surmised she had taken her own life. What calamities had befallen this family to result in such a tragic conclusion? He felt that while the man's debts were grievous, they hardly warranted such despair. Shaking his head, Sushi tucked the photograph away and turned to proceed to the next layer. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. The bygone years are but ephemeral dreams. His desires have wrought destruction upon all. Sushi stood at the street corner, where a signpost indicated Layer 0. He understood that he had arrived at the 2nd story. Layer 0, clear. Layer 1. The windows of the 2nd floor of Qingtian department store illuminated once more. However, this time, the figure was markedly different. On the surface, only a woman's silhouette was visible, yet from various angles, another figure embraced and kissed her in a myriad of intimate poses. Anomaly, clear. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. Each transaction leaves a scar carved deep within her heart. Layer 2, no anomalies, clear. Layer 3, the familiar sound of metal clashing resonated, now accompanied by the melodic laughter of a woman. Anomaly, clear. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. The myriad of indulgences resembles a vast vortex, into which she silently succumbs. Level 4, circumventing the loose manhole cover. No anomalies, proceed. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. Can anyone truly believe that mischief serves as a valid excuse? Level 5, no anomalies. Proceed. Level 6, swiftly dodging the suddenly protruding thorns from the ground. No anomalies, proceed. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. Pain spreads throughout the body, akin to sharp thorns piercing the skin. Level 7, a boy sits at the entrance of Sunny department store, his head bowed, his face exposed arms and calves bear various bruises and contusions. No anomalies, proceed. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. Suffering grows like vines in his heart, ensnaring every inch of his soul. Level 8, no anomalies, proceed. Level 9, at last it has arrived. Sushi let out a sigh of relief. The last time he was trapped on this level, he had to resort to using a fruit knife to commit suicide and return to retrieve the banknotes. Chapter 90, Soul Cry Street. He vowed never to step on a manhole cover again. If the previous instances were akin to a dull knife's torment, with dangers unfolding gradually, this instance is characterized by unexpected perils, leaving one utterly unaware of where the next threat might arise. After having inadvertently stepped on a manhole cover and falling into the sewer, and getting impaled by suddenly sprouting thorns, Sushi felt that no matter how bizarre the next demise might be, he could remain unfazed. However, he did not anticipate that the subsequent cycles of this instance would necessitate the items from earlier levels to progress. Moreover, with the prohibition on retracing one's steps, Sushi pondered that if he lacked the ability to rewind time, well, that premise shouldn't hold. Without the ability to rewind, he would have perished long ago in the first instance, and he certainly wouldn't have survived to this moment. Sushi shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Presently, he harbored but one resolution. He vowed never to step on a manhole cover again. Who secretly sped up my live stream? Sushi, human-induced speed-up, you know. Why has the cycle count reset? Perhaps it signifies entry into the next phase? There's something peculiar. Level 4 appeared devoid of anomalies. Yet why did Sushi choose the alley to the right? You might want to check the replay of the previous second player. He stepped on a manhole cover, and as a result, the lid was loose, leading to his fall. Wasn't it said he was trapped and perished in the subsequent cycle? Because he possessed an item, the entities in the sewer posed no threat to him, and he seized the opportunity to climb back up. In truth, had he not left the banknotes behind, this player might have had a chance to clear the level. Is this instance dictated solely by luck? Perhaps to some extent? As long as players refrain from stepping on manhole covers, level 4 is rather manageable. That is quite favorable for us, around here. Stepping on manhole covers is considered unlucky, and we typically leap over them. But if one avoids stepping on manhole covers, how would they discern the anomalies present in this level? Oh, indeed. It appears that some of you are not quite observant. Take a closer look. For there are no manhole covers in those earlier loops. How astonishing. It seems that the constant cycling has muddled my memory. Therefore, it was not merely a habit of avoiding manhole covers that allowed the esteemed Sushi to discern the issue, but rather an innate understanding of the anomalies present. I had thought that perhaps there was a shared experience between myself and such a distinguished figure, but alas, it was merely my own fanciful delusion. As for the sixth layer, I encourage you to observe closely. By traversing in an S shape through the center, one can evade all the thorny growths. The presence of banknotes likely ties into the narrative backdrop of the instance. In the first grand loop, the three NPCs concluded their journey by taking a photograph at the supermarket entrance, while the first layer exhibits an anomaly at the Sunny Day department store. Each grand loop presumably represents a distinct tale, worthy of your thoughtful consideration. Moreover, the banknotes have appeared twice, serving as subtle hints from the instance itself. The first appearance of the banknotes was bundled and thus immovable, while the second instance was quite different. A single bill bore the denomination of 100. I believe that acquiring just a few should suffice, as the number of shadowy figures corresponds with the banknotes you collect. Their nature is to appear silently, yet they are slow, allowing players to easily evade them. The barrage of commentary analyzed the situation extensively. Your verbosity is overwhelming. I cannot keep up. Why was it impossible to collect them the first time? Wasn't a shadowy figure summoned upon collection, and only one at that? The combat prowess of the shadowy figures in the second layer is on a completely different level. One is an elite monster while the other is merely a standard foe. How can they be compared? Sushi remarked, 1 or 2 bills. Had the remaining banknotes not been stained with blood, I would have taken them all. Who could fathom it? Watching Sushi navigate these loops is akin to witnessing a skilled streamer play a game, achieving flawless victories with ease. A remarkable sense of relaxation envelopes one in such moments. To them, the youth seems to possess an uncanny ability to identify problems with merely a glance, moving through each challenge with a fluid grace, as if strolling leisurely. The aura of control emanating from him instills a profound sense of reassurance. When Sushi suddenly realized that the street originally lacked manhole covers, he could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. The relentless cycle of anomalies had thoroughly disoriented his memory. Before him stood a woman with cascading waves, adorned in a high-slit cheongsam and towering heels, smiling as she casually smoked at the street's end. She seemed oblivious to the approaching youth until a stack of banknotes materialized before her. Having successfully traversed the 9th layer, Sushi felt his body relax. Thankfully, he had feared that the remaining banknotes might be insufficient. Congratulations, your judgment was correct. After sinking deeper into the mire, she chose to lose herself. Upon reading this phrase, thoughts raced through Su Shi's mind like a flash of lightning. He recalled the woman who sought the banknotes. Her silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the woman on the second floor of the Sunny Day department store. Thus, the embracing figures in the first layer of the initial grand loop were not a couple after all. After the reset of the cycle, he subtly sensed that each layer of anomaly revolved around a singular narrative, progressively revealing the intricacies of the story. The reset signified the conclusion of the previous tale, while the new cycle heralded the inception of a different narrative. The preceding story evidently depicted the lives of a supermarket owner and his family of three, coupled with the phrases regarding roses and transactions. Su Shi formulated a bold conjecture in his mind. The woman in the Qipao was likely the owner of Qingtian department store, possessing a distinctive professional identity, while the embraced figures were presumably she and the supermarket owner. The supermarket proprietor had strayed into an affair with the woman in the Qipao, betraying the woman in the dress. The latter might have succumbed to despair after her husband's infidelity, and gambling led him to mortgage their assets, ultimately culminating in her tragic choice to end her life. As for the girl in the nightgown, her wrist-cutting incident could be attributed to the adverse influences of a troubled family, compounded by her mother's suicide and a tragic accident involving her pet black cat, leading her to similarly lose all hope in life. Regarding the supermarket owner who leapt from the building, it remains uncertain whether he harbored regrets in that fleeting moment, as his actions not only fractured his family, but may have also left him burdened with insurmountable debts. Presently, the second story appears to center around the woman in the Qipao. The consistent sound of chips suggests that she clandestinely engaged in some form of work. He even harbored reasonable suspicion that the supermarket owner's gambling was deliberately influenced by her. In one cycle, a boy sat at the entrance of Qingtian department store. Leaving the nature of his relationship with the woman in the Qipao ambiguous, it was highly probable that they shared a maternal bond. Nevertheless, these recent cycles presented enigmas surpassing those of the initial narrative. What transpired between the two remained beyond his current comprehension. Chapter 91 Foot Soul Cry Street introduces the third story. For instance, what is the origin of the boy's injuries? What significance do those slogans hold? The answers to these questions can only be pursued in subsequent cycles. Level 10. No anomalies. Proceed. Level 11. Su Shi paused. The boy reappeared at the entrance of Qingtian department store, his injuries now appearing more severe. He lowered his head, his expression obscured. The warm yellow light on the second floor remained strikingly prominent. However, this time, the silhouette by the window was absent, replaced by faint sounds of laughter. Like in previous cycles, the boy remained oblivious to his surroundings. Yet Su Shi perceived his tightly clenched hands and the slight tremor of his body. Congratulations. Your judgment is correct. Struggles amid shattering, the intertwining of love and hate. Level 12. The boy's figure had vanished from the entrance of Qingtian department store. The lights on the second floor still shone, devoid of silhouettes and laughter. Aside from the illuminated window, the street was so silent that Su Shi could distinctly hear the sound of his own footsteps. As he approached the storefront of Qingtian department store, a piercing female voice filled with terror abruptly rang out. Ah? This cry, however, ceased in an instant. Simultaneously, the second-floor window was splattered with shocking blood. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Shi felt a chill run down her spine. Had a murder been committed? Congratulations, your judgment is correct. Those who frequently tread by the riverbank cannot escape wetting their shoes, yet the flower of courage blooms even amidst timidity. Upon reading this phrase, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Su Shi was immediately reminded of the boy, perpetually with his head bowed and bearing wounds. The initial segment seemed to pertain to the woman in a Cheongsam, who might have encountered a formidable opponent during a transaction. Could the latter part refer to the boy as the perpetrator of the killing? On the 13th floor, nothing unusual was observed. She proceeded onward. On the 14th floor, a police car was stationed outside the Sunny Day department store. The bloodstains on the second-floor window had vanished, and the sound of a woman's muffled sobs emanated from within. Su Shi approached the police vehicle and noticed a newspaper on the passenger seat. The door was unlocked, and she opened it to retrieve the newspaper, skimming through it swiftly. The gist of the article reported that the police had recently launched a vigorous crackdown on an illegal gambling den, arresting over 200 individuals involved in gambling, some of whom were linked to a homicide case. The victim, a 38-year-old man named Li, had engaged in a fierce confrontation with a woman named Yang, the mother of a certain Tao, who ultimately severed his neck with a kitchen knife. Investigations revealed that both Li and Yang had been entangled in illegal activities related to pornography and gambling. Yang had even incited and lured others into criminal acts. Consequently, Yang was sentenced to less than 3 years of imprisonment, while Li, having threatened Yang's life during their altercation, was deemed to have been acting in self-defense and was released without charges. Sushi remained silent for a moment before placing the newspaper back in its original position. Upon reading the phrase regarding incitement to crime, she realized her initial conjecture was indeed correct. The supermarket owner's involvement in gambling was also influenced by a portion of the women in Chongsam's. Clearly, the supermarket owner had succumbed to temptation as well. Congratulations. Your judgment is correct. Beneath justice, there lies tragedy and redemption. On the 15th floor, Sushi obtained the second photograph. In the image, the woman in a Chongsam was tightly embracing the boy, gazing down at her son with a tender smile, while the boy looked up at the camera, shyly smiling in return. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. After judgment, is it not a new beginning? When Sushi noticed that the street sign had reverted to 0, she understood that the second story had concluded. She had initially believed that the subsequent cycles would clarify the origin of the boy's injuries. Yet it appeared this detail would not be revisited. It seemed she was about to witness the third tale. The first and second stories both concluded after 15 cycles. Presumably, this one would follow suit. However, she wondered how many stories remained. Sushi considered her patience to be commendable. Yet the relentless repetition of this street began to feel wearisome. Adjusting her mindset, she lifted her leg and continued onward. 0 floor, the foundational level. She passed through without hesitation. On the first floor, as Sushi emerged from the narrow alley, she was unexpectedly met with a brutal impact. The entire street, including the sky above, seemed shrouded in a mysterious blood-red veil, a hue as vivid as thick, congealed blood, gruesome and oppressive. Even the glow emitted by the street lamps was tainted with this sanguine tint. The smooth cement road vanished, replaced by a patchwork of fur, the origin of which was unknown, black, white, yellow, and spotted in various hues. This fur engulfed the entire street. Furthermore, the buildings on either side were similarly enveloped. They appeared to breathe, rising and falling in a rhythmic cadence. Sushi stood rigidly in place, sensing the fur beneath his feet writhing, even emanating warmth. Fortunately, despite its grotesque and unsettling appearance, the fur bore no intent to attack. Sushi's skin prickled with goosebumps, yet he traversed the street unscathed. Congratulations, you have made the correct judgment. In the darkness, they licked their wounds in solitude, yearning for salvation. Did this refer to the owners of the fur? Sushi pondered little and proceeded to the second level. No anomalies, he passed through. The third level greeted him with an overwhelming sight, an abundance of cats. Apart from the street still stained a deep crimson. The fur had vanished without a trace. Nearly dozens of cats were scattered across the street, their cries resonating in a cacophony. These felines appeared to be in poor condition. None were uninjured, merely varying in severity of their wounds. Sushi's arrival aroused their vigilance and wariness. Before either party could make a move, a series of howls echoed from above. Looking up, Sushi saw several enormous hands reaching down towards him and the cats. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted towards the alley at the street's end. After being grasped twice by the gigantic hands, he discovered the technique to evade them was akin to that used in the previous thorny layer. Restarting, he maneuvered along a serpentine path to the street's terminus. Just before entering the alley, Sushi instinctively glanced back. Cats were continuously snatched by those colossal hands, their cries filled with despair and helplessness. Sushi bit his lip, ultimately turning away and stepping into the alley. The black cat from before had been within his reach, yet these cats were beyond his salvation. Even if he could rewind time, he could not rescue them. Congratulations, you have made the correct judgment. Does directing the slaughtering knife at the weaker life make one stronger? Chapter 92. Soul Cry Street revealed that Sushi had intentionally fallen for the trap. The fourth level was devoid of anomalies. He passed through. At the fifth level, Sushi silently gazed at the sky, momentarily at a loss for words. Was that enormous needle, its pointed end thicker than his entire body, truly descending? And it was plummeting at a visibly rapid pace. No matter where he stood, the needle seemed to be aimed directly at him. Without hesitation, he took flight. This layer echoed the previous one, submerged in blood. He needed to escape the street before the colossal needle descended upon him. Drowning he could endure, but being crushed by such a massive needle was another matter entirely. Fortunately, the fruit knife he possessed enhanced his physical prowess, allowing him to navigate this rapid escape with relative ease. Congratulations, you have made the correct judgment. Thin, sharp, painful. Upon seeing the slogan for this layer, Sushi couldn't help but entertain some thoughts. Breathable fur, a cat seized, a needle descending from the sky. Could it be that a cat trafficker is at work? The 6th level revealed no anomalies. He proceeded onward. As he reached the 7th level, everything appeared to remain unchanged. Sushi walked along the street, under the impression that this layer maintained its usual cycle, when suddenly, faint footsteps echoed behind him. Although subtle, the sound was discernible in the stillness of the environment. He slightly tilted his head, yet his peripheral vision revealed no suspicious figures. Halting in his tracks, Sushi abruptly turned around, only to find the space behind him completely empty. At that moment, the footsteps ceased. Was there really any difference between this and the classic footsteps in a horror film? Would he, upon turning again, find a ghostly figure poised to confront him? Fortunately, there was none. Sushi let out a sigh of relief. But just a few steps later, the footsteps re-emerged. Slowly, he drew out a fruit knife, using the blade's reflective glimmer to carefully observe the movements behind him. The blade faintly illuminated the scene, yet it remained devoid of any presence. The footsteps seemed to materialize out of thin air. Just then, he suddenly felt a shadow loom above him, as a large net enveloped him, accompanied by a towel reeking of an odd scent. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was rendered unconscious by the cloth covering his mouth and nose. In the fleeting moment before darkness claimed him, Sushi caught a glimpse of a figure gradually emerging behind him. What on earth is going on with these layers? It seems all are related to cats? Honestly, that large hand and that needle triggered my severe fear of large objects. Sushi's evasive maneuvers remain impeccably precise. Expert, just wrap it up. My friend. Wait, did any of you hear something? What? Don't scare me. I'm alone in the bathroom right now. Watch out. A hand might reach out from the pit and poke you. Get lost. Oh, it's the footsteps. There are extra footsteps behind the expert. What the heck? There's no one there. Where are these footsteps coming from? I'm not staying here, damn it. Expert. Quickly hide. Oh no, oh no, oh no. The barrage of comments helplessly observed as a large net ensnared the young man entirely, while he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. They were so anxious they felt as though they could leap into the screen. What do we do? Is the expert really going to fall here? Stay calm. He still has that fruit knife. It's not the end yet. But Sushi appears completely unresponsive, just gripping the knife. Boss, hurry and cut through the net. I haven't followed you for long. Please don't perish. I'm so anxious. Please move, expert. Apologies, although the situation is dire, I must ask, what accent was that in the comments just now? The comments erupted into chaos. And just as their anxiety peaked, a more alarming scene unfolded. A figure gradually materialized behind the young man, clutching a towel, poised to cover his face. This was the immediate thought that arose in the hearts of the netizens. Yet, in the next moment, the situation took an unexpected turn. The young man seemingly anticipated this, as he swiftly seized the shadow's arm, while his other hand thrust the fruit knife backward into the figure's body. A piercing scream escaped the shadow, and in an instant, its form dissipated into wisps of ash in the air, as the youth casually flicked the fruit knife and began to leisurely cut through the net. The netizens were momentarily stunned before they erupted in a flurry of comments. You've changed, you even deceived us? Goodness, I must say. It turns out Master Su, she was deliberately deceived. Shadow, I was set up. That fruit knife must be a prop. Surely it is. I knew it. With Master Sushi's intellect, how could he fall so easily? It makes sense he set a trap. What more can I say? I have already exhausted the praise for this master. I even dare to question him. Who do I think I am? Sob, sob, sob. Sushi diligently cut at the netting, quietly sighing to himself. He had almost been ensnared once more. Must each reset be so perilously timed? What would happen if he had a moment sooner? The net, woven from ropes, was still quite sturdy, and it took Sushi considerable effort with the fruit knife to carve out an opening large enough for him to escape. Once free, he wasted no time and hurried towards the alley. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. It is a cage, yet also an abyss. With this, Sushi felt more convinced of his assessment. The netting and the sedative appeared to be meticulously prepared by a cat trafficker. Level 6, no anomalies, pass. Level 7, from a distance. Sushi spotted a dark figure in the center of the road. Recalling the black cat that had gifted him the small bell, he quickened his pace towards it. However, as he drew closer, he discovered it was the lifeless body of the black cat. The creature lay crumpled on the ground, its body horrifically sunken, evidently crushed by the wheels of a speeding vehicle, and likely not just once. Sushi recognized it as the same cat from the previous loop. The familiar bell hung from its neck, but now it lay broken, stained with gruesome blood, a stark and painful sight. Clenching his fingers, Sushi pressed his lips together and gently moved the black cat's body to the roadside. This layer made him waver in his previous conclusions. The cat's hind legs were clearly broken with intent, carelessly discarded in the middle of the road. It was hard to dismiss the notion that someone had orchestrated this. Even the speeding vehicle could have been no accident. Moreover, the appearance of the black cat from the first story in the third must surely bear a connection. On the wall of the alley. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. Its demise took away her final glimmer of hope. Level 8. No anomalies pass. Level 9. The mournful cries of cats echoed intermittently through the silent streets. As Sushi walked past a residential building, a shadow suddenly fell at his feet. Chapter 93. Soul Cry Street, Evil Begets Evil. Sushi instinctively lowered his gaze. Before him lay an orange cat, adorned with fishbone patterns, its belly and forepaws white. The feline was marred by numerous wounds, blood seeping from its battered body, having plummeted from a height, now barely clinging to life. No, to be precise, it had been cast down. He raised his eyes towards the second floor. The heavy curtains effectively concealed any view from the outside. Yet, Sushi's keen eyes detected a pair of eyes peering through a narrow crevice. Someone had tossed the orange cat from the second floor and was now lurking behind the window, observing the scene below. The cat, grievously injured, lay on the ground, too weak to even cry out, and soon its breathing faded. In tandem, the eyes behind the curtain vanished from sight. Sushi waited in silence for a while, but when no one descended, he gingerly moved the cat's lifeless body to the roadside, forcing himself to look away before proceeding to the next level. Congratulations. Your judgment is correct. It cannot comprehend what it has done wrong. On the 10th floor, a man carrying a briefcase slouched. His head bowed as he spoke on the phone. I've given you countless chances, and your performance only declines. The gruff voice on the other end, brimming with impatience, was unmistakable. I'm sorry, boss. Please grant me another chance. I assure you I will improve this time. The man pleaded humbly. This is your last opportunity. If you fail to rectify this version, you can pack your bags and leave. The call abruptly ended. Yet the man continued to express gratitude and assurances. Another call soon chimed in. He answered, his tone visibly lighter. Hello, Jingjing. I just got off work. What is up? Zhou Cheng, let us break up. The man's demeanor shifted to panic. But we were getting along so well. Why must we part ways? Is it that your parents disapprove of me, being an orphan? Tell them that I would do anything to marry you, even kneel. Jingjing, I beg you. Don't break up with me. I truly love you. I would be lost without you. He spoke fervently, yet the response from the other end was succinct. Zhou Cheng, I sincerely recommend you seek a mental health evaluation. I will come to collect orange treasure in 20 minutes. Let this be the end. Lost in despair, the man brushed past Sushi, his aura one of utter defeat. Sushi turned, watching as the man's figure gradually receded, ultimately fading into the street. Congratulations. Your judgment is correct. Sometimes, malevolent thoughts take root in a mere instant, and, once germinated, become uncontrollable. This slogan confirmed for Sushi that the protagonist of this third tale was indeed that very man. He was not a cat trafficker, but rather an ordinary office worker on the brink of unemployment, facing the heartbreak of a breakup. Orange treasure must be the very orange cat that had just been thrown down. The owner of those eyes hidden behind the curtain needed no further contemplation. Thus, this narrative unfolds as a reflection of a man who, burdened by work-related frustrations and a romantic loss, unleashed all his malice upon the beloved cat of his girlfriend. In the course of this narrative, a perverse delight was discovered, leading to an insatiable compulsion to inflict suffering upon cats for the sake of pleasure. The black cat adorned with a small bell emerges within this tale, serving as evidence that its plight was no mere coincidence. Its two hind legs were cruelly broken, carelessly discarded in the center of the road, and maliciously crushed beneath the wheels of a vehicle repeatedly. All of this is a manifestation of malevolence. The girl's statement, I sincerely suggest you seek psychiatric evaluation, raises the question of whether it is a taunt or if the man genuinely harbors psychological issues. Sushi leans towards the latter interpretation. He turns and continues his descent to the next level. The sequence of this story unfolds differently from the previous two, presented in reverse. The fate of the man is not disclosed at the outset, suggesting that subsequent cycles will unveil it. Level 11. No anomalies. Pass. Level 12. Similarly unremarkable. Pass. Level 13. As Sushi steps onto the street, he keenly observes scattered bloodstains upon the ground. The still fresh crimson trail extends toward the residential building ahead, as if something had been dragged along this path. Initially, Sushi assumes it to be yet another remnant of the man's cruelty toward cats. However, as he approaches the building, he faintly hears the man's anguished cries. In that moment, the man resembles the very cats he had tormented, similarly wailing in pain. Their cries intermittent and filled with despair. Before the same residential building, at the same spot, the roles have reversed. This time, the man has been hurled from the second floor. Upon witnessing the man's dire condition, Sushi cannot suppress a gasp of shock. The man's limbs appear grotesquely twisted, his flesh torn and bloodied, every inch of him marred, his bulging eyes staring vacantly as he utters incoherent sounds. It is evident he has endured significant torment. Sushi glances towards the window. The curtains are drawn open, revealing an ominous silhouette standing at the window, gazing down upon the man as he struggles for breath before slowly turning away. Is this an act of retribution? Congratulations, your judgment is correct. Evil begets evil. Evil? Sushi fixates on the inscription, pondering whether this story is nearing its conclusion and if the next tale will revolve around the malevolent figure who avenged the man's transgressions in kind. After all, a thread of connection seems to weave through the three known stories. Level 14. No abnormalities. Pass. Level 15. Sushi obtains the third photograph. A man of seemingly honest demeanor clutches a briefcase, evading the camera's gaze. Ah, what sin have the cats committed to deserve such treatment? This copy feels incredibly heavy. The atmosphere is oppressive, and so too is the content. I suddenly realize that whenever there is a narrative background, Sushi deliberately slows down his pace. One could surmise that he is also engrossed in the story. Otherwise, adhering to his usual double speed, he could have sped through it long ago. Indeed, in a single-player scenario, there are no companions to provide amusement. Sushi remarks, "How should one articulate this? I shall grant you 2 seconds to reorganize your thoughts." Ultimately, that man succumbed to his torment. It is indeed a case of retribution. The conclusion is somewhat satisfactory, yet one fears he may die an old man having accomplished nothing. Although the slogan refers to villainy, considering how that person led to the boy's demise, in my eyes, he is a good man. It is a pity about the black cat. I dare not ponder what it would feel like to know that its owner committed suicide after its passing. After the black cat descended, it worried whether its absence would cause its owner to grieve excessively, only to open its eyes and discover its owner had followed suit. For heaven's sake, could you let me rest? Why has no one mentioned the girl who lost her orange treasure? The little orange cat, so beloved, was cruelly ground to death. Goodness, I cannot help but worry that in a moment of impulsiveness, that man might harm his girlfriend as well. Is it possible? It truly seems uncertain. The man appears rather unhinged. Chapter 94. Soulcry Street. What's wrong with having a sip of milk tea? Standing on the 4th layer. Sushi inexplicably felt a premonition that this might be the final story. Yet, he remained unaware of what this tale would entail. Layer 0, the foundational level, passed. Layer 1. Sushi desperately wished to rub his eyes. After blinking, he realized he was not mistaken. It was genuinely raining refuse from the sky. Banana peels, apple cores, jelly casings, beverage bottles, popsicle sticks, and other assorted debris. Why, oh why, did he not bring an umbrella? Taking a deep breath, Sushi ran. Congratulations. You have made the correct judgment. The disdainful gaze was like a sharp, cold blade, stirring restlessly within his heart. Upon seeing the content on the wall, Sushi felt a stirring within. He had always been curious about the origins of the boy's injuries in the second loop. Initially, he presumed they were inflicted by the Qipao woman or her clients, but something felt amiss. Could this story perhaps revolve around that boy? It appears he had suffered bullying. He seemed quite young, of middle or high school age. Was it possible he was a victim of school violence? Sushi pondered, finding it quite plausible. The Qipao woman's clandestine profession was rather peculiar. It was conceivable that the boy faced ostracism from peers upon word spreading. However, there was one discrepancy. Although the boy ultimately killed someone, he was deemed to have acted in self-defense, hardly qualifying him as a villain. The clues are too scant. Onward to the next layer. Layer 2. A glance reveals manhole covers, an abundance of them. Sushi broke his previous vow never to step on manhole covers, because he would perish if he stepped off the manhole covers. Aside from the covers, the rest of the ground resembled a fragile bubble that would burst upon a mere touch, cracking underfoot. Having learned a lesson after falling through, Sushi deliberately walked only on the manhole covers. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. What kind of heinous behavior would not be regarded as a prank? The familiar slogan resonated with him. He recalled that the second story had also featured manhole covers and similar phrases. The theme of this narrative suggested that the boy's possibilities had expanded slightly. The third level, no anomalies, passed. The fourth level, for individuals approached from the roadside, 2 adults and 2 boys. They appeared to be a couple taking a leisurely stroll with their children. However, the couple and one of the boys walked ahead, laughing and chatting, while the other boy trailed behind, expressionless and sluggish in his steps. Sushi paused to scrutinize them closely and suddenly discerned an intriguing detail. The boy in front bore a striking resemblance to the father, while the boy at the back shared similar features with the mother, yet the 2 boys were distinctly different in appearance. The family of 4 ignored Sushi and gradually vanished into the distance. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. A family of 3, a blissful home. This layer left Sushi questioning his earlier conclusions. He had come to understand that the narrative would not present meaningless cycles. Even the normal streets interspersed among various anomalies served merely to induce a sense of fatigue in the players. Thus, the characters in this layer must certainly relate to the storyline. Sushi pondered. All 3 stories depicted different families or individuals, and the quartet he had just encountered was likely the protagonists of this tale. But why did similar cycles emerge? What connection existed between the boy from the second story and this narrative? Moreover, the slogan struck Sushi as peculiar, though there were 4 individuals. It referred to them as a family of 3. Recalling the appearances of the 4, it seemed either the 2 boys were fraternal twins with parental favoritism toward one, or perhaps this family was a blended one. Sushi's curiosity deepened regarding who had met their demise at the hands of the man in the 3rd story. The 5th level, no anomalies, passed. The 6th level, hit him. Boss, this kid is about to be killed. We must not cause a fatality. Having accepted payment, we must fulfill our duty. Continue hitting. Sushi hastened toward the source of the commotion. It led to a dead-end alley. As he approached, the sounds of punches and kicks began to ebb. Boss, this kid is really on the brink. Humph, then let it end here. Sushi stood at the mouth of the alley and peered inside. A boy lay battered in the corner, bruised and bloodied, his fate uncertain. Yet, he recognized him as the boy who had lagged behind. Whose money had those assailants received, and why had the payer targeted him? Congratulations, your judgment is correct. An erroneous existence, an unwarranted surplus. Sushi gazed at the term surplus for a while. Could it truly be a blended family? The 7th level. Is this milk tea? Sushi gazed at the neatly arranged milk tea stalls lining the street, momentarily taken aback. The abrupt shift in scenery left him somewhat bewildered. Initially, he intended to disregard it, but after taking a few steps, he found himself retreating. It seemed he indulged in milk tea for quite some time. Though he wasn't particularly passionate about it, he enjoyed pairing it with barbecued delights on occasion. His colleagues often remarked that this peculiar habit was rather unique, yet he relished it nonetheless. Ever since he had unexpectedly perished and been chosen by this bizarre divine hunt, he hadn't tasted it again. So, should he indulge? Rationality cautioned him that this was merely a quest, and what appeared to be milk tea might be something entirely different. However, his emotions urged him to seize the moment, for who knew when he would have the chance to savor it again. Ultimately, Sushi resolved to drink. Cautiously lifting the lid, he gingerly inhaled the aroma. It was unmistakably the scent of milk tea. As for the flavor, he could not discern it. Upon taking a sip, his eyes brightened. Delightful. Yet, Sushi stood there in frustration. He had only taken a few sips when the boy, who had recently been mercilessly beaten in the previous quest, appeared nearby. His face contorted in rage as if his home had been invaded. Predictably, a confrontation ensued. As anticipated, he was outmatched. Yet, Sushi was unwilling to concede. He had not had his fill. Thus, upon restarting, he ordered another cup. With just those repetitive sips, he savored the experience to the fullest. Once more standing on the street, Sushi had mastered the art of nonchalance, able to disregard the milk tea entirely. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. She was like a gentle light, dispelling the shadows that enveloped him. Chapter 95. Completion of the Soul Cry Street quest. She began to understand why his mere few sips of milk tea had provoked such fury from the boy. Judging by the slogans, the milk tea likely bore some connection to her. Perhaps it symbolized her redemption of the boy. He had unwittingly consumed someone's salvation. No wonder the boy sought to confront him. But who was this she referred to? Numerous women had appeared within the quest thus far. The woman in the dress who had hanged herself, the girl in pajamas who had succumbed to self-harm, the woman in a cheongsam who had been imprisoned, the ex-girlfriend whose voice he had only heard, and the boy's mother, whom he had met only briefly. First, he dismissed the boy's mother, as she did not align with the slogans. The remaining candidates connected to the man from the third story were the girl in pajamas and the ex-girlfriend. Both had endured the tragedy of their beloved cats being abused to death by the man. Yet, he was uncertain which of the two it might be. Indeed, he had come to the conclusion that the boy was the one who had exacted vengeance upon the man from the third story. Level 8. The same alleyway. This time, the bodies were different. Several indistinct figures lay sprawled on the ground, each having suffered severed tendons, their bodies punctured by numerous stabs, and the blood pooling beneath them stained the earth crimson. It was undoubtedly a scene of homicide. Presumably, these individuals were the hired hands who had met their grim fate. They appeared to have been counterattacked by the boy. Level 9. No anomalies. Proceed. Level 10. Originally, Sushi was pondering the malice mentioned in the previous slogans, wondering where the evil truly lay. After all, thus far, the narrative seemed to portray the boy as the sole victim of bullying. Until this level, it was still that alleyway. The individuals within had once again transformed. At the forefront stood a boy with a fierce countenance, treading upon the figure of a gloomy, cowering boy. Behind him was a group of boys clad in uniforms, wielding makeshift weapons, sticks, knives, bricks, gleefully mocking the boy forced to kneel on the ground, pulling faces at him. Sushi recognized him at once. The boy being tormented was none other than the son of the cheongsam woman from the second story. Now, he understood where the injuries on the other boy had originated. Everything connected. Congratulations, your judgment is correct. The Dragon Slayer ultimately becomes the dragon. I was contemplating whether this was a case of school violence, and it turns out I was right. So this is what evil refers to. Perhaps there is too little homework, leaving everyone idle, in the tone of a homeroom teacher. Having been bullied oneself, one then resorts to bullying others? Which is worse? Cat torture or school violence? What is there to compare? Both derive their joy from the suffering of others. I was bullied in high school. It's no exaggeration. My only thought was to drag them down with me. Whoa, brother, don't do anything foolish. A bunch of scum isn't worth it. Rest assured, I am now employed. I work as a lawyer. Such a fitting slogan, ultimately becoming what one despises. Yet, there is a small merit. At least those who bullied me have been dealt with. I support the courageous resistance of an eye for an eye. But I do not endorse the victims of bullying becoming new bullies. Sushi paused momentarily, then continued to the next level. He was curious about the fate of this boy. Level 11. No anomalies. Proceed. Level 12. A familiar street, in the center of which lay the corpse of a man, positioned at the very spot where the black cat had been crushed. The distinct tire marks on the body indicated it had been run over multiple times. With such a targeted act of retribution, Sushi had a good idea of her identity. Level 13. No anomalies. Proceed. Level 14. Sushi gazed at the street submerged in murky water. The reminiscent scene rendered him speechless. A boy stood by the roadside, drenched, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. As Sushi walked past, he noticed the newspaper in the boy's hand, now soaked with water. It was the very paper chronicling the fate of the cheongsam woman and her son. Additionally, Sushi spotted a red string tied around the boy's wrist, adorned with a small bell that seemed strikingly familiar. As Sushi entered the alley, the boy remained rooted in place, gradually being engulfed by the rising murky water. Congratulations. Your judgment is correct. Twisted malevolence brings fleeting satisfaction. However, when the heartstrings are tugged, the inner defenses inevitably crumble. Level 15. On the fourth photograph. On the right, a family of 3 beams joyfully at the camera, striking poses. On the left, a boy stands alone, expressionless. TSK. He has the ability to deal with those bullies obstructing him, yet he chooses to continue tormenting other innocents rather than retaliate against the true puppeteers. Puppeteers? Those bullies are merely pawns. What about the one who pays them? Ah, indeed. At the end of the day, it is still a matter of preying on the weak. It elicits pity, but not sympathy. My dear brother, you seem to harbor a great deal of resentment. No, It is a matter of wishing for better from those who could do more. There are indeed instances of preying on the weak. Yet there may be a fear of confronting the strong, perhaps to spare his mother from grief. Why care about her feelings? With one son gone, she still has another. 2 is excessive, 1 is just right. That is merely your perspective. Being stirred by the content of the newspapers indicates that he still harbors hopes for his mother. Thus, I wish for better from him. Wait, weren't we just criticizing that fellow? Why have you suddenly shifted to a private conversation? Did that boy end up jumping into the river? It seems so. Sushi had thought that upon exiting the alley, he would find a way out. But to his surprise, at the alley's end, lines of blood-red characters began to materialize. For stories, for intertwined lives. Their tragedies are irrevocable. Yet your future still holds hope. What hope could his future possibly hold, aside from countless replicas and stone steps? Just as Sushi finished his lament, the 4 photographs in his hands suddenly ignited. Simultaneously, new characters appeared. The 4 photographs have transformed into 4 fragments scattered in various corners. Now, please collect them completely and escape from here. As the characters faded, the alley before him abruptly morphed into a labyrinthine maze. Sushi paused, taken aback. The unfolding of this scenario always left him astonished. Just moments ago, he had discovered a fragment in a corner of the maze, only to be suddenly pursued by an emerging shadow, thus realizing the maze's complexities beyond mere navigation. However, it was not insurmountable. Careful, esteemed one. There is something ahead. Esteemed one, there is a fragment behind that wall to your left. Behind you, a shadow has appeared. The viewers, observing from a godlike perspective, could effortlessly perceive the entire layout of the maze. Although they knew that even with their warnings, the youth on the screen could neither see nor hear them, they could not resist offering their advice. Astonishingly, it seemed as though he possessed a divine perspective himself, adeptly evading the patrolling shadows and precisely locating all the hiding spots of the fragments. It was fluid and seamless. Wow, how did that happen? What is so surprising? I've heard some individuals can discern the structure of a maze by observing its 3-dimensional architecture or analyzing certain intrinsic patterns. Well, I'm out of ideas. Indeed, it requires a proficiency in spatial reasoning. But what is there that the esteemed Sushi cannot master? I apologize for my ignorance. The good news is that the esteemed Sushi is about to conquer again. The bad news is that humanity's evolution has not included me. What should I do? I now possess a blind confidence in Sushi. Whenever I see him, I am under the illusion that this dungeon is assuredly conquered. This is not merely an illusion. After Sushi collected all the fragments, 4 spheres of light intertwined, gradually forming a colossal door. Familiar inscriptions slowly emerged upon it. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the level. Chapter 96. He was still too conservative. Discussion thread. The selection has concluded. Let us speculate which player will be drawn for this mixed team competition. 1L. Original poster statistics indicate that 1,478 players participated in the selection, of which 986 succeeded. Among the top 100 on the leaderboard, there are 11 players. I downloaded the list from the official website. Let us take a guess. Attached list. Docs 2L. What a futile endeavor. There are always such threads before competitions. With so many players, which oracle could accurately guess? 3L. I'll wager on Hangzhe. This fellow has an extraordinarily bizarre luck, despite being cursed in every dungeon. He somehow manages to survive to the end each time. Not wishing him ill, but his luck is indeed absurd. In hard mode, he can somehow turn it into hell mode through sheer fortune. 4L. I'll support this lad as well. He is the type who could stumble upon hidden levels even while walking. 5L. In that case, I'll guess Zhang Tian. He is an old player who has participated in the previous 2 selections, but was unsuccessful each time. Perhaps this time will be different. 6L. Are you all genuinely guessing so whimsically? 7L. To those above, we're merely making casual guesses. It's better than outright gambling. 8L. The randomness is overwhelming. The odds are so slim that there's nothing worth gambling on. Aren't you afraid of losing everything, even your last pair of shorts? 9L. That's the nature of gamblers. It's like I always bet that my next draw will undoubtedly be a jackpot. 10L. Where do you find gamblers who lose every day? Just as there are no children who cry perpetually, right? 11L. Speaking of which, during my first viewing of the previous 2 mixed team competitions, I thought the name was somewhat misleading. However, during the second, it was truly a fierce battle of wits and strategies. By the third, it was beyond words. The child brother is legendary. 12L. The initial matches featured several national players who were unfamiliar with the mechanics, thus they were relatively restrained, mistakenly believing it was merely a cooperative effort to clear the dungeon. Who would have thought it was a true competition? 13L. In fact, cooperation can also be beneficial. However, winning oneself yields greater rewards. Even if you wish to assist other players, they may exploit you for their own gain. 14L. The second mixed battle left me utterly bewildered. In the end, it was the three-color nation that seized the opportunity. 15L. Fortunately, in the third match, the child brother triumphed, annihilating all other players and securing a cancellation card for our nation. 16L. By the way, why haven't we seen the official use of this cancellation card? 17L. Nonsense. It is undoubtedly meant to be kept as a trump card. When the nation is on the brink of collapse, this elimination card will be our last glimmer of hope. 18L. As of now, there shouldn't be any players younger than Kid Brother, right? 19L. I don't think so. The official records have not changed. 18L. LZ, since everyone feels the scope is too broad to guess, let us change the topic and speculate on which player stands the best chance of winning this mixed tournament. 20L. No need to say much. I cast my vote for Kid Brother. 21L. Kid Brother won. At his age, I was still watching cartoons, while he has already annihilated the competition without batting an eye. 22L. Surprising that no one mentioned 248. He has also registered for this mixed tournament. 23L. Indeed, it's worth noting that Kid Brother has participated before. With no repeat players across 3 mixed tournaments, the likelihood of Kid Brother being selected this time is slim. If 248 is chosen, I believe our nation will secure another victory in this tournament. 24L. I concede that Kid Brother is formidable, but in terms of cunning, he is slightly inferior to 248. 25L. Are you all so confident in Sushi? Aren't you afraid of being proven wrong? 26L. If only you could manage to watch all of his dungeons in their entirety. 27L. He truly is unlike other players. Just his presence makes me feel assured. 28L. He has managed to break the curse of flash play, yet some still question 248's authority. 29L. If 248 is indeed selected for this mixed tournament, I can hardly imagine how fervent the comments will be in the player space. Sushi, who was preparing for a habitual review of his gameplay, suddenly became aware. It seemed that since the start of the 4th dungeon, he had not been mindful of how many times he had reverted in the dungeon. He realized that, subconsciously, he had increasingly diminished the significance of reverting, or rather, had begun to treat it as second nature. Especially in this solo dungeon, he had intentionally reverted multiple times just to savor a cup of milk tea. Incredible. He was unsure whether this change was a blessing or a curse. Taking out the fruit knife acquired from this dungeon, Sushi learned its specific purpose through the player space. As long as it is carried on his person, it will comprehensively enhance the player's physical attributes and improve their neural reaction speed. It can also inflict damage on certain corporeal monstrosities. In short, it is an excellent tool. Moreover, this is the first weapon he possesses that has offensive capabilities. At last, he has a modicum of combat prowess. Sushi toyed with the fruit knife, recalling how he had ultimately utilized reversion to ascertain the locations of all the fragments, noted the movements of the shadows, and then successfully gathered all the fragments in one fell swoop to clear the dungeon. Suddenly, a new idea sparked in his mind. Most of the time, he passively accepted reversion, fearing that excessive use would deplete his chances. In light of this, he realized he had been overly cautious. After all, he had already cleared 5 dungeons, having reverted countless times. Even if he were to run out of chances one day and meet his end, what was there to worry about? Sushi's eyes gleamed with determination. In truth, proactive engagement is the appropriate application of this ability. He has scarcely tapped into the potential of this skill. Chapter 97. As the narrative unfolds, the once bustling streets are now devoid of their usual clamor, with only a handful of pedestrians hurrying past, occasionally glancing down at their mobile screens. This change is due to the commencement of the 4th Mixed National Team Tournament today, for which the government has graciously granted a temporary holiday. At this moment, most individuals are nestled in their homes, eagerly preparing to watch the live broadcast of the tournament. Ji Yong adeptly adjusted his equipment, and upon initiating the live stream, a wave of viewers surged into the chatroom. So many people. Old Ji, you've truly become popular. That's an understatement. The host has always had quite the following on the platform. It's different. Old G was previously popular only within the gaming circle, but now he has transcended that. Ji Yong smirked slightly, but raised his hand to signal for calm. Let us keep it low-key. Popularity is of little consequence. My enduring aim has always been to provide superior commentary for my audience. Look at you trying to act humble. Oh well, let the kid bask in it for a moment. The host is still modest. Come to my channel, and I'll show you something grand. The beads from the abacus just shattered on my face. Ji Yong chuckled, and once the atmosphere was lively, he earnestly stated, in truth, I must express my gratitude to a certain esteemed figure from 248. Even the host has changed his tune. There's nothing surprising about it. If there were a popularity ranking for players, I'd wager 248 would be at the top. Indeed, Master Su has single-handedly supported countless streamers and marketing accounts. I ask you, is there any other player who can conquer 5 dungeons in just half a month? Speaking of which, Master Su is participating in the selection for the mixed team tournament. I wonder if he will be chosen. Ji Yong responded to the comments. Yes. It's rare for players to choose to tackle dungeons proactively, aside from those equipped with powerful items or those sufficiently confident in their abilities. Most passively await the mandatory 7-day matchmaking. To clear 5 dungeons in a mere half-month, I believe my change of heart is quite reasonable. Upon seeing the speculation about whether Su would be selected for the tournament, Ji Yong hesitated momentarily before continuing. It's hard to say. Over 8,000 players are competing in this selection, and the randomness is substantial. I actually hope Master Su gets selected. Count me in, although there are many formidable players. None possess the unique sense of security that Master Su exudes. If any other player is chosen, I will be on edge, fearing they might be harmed by players from other nations. But if Master Su is selected, I would relish seeing who dares to provoke this cunning strategist. You're killing me. Master Su may appear aloof, hold grudges, and be a bit scheming, but he is quite a good person, provided you don't cross him. If you do, his track record speaks for itself. To this day, I cannot forget the triple kill in the hotel dungeon. The chat buzzed with lively discussions, predominantly revolving around which player they hoped would be selected for the mixed team tournament, with nominations for Su dominating the conversation. Ji Yong, however, chose to remain an observer. To speak candidly, he did not truly wish for Su to be selected. Ji Yong activated the multi-screen feature. At that moment, the 2 livestream rooms displayed on the screen were shrouded in darkness, yet each was already bustling with lively comments. The left side featured a public livestream room provided by Shenlai, where the selected players would be showcased in a small screen format. This meant that viewers from various countries could not enter the players' individual streams, but could only observe the grand livestream. The advantage was that viewers could enjoy an omniscient perspective without needing to switch screens to view all players' broadcasts. The downside, however, was the chaotic mingling of comments from different nations, resulting in a cacophony of messages. If language barriers weren't a challenge, it was curious that comments from other countries would automatically translate into the viewers' native languages. This led to a tumultuous atmosphere during the chaotic team matches, not only for the players, but for the comments as well. The right side, on the other hand, was the central official commentary channel, dedicated to live commentary of the mixed team competition. In the next moment, the right screen lit up. It was CCTV. Host Yao Han and Jiang Jin, elegantly attired, sat poised on the left side of the sofa. As season partners, the two shared a remarkable rapport. Jiang Jin smiled and began, "Greetings, dear viewers. Welcome to the live commentary of the 4th Mixed National Team Competition from the China Central Broadcasting Television. I am your host, Jiang Jin." Yao Han continued. "I am your host, Yao Han. Today, we gather here once again to witness a pinnacle showdown between nations." Jiang Jin turned his gaze toward the 2 experts seated opposite them, remarking, "Those who have watched the previous 3 broadcasts are surely familiar with our esteemed guests." Yao Han proceeded to introduce them. On the left, we have Professor Lin Miao, an esteemed scholar from the psychology department of B University, renowned for solving century-old mysteries as a criminal psychology profiler. To his right is Mr. Luo Zongyun, the president of the Mysterious Culture Research Association, a leading figure in interdisciplinary studies of supernatural phenomena. Jiang Jin added, "Once again, let us follow the guidance of these experts as we traverse the bridge between rationality and the supernatural, delving into the dual realms of psychology and the uncanny." Lin Miao and Luo Zongyun waved at the camera, greeting, "Hello, everyone. It's starting. Let us take a seat." Last time, 12 countries were drawn. Who knows how many will be selected this time, and whether our nation will be among them? It surely will. It has been the case in the previous 3 competitions, with several major nations being guaranteed. How nerve-wracking. I wonder which player will be chosen this time. Here it comes. Shenlai is beginning to select the countries and players. The central screen suddenly flickered to life. Jiang Jin immediately stated, "It seems that Shenlai is about to commence the selection of participating countries and players." Lin Miao solemnly replied, "Let us await the announcement of the contestants with bated breath." As the words fell, the two hosts, alongside the experts and all viewers in the live room, held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the large screen. Hundreds of dazzling national insignias spun rapidly, and after nearly a minute, the display ultimately settled on just 11 national symbols, among which China stood prominently. The name of the player following Huagua on the screen caused everyone to pause in astonishment. Is it really the esteemed Su Shi? Beautiful country. Elira sat cross-legged on her yoga mat, stirring her coffee as she eagerly observed the barrage of comments from various countries on the dark screen before her. I can hardly believe that in the previous two mixed team competitions, we lost to the Tricolor Nation and Huagua. This time, our players will surely redeem our honor. IP beautiful country. Arrogant fellows, please refrain from boasting. Although Tricolor Nation had some luck, luck is also a form of skill. As for that young player from Huagua, one might say that at your age, even the simplest tasks may not be executed properly. IP America. I hope we can select Zijasman. He is one of our country's finest players. IP Hans country. Our competitors will undoubtedly not let us down. IP Gao country. Wow. So many people. IP Huagua. I would willingly sacrifice my son's future 10 years of singleness to implore the divine hunter to select little kid brother once more. IP Huagua. Oh my, what a dreadful father. You are truly appalling. IP America. Nervous. I wonder which player from Huagua will be selected. IP Huagua. Countless comments from various IPs flickered like fireworks, with those from Huagua being the most numerous, as evidenced by the display in the upper right corner, where Huagua firmly held the lead with a staggering 10.8 billion. Elira chuckled at some of the comments. Just then, the previously dark screen began to flicker. It was finally beginning. Elira sat up straight, her heart racing. Under her watchful gaze, the 11 national emblems gradually came to a standstill on the screen. However, before she could discern who the player from beautiful country was, the barrage from Huagua surged within a second, overwhelming all others. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? Who is our contestant from Huagua? IP Huagua. Ah, it's the esteemed Su Shi. IP Huagua. Holy cow. This mixed team competition is definitely ours. IP Huagua. Little kid brother, I'm sorry. You're too young for such a brutal competition. Let your brother Su Shi take this on. Su Shi forever. IP Huagua. Flourishing and thriving. 248. Rise up. IP Huagua. 248. 248. 248. IP Huagua. Eventually, the screen was flooded with 248, densely packed. And though merely text, it resonated like a thunderous roar. Elira's hand, stirring her coffee, instinctively paused as she gazed in awe at the almost surreal scene before her. Su Shi 248, Elira murmured, feeling a sense of familiarity. In the next moment, her eyes widened in realization. She recalled that he was the player from Huagua who, during his inaugural attempt at the dungeon, achieved a remarkable completion time of 2 minutes and 48 seconds, setting a new Guinness World Record. In Ji Yang's live broadcast room. No way. It truly is the esteemed Su Shi. Oh my, dancing with joy, speaking incoherently, screaming with excitement. I have hit the jackpot. Haha. Once the esteemed one's dungeon concludes, I shall embark on a quest for gold. Tremble in anticipation, foreign friends, for after the likes of child brother, you are about to welcome another prodigy. Ji Yang did not foresee that this chaotic team match would indeed select Su Shi. He gazed at the live broadcast of the Divine Hunter, which was nearly dominated by the number 248. In that moment, his taut nerves gradually relaxed, and he ultimately typed 248 in the chat. If selected, so be it. He firmly believed that the other party would undoubtedly emerge as the sole survivor.